Chapter 251. Have you heard a dragon nemesis? Ryan and the group of noble young men holding roses moved in unison. They all tilted their heads back, opened their mouths wide, and watched the guy perform the gorgeous moves of a professional diver before finally falling headfirst. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the guy was probably dead when he was hit into the air. What, the back of the head falls to death first? That is to cheat the layman. The expressions of Ryan, Harry, and the young nobles were very interesting. In the next second, an ice beauty full of frost appears in the door frame of the door panel on the third floor. Flora still had that cute doll-like face. But after what happened just now, no one would associate her with words like cute, gentle and kind. In the past, Ryan had the impression that her voice had a bit of a clip-like sound. But now it has become the cold queen style. Humph. You trash who's been bewitched by the devil. You have the guts to come here to court me? Well, let the people from the Church of Light clean up the mess. Obviously, she turned her head away when she said the second half of the sentence, and was talking to someone like a shop assistant. Ah, so she killed a devil worshipper. That's all right. In front of everyone. Flora, wearing a silver waist and leg-hugging evening dress shaped like a Coke bottle, stepped out onto the terrace and stepped into empty air. No way. Just before she fell through the broken fence, an ice staircase made of frost elements appeared against the wall next to her, just enough to support her fallen high heels. Knock, knock, knock. With the crisp and rhythmic sound of footsteps, she truly transformed into the Ice Queen, walking down the 3 floors step by step. Even Ryan, the master, couldn't help but marvel at this aura. When she came in front of Ryan, the Frost Queen who was so terrifying a moment ago suddenly changed her expression. Oh, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Master. If that boy hadn't been blinded by the devil and teased me without knowing the consequences, I wouldn't have been so cruel. Master, you won't punish me for this guy, will you? Flora said, as she came closer enthusiastically and held Ryan's arm with her little hand. For some reason, Ryan had a sense of déjà vu as an old father handing his daughter over to some bad boy at her wedding. He did not oppose Floria's hand. Unexpectedly, Flora glanced proudly at the young nobles, who were still waiting nearby, and sneered. Humph! This was not the coquettish tone of a young girl, but a warning filled with murderous intent. The contempt he showed for them, treating them like bugs and wanting to stomp them to death, was not concealed at all. Originally, Flora's warning was very successful. It scared the young nobles so much that they even put the bouquets in their hands behind their backs. Unfortunately, when Ryan touched her head, the aura of the Ice Queen disappeared without a trace. Looking at the master and disciple walking away, 2 of the guys were paralyzed with fright on the spot, and the rest were all trembling. Very scary. Damn it! Why would my family ask me to date such a horrible woman? There isn't a single normal female magician with her extraordinary perception. Their muttering naturally fell into Flora's ears, but she tried even harder to hold up her proud and pointed chin. Yes. Why did Master come here? Is he looking for me specifically? Well, I just bought some small gifts for Grand Duchess Marino. After all, I've caused her so much trouble. Ryan said nonsense unintentionally. Flora pursed her lips when she heard this, and was about to let out a tisk sound. She thought to herself, you are a god from the outer realm, and you still need to give a gift to a mortal to show your favor? Master is just too kind. But you can't say that out loud? Master, there is no interest in today. How can I help you pick it up tomorrow? Okay. This kind of thing is better for girls. Rin thought that Ferrora was also born in a nobleman. There is the most say in this regard. However, Ryan was concerned about another thing. Is that guy really a devil worshipper? Humph. It must be. I could smell that unpleasant stench from a long distance away. I cast an anti-evil magic circle, and that bastard flew out. It was obvious that Flora skipped a lot of things, and the result was basically the same. Oh! Be careful when you go out next time. Rin murmured in his heart. Shouldn't there be a devil to stare at me? Ryan is a bit upset. The devil is the most troublesome. Lay is known as the evil slayer. He knows everything. He actually has no good way to deal with the devil lord. If he can risk entering H.L. and get in and out quickly, that's fine. In case you get stuck, you can queue up to kill a big devil evil nemesis and deliberately queue up from the deepest part of the 9 hells all the way to heaven. Killing the opponent's C position will definitely increase your legendary level dramatically. This will undoubtedly take a great devil one step closer to becoming a great lord. No devil will give up such a buy and sell. If Ryan was a real boss, what he would worry about is not showing weakness. But he is not. No matter how he gets the strength of his disciples for free, he is still a master wizard after all. This gave Ryan a headache. However, there shouldn't be any demon lord clones coming to kill us, Ryan concluded. I have never heard of any big devil who is in the lawful camp and likes to act recklessly. After all, 99% of the reckless men are in the chaotic camp. Well, as the saying goes, you're not afraid of encountering thieves. You're afraid of thieves thinking about you. Ryan had underestimated the impact of his actions recently. Why no one in some major factions dares to cause trouble? It is because of their fierce power that has been accumulated over thousands of years. As the physics school is a newly established organization, it is normal for some people to be dissatisfied and want to challenge it. Not to mention some instigators with ulterior motives. Although there are only 9 layers of Bator Hell, the problem is that the Bator Hell in the Chaos world is larger and deeper each layer. According to legend, the shallowest layer is only a few dozen square kilometers, while the areas of the lowest layers are often measured in millions of square kilometers. It is like a huge puzzle. Each deeper layer gives you a larger piece, but the radius of this piece is much larger than the previous layer. In a dark and deep cave complex deep in HL, only the original devil knows that there lives a terrifying dragon that absolutely cannot be provoked. A twisted creation. A colorful two-headed dragon color prince. One day, when he spread his huge wings and flew out of the cave, intending to find a random unlucky guy for lunch, he unexpectedly saw a beautiful creature that shouldn't belong here. This is the dark, murky and dirty depths of HL, where a fairy dragon should not exist. Even if this female dragon is just a projection. No. To be precise, this should be a half-breed fairy dragon. She was so beautiful, and the lines of her dragon body were so graceful and artistic. It was hard for Color Prince not to notice her. Her dragon mouth slightly opened, and she easily angered the Color Prince with just one sentence. Have you heard of Dragon Buster Ryan * Tesla? Chapter 252 The Ugly Gundam. What? Who dares to call himself the Dragon Killer? A giant dragon with 2 heads, both faces full of brutality. He originally wanted to tear apart the projection of the mother dragon that invaded his territory. But at this time, the colorful prince was like a dog whose tail was stepped on. Roaring angrily, the terrifying dragon roar, which easily exceeded 200 decibels, caused large and small pieces of rubble to fall everywhere in the crisscrossing cave area. And countless lish insects were frightened and fled in all directions. As an extremely aggressive and cruel dragon, the Color Prince really can't stand hearing the word dragon nemesis. He may not care about the life and death of other beings, but he cannot ignore this extreme humiliation to all dragons. The half-breed fairy dragon continued. This human named Tesla slaughtered all the dragons in the entire Fulong Mountains. And they were all colorful dragons. What? If the colorful prince was stepped on the tail just now it felt like he was kicked in the balls. As a creation of the former evil dragon goddess, the physical features of the Color Prince are a combination of all the color dragons. The head and upper body are gray-black with blue-green and purple highlights, and the lower body is bluish-white, gradually darkening to the gray of the upper body. Color is his unique symbol in the world. The head, which was more inclined to dark black in color, was raised high, and a sudden increase in volume came out of the dragon's mouth, shaking the cave within a radius of several kilometers. If the other party's simple teasing only aroused his belligerence and anger, the other party's next words truly and thoroughly drove the colorful prince to make up his mind. Don't forget, Ryan Tesla got all the treasures of the dragons in the entire Fulong Mountains. He also taught classes and charged each apprentice 3,000 gold coins. He may be the richest man in the world. Ah! Can you guess why the Color Prince chose the cave in Bator as his dragon's lair? It can't be that he has to be neighbors with the devil just because he is too kind. Right? The answer is greed. He is extremely greedy. He has an almost natural desire and greed for all the treasures in the world. Therefore, he occasionally answers the prayers of mortals. He commands frequent sacrifices of wealth and blood, especially the blood of good-aligned creatures, from mortals seeking to win his favor out of evil desire. Maybe this time, Ryan doesn't have any blood to sacrifice to him. But Ryan's treasure is the key core that drives the Color Prince to decide to take action. Another head, which was more dark green in color, also raised up. The colorful Two-headed dragon half closed its 4 eyes and stared at the projection in front of it. I know you want to use me. I don't care. I need more information about Ryan Tesla. Accurate information. As you wish. The Honorable Colored Prince. The half-blood fairy dragon showed a very anthropomorphic smile. Ryan, who had no idea that he was about to be attacked, was inspecting Baron's workshop. Ryan invested more than 3 million gold coins and finally heard the bubbling sound. Sure enough, making Gundam is extremely expensive. The simplest reason is that there is no supporting steel industry in the world, and the required high-strength steel cannot be found. When he discovered this fact, Ryan almost despaired. However, the development of civilization and technology is such an interesting thing. The Aztecs were unable to develop a high level of civilization, which had a lot to do with their inability to smelt iron. Ryan couldn't raise the iron smelting industry of the entire continent to a very high level all at once, but he could temporarily replace it with other means, such as the rare metal refined gold that did not exist on Earth. The strength of this thing after processing is comparable to that of high-strength steel on Earth, reaching 1200 MPa. You know, the pressure of mold carrier is only 850 MPa. This is outrageous. This thing is very strong and has good processability. Not only that, it also has a certain resistance to elemental attacks. The only drawback is that it is very expensive. It is not available on the market, but 1 pound can be fetched for hundreds of gold coins on the black market. Fortunately, Ryan didn't have to go to the black market to be ripped off by profiteers. Ryan didn't ask Emperor Karak to give him any treasures, but only got a lot of refined gold ingots back. This thing is really precious. So much so that Ryan was unwilling to give the whole thing to Baron to practice with, and only gave him a part of it, using it as the skeleton of the Gundam. Today is the time for initial delivery. He strolled into the workshop with his 4 disciples and a non-staff member, Phone Dak. As soon as Ryan entered the door, he felt that his eyes had been inhumanely desecrated, and he was almost blinded by the ugliness. What is this? Ryan couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and burst out on the spot. Baron shrank his neck and said embarrassedly, Master, you said that I can build the first test machine as I like, as long as it is in human form. Right. It is indeed a human figure. Ryan was extremely upset that he didn't specify who Baron was. Who says dwarves aren't human? The question is, who has ever seen a short and stout Gundam? The Q version is fine. But how is this dwarf so tall? The height is 12 meters. The width is 12 meters. If the thickness is also 12 meters, then this is a cube. Compared to Gundam, it looks more like Makai or Kamiza in the Gundam animation, since there is no external armor. At this moment there are only bones and some muscle like rods, which looks a bit like a large-skinned frog. Thanks to the good apprentice's design, Ryan's low blood pressure, which he had never had before, was cured. Baron knew at a glance that his master was very angry today. This time he really lowered his voice and continued to explain at about 40 decibels. Master, you said that we can do whatever we want with the test machine. The key is to verify various technologies so that the official machine will not be a slouch when the time comes. And you allowed me to make 2 test machines. Ryan was speechless. This critical war machine must not be neglected. This is a painful lesson for the Eagles. Originally, there should have been a transitional test ship between the old Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and the new generation of electromagnetic catapult aircraft carrier to test various new technologies. But in the end, thanks to their former Secretary of Defense Largo, the test ship was cut, which led to the Ford's failure. It was Ryan who said that. And now, another boomerang hit him on the head. Ryan was not one of those older people who would ignore the lives of their juniors just to maintain their dignity. Although his facial muscles were twitching, he quickly calmed himself down. Okay, I did say that. You are not wrong this time. But I require that the next test machine must be based on the structure of an adult human male. Okay. Baron didn't insist. Baron led Ryan and his fellow apprentices through the gangway to the platform on the back of the mecha. He pointed to the not-so-narrow cockpit inside and began to explain, Master, I have already perfectly implemented the motion synchronization system you requested. As long as you wear special gloves and foot covers in the cockpit, the mecha can perfectly replicate the driver's movements. How did you do it? I used a large amount of dragon tendons. About the amount of 2 adult dragons. No buying and selling. No killing. Cherish wild dragons. Protecting dragons means protecting. Bah! Chapter 253 Colorful Dwarf. In front of Ryan, his fellow disciples, and nearly 100 dwarf engineers. Baron quickly got into the cockpit. The dwarf engineers worked together to remove the restraints from the giant mechanical dwarf. In order to prevent the dwarf Gundam from falling down once the support was released. It was originally sitting upright on a huge flat stone platform. After a while, this giant dwarf moved. Just like the countless Earth dog blood drama that Lei was intentionally or unintentionally watched when he was a child. The dwarf Gundam moved his fingers first. Snapped. The middle finger of the right hand was erected. Ryan. Just when Ren thought that Baron had gave himself a surprise, Baron gave him a big job. Dwarf Gundam moved. Just a little confused. Or fierce. The mechanical dwarf, weighing at least 20 tons, performed a truly powerful show. The moment he jumped up from the stone platform, he lost his balance and fell forward in frustration. Boom! The smoke is rolling. The large mechanical dwarf was kneeling about 10 meters in front of Ryan, who was watching the walking experiment. There are several cross-shaped black lines on Ren's forehead. Master. I haven't mastered the synchronous movement of the mechanical hand and muscles. I'll try again. Bolit's trial is more than an hour. As for the situation, how should I put it? If we leave aside all the funny failure scenes, it is basically a story about a big dwarf taming his own limbs. This scene was very similar to a game Ryan had played before called Human Fall Flat. Various shows of Scalp or Numb, with a sense of ghosts and comedy. After tossing, Baron was reluctant to let the dwarf Satis sit on the original stone platform again. He drilled out the cockpit, touched the back of the head, and came to wait for Ren's comment. Not only Baron, but also a group of dwarf craftsmen came over with shocking steps, wanting to hear what their master had to say, because Ryan's words could decide whether the whole plan would continue. Ryan's eyelids were twitching wildly. What can he say? From the perspective of his Gundam dead fan, it can even be said to be blasphemy. Magic Crab. Magic Crab is already pretty good, but this dwarf Gundam is even more abstract. Ren cleared his throat. In my opinion, there is still a big gap with the real maggots. Not to mention the Guardian statue that is no longer able to operate by the Devil's Mouth Oddguard. Speaking of which, Baron's eyes were dark. Ren continued, but the direction is generally correct. After you adjust the length of the muscles and familiar with its operation, you can lay a good foundation for subsequent research and development. You know, even in the history of Chorus, the top maggots can fight against giants such as big devils and dragons. You have to continue to promote research and development according to this standard. Then, Master, Baron asked in a low voice, can we keep this tomahawk? How could Ryan not see what was in his apprentice's mind? It's a bit unreasonable that Baron was willing to work, but it killed his hobby. Ren glanced at no outer armor, just like a dwarf with a skinned frog. He also didn't see it. Don't use this mech on rare metals such as fine gold. Others are tossing. But it is time to prepare number one. Yes. Ren had just left the front foot, and Baron was just a cautious attitude. And she laughed immediately. Ha ha ha. Brothers, let's pass the level. Oh. The dwarves boiled. Since Master does not give me precious metals such as fine gold and silver, then use fine iron as armor, and then use dragon leather as skin. A dwarf artisan was startled, and repeatedly confirmed, dragon leather? Of course it is dragon leather. Dragon leather is rare in your eyes. In our physics school, it is not as farts. It is similar to pig skin. Oh. The dwarf craftsman's eyes lit up. What do they like most about being a craftsman? Use any material you want. Precious metal flowers. Although this dwarf Gundam is destined to become a complete body, it is 100 million points. When Lei did not pay attention, the dwarf Gundam was also equipped with a weapon full of murderous in an absolute sense. Other dwarves' tomahawk uses would, originally, in Baron's imagination, it would be great to use a whole piece of high-quality oak as the handle of the axe. I do know which idea of lack of virtue in ghosts. Completely fix the spine of a black dragon and use it as axe. When the big axe's a large wall was cast out, the unwilling Belanti decided to enchant this gadget. The name of Nicholas * Tesla is engraved on it. Yes. Until this moment, Ryan still didn't know what kind of shock his seemingly honest third disciple would give him. On the third night of his inspection of the workshop, the legendary fire bat sent him a warning number for a long time. It was a visitor standing outside the small valley of the Fulong Mountains. The college of the college with the devil, and the devil's flesh and blood casting glass rock walls, and the dragon's faucet as the statue of the door. Normally, There will be no one. The so-called main door is purely decorative than actual use. But someone came, wearing a armor commonly used in samurai, but shivered and worshipped there. Through the fire bat, Rin noticed that there was no golden holy light often on the opponent's armor. A fall. Only in this way can we explain why the afterglow of the light of heaven has a suppressive effect on it. Ren's control of the legendary fire bat flies to a dead tree about 10 meters in front of the man and hangs upside down. And asked with a cold voice, "Blagmist, what are you doing?" I'm a messenger." A woman's voice. She raised her head, and the face under the mask had abnormal scarlets, which was a bit similar to Tiflin. Obviously, this is a fallen sage warrior who was invaded by the blood of the devil. Through the fire bat, Ren looked at the messenger in front of him, staring at the ripples with fear in all eyes. If silence is also a form of expression based on sound, then even without the need for melody or the propagation of sound through the air, she would be able to feel the infinite pressure from this mysterious legendary wizard. "Say," Ren's voice didn't have a trace of temperature. "Do you still remember what did my master at Batohel do?" "Forget." The two simple words are full of force. Chapter 254, The God of War, who never showed his health bar. Seriously? Ren had no clue about the My Lord or something in the mouth of the devil messenger. When it comes to Batohel, we must not help but say that the big rebound that was extremely outrageous at that time, directly against the devil Lord Bylan. Now listening to the tone of this messenger, it seems that there is still an extra game that day? Ren is full of questions. He couldn't answer "I don't know" with the devil's cunning. If he said this, the other party would think that he actually had no trump card. Ren really doesn't know what happened. In the principle of losing people, the momentum must be full. Sure enough, this answer made Miss stunned. But she couldn't care about anything else, because the terrifying pressure from the several huge reason characters carved on the mountain wall not only suppressed her, but also made the devil lord, who was watching this scene in the demon palace of Bator H.L. unbearable. In the face of this kind of horror pressure, persistence, I am afraid that even my mind will be broken. Involuntarily. In the eyes of thousands of magic ghosts. The master of the magic palace. So on. Only in this way. The horrible pressure is reduced to enough to bear. It's terrible. How many devil lords he killed can there be such a terrible power? The lord of the demon palace was shaking like a sieve. The phrase "forgot ring" continued to echo in his ear over and over again. Sure enough, in front of an extremely powerful outer god, we are nothing but ants. Not worth his attention at all. So what is his original strength? A medium-level god? Or a god with great divine power? In the mind of the devil lord, the simplest associations are those beings who stood at the top of the gods in the last era, such as the elemental gods of the four elements. On the other side, Ren didn't know that there were so many plays in his heart. He was still thinking about what a messenger, who was likely to be the devil lord, suddenly ran over. Nothing will be. Come to vote. Right? Ren first excluded this option. He didn't say anything, but stared at each other calmly through the eyes of Fire Bat. Obviously, the fallen person was nervous. She seemed to be collapsed, and she could see that sweat dropped one drop from the edge of her armor. The light of Lord Tesla illuminates the entire Chaos continent. We dare not disobey you. This time, we are only here to deliver a letter. The fallen one pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, not daring to lift it up at all. Sending a letter? Because of the too many colorful dragons. It seems to be angry with a member of the Dragon Parliament. And it ran to H.L. to encourage Color Prince to attack the physics school. Dragon Council? No. Wait. Color Prince. Dry. Is there such a coincidence? Ryan coveted the Dwarf King's legendary wizard tower, and casually agreed to the dragon-slaying mission. But the target of the mission came to kill him. Ryan felt so wronged. Goddess of Fate. Are you kidding me? A legendary dragon with a challenge level of 21 rated by the Adventurers Guild actually wants to rush towards him. Suddenly, someone felt as if thunder and lightning were rolling in his heart. And he felt terrible all over. The monster of the dragon template, so-called level 21, must not be calculated at the level 21 it will. Color Prince firstly has the disgusting habit of all dragons to run away if they can't win. Secondly, he has high resistance in all aspects and almost no so-called weaknesses. Thirdly, as a purgatory creature, he has characteristics similar to the devil. Unless he is killed in H.L., he will be resurrected. What a disgusting enemy. This news disrupted all of Ryan's plans. From now on, As long as the Color Prince is alive, Ryan will never be able to step out of the land of physical legend. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Ryan's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. The thousands of words in my heart turned into cold words. And it became, so what? So what? A simple reply shut up the fallen messenger and the demon lord. Originally, the fallen wanted to take the opportunity to bring up her master's proposal, such as serving the School of Physics and keeping an eye on the Color Prince to prevent him from raiding the School of Physics disciples. As a result, what seemed like a big deal to them turned out to be nothing in front of this ridiculously powerful god. The gap was so huge that it made her despair. The fallen one also holds an evil talisman in his hand. With this thing, Lady Tesla can summon her master to the main plane at any time to serve the School of Physics. People don't even look at me. This is just great. The messenger lady was completely embarrassed. The next second, the fire bat uttered cold words, if you're fine, get out of here. Don't let me touch you. The implication is that the outcome of encountering this is death. Even the biggest devil can't escape the true destruction of his soul. Ryan has already proved with his astonishing record that he can do it. What else could the messenger say? The two forces retreated tremblingly. Here, Ryan was actually quite frightened. Of course, the system helped him skin the evil talisman. He also knew what it was for. He estimated that the last reflected mental control must have had a huge impact on the demon lord. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to come running over to report the news. Of course, he can gain the service of a demon lord by holding the evil talisman. What's the cost? No devil would willingly serve humans. The work will be done, and the devil will do everything it can to corrupt the master's mind. From small devils to big devils, they are all the same. One day, the master's soul will be dragged into H.L. There is no need to ask who the master is at that time. As a half-baked magician, no matter how much he takes advantage of his apprentice's combat power, he is just a master. To control a big devil who has started out as a legend, or even a demigod, is like a classic kid driving a big car. Pure suicide. So Ryan told him to get out with a disdainful attitude. On the other side, the devil lord in the demon palace was even more frightened. He refused. He really refused. That's right. He must have seen through it. Those guys intended to use the Color Prince as bait to lure him into H.L. and then ambush him. Huh. How could he not see through such a crude trick? But there is no other way except to kill the Color Prince in H.L. If he doesn't kill the Mad Dragon completely, it will damage his reputation. Unless... No! How is this possible? For the demon lords, they were eager to kill Ryan quickly. At this moment, Ryan was like an invincible god of war. Even if it is a god, once his blood is stained on him, waves of god slayers will appear one after another. The biggest problem is that since Ryan debuted, he has never shown the so-called health bar. Chapter 255, The Master Will Not Take Action. Everyone knows that the devil is disgusting. He hides in Bator and causes trouble crazily. At most, he sends his clones or incarnations to the main plane to cause trouble. Killing the devil's clones or incarnations will at most injure his soul. As long as the main body is not dead, the devil is invincible. Not many people know that the devil actually learned this trick from the gods. The kingdom of God hangs high in outer space, also known as the kingdom of heaven. The gods sit in it and issue orders. And naturally there are countless followers who help them do the work and make trouble for others. Under normal circumstances, who has the opportunity to kill God? A god is like an aircraft carrier that can send planes to bomb the enemy from hundreds of kilometers away. Enemies with lower levels of skill will be killed before they can even see the plane. Those with higher levels can at most see airplanes, even if it is at a higher level, and can shoot down a plane. It does not mean that it can damage an aircraft carrier. As long as we don't destroy the aircraft carrier, we can continue to replenish as many planes as we can get, without causing any damage at all. Those who drive sampans or small boats will never have the chance to see the shadow of an aircraft carrier in their lifetime. An even more cruel fact is that at least 99% of the beings on the Chaos Continent don't even know that gods are roughly equivalent to aircraft carriers. The rest, only fear. Not to mention these ignorant guys. Even the Devil Lord, who is regarded as a top-level powerful being by the world, can't see through Ryan. From his debut till now, he can basically kill everyone from ordinary white dragons to devil lords to demon lords with one move. This can no longer be described as plot kill or crushing game. On the surface, this is all teaching bureau. Why is the teaching game more advanced than the crushing game? Even if it's like using a cannon to shoot a fly. At least we can see the difference in destructive power between them. Ryan's teaching method is equivalent to deliberately lowering his own combat power to the same level as a mosquito, and then teaching his disciples to kill flies instantly with the power of a mosquito. Even the giant bull demon Lord Griffith could drag his soul into the main plane and crush and kill him with his master-level strength in front of his apprentice. It is really unimaginable how strong Ryan's real strength is. However, the style of play of using various means to kill the enemy at the lowest cost is in line with people's stereotype of mages. In the demon palace, a certain miserable devil lord was trembling all over, and until this moment, he still remained in a kneeling posture. The voice of the fallen female paladin came across space. "My lord, what should we do?" The lord's voice suddenly became high-pitched, almost screaming, "What else can we do? The biggest possibility is that Ryan Tesla is just his clone. If he can still easily deal with the Color Prince this time, it proves that in Chaos World, there is no existence below the level of God that he cannot kill." Ah, the Lord had never been so desperate. It's not like I haven't seen what a demigod or a big devil looks like. Without exception, they all had eerie lights surrounding their goat horns. And even their voices had a strange rhythm, because every word that came out of their mouths carried an evil spell to deceive souls. But that's all. Compared to Ryan Tesla, they are garbage. A truly unfathomable strongman can set an irresistible trap for the Lord with just a wave of his hand. A conspiracy that forces a demigod to fall. The big devil's schemes are nothing but child's play in front of him. The difference is so huge that I don't even have the heart to resist. Don't even think about it. Once the Color Prince dies, we will just assume that we are his slaves. We will serve him wholeheartedly. Yes. The Devil Lord did not dare to say the following words. Even if the Lord of Hell was still alive, he might not be willing to go against a powerful magic god for an ordinary Devil Lord. What if Ryan Tesla was actually the god king of a huge pantheon? The devil is extremely cunning and rational. When the two ends of the scale are completely unequal, the devil's approach is not to bet at all. So, a certain big devil thought more and more crookedly, and always felt that the unit of Ryan's health bar should be at least calculated in trillion. Little did people know that Lay never showed his health bar, because his health bar was embarrassingly short. Everyone regards Ryan as an aircraft carrier, and the School of Physics as a huge divine system with dozens of aircraft carrier battle groups. In fact, Ryan is at most an amphibious assault ship that can launch and lower helicopters named Downs and Harry, and can dispatch amphibious landing tanks named Sanders. But that's all. Alas, false reputation harms people. In fact, Ryan received a message from a demon lord in a somewhat nonsensical way, and his truest reaction was that he was numb. Who I am? What did I do? Am I in trouble again? No way. Sir, I, Lay, have always abided by the law and have never done anything bad. Since traveling through time, he has been focusing on making money, and only wants to be a rich man, hold some exciting parties at home, and be satisfied by watching some little bees dancing. Even if you accidentally kill a few non-human bad guys, it is self-defense. Why do so many bosses want to mess with me? Did I really live up to the saying that time travelers are all troublemakers? Ryan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. However, it is impossible to admit defeat. Admitting defeat really works. The colorful prince is no longer worthy of living in Botwar Hell. Thanks to the information from the Dwarf King Alega Ironhand, Ryan has relatively complete information about the Color Prince. A two-headed dragon was about to attack the physics school. Ryan couldn't possibly hide such a big thing from his bodyguards. No, his disciples. When he told this to the 5+1 inner sect disciples and non-staff disciples, the reaction of each disciple was no reaction. The disciples looked calm, which was a good thing. But Ryan was anxious. He couldn't help but frown. You masters should think carefully about how to deal with a two-headed legendary dragon with extremely high resistance to all elements. Yes. Downs took the lead and answered in a long-drawn voice. Ren felt that he was perfunctory. Tangxi stood at attention. Master taught us to despise the enemy strategically, and take the enemy seriously tactically. I always keep these words in mind, and dare not forget them. Seeing several disciples with their chests puffed out and their stomachs in, looking serious on the surface, but actually relaxed on the inside, thinking that their master would give them a guarantee, Ryan couldn't help himself. Ha ha. You always think that your master will take care of everything for you. Right? No. You are wrong. There won't be so many good things in the world that you will only encounter enemies of the same level as you. I can protect you once, but I can't take care of you every time. If you take it lightly, I will only do one thing, collect your bodies first, and then kill that guy. The master lost his temper, and said something harsh for the first time in a long time. And several disciples were immediately silenced, seeing their master throw down the information about the colorful prince, and turn around and leave. Several junior brothers and sisters were terrified. Chapter 256. Ryan is a liar. Harry said with a sad face, "Brother, are we really being promoted too slowly?" Tangsi bared his teeth and said, "We are indeed the worst class. I'm afraid the master is really angry." There were tears in Flora's eyes. "I just got promoted to master. And master is giving me a legendary dragon right now. No way. Master didn't reduce the food portions." Matt munched on a string of human dragon meat. "Shut up," Flora exploded. Matt shrank his neck, kept silent, and silently took out another string of dragon meat. Baron was the most mature and steady. "Master doesn't care about us. But we have to do our best. Don't think too much. Just fight with all your strength." Fong Dak had the shortest entry time, but master said if I can't make a move, then I won't make a move. Only Tang Si was the most talented. Master can't take action. But that doesn't mean he can't talk. Have you forgotten the last time we killed the giant bull demon lord? Oh, as long as the method is right. In fact, that day even I have a chance to kill that stupid bull. Method. The key is the method. Master has always emphasized that we should use our brains to defeat our enemies. The master has proven once that even with just the power of a master, he can take down a demon lord. Then there is no reason why he cannot deal with a demon lord who is also a master-level demon. Not to mention that there is all the information about the colorful prince. If you can't beat him, it proves that your method is wrong. The six people's brains started working at full speed. Flora was the first to bring it up. The dragon skin on this dragon is a mess. Could it be a piece of inferior stuff put together? Beren hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not impossible. For example, undead monsters often have the characteristics of multiple victims." Harry, then can we basically confirm that the resistance of different skins is different? Towns became excited, then. The breakthrough point is undoubtedly the white piece. As we all know, white dragons are the shame of colored dragons. Except for the ice-attributed dragon skin which is good fire resistance. The other resistances are at the bottom among the dragons. They are not resistant to attacks. And their other resistances are not high either. After some discussion, everyone realized that if this speculation was correct, then there was still hope of winning. At least the electromagnetic cannon could break through most of the defenses of the colorful prince's dragon skin. After everyone basically decided on the tactics, Towns, as the eldest brother, spoke up, "Okay. It's a good thing to have an idea." Master said that a mage should find ways to target the enemy's weaknesses and come up with various plans. Let's think about it again. What if the first plan doesn't work? Flora raised her hand. How about another low-temperature embrittlement? Von Dark objected. The color prince is very mobile. Flora blinked and said, "Then, I wonder if senior brother Baron's golem can firmly attract the color prince." Baron stroked his beard and said, "If the beast is really as aggressive and irritable as the information says, it should be fine. I can give the colorful dwarf a dragon head shield." Harry was overjoyed. "Then I will prepare a trap for the dragon around your golem." Can. Flora followed everyone's thoughts and said, "I heard from Master that our reason emblem has a strong suppressive power against demons, devils, and dragons. I can use the laws of enchantment to strengthen the suppressive effect." Matt finally got in a word. "What should I do then?" Tangsi curled his lips and said, "Need I say more? Find a chance to tear off the wings of that giant lizard." "Okay." Downs concluded, "Very good. If it can be suppressed in a short time, we will use low temperature and brittle attack." After discussing for a while, the 6 disciples began to discuss Plan 3. All of this fell into Ryan's eyes, who was secretly watching the screen with the help of the fire bat. Ryan was greatly comforted. "Hey, my life and property are now in the hands of my disciples." But when he thought of what Town said about him not taking action, but just talking could save the situation, Ryan smiled bitterly. "Can you deal with the devil just by talking? How can it be that simple? As a teacher, I don't know such an outrageous trick. If the devil was so easy to deal with, how could they dominate the world and kill countless saints and angels in H.L.? The disciples here are actively preparing. But that doesn't mean Ryan is doing nothing and just waiting here. First, Ryan continued to ask the craftsman to add a batch of Tesla towers and convex lenses. Secondly, Ryan secretly informed Sophia about the upcoming attack of the Color Prince. Ryan is still quite confident about saving the Academy, but he is afraid that the crazy dragon will bring harm to the kingdom of Marino. With such a large area, Ryan was not sure he could defend it just by relying on the Space Mage Tower and some electric towers that were teleported there. The simplest way to deal with it is to announce to the public that the nobles of Marino have reserved places for the next batch of self-funded students and have transferred money to Tesla Magic Academy in advance. As a result, even passers-by knew that each family used convoys to send large amounts of gold coins and treasures to the Academy. This is real, because the Grand Duchess threatened them that leaving a lot of treasure at home would only attract a legendary dragon. She had said before, "Don't come crying when you lose everything." In view of Lei's good reputation, several Earl families and their vassals were willing to temporarily send most of their treasures to the Academy for temporary storage. Very interesting. This scene just happened to fall into the eyes of a colorful dragon that was peeping with magic. Do not laugh. As a serious dragon, the Color Prince has many professional skills, such as Appraisal plus 22, Bluff plus 27, Search plus 39, Listening plus 37, Reconnaissance plus 37. When it comes to robbery, the Colorful Prince is the best among the best. A top-notch one. It has both the aggressiveness of a giant dragon and the cunning unique to Lish Evil Dragon. As a typical example of not releasing the eagle until the rabbit is seen, he finally believed the words of the half-breed fairy dragon. The rest is the target. He did not choose to attack Marino because the Principality of Marino was too poor. After Ren transferred most of the Principality's wealth, Prince Color knew that his target was in the valley of the Fulong Mountains because of his natural perception of treasure. To his surprise, he did not sense any powerful presence in the valley. There is no breath of a legendary strong. This is totally inconsistent with the incredible performance of the physics school. As a cunning dragon, he checked again and observed silently for a whole week. He finally determined that Ryan Tesla was not a legendary strongman at all. Asshole. A master wizard who is only good for show actually scared me for so long. The Colorful Prince gnashed his teeth in hatred. To be honest, if he hadn't felt the power of Dragon Killer on the opponent's banner, he would have definitely rushed forward on the first day. Even if Ryan Tesla is really the incarnation of some outer god, as long as I act quickly and retreat to Bator before hell descends, I will still be the winner. If you think of it, do it, and the Color Prince is done. Chapter 257 Demon Statue. Ryan always felt that the Goddess of Fate was not doing her job, and was playing tricks on him every day. Colorful Prince, come as soon as you say it. A big colorful lizard. Even if it is just an avatar. Unless Ryan is blind, you can't see it. It also knew that Ryan had seen it. After all, at a casual glance, it was over 100 meters long. It would be impossible not to notice it unless it was a shadow dragon. In fact, the most tormenting thing for Ryan was that it neither advanced nor retreated, just flying around the college headquarters. With such a large flies, just fly 2 laps. The sky is rolling, and the momentum of mountain rain is coming. It is even more impossible to put the college near the Mara tunnel. On the drilling hole, the Color Prince is professional. Theoretically, a dragon's action is limited in the cave area. Think about it from another angle. Is it that Ren's disciples have no way to retreat and have nowhere to hide? Still, the length of the dragon's body model and blood bars determines that he can be lost many times. Ryan was really nervous this time. After all, he couldn't imagine any simple way to kill a legendary dragon with almost full resistance. This thing, even if he has the achievement Dragon Killer, it still may not be stable. It's not that he doesn't have a backup plan. The key is that all backup plans must be based on a certain level of strength. It's like he can try to use an off-road vehicle to drag a car stuck in the mud, but he can't let an ant pull the car out. Ryan, are you nervous about your disciples? Sophia noticed Ryan's anxiety, but she missed the point. No, I was nervous for myself. But Ryan is a man who, most of the time, is only tough in his mouth. He lifted Master Shelf, sat on the chair in the study, picked up the black tea handed in Sophia, took it gently, and slowly began to flicker. In the world of my hometown, it is said that the lion will push his young lion down the cliff and let him climb up. So cruel? Sophia was a little surprised. Whether this legend is true or not, I can be sure that a weak lion without independent ability will die in the wild in the future even if his parents don't take action. He may die in the mouth of a hyena, or be killed by his prey. The world of chaos has never been a warm and loving world. Since they will have to face all this sooner or later, they might as well face it earlier while I am free. Ryan didn't know that at this moment. Outside the study, Flora was about to knock on the door, but her raised hand was just suspended in midair. Pursing her lips, Flora turned and left. Only when she was far away from the door that she could open at any time did Flora unconsciously turn her head and murmur to herself with emotion, "Master, why are you so great? From order to this? It is far beyond the order itself. You obviously can reshape the laws of the world. But you are willing to care for small mortals such as me. Super personality. Powerful power. Endless knowledge. You say you are not a deity. And who will believe it? Once upon a time, she fell into despair. After she fled ashore, she still dragged her soul all the time, and washed her dismissed reason. Master has helped me and several of us to this point. Why should we stand still?" After a bitter smile, the once innocent daughter of a noble family had only a determination beyond the ordinary in her eyes. She strode towards Baren's workshop. Soon, the 6 brothers and sisters gathered beside the huge magic armor construct. They looked solemn. The magic power around them surged and surging, and countless physical formulas transformed into belts of spells, lingering around them. Facing the huge assembly mech, they one by one, giving them magic. In the name of Don Quixote, I endow this battle axe with the power of thunder. The violent thunder fell from the sky, and when it reached the sky above the workshop, it turned into a thin light band as gentle as a hair, lingering on the huge adamantine battle axe. A strong light flashed, and the inscription Tesla appeared on the edge of the axe blade. The terrifying momentum made the wind and clouds change color, and the dwarf craftsmen, who were watching this scene from afar, were so frightened that they fell to their knees. But the ceremony could not be interrupted, so Ryan's disciples continued anyway. In the name of Harry Winston, I give this shield the power to protect against impacts. Then came a soft ochre glow, like a drop of rich oil paint seeping into the paper, spreading on the giant shield of the dragon head of the mecha, completely merging the dragon head with the entire shield. In the name of Baron * Sledgehammer, I give this mecha an immortal soul. A bright light flashed, and the dwarf mecha, which was originally just a simple creation, seemed to have life. It was no longer a dead object, but a magical construct that inherited the indomitable will of all dwarves. In the name of Matt Schoonertz, I grant it the power of Bigby. This was not an illusion. As the words fell, the dragon tendons on the arms of the dwarf mecha seemed to be twice as thick, and even the metal armor outside the arm seemed to swell a little. Finally, Flora took a step forward and said in a clear female voice that was completely different from that of her fellow apprentices, I, Flora Isfield, am here on behalf of my master, Ryan Tesla, in the name of the School of Physics. Granted all the glory of the School of Physics. At this moment, some mysterious force shook violently in the workshop. 2 huge purple-blue characters suddenly appeared out of thin air, engraved on a pair of shoulder armors of the dwarf mecha. An extremely terrifying invisible pressure emanated from the mecha. Brilliant light burst out from the mecha, washing every inch of space in this huge workshop. Wherever the light went, any gloomy atmosphere disappeared instantly. Illusions flew out from the worldly one after another. Although the fragments flashed so quickly, everyone could still vaguely recognize that it was Ryan who blasted the lords with devil horns into pieces one by one. This is the evil punishment brought by the evil nemesis. In the next second, similar illusion appeared, and it was a dragon that was killed by Renin. This is the dragon slaying brought by the dragon killer. If the first 2 forces were still within everyone's estimation, when the third aura, powerful enough to shake the legendary heaven, spread, Ryan's disciples were at a loss. In the illusion, several ugly giants as big as mountains died at the hands of Ryan. However, this period of light and shadow was too blurry, and it was likely that the chaos world had not officially recognized this miracle that belonged to Ryan. Only the oldest dwarf technician present had a blank mind. He stared at the dark cloud in front of him that was suppressed by the golden light for a long time before squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Master Tesla has killed a god? One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and everyone in the audience was stunned. At this moment, a deep and wild voice resounded through the sky and penetrated into the workshop. Ryan Tesla, you liar who deceives the world and steals the reputation. Come out and die. Then all your treasures will be mine. Ha ha ha. Chapter 258. Clown. You are not qualified to challenge me. A huge monster was descending from midair, flapping its huge wings like two colorful clouds. Every time the wings, with a wingspan of over 150 meters, flap, the airflow they stir up is like a small storm. The winds containing a variety of elements swept across the valley of the headquarters of the college, and the temperature in the air suddenly appeared to the extreme. The temperature in the west is rising steadily, like a volcanic eruption. The temperature in the east plummeted drastically, as if falling into an ice cave. The very different ice-fire elements fell on the top of the mountain walls on both sides of the college. On one side of July flying cream, and the other side raised the flames of the bear. The colorful dragon roared angrily. This long and distant roar from the top predator of the Chaos Continent was so terrifying that it was tantamount to a wide area pressure on everyone in the academy at the same time. The brutal dragon roar crossed the space, penetrated the physical barriers of the house, and pierced deep into everyone's heart. Those who cannot pass the will test will almost feel their heart stop beating, and may even feel their blood rushing backwards, and their vision going dark. Harry's sister suffered the most. She collapsed on the ground, breathing in the turbid air greedily. And her mother was even worse. She fainted from fear. Fortunately, even the teaching assistants and apprentices in the academy felt very uncomfortable. But most of them still stood up and looked back at the ferocious colorful dragon in the sky with angry eyes. Who is this dragon? You actually said our master is a liar. And they want us to hand over all our treasures. All the apprentices have long been in the same boat with Tesla Magic Academy. What's more, the amazing achievements of Master Tesla and his second-generation disciples gave them great self-confidence. This big lizard who doesn't know how to live or die. Wait and see how he dies. Matt's assistant Vincent was young and full of vigor. He could not stand the stinky mouth of this big lizard. After enduring the initial dragon's might, he rushed out of the classroom fearlessly, waving his fists at the sky and shouting, "Big shit lizard. Just wait. The uncles can take care of you without even the Grandmaster taking action." His curse was quickly echoed by the apprentices. That's right. Colorful Prince slowly descended from the sky, flapping its wings and hovering about 300 meters from the top of the valley. Inside the two heads, the four colorful eyeballs looked like huge rainbow glass balls. At this moment, the four eyes were looking down upon the objectors below with an icy gaze, as if they were the masters of all things. Honestly, anyone who is looked down upon by such a pair of terrifying eyes would inevitably feel intimidated. The rumbling voice of the colorful prince echoed throughout the valley. Little human, praise my name immediately, and praise me as the colorful light, the ruler of purgatory, the king of demons. Otherwise, your soul will be devoured by me, and thrown into purgatory to endure endless torment in the fire. Vincent was stunned. His face was pale, and his forehead, cheeks, and back were covered in cold sweat. His eyes quickly lost focus, and his legs were about to go limp, and he would succumb to the endless pressure from the dragon. However, he would also never forget the giant dragon gate he had observed before entering the academy. Dozens of dragons died at the hands of the great wizard Tesla, and their hideous heads became the military honors of the physical school. People all over the world praised the physical school as the dragon killer. Why should this colorful beast ask me to surrender? Vincent didn't know where he got the courage from. He squeezed out the last bit of air in his lungs and shouted heartbreakingly, "Go to H.L." After yelling with all his might, he also used up all his strength and fell down limply. He didn't know why he did this. He just felt that he should do this. Obviously, his performance would never satisfy the colorful prince. The giant purgatory dragon probably didn't expect that someone could resist under its pressure. It was stunned for a full second before it opened its mouth and prepared to roar. Just as it was about to roar mortal, "Die!" or something like that, suddenly a tiny mortal surrounded by a mysterious aura of fate appeared next to Vincent and supported his limp body with one hand. The colored prince stunned again, because the Lord Rinla appeared. Ryan ignored the huge figure in the sky, under the gaze of nearly 100 pairs of eyes from the apprentices. He smiled and said, "Not bad. You have guts. This is the disciple of our school of physics. From today on, you are an official third-generation disciple. I dare not say anything else, but I guarantee that you will be promoted to a master in the future." His does not know how many apprentices' hearts are hot. Everyone knew that Vincent was just a magic assistant who did odd jobs. Whether he could stay after the time was up was another matter. but just because he had enough courage to face a legendary dragon. He was admitted, "Master, what a noble existence this is. Even if he is not a second-generation disciple, he is still a first-rate strongman among all the countries." At this moment, the apprentices were extremely envious. In the sky, the colored prince was opened sharply. And he was angry. "Why are you a big scammer? There is still so gallbladder. No matter the powerful me in the sky, and whether you are your shit disciples." The violent dragon roar of Ryan Tesla shook down a large amount of rubble from the rock walls around the valley. And the sound was extremely terrifying. Ryan looked up at the sky with a nonchalant expression. TSK. As expected of a chicken thief dragon who is full bluffing. He actually made himself such a big balloon clone. "Aren't you afraid of it getting punctured?" "What?" For the first time, the colorful prince felt like he was seen through by the other party. "Yes. The model is this model. In order to scare people, this product is much bigger to project himself into the avatars on the mainland." Ryan's eyes turned cold. "Joker, you are not qualified to challenge me." Rin shouted with his right hand, and said loudly, "Baron." In a workshop not far away, a huge door suddenly opened, and a huge metal figure took heavy steps that shook the earth, revealing its full appearance to the world for the first time. Originally, the colorful prince was very angry, and he was a scam around. Obviously there was only a master level power, and he dared to set up a score in front of him. But when he looked at the figure, he meowed even more. The other person was obviously not short, but his ridiculous body proportions made the colorful prince want to laugh even if he turned into a giant. After taking a closer look at the material of this huge golem, the colorful prince couldn't smile at all. From the dragon's big shield to the dragon leather's foreign armor, almost every inch of the leather on this magic statue condenses the blasphemy of the dragon family. Deserter. The colorful prince, who had been fighting, was run away on the spot. Chapter 259. When colored dwarf a dragon leather with a colorful dragon. The dragon head is installed on the body. What do you let you think of the color prince with 5 colors? Even if the colorful prince does not wait to see his weak distant relatives. Obviously Renan was Renan. The big death was Balland. What is the ultimate taunt? This is the ultimate taunt. Color prince after making a huge dragon roar. The colorful wings vocated, and the atmosphere over the valley shook slightly. Unexpectedly, he was reasonable. He had gone towards the colored dwarf as a meteorite. If Ryan hadn't raised his hand and used his more powerful control over the wind element to instantly reduce the intensity of the storm, not only would the apprentices be blown to and fro, but even the rows of newly built classrooms and dormitories would have been completely destroyed. Or at worst the roofs would have been blown off. Over there, seeing his master did not mean to make a shot, and several apprentices took a deep breath. Down's first shot. He did not support it, and used his authority directly on the physics network to mobilize the nearest 12 electric tower to bombard the color prince. 12 lightning bolts that spanned the sky and the earth collided with the swooping dragon in midair. At that moment, most of the valleys were bursting into purple and blue. Efficient. Even though the color prince possesses most of the characteristics of a great devil, being immune to fire and poison and having decent resistance to ice damage, he has no additional resistance to wind damage, including lightning attacks. The huge avatar of the colored prince was a little blurred at the moment of the recruitment. Obviously, the damage caused by the falling lightning strike is a bit surpassing the limit that the avatar can bear. In the blink of an eye, the colorful light appeared on the body of the small and transparent dragon for a while, and the colorful soul power of the layer of overlapping immediately made the dragon's body more condensed. Not only did it become more solid, its huge body also shrank. It is not the first disciple who has played with the powerful and evil creatures that I know that the color prince has increased. Within 2 breaths, the colorful prince's clone had shrunk to a wingspan of only 40 meters. Although it still looked huge, it could not fool people, because he was serious. Just as the colorful dragon body was about to pounce in front of the dwarf colossus, the colorful prince performed a very smooth hovering pendulum move. His torso stagnated almost in the air. The only long tail inherited almost all the impulse when he dived, and a huge semicircular with a radius of nearly 50 meters in the air, smashing it into the dwarf giant. This is a classic dragon warfare method. Rao is the legendary titan giant. In front of the dragon's trick true dragon tail, there are also many tragic cases that hate on the spot. Under the gaze of the double-headed dragon, the dwarf giant's control by balance exerted an agility that is not competent with its rough and dull body. It is so shield made of a large left arm wrapped in dragon leather. Huh? The two faucet made a disdain at the same time. In the eyes of the color prince, this dirty and blasphemous big toy would be finished in the next second, because this ordinary dragon head had already lost its vitality. No. Even if this guy was still alive, its dragon face could not withstand the blow of his dragon tail. He miscalculated. Duang. Strange sound. A mystery of mysteries spread in front of the shield. Even though the lunar dragon face was crooked, as the color prince was expected. However, it was just crooked. Thousands of tons of giant power did not work completely on the shield, but directly transmitted to the ground in a way that the color prince could not understand. Even if it is conducted, the destructive power is smaller than he expected. With the battle between the dragon and the dwarf colossus as the center, the enormous force spread in all directions. However, the strange stagnation feeling coming from the earth caused the spiderweb cracks caused by the destruction to expand only to a radius of less than 20 meters on the ground. This is seriously inconsistent with the destructive power of the color prince. This scene made Harry relieved. His protection is a specialty. With the power of the physical network and the legendary physics place. And finally let the dwarf giant statue successfully carry this blow. The color prince could not hit. Then the disciples of the physics school counterattacked. On the dragon's big shield, the skewed dragon head seemed to have been injected with vitality. It was alive. Suddenly, he opened the big blood and bite the tail of the colored prince, without waiting for this double-headed dragon to break free. At the foot of the dwarf giant, a huge trap suddenly started. An extremely dazzling bolt of lightning shot up into the sky. It is like a towering tree that can't be hugged by 30 people, and inserts the sky. In the process of leg wanting, it inevitably collided with a large number of colored princes, with a large number of elements. The elements in the air are condensed to the extreme, like a huge piece of ink. But they cannot blend with each other. The outbreak with the color of the element is the deafening ups and downs. The element itself is energy. However, the fierce battle between the innate control of elements and the acquired restraint of thunder and lightning ended in victory for the acquired. Because the magic driven by downs and Harry is consistent with the laws of the world. And it is the lightning of Tesla, the master of the physics school. In the case of their unawareness, a lot of thunder in Diara's super magic expertise and factions has long surpassed the level of the master level. Impossible. Color Prince, the two faucets screamed in unison. Impossible? No. The thunder force that gushed out from the entire physical network was like a well-organized army. Soldiers called Wind Element fought bravely, tearing open the colorful prince's elemental defenses and corroding the dragon's skin of different colors on his body. Ah! For the first time since the war began, the colorful prince let out a shrill scream. As the saying goes, strike while the sick is at it. The dwarf colossus tightly grasped the battle axe also named after Tesla. Split the chaos. Let the brilliant purple lightning flood everything. And rushed towards the giant dragon named Destruction and Plunder. This evil figure was a mixture of indescribable colors, as if its body was pieced together from the limbs of countless colorful dragons, creating an extremely chaotic hue. The light of the thunder axe was shining brightly, breaking the chaos into pieces. Chapter 260? The original color prince still had a chance to fight back. In the final analysis, the dwarf statue of this body still looks like he is far from his opponent. The dwarf only has both hands and feet, but he has a tail, limbs, and two terrible faucets that are enough to bite the giant. Even if necessary, the dragon wings can also be a weapon for shooting. Although among giant creatures of the same size, because of the relatively slender body shape, the dragon is not good in melee. The problem is that after he shrinks, he is still larger than this large dwarf. The colored prince, who was chopped by an axe, was ruthless. He stuck the right arm of the big dwarf with a pair of dragon legs, and the two dragon heads violently fiercely bite the skull of the dwarf with a poisonous scorpion thorns. At this moment, a petite human woman suddenly appeared on the ground not far away. She shouted, "In the name of physics school Ryan Tesla, stop! A sound without power is just a seasoning for the evil dragon's evil deeds." The so-called magic image resistance is also a kind of evil dragon excited fist in his eyes. I don't know why. When his double head and 4 eyes stared at the strange rational word on the other shoulder armor, a fear crossed the void and poured into his heart. That's the remorse when the dragon's compatriots died in another world. At this moment, at first, the color prince of the Lazy emblem was temporarily relying on the level of the level. and finally tasted the pressure of dragon chaunching under the certification of the world law. Originally, with the strength of the colorful prince, he had a high probability of withstanding this will test. Badness was bad. He was injured. The axe blade cut on the dragon's abdomen still stimulated his nerves. This unlucky dragon child missed the verification in this way. In everyone's eyes, Flora's shout caused the absurdly large dragon to freeze all over. Opportunities. Downs. Harry, Baron and Fala shouted at the same time. Matt took action. The two of them did not seem to have much powerful mage. And they appeared on the wings of the dragon. In the name of Bigby. Tear apart. Dragon wings. Matt rarely showed his childish side. Impossible. The color prince screamed. Because he woke up from the short-lived chaos. He found out that there was an irreversible giant force on the hand of this little human magic. In the normal state, he must not lose to this ridiculous play. The problem is, he is not normal. Flora's monster freeze spell just now not only affected his clone, but even crossed the space, causing his original body in Bator Hell to become temporarily unconscious. The consequence of it is that the power transmitted to the avatars has decreased sharply in a short time. Under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, the mysterious and violent Olympus's hands actually tore a pair of dragon wings like a piece of cowhide paper. The stinky colorful blood sprayed on the ground of the college, which seems to indicate that the Tesla Magic Academy will have a more solid foundation. No, even if the color prince is arrogant, he realizes that he is turned over. The avatar is never completely unimportant. But the color prince knew that his avatar could not come back, even though he has the ability to restore his vitality all the time. The dragon is not a giant. He has no ability to regenerate his limbs. Without the wings, his avatar will be more passive. Once he is dragged into the melee and siege that the other person is good at, his avatar will be over sooner or later. Since it's going to end anyway, it's better to cut losses early. It is also mixed with HL. And the color prince is contaminated with the cunning characteristics of the devil. He planned to retrieve the soul fragments in advance. The colorful prince let out a wail like a dragon giving birth to a dog. Do you think that defeating a mere clone of mine is the end of the matter? I will come back. I will definitely come back. Next time, I will completely destroy this shitty academy of yours. I will chew every one of your apprentices into pieces and feed them to the Lounds. As soon as this remark came out, Ren's disciples were suddenly bad. No! This bastard dragon wants to run away. We finally let him fall into the pit. Is he going to run away now? The 5 disciples attacked fiercely. However, their master's attack power was used as a blood consumption. When they were anxious and crazy, Master who would never let them disappointed. The stun elements around the two blew their side like a gust of wind, and ignored the large pieces of gravel like the SHL when they splattered. Ren were so on and entered the center of the battlefield. At this time, even the colorful prince noticed that this so-called master who had never shot. In his eyes, Ren ** Tesla. I admit that your apprentice's despicable traps are a bit interesting. But you can't stop me. Ha ha ha. As a great villain, I have to say, his lines were very up to standard. Ryan glanced at him, then glanced at the faces of several of his disciples with satisfaction. It's not fun, right? Well, you continue to fight. Disciples? Color prince? No. What do you mean by that? Just when all beings were a little confused, suddenly hundreds of lips formed by arcane energy appeared in the air around Ryan. The mage has master's hand. Eye of the master. In fact, there is a relatively unpopular spell phantom scholarship. Everything is different when Ren's tricked to deal with the devil before crossing himself through the system. Friends who often kill demons know. To completely kill a devil, the only way is to kill the devil in Bator Hell. In fact, this only is not quite correct. There is another way in the world, that is to know the devil's real name and force the devil to separate his soul from HL. Then Mr. Devil, who no longer belongs to Bator Hell, can naturally be killed in the main plane, material plane. This method is too ridiculous for mortals, because the real name of the devil is the only rule in the world. And it is also the biggest secret of its devil. Before Ryan traveled through time, powerful players had been constantly clearing dungeons, running groups, looking through various ancient books, and digging out small details. And they actually found out the real names of a large number of demons they encountered. Whenever the shameless player encounters the devil, it is often the teammates standing in front, and a person turns the real name of the devil like a phone book. What Ryan is doing now is to use the mage's mouth created by the system through illusion sound to read out all the real names of the devils he knows in his mind, and then go through them all according to the devil naming rules. Chapter 261. Hello. Gooden. In the chaotic elements. The elements of the weak of Ron's body are not strong. A glance at it casually. He is just a master-level mage on the mainland. For the color prince, and even for the big devil, who was secretly watching the screen from high in the sky in various ways. What was scary was Ryan's operation. Being able to make 100 wizards speak different words at the same time theoretically proves that Ryan can do 100 things at the same time. It is one of the most prominent features of the gods. A deity has to face the prayers of thousands of people at the same time, listen to their requests and confessions, and choose to respond to certain believers that he likes. When Ryan did this, the big devils who were peeking at the screen were immediately terrified. In their view, this was a typical case of I'm done pretending. I'm going to show my hand. Ryan used this way to tell them that he was actually a true god. And this flesh and blood bag in front of them was just his clone or incarnation. The interesting thing is, Ryan himself was totally unaware that he was pretending to be a god again. Even more terrifying is his practice of having 100 mouths chant the devil's real name at the same time. In mathematical terms, this is called the exhaustive method. The basic idea is to determine the approximate range of the answer based on some conditions of the question, and verify all possible situations within this range one by one until all situations have been verified. If a certain situation is verified to meet all the conditions of the question, it is a solution to this problem. If all situations do not meet all the conditions of the question after verification, then this problem has no solution. Ryan's gameplay is similar to that of a small program written on a computer, which continuously tests passwords at high speed. If the color prince is a computer system with corresponding capabilities, he can completely set the number of password attempts allowed per unit time. For example, if you enter the wrong password several times at a bank ATM, your account will be locked today. For time travelers, this response is basic operation. But in the real world of chaos, how can there be such a response? Remrez, Beelzebub, Isptek. Every mouth was reciting the real names of the demons at a high speed, at a rate of 10 per second. 100 mouths added together are more terrifying than 100 ducks quacking at the same time, forming a storm of noise. The existence of the panhuman camp sounds just extremely noisy, buzzing, and quite uncomfortable. In order to protect his disciples' eardrums, Ryan has deliberately lowered the volume of each phantom sound. Chanting the true name does not require volume, only correctness. This kind of gameplay is simply a dimensionality reduction attack for the big devil. At this moment, countless big devils who were singing, drinking wine, and enjoying the dancing of sexy female devils in Botwar Hell suddenly had a blank brain, and their heads were rattling. No! Wait! How did I eat the melon on my head? I have already tried out my real name of the devil for you. What else can I do? In particular, a certain devil lord who had been badly tricked by Ryan, after accidentally hearing his real name, burst into tears on the spot, fell off the lord's throne, and lay on the ground with a frustrated face. Damn it! I knew it! I knew he knew my real name all along. No wonder he didn't care. It turns out that from the very beginning, I had no chance to run away. The devil lord was completely out of control. There aren't many big demons peeking at the screen, probably just in the double digits. But the mentality of every big devil collapsed surprisingly in unison. Originally, they were thinking of luring Ryan, a potential life and death enemy of theirs, into Botwar Hell and killing him. After all, even if they couldn't attack, they could at least defend it. For a long time, this sense of superiority brought by being able to do things at will across space, while being far away from the main battlefield, has made them always full of mysterious self-confidence. Now, instead of being able to cheat others, they may lose themselves in a minute. How can the big devils bear this? At the same time, countless demons suddenly jumped up and yelled, Color Prince? You idiot! Why did you mess with him? The big devils are cunning and extremely selfish. They quickly colluded and quickly came to the conclusion that their last and only advantage, Ryan Tesla, was in the lawful neutral camp. This means that if Ryan wants to keep his camp, he must not break the rules. The target of his counterattack must be clear. What the big devils have to do is very simple. They have to prove that this attack was just the work of a stupid dragon like the Color Prince, and not the will of all the big devils in H.L. An interesting scene happened in the next second, when one of the mouths controlled by Ryan read a name. The colorful prince suddenly trembled violently all over. "Oh! Is this your real name in H.L., Mr. Dog Egg? Or should I call you Gooden? Don't worry. I won't force you to hurt yourself. I just want to invite you to Chaos Continent to play for a while." Ryan's naughty smile, but for some reason, seemed a little handsome in the eyes of his disciples. Of course, in the eyes of the big devils, this is like the grand return of the king of hell. Evil. So evil. How can you, a lawful neutral deity, be more evil than us devils? No. Cut. We must cut ties with that idiot color prince immediately. Just as Ryan stretched out a huge illusory hand with a single finger over 100 meters long towards the trembling colorful prince, something unexpected happened. It was not the first time that Ryan had pulled out the evil boss from another dimension. The last case of the demon Lord Griffith gave Ryan plenty of experience. To be honest, even if you know the devil's real name, it is still quite difficult to drag a real legendary dragon out of H.L. Knowing his real name could certainly force the color prince to come over. But if the color prince resisted with all his might, especially when his true body was using brute force to pull out things from the Botwar Hell nest, the resistance would not be light. The rules of all the techniques of domination in this world are like this. It is true that you are the master, but it does not mean that you, as a slave, cannot slack off or resist in various ways. According to the system prompts, the colorful prince is frantically doing intelligence and will tests. Every time he passes a test, he can delay the time. Apparently, the dragon's luck had not yet run out. The difficulty coefficient was 18, and he could only roll a 1 to 20 roll. But he managed to roll a 19 and passed. Ryan suddenly had a strange sense of déjà vu. It was just like a big dog that refused to move and would rather stay close to the ground and enter the grinding root period, refusing to move at all. Ryan put a little more effort and found that this guy seemed to have used all his luck here, and he actually passed several tests in a row. Chapter 262, The Standard of Integration of Virtual and Real. But think about it. The colorful prince was singing in the throne room and dreaming of becoming an emperor 1 second. And the next second, he was about to walk in front of the crooked tree and prepare to hang himself. Who could stand that? This time it was Ryan's turn to be embarrassed. If he fails to pull the dog just once, bystanders will think that he, an unfathomable hermit, is teasing the dog. But what if he fails every time? What to do? Urgent. Waiting online. I can't maintain my status as a peerless master anymore. At this moment, a number of gray shadows suddenly appeared behind the colorful prince. In particular, one of the figures, although Ryan had never seen it before, had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Demon lords? As soon as they appeared, the two-headed dragon opened its two mouths and cursed at the same time. You bastards. You usually don't dare to confront me head-on. But you come out to hurt me now. Hee hee. It's your decision to provoke the great Lord Ryan Tesla. It has nothing to do with us. Ryan, meow meow meow. Several big demons in H.L. attacked at the same time, using methods Ryan could not imagine to quickly help Ryan cut off the connection between the Color Prince and Botwar Hell. If Ryan could focus his vision on the cave area of Botwar Hell, he would find that the soul and space anchors set up by the Color Prince were being swiftly pulled out one by the Devil Lords. Colorful Prince, I don't want to leave. A bunch of devils, no. You want to? It's genuine. No frills. No pretense. Just taking advantage of others' misfortune. Several illusions of big devils even nodded and bowed to Ryan. They were clearly saying that we really have no intention of harming you. Mr. Tesla. Ryan. A series of noises spewed out from the colorful prince's two big mouths. I had $$. Hashtag. He was cursing in dragon language. And we knew it was definitely very unpleasant to hear without translation. The defeat of the colorful prince has become irreversible. The atmosphere is shaking. The elements are roaring. An invisible hole seemed to have opened up in the void, allowing this standard lord-level legendary dragon to cross the space and come to this legendary physical land. This is recognized by both the main world of chaos and the rejection of the hell of Botwar. No matter how reluctant the colorful prince was, he still came to the main plane under the order of Ryan, who knew his real devil name. If he was in normal condition, with his extremely powerful dragon body, he would still be able to fight no matter what. And the worst that could happen was he would escape. It was very simple. Ryan used his devil's real name to force him to be separated from Botwar Hell, so he was no longer considered a member of the devil. On the other hand, his devil's real name was also invalid. In theory, he could get away with it, The bad thing is that when his real body was teleported over, he actually inherited the state of his clone. The two wings were torn apart alive, and there was a huge wound on the chest and abdomen where the dwarf colossus had ripped open his stomach. It was just short of drawing the word miserable in capital letters on his chest. Ah! Impossible. The four dragon eyes widened to the extreme. This is outrageous. Right. Even Ryan, the mastermind and culprit, thinks so. In fact, after killing the giant bull demon Lord Griffith last time, Ryan felt that it was a waste. He finally killed a lord, but he couldn't touch his body. This feeling of wasting a natural gift deeply tortured Ryan, who was born as a player, because Griffith's soul was extracted and brought to Chaos Continent. In fact, his most valuable huge body is still left in some corner of the bottomless abyss to rot. After learning from his mistakes, Ryan repeatedly studied the real illusion technique invented by Downs, and finally used the system to develop the current technique of combining the real and the virtual. In fact, how to define who is the clone and who is the original body has always been vague in the world's laws. Generally speaking, the side with a larger proportion of soul will be recognized by the world as the original body. This creates a paradox. It is clearly a projection of an avatar from another outer world, but it possesses more than half of the soul core. So who is the avatar, and who is the original body? This involves the question of which truth the world recognizes more highly. Interestingly, this is also a world that I think about. An extremely strong will can even be transformed into energy, and become an existence recognized by the world. Therefore, which side is real involves a game between energy and matter. Ryan's conclusion is, when the virtual and the real are united, the one with purer and stronger energy is the reality recognized by the world. As a result, the Color Prince's body fell temporarily, and a shameless legendary master hurt the dragon in the element pool in the college directly to the spoiler, bullying this little dragon of this lonely and poor and helpless. This time, even though the colorful prince was emitting a terrifying aura of tyranny, and his thick dragon skin, sharp claws, and sturdy limbs were so scary, no one in the academy was afraid at all, even though he is so huge and his body is many times more solid than when he was a clone. Everyone thinks he is like a grasshopper in autumn, and will not be able to jump for long. Without even a half second of hesitation, Beren controlled the 12-meter-tall super dwarf to leap forward with a leap beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Well, a 12-meter-tall dwarf jumping 12 meters off the ground is outrageous in a sense. The huge dwarf was like an old-fashioned cannonball, slamming hard into the arms of the two-headed colorful dragon. The Tesla tomahawk filled with terrifying lightning hit the wound on the dragon's chest and abdomen again, dragging and pulling, and the wound further expanded. The colorful prince let out a terrifying howl. He was about to fight back, but unexpectedly, the dwarf pushed him against the cliff behind him. If it was an ordinary mountain wall, it would probably be a scene of the mountain wall breaking apart and sand and rocks flying everywhere. This is a legendary physics place, and also Tesla's School of Magic. Almost every mountain wall here has a physics theorem engraved by one of Ryan's disciples. At this moment, when the dragon's back was about to hit hard, every inscription on the mountain wall burst into bright light like the legendary magic rune, and outsiders could not even look directly at it. The big devils, who were watching from far away in Bator Hell, all felt a terrible burning pain in their eyeballs. Ah! They realized that the physics school had taken action. This is divine punishment. This is a divine power that cannot be peeped by outsiders. Without further hesitation, they cut off their own surveillance methods, fearing that they would anger Ryan, the hidden outer god. People can really come over and beat them up through the internet. A demon lord who had a deep misunderstanding of Ryan immediately fell to his knees and trembled on the floor of the demon palace. How terrible! He actually secretly engraved divine patterns on every mountain wall in the academy. It turns out that Tesla Magic Academy is his kingdom of God on Earth. From this moment on, the Lord no longer had any evil thoughts towards Ryan. Chapter 263 Goodbye Gooden. On Ryan's retina, system prompts kept popping up. The rune slab engraved with Newton's third law has produced a reaction force on the Color Prince, and the Color Prince will bear double physical damage by default. Color Prince's resistance is reduced. That is, the resistance to wind elements is reduced. The melting point of the Colored Prince's skin is lowered, which means the flame resistance is lowered. Ryan was stunned. He would never have thought that making Towns, Harry and others copied books as punishment would have such an effect one day. The colorful prince was also a black turtle, and it seemed that all his luck had been used up when he just resisted Ryan's order. This guy was huge. And a dragon leaned against the mountain wall and was hit by countless laws of physics. And almost all of his resistance was reduced to a dog in an instant. Ryan's disciples had no idea what had happened to the other side, and still regarded the Color Prince as the legendary dragon with extremely powerful strength. As the eldest brother, seeing that Barend was manipulating the Colossus to buy time for everyone, Downs felt obliged to take action. The temperature nearby suddenly dropped to an abnormally low level, and the surrounding rock walls and trees were covered with a thick layer of frost in just a few breaths. This was exactly the same move that Ryan had used to kill Griffith. Ultra-low temperature. Become crispy. In a sense, the colorful prince, whose armor and resistance had both plummeted, was now in a state of zero armor and zero resistance. Then, the electromagnetic cannon arrived as expected. Amid the roar of thunder, the colorful dragon's chest shattered. It didn't look like dragon skin and tough muscles, but rather shattered like glass. Under the colorful dragon skin, the originally extremely tight muscles burst easily like moldy rotten meat. The platinum coin full of thunder was like a giant spear, easily piercing through the chest of the colorful prince. Although the dragon dodged to the side at the last moment, it avoided the misfortune of having its heart exploded on the spot. However, the missed platinum electromagnetic cannonball first drew a bright line of blood from his back. And then, after hitting the inscription wall, it bounced back again without any pause according to the standard physical law that the angle of incidence equals the angle of exit, and shot into the body of the colorful prince from the dragon's back, causing secondary damage. The electromagnetic cannon SH.L once again penetrated the dragon's lungs and exited through its chest, leaving behind a string of dirty blood beads. This outrageous reflective attack made the air around it seem to become silent and solidify on the spot. What is this operation? The colorful prince's brain went blank. The successive injuries made his mind a little confused. Someone's disciples did not miss any opportunity. The huge dwarf golem pounced forward, clamped the dragon's neck in its left hand, and then used its body to push the dragon's head against the mountain wall. At the same time, it used the dragon head shield in its left hand to bite the other dragon's neck, and used its free right hand to chop the dragon's neck frantically. Ah! Feeling the pain, the colorful prince slashed the dwarf's throat with his left claw. But as soon as he started, the colorful prince regretted it. The golem is not a real giant. The throat is not a vital part for him at all. The blade on the claws cut through the dwarf's hard iron face, leaving a long metal scar. However, at this time, the protective magic that Harry attached to the dwarf had already been activated, and a large amount of acid was sprayed onto the wounds on the dragon's chest and abdomen. The severe pain caused the colorful prince to hit his back against the mountain wall again, and he let out another howl. Before the dragon could react, Matt pounced on it. A pair of arcane hands shamelessly tore at the wound on the dragon's belly. Large clumps of flesh and blood mixed with a large amount of dragon blood splashed down like a meteor shower. The colorful prince wanted to fight back, but Matt was so agile that he pulled back as soon as he hit the enemy. Before leaving, even a dragon liver was pulled out on the spot. Flora suddenly gave the colorful prince a shock, causing him to lose his last chance to chase Matt. After a series of attacks, the colorful prince was overwhelmed. This is no longer embarrassment. This is true despair. A group of apprentices and assistants from the academy gazed with great reverence at their handsome and elegant master not far away. The bravery of their master and uncle in fighting was indeed remarkable. But everyone knew who would truly decide the outcome. Only Ryan was secretly happy, while enjoying the admiring looks of his disciples. Just because you can't defeat the enemy doesn't mean you can't steal his network cable. If the opponent insists on running, you can't kick him back to the starting point. Rather than working hard, it is better to just shorten the life of your opponent. The one who appears last is the well-deserved big boss behind the scenes. Even if he doesn't play in person, fights for life and death, and is exhausted even without getting injured, Ryan is still the well-deserved MVP. He just moves his mouth and his apprentice works himself to death. After defeating the boss, he, as the master, gets to collect the kills. This model is worth using repeatedly. The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth, but it also consumed his last bit of strength. Under the dying counterattack of a legendary dragon, the big shorty looked miserable. Without saying anything else, just having the head bitten off is enough to make the colorful dwarf play the role of the headless horseman. There were hundreds of scars on his body caused by the dragon's claws. The colorful dragon skin that seemed extremely thick and tough in the eyes of others was torn into pieces like paper. The hard iron with an average thickness of 30 centimeters was almost like mud, and was wantonly ravaged by the dragon's claws. Fortunately, Baron's cockpit was on the dwarf's back, and there was a skeleton made of pure gold in front of him. Otherwise Baron would have been in trouble. Of course, the support from his fellow disciples is also very important. Tangs caused the most damage, and the dragon's corpse was covered with charred marks from lightning. Next is Matt. On the contrary, it is difficult to leave obvious traces of Harry and Flora's contributions on the dragon corpse. But none of it matters anymore. When the huge dragon corpse, which was 50 meters long from head to tail, lost its last bit of resistance and fell heavily into the valley, splashing dust all over the sky, the volume of just 100 people resounded through the sky. Dead. Dead. Victory. Long live physics. Long live Master Tesla. Long live Master XXX. The third-generation disciples and assistants were all so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Although they were not able to fight due to the difference in strength, they were fortunate to have watched such an epic battle at such a close distance under the protection of their master. Even if they did not have their current status, just being a witness to this scene would be enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. What's more, this is the glory of the entire school of physics. This is the ultimate evil dragon that has been entrenched in the Elevator and has been wreaking havoc on the human world for at least 500 years with its clones. In countless history books and the legends of bards, the Colored Prince is a famous member of the famous dragon list. Now, such a legendary dragon has met its end at the hands of the master without any hesitation. How can everyone not be excited and overwhelmed? Not to mention Vondak, who has a national and family feud with the Colored Prince. Chapter 264, Qualifications of a Personal Disciple. Vondak, who was unable to take part in the battle, had his eyes covered with tears the moment the colorful prince fell, completely soaking his fiery red beard. Father! I, your son, witnessed the fall of our ultimate enemy, the Color Prince, on your behalf. Our Iron Hand clan has no regrets. Vondak burst into tears, then knelt down, moving one knee at a time in front of Ryan, and knelt down 3 times and counted 9 times. Master Ryan Tesla, although our relationship as masters began with a transaction, from today on, the School of Physics is the first sect of our Iron Hand clan. Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, don't you dwarves believe in your own dwarven gods? Yes, that's right. That. Vondak wiped his tears and said loudly, the first iron rule we dwarves believe in is revenge. When the dwarven gods were still able to pass on oracles smoothly, they always warned us that if our prayers to them were not answered, but another powerful being answered, it would be correct and allowed for us to change our beliefs. Ryan was stunned. How should I put it? This is a very kind action for the dwarf gods, who generally tend to be good. If they fail to protect their believers, then they have no face to continue to be the patron saint of the believers. Although dwarves always give people the impression of being vindictive, when it comes to repaying a favor, dwarves are equally impeccable. This is why the kings of Karak have been able to maintain friendly relations with the dwarf kings for generations. Vondak added, Master, don't worry. Everything was arranged by my father in advance. The only thing my father and I didn't expect was that you chose to fulfill the contract first, and then receive the reward from the Mage Tower. You are a gentleman. A true lawful. Ryan's face was secretly burning, and he felt extremely upset inside. Is it possible that I am not strong enough to take over a legendary wizard tower? At this moment, exclamations of a group of disciples suddenly came from the direction of the dragon corpse. Ah! This is... Ryan turned his head, a little dazed. The colorful prince exploded with gold coins. Dragons usually leave their treasures in their dragon nests. Ryan used real judgment to pull the colorful prince to the main plane, thinking that this was already pretty good. After all, the dragon corpse itself is the most valuable treasure. Didn't expect there was this trick? Looking at the system prompts, Ryan discovered that this greedy and shameless evil dragon, who had maxed out all the robbery skills such as bluff and appraisal, actually carried his treasure with him in the form of a portable space. As long as he is alive, his magic power will always maintain this narrow space crack, and no one can take away his treasure. On the contrary, like now, gold coins exploded. Wow! That's a lot of platinum coins. platinum coins, and a large number of high-value items poured out like a waterfall from a space crack about 10 meters above the ground. And in a few seconds, a golden treasure mountain covering at least 100 square meters was piled up on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Even Ryan, who claims to be used to big events, couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this is what they call wealthy enough to rival a country. At some point, Archduchess Sophia, who had followed Ryan to the academy for refuge, came up to him. She said faintly, "Don't talk nonsense. From my childhood to my adulthood, the treasury of Marino didn't even have a tenth of this amount of silver coins." Ryan silently gave the former principality of Marino a poor name in his heart. Feeling the envy in the eyes of the apprentices, assistants and servants, Ryan turned around with a smile, raised his hand high. An illusion sound immediately spread his voice throughout the venue. Everyone discovered that there was a huge purple-blue barrier behind them. "You at the Tesla Academy. Today, my 5 disciples are fortunate to kill the legendary evil dragon, or miscellaneous workers. Each person can be divided into 500 gold coins." After a brief moment of surprise, the people around burst into thunderous cheers again. "Praise you, Master Tesla. Long live physics." This is not a case of everyone getting a share of the spoils. Normal people don't even have the courage to watch this level of extraordinary duel. The dragon's random roar is a difficult test based on willpower. Ordinary people cannot pass such a test. The guys who were scared away, whether out of cowardice or lack of confidence in the physics school, were not worthy of reward in Ryan's eyes. The remaining nearly 100 people are the cornerstones of the future of the physics school. Well, the gap between people is widened by the choices they make. Some people were ecstatic, while naturally there were others who were beating their chests and stamping their feet. Ryan used the system to record everyone's reactions and would deal with them later. Just as Ryan stepped forward and prepared to count the spoils, suddenly the magic power in Town's body began to surge, and he felt as if he was eager to try. Ryan glanced at the system prompt and immediately shouted, "Towns, stop your delusions. Now is not the time." Tangs, whose magic power showed signs of running wild a moment ago, suddenly came to his senses. His eyes became clear, and he began to work hard to control the mutation of his magic power. It took a full 3 minutes for the chaotic magic power in his body to completely calm down. "Master, I want to congratulate you, but I also want to warn you. You have already touched the threshold of legend." Ah! Whether it was Tang Si or the other fellow students, everyone had an expression of surprise and joy on their faces. Fighting against legendary masters will indeed help you move to the next stage, but all advancement is based on your solid foundation. Ryan seemed to be talking freely, but in fact, the system told him, "Host, your eldest disciple Tang Si's magic purity is 62%. And the legendary degree required to be promoted to a perfect legendary wizard is 81%. Just looking at these two data, Ryan concluded that Talons could indeed be promoted now. But there was a high chance of failure, and it came at the expense of potential. It can be said that now that Talons has been promoted, he will have to say goodbye to the demigod level in his life. Tang Si's eyes went through a period of waxing and waning in just a few seconds. Soon, he went from being confused to being determined. He bowed deeply and said, "Master, please give me some advice. I can't deny that you are a true genius. You have your own unique insights into many laws and theorems. But your rapid promotion has led to an unstable foundation. This is because you only have a superficial understanding of many of your elemental control methods, which is quite one-sided. Master taught me that if you want to advance to a higher level, you have to rebuild your foundation. Let's put it this way. If the magic purity required for a perfect promotion to a legendary is 100, your current level is at most 65. Tang Si shuddered, and quickly made up his mind. Disciple understands. Master, please continue to train me strictly. Ryan nodded slightly. Very good. That's the attitude. Only someone like you is worthy of me reserving a place for you as my personal disciple. Chapter 265. The world is shocked. Not to mention Tang Si. The other disciples also felt jealous when they heard it. After being my disciple for so long, this is the first time I hear my master give in. Of course, they never dared to question Master Ryan. This was no longer a matter of if you can do it, then do it. Whether it was against Griffith or the Color Prince this time, the master had accomplished the feat of beating the Lord-level strongman without much effort. What the teacher always said before was, "You are the worst class I have ever taught." There is no harm without comparison. In fact, except for Towns, The remaining 4 plus 1. These 5 disciples are a bit biased. They feel that if the eldest brother can't do it, they can't do it either. When they strive to study, they can't see the way before. Now, the eldest brother finally got the recognition of the master, and they vaguely grasped a standard. On this side, Towns was excited and realized that he had to master all the laws and rules from scratch. Just like his apprentice, he also knew that his learning was different from others, but he could always come up with all kinds of magic. Over time, he formed a kind of psychological dependence on his own flash of inspiration. He also knew that it was not good, but the problem was that this way of learning was so tempting that it was difficult to quit. This time, he was held back by his master before being promoted. He felt a little unwilling in his heart, but he also realized clearly that he had touched that barrier. But at the same time, the uneasy feeling made him feel that he could indeed force the promotion now. The question was, what price would he have to pay? Since his master guided him generously, he became even more convinced that if he wanted to go further, he had to lay a solid foundation again. Towns was truly convinced. Here, Ryan was very pleased to have held down Towns. But when he saw another bunch of prompts from the system, he suddenly felt annoyed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the 3rd legendary being while contributing more than 50% of the damage. The Chaos World assumes that the host is a true legendary powerhouse. You have the aura of a peak legendary powerhouse, and the legendary magic power refinement. The atmosphere of the peak legendary is strong, as long as you let go of the elements that linger in your body. All the existence of cows will recognize that you are the real legendary strong. All are the same as the legendary mage. Legendary magic refining. The host can convert 1,000 points of legendary magic every day and store it in the host's unique legendary magic pool. The magic pool allows the host to cast a legendary magic of level 7 or above at most. After a complete spell is cast, the legendary magic pool will be emptied. Ring glanced at the highest level 7 magic even for at least 3 weeks. The only luck is the legendary magic he had touched in the game before. But he can use the corresponding classification and specialization among his disciples. Rena. Is he a true legendary wizard? That's it. The teaching people tirelessly system is so tricky. It is obvious that at least one of his apprentices is a true legendary wizard, so he can be promoted intact. Sure enough, it's hard to suffer Downs. It's time to take out my retro whip. Punishment station. Stand upside down and so on. Rin stared at Downs a few glances. Downs had been seen, and he regretted it. However, Downs is a good student. From his text to now, he is about to break through the master level and reach the legendary realm. How long did he use? Less than a year. Although he knew that this was a rare promotion rate for a century. And this experience alone was enough to be written as a legendary novel and eloquent it. But he was not willing to walk in place. Grit your teeth. Done. Dow's raised his head, showing Master a look similar to please don't regret me because I am a flower of Savanius. Ryan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Then I won't be polite. Here, Rin scored casually, so that a legendary dragon had no way to escape. And the news that his disciples were beaten to death quickly spread throughout the mainland. Rin did not intend to hide such a big thing. The colorful Princess Fawcett was chopped that day. A leader was given to Sophia as a named lady in the name of a lady, which asked her to send someone to the head of Marino. You know, a big bull head had been hung up recently. For the sake of the overall situation, he had to be taken away by the Karak Empire. It's good now. When the huge colorful dragon head that still exuded terrifying dragon power even after death was dragged over, the whole city was excited again. The enthusiasm of the Marinos is not enough to describe it as empty streets. Countless petals were scattered from the terraces on both sides of the main road as if they were free. By the way, on this day, even the most common roadside wildflowers were sold for 1 silver coin a bunch. On the entire avenue, there are no more than 80 decibels. Everyone was yelling, roaring without bite ears, and others couldn't hear anything at all. Ha ha ha. Another big lizard died at the hands of Lord Tesla. Legendary dragon. The genuine legendary dragon. In fact, no one knows what the real dragon is. But this dragon head is so big. Long Wei is so strong. It will definitely not be fake. Don't forget that the physics school is the national religion of Marino. This sense of shared prosperity makes the Marinos very proud. What's funny is that even though the dragon head circled the city 3 times and hung high on the city gate tower, there were still many people who were scared to death by the terrifying dragon's might. So much so that the north gate of Merino City was almost destroyed. The Grand Duke of Sofia had to order the dragon head on a huge tower next to the city gate, which could not only see the citizens entering and leaving the North City gate at a glance, but not to block traffic. Sofia was extremely happy, receiving congratulations and flattery from the people and vassal states. At this moment, as long as Rin gave him a small eye, she felt that she would melt into a pool of water on the spot. She is extremely happy in every sense of the word. The princesses of all countries are envious. Sometimes choice is more important than strength. Wouldn't it be more glorious to hold on to a real big boss than to be the prom queen 100 times? Before he knew Ryan, Merino did not just have a ravine. Even though Sofia is a beauty, looking around the countries, there are many who are more ferocious than her. And there are also many who have more perfect faces than her. Why did she become the most beautiful woman in the world? Isn't she the man who can play the most in the world yet? Chapter 266. The princesses all said, "I can do it too." They didn't even look at anything, just to fight for that breath. After receiving the news, their collective movement was either to be coquettish with the father, or let the mother's back pillow wind. Anyway, they tried to get a pass from the city of Merino. In the past, the kings could still use the reason of long distance and worry to make excuses. But now it has returned to the era of direct access through the portal. The kings couldn't find a suitable reason. And for a while, they were all as big as a bucket. If jealousy and the like were considered minor matters, the Iron Hand clan of the Karak Empire's announcement of the School of Physics as the clan's #1 religious sect would have greatly shocked the leaders of various countries. Even if this is not setting the physics school as a state religion, it is exaggerated. The state religion is naturally respected by a certain sect, and other sects stand by side. The advantage of first section may not be so great. The point is that the dwarves have only believed in their own gods for thousands of years. Even the dwarf held the sect of an outsider to the first place. But I can imagine how much the Ren's physics party is influenced. The reason of King Alda also absolutely fully kills his father and mother. At that time, the Colored Prince attacked the Iron Hand clan's underground kingdom, the capital of the Iron Shoching, killing the king, the queen, and the nearly 10,000 military and civilians, in order to rob the treasure of the Iron Hand clan. This attack made the Tai's Ho clan directly halved. From that day, the Color Prince has been on the Tai's Ho clan revenge list. Who can help the Iron Hand clan revenge? Even if he wants to be the king of the Iron Hand, Alda is willing to give up the throne. That's why the whole clan put their strength into supporting Chahawk to build the legendary Wizard Tower in order to seek revenge. Who knows that people are not as good as heaven? The fall of the goddess of the magic net has killed the most promising legendary master Chahawk, which caused the Tai's Ho clan to be stunned and even had to be attached to the Karak Empire. Now the princes of Karak are beginning to feel annoyed, because the Iron Hand clan is eligible to be the elector, given Aleja's character. If he announces that he will give up his throne to Ryan and transfer his status as the elector, then in theory Ryan will be eligible to run for the next emperor of the empire. Red itself is strong enough. In troubled times, the kings of weak countries prefer powerful electors. Even without Ryan's behind-the-scenes manipulation, he really has a high chance of being elected. For a while, Kalark was almost frying the pan, and the king sent messengers to ask King Alda to mess around. This time, the kings were simply judging the gods by their own standards. Ren has no interest in the emperor, who can be mixed win this election. Isn't it great to be a god of magic? On the side of Barbarossa 13. After receiving the news, constipation. The latest development of the northern expedition is that after Marshal Valus won the city of Guria, he sent several cavalry regiments to repeatedly sweep the orcs and chase all the way to 100 kilometers north of Guria. Marshal Da made several reports and asked if he could invite Master Tesla. In response, the emperor said please don't move. The Master Tesla, the legendary strong, like cut melon and cut vegetables. If the first demon lord, Basenot, died in a somewhat unclear manner, with the kings of the human kingdoms not knowing how he died, the subsequent deaths of Griffith and the Color Prince were very transparent. Ren didn't intend to keep confidential at all. The kings of various countries would receive a complete report of every move he made. After the kings inquired about a real list of the Devil Lord in Ren's hands, many people were scared. But the gangsters of the Kind camp were all carnival. It is not why. For the great justice of Clear Hell, they are willing to pay any price. For a while, I do know how many messengers rushed towards the physics school crazy. Unfortunately, Ryan blocked these guys in a word. Exploring the real name of the Devil Lord? Yes, I really know this magic. But what is the price of the real name of a legendary devil lord? You want to tell me clearly. Suddenly, the big brother of the kind camp was sluggish. Ah! Peeping into the future comes at a heavy price to the peepee. Not everyone can withstand the backlash of fate. On the other hand, the news passed to Batohel, and the atmosphere in the magic palace was neat. Lifeless. Yes. No one knows the authenticity of this devil lord's true list. The real name of the devil lord has been tested out. Will he come out on his own and brag everywhere that his real name has been seen and my life and soul are already hanging by a thread? Let alone admitting it. Even if there was even a tiny flaw, his men would have started to carry out plans to rob him of his money and kill him. The devil lord had not been tested. But with the typical case of the colorful prince here, it was not his turn to not believe it. In HL, the atmosphere is extremely weird. Some might say politics is the art of compromise. When they can balance the interests of all parties, they can reach an agreement. But is it possible to reach an agreement without considering their interests? As the saying goes, what you can't get on the battlefield, you can't get at the negotiating table either. When one party is so powerful that he does not need to consider the feelings of all parties, and can achieve an agreement according to his own will. This is a typical winner-takes-all. Perhaps, in the future, a stronger demigod-level demon lord will launch a magnificent challenge to this man who trampled on the majesty of Bator-Hel. But, not today. The very next day after the colorful prince's death, Sanders was suddenly blocked by someone while he was out on business. Who? Sanders couldn't help but get nervous. It is true that his master Tangs is a master wizard, but he is just a high-level shadow dancer. The fallen female paladin on the opposite side looked extremely difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, the other party came up and bowed. Don't do it. I don't mean any harm. I know that my master will not be favored by Master Tesla. But my master has long regarded himself as Master Tesla's slave. Can I summarize the secret intelligence collected by our family to you in the future? Huh? Sanders' head is full of question marks. What the H.L. is this? May I ask what your master's name is? Devil Lord XXXX. After hearing this, Sanders felt numb all over. What kind of world is this? The Devil Lord comes out to lick his ass? You are not even qualified to lick Lord Tesla. So how can you lick his eldest disciple? Sanders was surprised at first, then instinctively remained cautious. Chapter 267 Gundam Girlfriend, Dwarf Version. The Devil Lord actually took the initiative to contact and wanted to provide all kinds of information? How could Sanders dare to make such a big decision alone? After the contact, he rushed back to the academy, took Towns with him, and ran to report to Ryan. Oh! In the academy's exclusive study, Ryan responded calmly, then turned his back and looked into the distance. In front of others, he pretends to be relaxed. Behind people, his balls hurt and his anus was tight. In his heart, he was complaining madly, "Don't the H.L. come over here." In the eyes of the world, he is the most powerful wizard in the world. He is not unaware of the rumors among his subordinates that he is actually a god of magic from another world. Outsiders don't know what my strength is. Doesn't Ryan know his own weight? If he really wants to fool people, of course he can do it. The fear is that the other party will take advantage of the opportunity to get close to him, find a chance to circle around him, discover that he is actually an imposter, and then find a way to counterattack and kill him. After a second of careful consideration, Ryan made a decision. I said, "Get rid of that guy. If you see him again, warn the Fallen, and I will drag her and her master out and kill them." Yes. Sanders was actually relieved in his heart. But in fact, he was more afraid that Ryan would ask him to be a contact person. Throughout history, there have been many ambitious people who have attempted to control the devil. But few have had a good ending. The best ones surrendered to the Church of Light, begging for asylum, and then hid in the temple to recite scriptures every day to cleanse their souls, not daring to go anywhere, fearing that they would be killed by the devil as soon as they went out. Ryan said he was neutral, but in fact, everyone knew that he was on the good side. His reaction was understandable. With Ryan's reply, Sanders felt much more at ease. Not long after, he met the Fallen again and told him Ryan's instructions. The other party said with a sad face, "We really don't want to corrupt you, sir." Sanders half closed his eyes and threatened the other party boldly, "I don't think you dare. After all, Mr. Tesla knows the real name of your master, the devil." This is Sanders' bluff. Who would have thought that the other party would answer without hesitation? Of course we know. That's why we are willing to serve Mr. Tesla and even the entire physics school. This time Sanders has no chance to deal with it. No. Did my master's master really reveal the other person's real name? He responded quickly. Master Tesla said that he does not need your services. There is nothing that his prophetic skills cannot predict. The fallen woman looked like she was about to cry. Then, if we follow the example of the drow and convert to the Mon, or even become like the Mon drow and are willing to help the panhuman camp guard the Devil's Mouth fortress, will Lord Tesla change his mind about us? Puff. Sanders believes that he is professionally trained and generally does not lose his composure unless he can't help it. This time I really can't stand it. A demon lord who converted to Marx and was even willing to change his camp to the lawful good camp. What an unimaginable road. It's just outrageous. Sanders couldn't make the decision, so he could only run to find Ryan like a eunuch. Ryan was a little confused. He finally understood how much of an impact the reflection of the domination spell, plus his successive killings of a demon lord and an evil dragon in HL, had on the poor demon lord. After a moment of silence, Ryan said, "If that's the case, don't move. I'll speak up when I need that guy." After the news was passed back, the Lord of the Demon Palace finally felt more or less relieved. Ryan Tesla is certainly notorious in the hell of batter. But if a Devil Lord makes a decision that goes against his ancestors, his end will normally be extremely miserable. Times have changed. In today's HL, let alone a nominal leader, there is not even a proper master. A group of demon lords who are equally powerful. None of them is willing to submit to the other, and none of them can destroy the other. Otherwise, even if Ryan dared to accept it, this guy would not dare to invest. Anyway, a nail has been planted. Ryan didn't have time to care about a demon lord who wanted to whitewash himself. He had more important things to do. It's no big deal that some physics-based restaurant has added legendary dragon meat to its menu. Baron was promoted to master. Unexpected, but reasonable. After all, he drove the ugly and blind dwarf Gundam and carried the colorful prince. Not only was he responsible for carrying the monsters, but he also dealt a lot of damage. It was not uncommon for him to be promoted to a master by killing a legendary dragon. What's strange is that his beloved former Banshee and current heroic girlfriend Masana has evolved. Ryan once thought that it was outrageous enough for Baron to become a life and death friend. But now, it was even more outrageous. When Baron was driving the dwarf Gundam test machine, he secretly stuffed his girlfriend's heroic spirit into the dwarf magic suit construct, which was equivalent to the experience of slaying a legendary dragon, most of which was eaten by his girlfriend's heroic spirit. If Masana was still the Banshee, she would definitely not be able to upgrade, because the legendary physical land would not tolerate an alien soul. But she had purified her soul with the light of heaven of the convex lens attached to the Academy. So she also received the bonus of the physical network. In close combat, it is natural that you will be splashed with dragon blood. Masana was like Siegfried, the dragon-slaying hero in the German epic poem, The Song of the Nibelungs, before Ryan traveled through time. After being bathed in colorful dragon blood, she underwent a mutation. Siegfried became invulnerable to swords and guns. But she was different. Her soul core directly merged with the skeleton of the dwarf Unit 01. Wonderful! People get on the Gundam because they are pilots. Baron went to Gundam because Gundam was his girlfriend. When Baron came to report to Ryan in a hesitant manner, Ryan was really confused. No! I absolutely do not admit that the short woman is a Gundam. That's evil. After complaining in anger in his heart, Ryan went to the workshop in silence and saw the exposed dwarf Gundam. The dwarf skeleton made of fine gold was tap dancing in a huge space covering 2,000 square meters and 30 meters high. Then, there were hundreds of dwarf craftsmen who were either holding wooden wine glasses and drinking happily, or playing musical instruments and singing to help celebrate. It's such a lively scene. Ryan walked over with an embarrassed look on his face. When she saw Ryan, Masana was somewhat instinctively afraid, because she was so impressed by the scene of Ryan breaking the ice and opening the mountain. As Ryan raised his hand to signal everyone to continue, Masana calmed down and continued to dance this dwarf-style tap dance. In front of everyone, the dwarf skeleton knelt on one knee. And then Masana's soul appeared in front of the dwarf Gundam. "Hello, Master." Masana followed Baren's call. "Well, no need for that." Ryan raised his right hand to let Masana stand up. "Master, her condition now is." Baren was very nervous. Gundam is in the advanced stage of cancer, and there is no cure. Although Ryan wanted to say this, he still started the system scan. Nothing serious. Not bad. Chapter 268 Dragon Slayer Masana. It's not just good. It's a bug. Generally. The challenge level of the top-ranked Grim Devil is level 11. The more powerful tin-headed horror is level 13. Above the soul-type existence is the Lich. At this moment, Masana was actually a level 15 heroic spirit. For levels higher than the level 11 spellcaster Barond. This was not all. When she combined with the Dwarf Gundam, the system marked her as a level 18 quasi-legendary construct. Why is it a quasi-legend? The system clearly wrote when the magic dress constructor Marsa successfully killed 3 legendary creatures. Its structure potential will be further applied. I do know if other homes are not ascending. This product is almost destined to be promoted. If the world goes down, then there will be another legendary scene. Lei, who often played in a group in the game before traveling through time, said, I am familiar with this. The looking forward to his poor look. Rin beckoned, you two come with me. Oh, Marsa, your soul is okay. Masana grimaced. I can't seem to get more than 500 steps away from the machine. It's okay. Just come to the workshop office. Come to the office of the workshop, which is full of mechanical pictures of various hand-drawn. Baron was embarrassed to clean up together. Anyway, a clean chair was empty for Master to sit down. Renan did not let him do well. Looking at 2 dwarfs, he knocked on the handrail of the chair in his right index finger and considers his words. Don't worry too much. Generally a good thing. That's fine. Baron was relieved. Rin shared his rich experience he got in the game. Do you know that if there is no change, will the soul die with the weakness of the soul? The young couple opposite nodded together. Ryan continued to say to Baron, even if Masana is purified and considered a heroic spirit, the dissolution of her soul is normally irreversible. Fortunately, by killing the Color Prince, her soul has been greatly strengthened. And with the Gundam as a carrier, if there are no accidents, she should be able to accompany you to the end. Of course, the price is that she can't leave the body, because her soul has been completely integrated with the body. This is a good thing. Martana gathered her soul force, at least to make one hand holding with Berendo's hand. This is the simple holding hands. Baron has old tears. Crying. Lei was eating a mouthful of dog food right in front of him, but he was too embarrassed to interrupt them. After finally calming down, Berend asked a question. Master, I don't have to do this. I know Masana is doing very well now. I just want to ask, is it possible to further improve this situation? Further? You are really greedy. It wasn't me at first. Your girlfriend almost tossed your soul. Masana lowered her head in shame. Berend touched his head and said, if that's the case, I'm willing to do it. Ryan, if I were not a teacher and I had to rely on you disciples to advance, I would show you how to break up a couple. Master, is there really no other way? Ryan changed his posture, holding his cheek with his left hand, his deep black eyes flashing with mystery and a hint of warning. If Masana can become a high-level servant of a god, at least an angel, theoretically she can completely materialize the soul. Ren's original intention is to tell Balance, don't think about it. Do you want your own girl to believe in the dwarf gods? And then do you follow the job? There was no way Ryan would allow his disciples to rebel. Little did he know that these words took on a completely different meaning when they reached Baron's ears. In the minds of the second-generation disciples, Ryan was already an outer god. Then, wasn't the master's words hinting to him that he should work harder? And only when the master completely integrated into the chaos world and became a god king, would he be qualified to be the master's subordinate god, and then help his girlfriend? Baron immediately expressed loyalty. Master, the disciples must keep up with master's footsteps, and they can't fall. Very good. That's it. Don't think too much. Improve your strength. This is the most important thing. Rin stood up and walked over to pat the shoulder of Baron to show comfort. This is crooked to Baroon's ears, and it becomes, you are not strong enough. Just don't blame Master to leave you. Baronard's decisive iron. Practitioners understand. Gong sending Rin. Baron immediately told his understanding to his girlfriend, so that Marsa was surprised and could not control himself. After 3 seconds, Marsa, who was unable to support his long-term physicalization, finally made Berendi empty. And this scene in turn stimulated Balance Forge. But that's a story for later. A 18-level Gundam. Even a super ugly dwarf Gundam is enough to let Rin give her a lot of resources. Colorful dragon skin as skin? Arrange. The expensive refined gold armor before? Make arrangements. Even if Martana asked her chest armor thicker, her waist should be thinner. When two hideous dragon heads, one black and one red, were hoisted onto Masana's shoulder armor using a gantry crane and inlaid. Suddenly, a burst of mysterious aura spread over the dwarf Gundam. Only the master of the master can capture the changes in the body of the 12-meter-high magic structure at this moment. This is... Towns murmured. All the second-generation disciples turned their eyes to Ryan. Marta's soul is promoted because of bathing dragon blood. This pretend body uses a large number of colored princess skin, dragon scales, and even part of the armor. Therefore, everyone can call her Dragon Slave Man Marsa. It's big, isn't it? Only Ren knew how bugs were the constructor Masana. Special attack, Dragon Roar, Hellfire, Junlei Step, Dizziness, Thunder Trample. Features, damage reduction and exemption 30/fine gold. Dragon Leather, Keel, Acid Resistance 30, Cold Resistance 30, Anti-Electricity 30, Fire Resistance 30, Spell Resistance 40. This hasn't been said. She is worthy of the blood bars worth the dragon. Its characteristics are almost a combination of top-level constructs and colorful princes. Ryan really couldn't imagine what the situation would be like when she was promoted to legend. If you have any weaknesses she has, it is probably the speed of movement. And it is a big blue household. A Balatide went to be her battery pack. And it is estimated that it will become an adult in less than 3 minutes. Chapter 269 Dragon Council. Since the physical network cannot give Masana advance permissions, her magic power consumption can only be supplied by Barond acting as a magic power line for transmission. Barond highlights the attribute of a tool man. There's nothing I can do about it. Who says this guy's greatest strength is charm? By the way, Dragon Slayer Masana is already the apprentice's exclusive mecha girl. Ryan doesn't dare to say that he wants to go in and experience the feeling of driving a mecha. It feels a bit weird. While chatting on the platform near the cockpit entrance, Ren glanced at it and found that the driver's desk was not the design of the mech synchronous human movement of Pacific Rim. How to say it? Baren integrated his girlfriend into the machine to be the girl. Of course, she sits on it and moves by herself. Kiki, don't get me wrong. This is the dwarf machine. The one who weighs 100 tons up. And sit down with one, but will die. Huh? Why does it seem like the more I describe it, the worse it gets? Do not care. Anyway, seeing the driving platform that looked a bit like a motorcycle, and for some reason, seeing a groove on the driver's seat that might be for fuel rods or something like that, Ryan glanced at the third disciple meaningfully. Sure enough, only these miners in their 40s could play. Barond? Master, did you think of something strange? I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Ryan denied quickly, exuding a little bit of the aura of a big boss to calm the situation. While Barond hadn't reacted, he got down to business. It's not necessary to inject souls into every experimental machine. No matter how the souls of evil creatures are purified, they are prone to accidents due to distorted common sense. I understand. For the next one, I will return to the normal design. Based on the transmission of the driver's muscle power, I will complete the verification of the mecha structure first. By the way, regarding the driver, does Master have any instructions? If you simply verify the structure, you can make a smaller, such as 2 floors high. As for the driver, Rin wiped out and raised one food. Ah! The fourth disciple, with a potato chip on the corner of his mouth, looked at Ryan in a trance, and after several seconds pointed at himself with his right index finger. Me? Yes. That's you, Matt. Raising pigs for many days. Using them in one moment. You eat a lot. You should use it for something. Otherwise, the new year will be done in half a year in advance. And you will do your goods that year? Matt's brain was like a broken system with a delayed startup. And he slowly asked, what should I do? Cooperate with your third brother to test the new mecha. After all, you can't learn other magic. When fighting against the enemy, you need to learn how to better protect yourself. Okay. Ryan has a secret that he cannot tell anyone. After traveling through time for so long, he may never be able to make a normal Gundam in his lifetime. However, Gundam actually has a relatively unpopular branch: Gundam fighting. If you can't handle a high-tech version of Gundam, Why not try a magical version? The matter was happily settled. After assigning tasks to 3 or 4 apprentices at once, Ryan strolled to the next laboratory. Soon after entering the door, Ren heard 2 crisp dialogue coming from the inner room. Your Majesty, your figure is really good. No wonder Master likes you so much. Flola, your skin is also very good. It's so beautiful. No, 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 I'm not as good as you, the female apprentice said meaningfully. You are still young and have a lot of time to grow. Ren silently covered his ears. Alas, it was sometimes troublesome to perceive. Probably went out to the campus and waited for 20 minutes. When Ren returned, he saw Sophia with crimson cheeks and a female apprentice with an attached. Oh, I just came back. How does it feel for you to bathe in dragon's blood? Ryan asked pretentiously. Sophia's face seems to be more reddish. The effect should be strong. I feel my strength, endurance, and even some resistance. Ren carefully held Sophia's hand. He used his fingers to rub on the red arm of the other person, and a touch of blue mang was condensed in his eyes. Even without the system, he could feel the element fluctuations on the jade hand. Sure enough. But the blood of the colorful princess seems too powerful. You still start with ordinary colored dragons. If it was one-on-one, Sophia would be fine. But with outsiders watching, she felt a little embarrassed and said casually, It's just that you spent money. It's okay. Dragons are the easiest to deal with. If we don't want to leave some offspring, it's not impossible to kill all the dragons in this world. Ryan said it casually. If an ordinary person heard it, he would probably be injured by his heroic spirit. The point is that his name is Renan, and none of the most recognized dragons in the world. Master, look at me! Flora shoved his jade hand like, Hi! What are the hands of minor apprentices? You can find out Flora's values by just taking a look at the system prompts. Ryan looked at him expressionlessly, as if he was looking at a pig's trotter. Well, it's okay. Your affinity for the elements of fire, water, and wind has increased a bit, and your resistance is also a bit higher. Your situation is simpler than that of Grand Duke Sophia. When you have time, eat more dragon meat from the Color Prince and take more baths. It will be very helpful for you to become a legend in the future. Yes. Flola couldn't help but slap his mouth. Flola, go the law of energy conservation and copy it 3 times. Write a experience report to me. Although you can't become a full-scale talent like your master, at least plastic can be taken into account. Yes. Flora's answer was deliberately prolonged. After passing the apprentice, Ren was just nonsense, Sophia. The absorption effect of bathing is not so perfect, and you need to massage further. The Grand Duke looked at Ron in anger. Even if you don't flicker me, I will follow you. Cough. Ryan had no idea what the consequences would be after he turned dragon slaughtering into an industry, and he was secretly happy about it. In a strange outer space. It is a silver network, which is wrapped in a vast dark space. Looking down from this network, you can see the colorful Cow's mainland. The cyberspace is surrounded by elemental turbulence, like churning clouds, constantly washing the outer walls of the space. Looking at the Walnut SH, L-like continent below, a giant dragon suddenly raised its hand and pointed its claws. Suddenly, a huge round table emitting a bright glow appeared in this mysterious space, extending all the way to all directions of the space, almost to the wall of the space, before being blocked by several huge dragon shadows that suddenly appeared. I held an emergency dragon meeting today because of a dragon closey appeared. His name was Renan. He was stained with dozens of dragon's blood, and he killed Color Prince. Chapter 270, Strengthening Cheap Disciples. It is undeniable that the first speaker scared many dragons. There was a turbulent spread between several huge figures, and there was a wave of light waves, and they passed back and forth between the dragons. Soon, an old and thick voice sounded, Anna Dihia. You have absolute evidence. Prove that the dragon Chonching Ren * Tesla is aimed at all the dragons, rather than the dragon that only targets the evil camp. The fairy dragon named Anadisia stretched out her slender dragon neck and argued, What I want to emphasize is that this shameless human has no respect for our dragon race. He cuts and cooks the flesh of the dragon wantonly, and sells it to various lowly races as food. He also sells dragon skins, dragon scales, and other products in large quantities. Before she finished speaking, she interrupted the voice just, I asked. To this day, the only dragon of the evil camp is the evil camp. Right. Answer my question. Special officer. You only need to answer yes or no. Fairy Dragon is very aggrieved and weak. Yes. Sure enough. Her voice fell. And several dragon members immediately had her own judgment. That human is lawful neutral. Cut. So in the final analysis, it is the wanton prince's wantonly arrogant idiot to mess with others and then be killed. Failure to hunt. But also the idiot of being anti-killed by the prey. He is a legendary dragon anyway. Legend. After the dragon's debate, Anadihia knew that there was no drama today. The old ancient dragon just now concluded, the original intention of establishing the Dragon Council was to coordinate the conflicts between dragons and other races. Don't forget that it was because of the reckless behavior of the previous evil Dragon King that the dragon race became the target of almost all other races. There are also a lot of dragon gods in the dragon. Before the end of FA, 11 dragon gods were divided into different hills. This leads to the dragon of the good camp. And it is very unsatisfactory to see the evil camp. More neutral dragons choose to help each other. Seeing that Anadihia did not refute further, the ancient dragon who served as the Speaker of the Parliament made a judgment. Unless there is absolute evidence to prove that Ryan Tesla ignored the faction and slaughtered the dragons, this matter ends here. Yes. Although she was unwilling, the fairy dragon still accepted it temporarily. She hadn't given up yet. After taking back the soul projection from the Dragon Council, she spat in hatred. Ryan is a greedy bastard. The dragon is so rich. How could he be willing to stop? I will definitely catch him. The other side. Hake you. Rin sneezed. Which bastard is cursing me? Do ain't worry about debt. Do ain't bite the lice. Ryan certainly knew that he had offended many people, and that there were many evil beings. It's okay to go all the way. Once his true identity is revealed, not only the demons and devils, but also the human nobles will probably line up to get him. Ryan doesn't have any extra thoughts now. Since he has become a legendary wizard in name only, he can only go all the way to the end. It is not easy to vote now. In the world of Cana, the gods lost contact, and the priest sent a message to give them all, without a half-god strong lake and walk around. Relatively speaking, Ryan is the most idle and safest at this time. The invitations from various kings and even nobles from all over the world can pile up the ceiling of the room on the ground. Ryan ignored her and threw the matter to Sophia, saying, I am just a physics teacher, and teaching is my greatest responsibility. Anyway, our physics school is the state religion of Marino. So wouldn't it be the right thing for you, Your Majesty, to take care of the worldly affairs? Sophia rolled her eyes at him. Did you ever treat me as a noble Grand Duchess at night? At least during the day. In other words, if you come forward, don't you just help me block those glamorous cheap goods? Sophia suddenly felt that this bastard was not unreasonable. Although she had no intention of marrying Ryan from the beginning, she felt inexplicably angry when she saw those famous 1,000-man killers in the circle of noble ladies sending pink envelopes directly to Ryan. When she agreed, she was somewhat angry. But when she did it, she really filtered all kinds of letters from the standpoint of Ryan and the physics school. First, throw those pink envelopes that are young at a young age, and let them take out the grand mansion to burn them out in public. The second is to appease those bright faces to visit. In essence, they come to find their own expenses for their children. In the end, she didn't even read the official letter from the big country, but directly passed it to Ryan and asked him to deal with it on his own. Ryan took a look and found that there were 3 more important official letters. One is that Barbarossa 13 asked him to work for him and take care of the Mage Tower in the north. Not enough sincerity. Ignore it. The second is that Swadeland knows backwards, and also wants to learn the physics of Taizhou as the first sect. How sincere will there be a guy who will establish a country? Ren does not know. He only knows that the Swellens have made a lot of money after the Swelands physics school. What can't he sell as a profiteer? As long as the price is high enough. It is not unusual to sell the goddess of wealth. Renaud decided to ignore it. Finally, there was the invitation from Vondak's father, Alega Iron Hand. The support of the Taizhou clan to the physics school is the most authentic and not discounted. They have been preparing for so long. After all, as the first religious sect, the School of Physics should at least set up an office. Right? In addition, the Iron Hand Wang Family Artillery College also asked Ren to go to the previous public class to explain biology. Ren thought about it. This is the most priority. And after getting the Iron Hand clan, he could run to receive the legendary Mage Tower of the Iron Hand. There are always Diao men to harm the teacher. It is still necessary to have enough mage tower. In the past, Ren did not dare to touch any legendary mage tower. Thanks to him, he dropped a devil, a demon, and a legendary dragon. This finally gave him the confidence to give it a try, rather than dying after trying. When Ryan saw that the invitation from the Iron Hand clan would come in a week, he decided to strengthen his chief disciple Feng Dak. Today's single-to-single theoretical lesson, he randomly talked about it and dragged him for 3 hours. In the thermal system, you cannot use the thermal energy of thermal energy to use the amount of thermal energy to remove it with the temperature income. This quotient is called entropy. Feng Dak, you can eat this stuff today. You can finish meals. Otherwise your dinner is gone. Feng Dak. People. Sometimes it is so ugly, and will eventually become the existence of being hated. Hate the teacher. Become a teacher. Surpass the teacher. Hey! Chapter 271. No. You don't want to. The vision in the distance is blurred. Dance light. The place where the light is too late reveals a strange atmosphere everywhere. That kind of strong palpitations made him wet by sweat without walking far. My heart was pounding as if it would jump out of my chest at any moment. Although he made himself calm. After entering this deserted castle, he never stopped reviewing the action around. Summer moonlight cannot be entered into this ghostly ghost place shrouded in the clouds. And it is all the dark rooms that are described by Ruined. As soon as Feng Dak stepped on the wooden floor of the second floor, the slightly rotten wood immediately made a heart-wrenching creaking sound, which made his frowning brows unrelaxed for a long time. The walls on all sides were so moldy that they seemed like they would break if touched. The air in the entire brick and wood corridor was filled with the smell of decay and mildew. Feng Dak was very uncomfortable with the surrounding environment. If there is a choice, he would rather pick up the tomahawk and 1,000 abominable cavers for 300 rounds. It's a pity. This is his mage midterm exam. Feng Dak felt ridiculous. How long did he learn a lot of magic? This is like just facing the boss of the bottom of the novice village. This feeling is terrible. But Von Dake couldn't refuse. Because the members of the 5-member team are so special. BSF * Copper Arms. A full-scale shield guard with 3 generations of the Iron Hand family. Emma * Ferris, a semi-elf from Marnino, is a mix of high-level ranger and Reverend Guangming, and has also played for the 3 generations. Sanders * Dark Guard, the #1 follower of his brother, a high-level movie dancer. Then Sophia's female grandfather, a senior supervisor. Such a luxurious lineup came to clean up an evil ghost nest. At first, Feng Dak felt a bit large and small. Fabio * Pores fell into the magic way and became an evil ghost. As his predecessor, I had the obligation to eliminate the harm for the people. Just right. I can experience it by the way. There was once a hapless ghost named Vito Ponzi, who was cut into a human stick by Ryan's order. And this Fabio was Vito's father, who was deprived of his fiefdom by Sophia's order because he abandoned his subjects and fled during the Lich incident. I thought this matter had already come to an end. But who would have thought it would become a serial drama? Sophia did not do everything completely. Anyway, a small piece of land was allocated in his own Wangzhuang, and a small castle gave Fabi the Elder. The ghost knew that this product could not be so embarrassed, and was depressed. In the end, I did not know where to get a cheats of a necromancer, and practiced himself. People have not become a noble lich, but because they are too strong, they become a good evil. This is okay. And things have been here to Sophia. Ryan simply threw Von Dak over there. Compared to Von Dak's nervousness, Sophia was more relaxed. Few people knew the details of this place better than her. The entire Marino was the territory of the legendary physical land. As long as she screamed, a legendary wizard would step on a colorful cloud and arrive at the evil ghost lair loyal to him in the next second. Normally, dungeons and monster nests involving chaos vortexes would instinctively reject teleportation. But who can blame someone for having too high authority? Feng Dak's lack of experience rookie adventurers did not find it. And it was not equal to the calm Sophia. It was not noticed. Sophia kissed a fire bat. And then the fire bat was given a kiss. BSF, Emma, and Sanders. The 3 of them looked at the nervous Von Dake and were suddenly speechless. Sure enough, trials in this world are different from trials. Sanders' emotion. It really is huge. At the beginning, Downs tried it, and really ran into the magic cave alone. Of course there are differences. If you fail here, you will still die. but the probability is infinitesimally small. Turning a corner, they came to a reception room on the second floor. The magic light ball of the dancing light technique illuminated the surroundings, and the pale light outlined the condition of this dilapidated hall. At this moment, a large string of semi-illusory animal heads suddenly appeared on the ceiling candlesticks in the hall. Squeak! 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 Woof woof woof. These illusory small animals passed through the smallpox on the second floor from the third floor. Like a huge corn gathered next to the candlestick, kept shook, making a sharp wailing sound. Ah! Fong Dak shouted the name of Jiao Air almost subconsciously. And then a big fireball stunned. Don't! Sophia didn't even have time to stop him. This guy's casting speed is really fast. The fireball, as big as a water tank, slammed into the candlestick, emitting a scorching flash. The fire roasted the small ghosts gathered together, easily turning these undead creatures into wisps of black smoke. Boom! The huge candlestick fell heavily to the ground because its top was blown up. Strangely, some of the unburned candles on it were lit, emitting clusters of cold candlelight. Fong Dak. Calm! Calm, Sophia shouted. This is not an ordinary encouragement discourse, but also the auxiliary skills of the supervisor incentive assistants. A warm power entered Fong Dak's heart, and he suddenly made him calm. Sorry. I'm so nervous. It's okay. Using fire to deal with a challenge level 5 floating spirit swarm is the right approach. What you need to do is to control the power of the magic and not affect your teammates. Emma educated Von Dak like an elder. Been taught a lesson. At this moment, Sophia drank, enemy attack. Hasteful warning is also a skill of the warlord. This shout makes the teammates, who were originally about to bear the brunt of the attack, react immediately. Thanks to this reminder, when several long iron chains with a strong smell of blood and rust suddenly emerged from under the floor, several teammates successfully avoided the sneak attack. However, when Count Fabio Ponzi, who looked like a mummy with few hairs left, showed up with a master-level mutant chain demon with a challenge level of 12, the 5 people in the team were still stunned. How to fight 2 master-level monsters? It's actually the little BXXXH from the Marino family who showed herself to me. Hee. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Before the Count, who had turned into a gloomy evil ghost, could finish his words, a strange express delivery arrived like the east wind. Boom! A bolt of lightning so thick that 3 people couldn't hold it together fell from the sky, blasted through the thick bricks and stones on the roof, blew up the ceilings of the second and third floors, and landed on the mutated chain demon with incredible precision, instantly sending it back to the bottomless abyss in the form of a corpse. Ryan's annoying voice came across the air. No! You don't want to. Chapter 272, Bringing Girl Brush Experience. Everything happened so suddenly. The power of the seemingly violent lightning strike was controlled to perfection. Not only did it kill the chain demon in an instant, but the only person affected was the sinister evil ghost Count Ponzi, who was standing next to him. When the lightning exploded, the few remaining strands of his hair and scalp were blown away. Oh! Just tell me whether it is bald or not. On the face of Earl Pa's dead ghost, he also solidified the arrogance a little ago. This was a relief that was finally released, but was forced back in by an invincible existence. Oh! This proves the saying that a smile will never disappear. It will just transfer from one person's face to another. The reactions of the other 3 people who were pendants were very interesting at this moment, and they all showed expressions of as expected. After a brief moment of surprise, Sophia smiled. Before setting off, she knew that this was an adventure with extremely low risk. A small team of 5 people actually has important figures from 2 countries crammed into it. This is really out of control. The Principality of Marino is going to collapse, and the Iron Hand clan is going crazy. Ryan, who had planned everything, had already kept all variables under control. The purpose of this so-called trial was to let her and Von Eck practice without any danger. You say there is no danger? That's not true. This sinister evil ghost really wants to kill them. A certain master's precise control skills were also fully demonstrated here. For Ryan, this was a typical experience of bringing a girl along, with the apprentice being a side benefit. If he, a dignified legendary master, personally killed the boss, the world would definitely think that Sophia and Von Dak did not complete the challenge alone, which would significantly weaken their gains. The key to this kind of leadership is, the boss needs to be new and have a lot of experience. The best way to take girls in the chaos world is to pick a boss who relies on his minions for a living and kill all his minions, which is equivalent to stripping the boss naked and sending him to the person being taken. Let's take a look at the skills of Grim Devil that Ryan scanned through the system. Cheat. Read the expression. Intimidate. Gather information. Spell identification. Knowledge, plain. Its specialties are powerful summoning. Spell focus, curse. To put it bluntly, the disgusting thing about Grim Devil is his summoning skills. In his long summoning list, in addition to the Chain Demon, there are also large Purgatory Mutant Spiders, Purgatory Rhinos, Giant Purgatory Mutant Centipedes, etc. Based on the combination and strength of the challengers, he would constantly use cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention, and then use the opponent's weaknesses to kill the opponent. On the contrary, this guy is a waste except for his specialty level 6 summoning technique. When Lei shamelessly killed the summoned creature that the evil ghost relied on for survival, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Count Fabio Ponzi could no longer hold back and finally yelled, "Ryan Tesla, how dare you bully the weak?" Lei was not ashamed but proud, and he scolded him, "Fabio Ponzi, how dare you bully the weak with your strength and actually want to attack a team of high-level adventurers with 2 master-level monsters?" That's right. The Spooky Ghost and the Chain Demon are both above level 11. In a sense, Ren didn't say right, but this still cannot wash away Ryan's bad nature of bullying ghosts. The atmosphere was embarrassed again. Ryan woke Vondek up with a word of scolding. "What are you standing there for? No matter what means you use, you can't let go of this evil ghost who is harming the people of Marino." Vondek suddenly realized, yes, this kind of battle with the support of the master behind it is certainly a bit unfair. But there is no reason to be merciful to a demon. Following Sophia's call, the 5 of them worked together. Fabio originally wanted to struggle, but soon he was shocked to find that although these guys were weak, their equipment was too good. The twin swords used by the Shadow Dancer were forged from the fangs of a legendary dragon. The shield of the shield guard was made of dragon bones, and his armor was inlaid with a large piece of dragon scales. The mage used a master-level staff, and the ranger used dragon fang arrows. The most outrageous thing was that warlord, a dragon 2 sword. The blade could actually shoot out flames with divine attributes. Even if you kill Fabio, he would never know that this thing was originally the Hellfire of the Color Prince. The whole Fang has been purified by the light of heaven for a long time. Now this forged dragon Fang sword can emit 10 rounds of flame of heaven, with the dual attributes of fire and holiness every day. Oh! There are 12 flames in 1 round. Fabio couldn't say that he didn't struggle. Relying on his rare combat casting expertise, he managed to withstand the attack of 5 people, and summoned a large infernal mutant spider. Originally, this was his winning weapon for a comeback. At this time, a certain master came out again to show his presence. "How can you bring helpers when we agreed to a one-on-one duel?" Another thunderclap struck, and the spider that was big enough to fill a room turned into a roasted spider. After Lei finished his work, he didn't even touch Fabio. No, Fabio broke down. Well, after all, the creature in front of him is indeed an 11th level master level undead creature. He is still quite resistant to high level attacks. That was all. After 5 minutes of beating. No, it should be said fierce battle. This evil and sinister demon was hit by a series of Ola 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 fireballs from Vondek, and it wailed and turned into a pile of spiritual slag, and completely disappeared from the world. Although he was exhausted and felt his soul was overdrawn from using magic madly under stress, Vondek was quite excited, but had mixed feelings in his mouth. It was the first time in my life that I challenged a master-level monster. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't nervous. It would also be a lie to say that I wasn't excited after defeating the monster. But I felt a sense of imperfection and loss in my heart. He felt that his achievement was the result of his master's recommendation, not his own hard work. This is a bit uncomfortable. At this time, Sophia came up and patted Vondek on the shoulder. "You think it's thanks to Master that you were able to kill the master-level monster, right? Isn't it?" Vondek said bitterly. "Yes. And no." Sophia raised her eyebrows. "From the perspective of adventurers, mages are controllers. You are indeed lacking in controlling the situation. But for you, who shoulders the responsibility for the future of the kingdom, is it appropriate for you to charge forward as an adventurer? But weren't you, Grand Duke?" Also, Sophia refuted seriously, "when a leader has to charge to the front, it means that it is a matter of life and death. If he does not fight to the death, His country will be destroyed. You are both a mage and a leader who will take over the country in the future. In addition to improving your strength, you are more important to learn how to use people. And you have more and wider knowledge. You will be more in your heart when making decisions. Speaking of this, Sophia raised the Dragon 2 sword in my hand. Wiped it into the sheath. The field is the adjustment of life, not a necessity. Fongdak took a deep breath and said, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. Chapter 273 Wholesale Master Level Power. After returning, Vondek found Ryan, and after bowing very solemnly, he asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Master, am I a bargaining chip for you? Ryan denied it decisively. Bargain? Of course not. Even if Alega hadn't requested. If I met you, you would still be one of the best choices for my inner disciple. Ryan's answer made Vondek feel much better. Really? Ren laughed. I hate it. I can do more with less. Why do I have to give more effort to torture myself? I know you are confused and depressed about today's affairs. But you should also know that you were born in the royal family and have a good family. As an heir to the throne, you are destined that you can't get a future. Vondark was silent. Ryan continued. You have been well protected over the past few decades. So after reading the night novels, you have developed an urge for adventure, which has become more irresistible as you get older. But your reason tells you that you will be a king in the future, and you have more important tasks to accomplish. Fongdak nodded. Master, you are right. Your upbringing has determined that you lack ruthlessness and fighting spirit. This is in conflict with your wishes. What should I do? Fongdak was speechless. His master had guessed everything he was thinking. So how you go does not depend on whether I protect you, but on yourself. The divine light in Ryan's eyes was like a pair of pitch-black obsidian swords, piercing fiercely into Vondak's heart. Don't tell me that I want to restrict your life. As your master, I can give you two choices. One is that you declare to give up the throne and everything you have now. Then I will train you as strictly and cruelly as I did your senior brother Tangxi. I will let you face the most dangerous predicaments and fight your way into the most terrifying dungeons. You have the talent, and I have the confidence to train you into a legendary wizard. But, do you dare? Vondark shuddered. Ryan raised his hand and put up his second finger. Let me tell you. Even mages are divided into practical and academic schools. The academic school is poor at practical strategies, but is proficient in all magic theories, has dabbled in various magical fields, and is more talented in researching new magic. After saying that, Ryan waved his hand and told Von Dake to go down and think about it himself. An hour later, Ryan felt a pillar of magical light rising into the sky from the dormitory area. It was not very strong, but very pure. The huge magic tornado that looked like a pillar of fire startled many apprentices, and they all ran out to watch. Master Lei, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Oh, Your Highness Fongdak Iron Hand, you have made your choice. Promotion requires a solid foundation. It's not impossible to get promoted too early. But as I said, if it comes at the cost of overdrawing potential, then from an adventurer's perspective it's not worth it. From a political perspective, it was right for Von Dake to be promoted at this time. What emperor on a war horse? That would most likely be the founding emperor. Starting a business and maintaining a business are two different concepts. What a king who maintains the status quo needs is stability. This is especially true for dwarves. Before Ryan crossed over, a poor guy became a crown prince at the age of 3, ascended the throne at the age of 74, and squatted for 71 years, which has become a legend. For the dwarves, it is common to stand guard in the position of crown prince for 100 years. The dwarves themselves are used to it. To consolidate the position of the prince, sometimes there is no need for too many vulgar capital, and it is good to do it. Von Dake could certainly learn from Downs. But what Downs gave up was only his identity as a knight. Could he give up a throne? After experiencing the Chahawk incident, he was also very clear that today's Iron Hand clan could not have resources to support a legendary master. It is not surprising that he made this decision after careful consideration. Not long after, Ryan brought 5 disciples to the door of Vondek. Looking at the dwarf walking out of the door, Ryan said calmly, "Congratulations. Master is still the one who taught me well." Fongdak bowed deeply. "Master, I am not such a cold person. You can still come to me to continue to study magic. After all, talent is something that you never know when you will need it." Grateful, The remaining 5 brothers and sisters came forward to congratulate. The news of Fong Dak's promotion to a master wizard spread like wildfire and reached the ears of King Alega half an hour later. When the king heard the news, he lost his composure. He turned around and sprayed a large mouthful of wine on his own marshal. Puff. His Majesty. Sorry. Really sorry. No. It's okay. I'm also happy for your highness's achievement. King Aldo repeatedly looked at his son's letter, only to know all the passage. In a sense, he really had water to smash this master. And it was a gesture. This is not the growth of seedlings. First improve the apprentice's elemental stress of the apprentice with high magic space. And then supplement the dragon meat to stimulate the potential of apprentices. With the magic theory of the rule, the apprentices are brought to high level. It is really exaggerated. You can carefully consider, and you will find that Ren's training method is full of rigor. The point is, others can't learn it. First of all, you must have an orderly magic vortex. And then, there are so many dragon meat. And finally you have the ability to not be liquidated by the dragon. Each of these items taken individually is not something that an ordinary legendary strongman can do. If so, you can't do it. Don't go up. With the belief of the smashing, King Alga burned the letter containing the secret training of physics school. He sighed with infinite emotion. Mr. Tesla is a trustworthy person. Trading with the Tai's Ho clan. Now there is one biology. No one thought that after Ryan had done so many difficult things, he would put the Iron Hand clan on the neck over a small matter of ballistics. The king waved his hand. The news of the promotion of Fong Dak was promoted. As the so-called Isher stirred up the Jiashi Lang. The deeds of Master Tesla have already shocked the world to the UC shocking department every day. However, the new melon of the physics school can still be swayed by everyone. The two emperors reacted in the same way. Wait. A master-level expert can be trained just by saying so? Chapter 274. Collective Sliding and Kneeling. In the past, raising a master was almost a matter of talent and chance. And the growth experience of each master was unique. How come when it comes to Ryan, master-level experts are everywhere? Right. Really wholesale. Many things cannot hide outsiders. Especially when the portal is reopened. And the exchanges of various countries are becoming more and more frequent. Who is in the team of Fong Dak? Where did he go? What weird came out? The remaining 4 people participating in the adventure that day were promoted to masters within 3 days. It is true that the old-fashioned professional of Sanders have been stuck in the master level for a long time, before it is unusual when breaking through. You have to say that the 5 people are promoted together. There is no secret or opportunity. It is too fake. This is the hidden world law discovered by Ren. Promotion does need an opportunity. This can be an enlightenment, and witnessing a high-level battle. Some people may ask, when Towns was promoted to a master, he did not get promoted immediately after killing a master-level warrior. This involves another implicit law, witnessing high-level battles. Ren is the default legendary master of the world. His shot personally is not a high-level battle. He killed the evil spirit summoned monster with a single strike of thunder. That terrifying might, and that incomparably exquisite control over the elements were in themselves a battle at a higher level, which increased their knowledge. With double help. Why can't they be promoted? Rena reaches the Grand Mansion, and immediately felt Dee's suffocation. After a while, Sophia said with emotion, I never thought that I would be promoted so easily. A master-level supervisor is very suitable for you. Ren vowed his conscience. This is the truth. Sophia blushed. It is great to be able to get to the master. There are only the first Duke of Marino's family in the past. I really want to be promoted again. Is there a direction? Yes. But I'm out of ideas. At least direct and control 10,000 superior people. This time, even Ren didn't dare to make a promise. No matter how poor Marino. There is no one who can't get 10,000 adventurers. No wonder. He has never heard of the legendary supervisor in this world. It turned out that the promotion conditions were so harsh. Although on the mainland of cows, the profession that inspires morale is counted as leader. The problem is that many of the leaders are very water. Think about it. Even the yard poets and the sector warlock are counted as leaders. Among the leaders, the real comparative names are only shaman and the supervisor. Ren, I'm very satisfied. Don't worry about me in this area. It's okay. When I really have an army of more than 10,000 extraordinary people, you will be my marshal, Ryan said casually. It doesn't cost money to coax girls anyway. Okay. I'll wait. In other words, Rin did not accept the invitation of the two empires. Instead, he chose to run to the king of the Taizo clan. It is very simple. If Rin Wholesale is only a mage, then he barely speaks. But what did Ryan do? Shield guard. He promoted 5 professionals of different occupations in one breath. What is this demon? Legend has it that when the gods have fallen into the posture, more mortals are prone to promotion. Either the physics school has special promotion skills. Don't forget, this is a master-level expert, and he would be a guest of honor in any kingdom. This time, let alone the kings and the aristocrats. Even the big gangsters of major denominations can't sit still. In the past, when they were limited to the mage profession, in order to accommodate their sense of superiority that had nowhere to go, they could choose to play dead and pretend that nothing was seen. What now? Going with me as enemies. For example, everyone is the warrior martial arts. When you find that the next door is holding the thighs of the physics school, there are more masters. So you ask you not to panic? At this point a new problem arises. It is very difficult to deliver a visiting card to physics, as the institute is not open to the public. The main entrance of the manor responsible for transmission outside Marino City has 3 large dragon heads placed in a triangular shape. Long Wei, who can carry red, black, and green leaders, has gone to worship in the past. At least it is the master level that has that ability. Will the master give you a letter to you? You can only turn to Marino. Perhaps the big one may have Sophia to help and decline. It is definitely difficult to see Renin. Rare to go out. Don't you want to block it? Unfortunately, there is no portal in this small place of the Iron Hand clan, and only Ryan's faction can teleport directly there. As a result, the portal to the Karak Imperial capital kept flashing all day long. And then the leaders of each faction tried their best to go to the Iron Hand city, which is 150 kilometers away from the Karak Imperial capital. In the past few days, the entire Karak could not find a free carriage. Do you dare to believe such an outrageous thing? Not to mention the carriage they can hire. It is difficult to find a number of empty carriages in the hands of the nobles. 99% of the bigwigs in the Panhuman camp rush to Iron Hand City. There are 1% left, which are those who have previously signed friendship partnerships with the physics school. At first, they did not feel much. Azra received the apprentices several times. They were at physics school to eat meat. When Ryan accepted apprentices, he would introduce those with the talents of warlocks and divine punishers to these guys, who could only say 666 as a favor. This is extremely useful for small sects that don't have many resources to recruit students. They don't have the ability to recruit disciples in a wide area. Previously, they recruited disciples based on reputation and luck. How could it be as satisfying as Ryan's wide area screening? Moreover, they recognize Rin has a pair of wisdom eyes. As for the apprentice introduced by Ryan, whether his qualifications are good or not is another matter. But at least he is not crooked. Even if he cannot become a great talent, at least he can become a formal professional. Now when they smell the fishy smell, they immediately ran over. On this day, Downs had just brought his disciples to the manor outside the city of Marino. Just as he was passing by the gate of the manor, he saw Kara Wolf, an acquaintance who was not that familiar to him. The guy yelled, "Meet Master Quixote. Let's talk about it." A scene that amazed the disciples of Tang Si appeared. The leader of the Ice Wolf School, along with several high-level disciples, actually performed a group kneeling slide. Chapter 275 Gathering at Iron Hand City. Looking at the wide ice track extending all the way, and the smooth movements, it is obvious that these guys have practiced it countless times. Not only Towns, but also Towns' assistants. Followers and disciples had their eyelids twitching wildly. Except for Towns. Everyone else felt amazed when they first learned how awesome their master was. How Tesla, the Grand Master, had defeated 100 sects by himself. The disciples wished they could travel back to that time to catch a glimpse of their master. Now that you have the chance to see it, why not watch it to your heart's content? The lord of a faction kneels at his master. This kind of event is not seen every day. Every disciple stretched his neck and stared intently. Sure enough, whether it is artistry, flattery, or control of magic, the Husky school is impeccable. Why is it called Husky? The disciples did not understand. I heard that the name was passed down by the ancestor. The disciples were delighted. But Towns felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. We can't afford to offend you. Let's go! Towns took the lead, used an acceleration spell, rushed into the portal in a flash, and rolled back to the academy. Socializing is a weakness that talents will never be able to learn. Hey, Master Jiita, don't leave. I'm busy. Go find Harry. Master, wait for us. The manor is a mess. Now, Downs couldn't be found. Harry, who was already a bit socially anxious, hid and pretended to be dead. The third disciple, Barend, was busy doing various tests on the machine every day. 4 disciples. It doesn't taste good at all. Matt immediately lost interest in this flatterer after realizing that the exquisite pastries sent by the other party did not contain any elemental power. He patted his butt and left. Only the 5 disciples, Valera, are willing to come forward. In fact, she had no choice but to come out. The threshold of her house was almost broken down by people. Her father couldn't stand it anymore and bombarded her with messages. I know why you came. But still, we advocate energy conservation. If you want to gain strength, you just think that you can nix a master level strong. I dare not. I dare not. Kara * Wolf took the lead in nodding and bowing, smiling bitterly in her heart. Say it is friendly cooperation. I saw that our school was unilaterally given. I didn't see where the cooperation of each school was. Fulara's voice fell, and all the leaders were scared. Your master may not be able to use us. Flora's eyebrows were picky, and she obviously looked so petite and cute. However, under the bonus of the Leafon, she felt like she became the ice and snow queen that dominated life and death. Ice Wolf School can stay. The rest, think about what you can do for our school. Write it on the paper, and give it to me 3 days later. I will help you say to Master, why does the Husky School enjoy exclusive favor? It's simple. They have done the dirty work for Ryan after all. Kara and his disciples slid to their knees beautifully again. Flora's forehead is full of black lines. For Ren, who was unaware of his storm, he took a cheap disciple Feng Dak in this way, and stepped into the portal leading to the Tais Ho clan. Alaga gave him a piece of land for teleporting to Ryan. Ren was spared the trouble of traveling by boat, and was able to get a glimpse of the whole picture of the city just by passing by. Tais Ho City is a bit similar to the previous Layman. Half of the city is embedded in the mountain. It was rebuilt by the Iron Hand clan when they dug iron ore, after the former main city was destroyed by the Color Prince. Iron Hand City has been the capital for more than 100 years. As soon as the portal was sent, Ring could see a dwarf iron arm sculpture with a thick iron, a 100-meter high height. This is to commemorate the initial generation of iron players to lose one hand because of the battle, and created a robotic hand for himself, and then pinched the head of the rotten orcs of the Rotten Tooth. The construction of the entire city is very wild. A hemispherical concave structure with passages and holes everywhere, which looks a bit like a honeycomb from a distance. Anyway, patients with dense phobia are not suitable for seeing. For Ren, the only dense phobia he could not bear is the other person's heart is too much. As soon as it came out, Ren was almost shocked by the opponent's pride. Aptif. Do not ask. The answer is that Ryan is kind-hearted. The blood vessel walls of his nostrils are slightly thin, and he can't stand seeing so many homeless princesses wandering around in front of him tonight. Does the legendary god-waiting girl also exist in the chaos world? Not only is she really good-looking, with facial features that are reminiscent of a certain master's, she is also wearing a gorgeous evening gown. All the details are just right, including what should be implicit and what should be revealed. Thousands of charming. Choose Rin Jun. Not to mention that the person who came was Ryan. Even if it was Tang Seng, he could only say no and then retreat. Just glance at the emblem. Good guy. Almost all the unmarried princesses of the number of human countries are almost here. On the left of the leading array is Barbarossa, and the right side of Karak. Well, the biggest rumor Ryan has ever heard is that the princess is free tonight. Due into this free princess is the most expensive. The worst thing is that you can't shout change a batch. In order to avoid a possible nosebleed, Ryan kept his eyes high as he listened to the sweet greetings. Young people are full of energy and cannot bear to see this. Of course, in the eyes of others, this would be seen as Ryan's loyalty. After walking through the princess prisoner, Ren finally saw Alga and his ministers generals. Master, don't blame me. I'm just a small king. I can't handle the joint letter from the 2 emperors. The dwarf king was free and easy and admitted it directly. It was difficult for Ryan to say anything to him. Ryan was embarrassed for a moment and bared his teeth. Forget it. I know it's hard for you. Ryan had witnessed the straightforwardness of the dwarves. Fong Dak. You bombed the Broken Mountain for me. I think he has been not pleasing to the eye for a long time. Algar pointed at the little bald hill outside. Fong Dak couldn't cry and laughed. Father. I just promoted. I am not a legendary master. And the strongest magic is not that power. Then you have to burn something for me to see. I couldn't force Chahawk back then. But I can definitely deal with you. Right? Fong Dak was speechless and looked at his master for help. Ryan looked up at the sky. The sun is very strong tonight. How? Doesn't this scene resemble someone who was forced by his mother-in-law to perform a talent in front of relatives during Chinese New Year? This is very dying. The argument was that Fong Dak, his father, finally burned a scrapped large mine car into an iron residue. And the group of good things broke out like Ray Juan. After getting on the carriage, Ryan asked half jokingly and half seriously, so fierce right at the beginning? Is there something even more fierce later? Oh! You will know it soon. Chapter 276. King Aleja was playing charades. But Ryan was not annoyed. This dwarf king is sincere. But there are too many things that he can't turn as the master. Otherwise the dwarf does not have to form an empire with humans. The Carrick Emperor's term of office was 10 years. And he was re-elected once. After all, the dwarf's lifespan was too long. When the emperor died, then humans should not think about the emperor. In this country that is dominated by human beings, the dwarf emperor did not have a record of re-election. Ren understands, but does not mean that he is going to be into this country with a constraint and compromise. He is the man who wants to make the physics school one of the 5 permanent members. Without that worry, Ryan could appreciate this dwarf city with a different style with an outsider's mentality. Large cities, like Honeycomb, can be seen everywhere, and the hot air. In addition to a large number of iron ore resources in this mountain belly, there is a huge natural gas mine nearby. Although Aleja is to pick up Brennings with a carriage, it is seen that every corner of the city has railway tracks, and dwarves transport or in personnel through narrow rails. Only when the distance is relatively short will the dwarfs walk with their short legs. The excavated stone ladder, even occasionally riding a mount, is riding a goat. Instead, the Wangjiama team along the road has attracted the attention of many dwarves. Isn't it noisy? Oleg crowned his smile. Good. I have no experience in getting along with the mage. I thought your mage prefers quietly. Chahawk thought that I was too noisy here. Ryan said meaningfully, mages are different from mages. Well, I don't want to disturb you either. But some people, I can't carry it. And can't get rid of it. Next time we can drink privately. This time, I'm really sorry. Ryan smiled gently. And suddenly, he wanted to know which guys were making Aleja unable to cope with him. However, considering that those deaf princesses can only run to the portal and wait, the following main course should not disappoint Ryan. When Ryan entered the palace of Aleja, which was not luxurious but full of mechanical style, he saw a different scenery. The palace is in a hemispherical cave. This place is very dwarven, with no gorgeous gold ornaments, but only a large number of rough reliefs that look like they were carved with knives and axes. Most of the reliefs depict scenes of the Iron Hand clan dwarves fighting against various evil forces. Interestingly, the mural closest to the palace gate is a scene of the Color Prince wreaking havoc in the old capital and Aleja's father bravely charging forward. Like the comic strip mural, the final ending is tragic. The Iron Hand dwarf carved a scene where the ancestor was burned into coke without avoiding it. The corner of the palace was closer to the palace. A group of dwarves holding a shield were protecting the young prince. Obviously, Aleja uses this method to remind himself day and night that he must never forget the national hatred and family feud. Seeing this, Aleja said, "Thank you, my forever friend. Although I feel a little sorry for my parents. As I didn't accomplish the revenge myself, I can carve the ending for the last stone wall myself." Ryan was about to say something when a rude voice suddenly came from the palace stairs. The sound was very loud. Not only was it extremely rough, but it also involved skill. The system prompts. The host is affected by the wild roar of an unknown target and is undergoing a will test. If the test passes, the host will not fall into a panic state. Are you Rain * Tesla? Ryan glanced at the other party unhappily. Although he could sense that there were a few guys with extremely powerful auras behind him, he still kept his eyes firmly fixed on this provocateur. A mammer with 2 meters tall. His orange-red hair was braided. His rugged face had several signature V-shaped facial lines. And he had a full beard. He had a waistcoat draped over his right shoulder. with a piece of animal skin draped diagonally, revealing his bare left arm and left half of his body. His explosive tendon muscles were particularly noticeable. For the guy who came to this person, Ren's eyebrows raised. "It's me." "Who are you?" "Gantia. The man who will soon be your partner." "Of course. I want half of your spoils." It's confirmed that this guy was instigated to cause trouble. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. No matter how legendary he is, there will always be people who are stubborn and don't believe him. A legendary barbarian with the word ring on his chest and a head full of grass is very suitable as a touchstone against lay. "Divided me half of the loot? Do you match?" No surprise. Gargatia was furious. "I'm worthy. You can try it." Having said that, he collapsed the straps behind him and took out a super giant axe out of his body. "I'm going." "Wow. So polite." Faced with the purple-blue hands of the mage that suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards him from all directions, the legendary barbarian raised his hand and used Dragon Strike. He was like a giant dragon charging into a chaotic battlefield, turning the giant axe in his hand into a steel storm, dominating the battlefield violently. It was obvious that Ryan launched an attack with arcane energy, but he was able to use the most primitive power to disperse the arcane energy in the mage's hand. In the next second, he seemed to be a purgatory rhino that rushed into a crazy swing, rushing towards Ren. This is a crippling assault. He did not speak, but had to prove to the world by action that even the high-strength Fae also needed a reliable avant-garde. "Oh!" Ren sneered, his right hand beating his fingers. Waves of sound like those from the sea rang out around him, and an intense purple-blue light began to cross the void and form a big King Kong fist that was larger than a carriage. Ren's eyes were like electricity, staring at this unsatisfactory challenger. The diamond fist formed by arcane energy smashed down on the head, making a sharp whistling sound. Understanding, Garga had to lift his tomahawk to stop his head. A loud bang erupted from above the legendary barbarian's head. In the confrontation between arcane energy and primitive brute force, the leaked energy turbulence splashed in all directions, dyeing the stairs and reliefs in front of the palace into gorgeous purple blue. "Impossible," Garga finally exclaimed. He would never have thought that the opponent could use this move that required a lot of strength talent and still be able to overwhelm him in terms of strength. He is a man with legendary power. The dual explosion of strength and magic caused the entire palace staircase to tremble violently. After a short and fierce confrontation, the winner was decided. Ryan looked expressionlessly at the legendary barbarian, who was being pressed to the ground by Bigby, and was struggling but couldn't get up. He said coldly, "Perhaps my apprentice Downs would be interested in teaming up with you." "Shame. What a shame." This sentence translates to mean you go to the kid's table. Chapter 277. Do you really go to the child's table? Drink. Drink it. F***CK. The legendary barbarian Gaunsha was still resisting. Every muscle of his was expanding like a balloon, and was trying its best to pump out every bit of strength inside. Veins were bulging on the surface of his skin, and the scars on his body that were once military honors were also bulging, as if these wounds that had long been healed would burst open in the next second and spurt out blood. He was fighting all his strength, but unfortunately, he was the grandson that was destined to be suppressed. No matter how he jumped out, he couldn't escape. It can't be said that he has no results. He supported his body several times, but unfortunately, he was stunned by the arcane giant again in a blink of an eye, coupled with someone's joking expression. Everyone can see that the fighting power of the two sides is not at the same level at all. In fact, the gap between legends can be extremely huge. A legend of a trash race, such as a firebat, can have a challenge rating of only 9. According to the legend, a Thai ancient bone dragon has a challenge level of 60 levels, which is higher than most of the divine power, and even a small part of the medium-sized gods. Being able to completely suppress a legendary barbarians with absolutely not low strength at the power level. How terrible Rinra is. This is not only the competition of power. This is a crushing victory at the magical level. Everyone knows that the algorithms for ranged attacks and melee attacks are different. The power of ranged attacks is at least half of that of melee attacks. Ryan used his enormous magic power and outrageous elemental control to completely crush a legendary barbarian. This performance immediately deterred the people behind him. This is not a level of competition. Ren is a peak legend? No one noticed. Compared with the excessive magic of his surging, the mysterious breath on his body is the most scary. This extreme gap makes them unable to have a half-point confrontation. A man who can kill the devil's lord and use the legendary dragon as a lizard is so horrible. At this moment, Ren was equally amazing to the remaining a few breaths. When he perceived, he knew that the guy of the legendary strongman said leisurely, "Who else wants to teach himself or something? You can get together. Trouble the Iron Hand to find empty land and find a witness." Is this called not hurting the relationship? A sect without a legendary strongman fell into the extreme weakness in minutes, and never even turned over. Generally speaking, legendary warriors from the same camp rarely confront each other, let alone compete with each other. What is the loss? It is not good for which party. Rin threw out the name of life and death. Obviously, the legendary master was in a bad mood and had moved his heart. No one will forget how terrifying this legendary wizard is. If you really provoke him, he will kill you without any hesitation. Those people couldn't help but shudder all over and burst into laughter. As the so-called Wenwu is the first, Wu is not the second. Everyone is a legendary strong. If you do and see it, you will admit it directly. They are willing to be unhappy. Now, sacrifice a silly barbarian. Everyone is convinced. The legend of the leader exuding a natural atmosphere and holding a rattan shield watchman took a step ahead, smiled bitterly and saluting, "Tesla. My name is Nielsen Asteris Bosser. It was not that we deliberately encouraged Jetiae to test you, but we also have our own distress. If you do something, we are willing mints." Ren narrowed his eyes halfway. His sharp eyes swept through the 5 of them one by one, and said, "No." After he finished speaking, the huge hand of arcane energy behind him disappeared without a trace. The barbarian, who suddenly lost his control, jumped 3 meters high, and was a little at a loss. He waved his hands and feet in the air twice before regaining his balance. Ryan swept his almost cruel gaze over the miserable barbarian. "Do you still want to share my spoils?" "I don't want to think about it anymore. I dare not think about it." Gauntia lowered his head in shame. Ryan could have killed him completely, or it would have been common sense to leave him with some hidden injuries as a lesson. Ryan definitely showed mercy. Looking at the legendary strongmen who made way and stood on both sides of the road to welcome him, Ryan proudly walked over side by side with King Alega. If there is something else going on, it's probably, "Why are you following me?" Ryan felt something was wrong after taking 2 steps. With such a big barbarian following him, and even the light from the torches on the wall next to him shining over him, it was hard not to notice Ryan's figure. Gauntia put his hands on his hips, held his head high, and said confidently, "You defeated me, so I am not qualified to be your follower and share your spoils. You arranged for me to be a follower of your apprentice Tang Si, and I agree now." "Ryan? A crowd of legendary strong? Hello. When a group of us put up question marks, it's not us who have problems. It's you who have problems." "Okay." Ren's eyes widened. He really couldn't understand the brain circuit of this product. "I told you to go to the child's table. Do you really go? This guy seems to be right. But in fact it's all nonsense. Especially when this guy used a piece of charcoal taken out from the small bag on his waist to crookedly write the word reason on his animal skin. Don't even mention how wonderful the faces of Nelson and others were. People all think that barbarians are stupid, reckless and easily instigated, but can be mixed to the legendary guy. Is there really mentally retarded? He is a wise man who appears foolish. Can't hold Ryan's thighs. Holding down his thighs is also good. He is a legendary barbarian. No matter whether he can improve his strength in the future, it is a concession for him to work for your master-level apprentice. Can you still push him away? Ryan stared in amazement at the guy who was standing next to him shamelessly. At this moment, Ryan has a choice. A. Beat this guy out. But the problem is that he is thick-skinned and tough. And if he doesn't kill him, it will never end. B. Accept it. But Ryan wants to maintain his neutral personality, so it's really hard to kill him. Ryan was a little annoyed and laughed. "Ha. Funny. Well, if Towns is willing to accept you as a follower, I, as your master, have no objection." "Ha." Towns sneezed. He didn't know yet that just at that moment, he had happily got a wild big daddy. Chapter 278, the main course. A moment ago, the image that popped up in Ryan's mind was, "I'm stupid. And you're teasing me." Even though Ryan was standing on the opposite side of the reckless man at the time, he still felt a little sympathy for this reckless man. After this scene, the tone of the painting suddenly changed and it became, "This which idiots think this thing is stupid?" Although Jianghu is sinister, it is not just about fighting and killing. There are also games, like League of Legends 15 shots. People even hold their thighs so fresh and refined. When they hit snakes, they ask you not to be convinced? The 5 legendary warriors on the opposite side were all dumbfounded, their facial muscles twitching slightly. No. Wait. Gonta. You are a legendary warrior. Don't you have any sense of shame and self-respect? The barbarian's answer is, no. Not at all. Seeing this fellow acting so high-spirited and arrogant, and clearly showing the spirit of being an accomplice to the evil, everyone had to admit defeat. The role of his blink of an eye was completely replaced by the role of the major disciples of physics school. It is difficult to make people wonder if he was counted early in the morning. But with this guy's vote, the remaining 5 people were far inferior to Ryan in status. Just now Gonsha was on equal footing with him. But now, he has become a follower of Ryan's disciple. Doesn't this mean that they are all younger brothers? Coincidentally, they were ashamed of being dragged into this by Gonsha. But knowing that the perception of a peerless strongman is extremely sharp, they did not dare to hate Ryan, and could only hate Gonsha. What's even more interesting is that Gantia works alone. He is a typical example of a man who feeds his family. His tribe has been destroyed, and you can't even find any relatives or friends of his. They had no way to deal with the barbarians whose skin was thicker than the city walls. Nelson and the others were completely speechless. They could only bow their heads and watch him arrogantly follow Ryan in front. Knowing their younger brother's position, they could only follow him into the palace. The coolest is of course Ren. From the very beginning, he was a bastard master who got his disciples' combat power for free. Once he accepted this character, he would become a habitual offender if he got too many disciples for free. The disciple's magic is his magic. The disciple's follower is his Ma-Z. Giving a legendary barbarian a brotherhood, borrowing it unconditionally when needed, without having to take direct responsibility, is a really great feeling. Ryan felt like all his bones had lost several pounds. King Aleha beside him was completely convinced. Master, I really admire you. Haha. Now that the appetizers are here, it's time for the main course. Ryan's smile was full of confidence, with a flavor of a true god from another realm. He guessed right. If the princesses of the portal are lemonade in front of the dish, then the 6 legendary strong men are the front dishes. The above forces can be described as a hard-working king. Here comes the problem. The legendary strongmen from small sects are only qualified to be at the gate of the palace. So what roles do they play inside the palace? The answer is obvious. Whirring. The Wang family dwarf guards holding the long-handled tomahawk on both sides of the stone steps repeatedly hit the ground at the end of the axe handle, making a stunned sound. And at the same time, the mouth of the dwarf characteristics kept making a classic ceremony of the Iron Hand clan welcome the VIPs. The last person to enjoy this treatment was Emperor Karak, along with the rhythmic war roars. The huge palace gate in front of them was slowly pushed open with a rumble. Too exaggerated, perhaps because of the pain of national destruction. The main gate of the Iron Hand Palace is even more outrageous than the fortress gate. The 12-meter wide and 30-meter high double arch is made of 2-meter thick granite. The front of the gate is covered with half-meter thick fine iron skin, and the huge rivets are extremely eye-catching. Do you think this is the end? The inside of the gate is reinforced with a large number of X-shaped wooden bars, which are covered with earth-based protective spells. You have to know that 1 cubic meter of granite weighs about 3 tons, which makes the weight of the entire gate easily exceed 2,000 tons. If it weren't for the row of giant pulleys installed under the gate, this door would not be able to be opened by human power. In front of Renin, the powerful dwarf shouted the title of the 2-row, and opened the door to him in a real sense. This force was really full. The door opened, and streams of magic and divine power flowed out. Ryan said oh, and had no other reaction. When the dust settled from the opening of the door, a deep and soul-stirring trombone sound rang out from the palace. The dwarven military band played its very dwarven welcome song. In the sound of music, Ren and the dwarf king went inside. On the left of Ren, there is a large number of dwarfs with helmet Mingjiao. Just as it is easy to be face-blind when you are of different races, Ryan didn't recognize any of these guys and couldn't tell them apart. It is intriguing to the right side of the vision. Closest to the throne was a beautiful woman who looked like a white jade goddess inlaid with gold. She had long hair that looked like golden silk, attractive skin that was white and rosy, and a delicate face that perfectly matched everyone's stereotype of the word dignified in this era. She was wearing a pure white dress that looked like a Greek long skirt. This kind of beauty beyond the ordinary is so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off it. Looking at her. Ordinary people would feel that looking at her any longer would be blasphemous and disrespectful. Ren. Just glance at it. Oh. Right, see. Don't look at it. There's no way around it. This is what the introverted young man who played as Elaine too much before traveling through time is like. It seemed to be aware of Ren's eyes and thoughts that this was surrounded by the two legendary holy knights. And it should be the presence of the sage. A little to the right. There is an extremely handsome female knight. The silver helmet and armor with intricate wavy patterns concealed her figure very well. In reality, armor is not specially tailored for women. The wide front armor is fan-shaped at 120 degrees. And no curves can be seen at all. What you can see is that cold yet pretty face. That peculiar chestnut short hair. And that pair of exaggeratedly long legs. It should be an illusion. I always think that this girl is 1.75 meters tall. And the leg seems to be 110 to 120 centimeters long. Ryan is not bragging. If it were someone like the filthy and evil friend Jun Yuki he knew before, he would have licked the other person's legs until they were broken. Right? Mr. Jun went to the dentist and found out that he had athlete's foot. It was not a dream. The third one was a handsome guy with short blonde hair. He had a stern face as if his parents had died. Ryan was displeased at the sight of him and simply ignored him. Later on, probably every one of the panhuman camp and all the orthodox religions sent high-profile and important representatives. Chapter 279. Could it be that Ryan tore the dragon apart with his bare hands? The Iron Hand clan's most grand revival ceremony will be held tomorrow. The previous state of resurgence is revenge, when a dwarf clan suffers a heavy loss that is generally considered a shame by the dwarves. The entire clan vows to take revenge. Generally speaking, only clans whose main city has been destroyed will enter the revenge state, or when the clan leader's lineage has been slaughtered by the enemy. In this state, the entire clan entered a wartime economy. All living materials were strictly distributed according to demand, and most entertainment activities were prohibited. At the same time, the clan could not be recognized by other dwarf clans, and was in a state of being removed from the family tree. When the dwarven gods were still around, even they would not stand up for a dwarven clan in revenge state as long as the perpetrator was not a hostile god. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay hatred with hatred. A clan that cannot take revenge on its own has no right to be in the dwarf circle. There are many ways to take revenge. You can find helpers. You can hire people. But the clan must put in the most effort. Now the Iron Hand clan offered a legendary wizard tower and other costs in exchange for the legendary wizard Ryan Tesla's action to kill the evil dragon Prince Color, who once destroyed the Iron Hand clan's capital. The entire clan has finally gotten rid of the shame. And tomorrow is the day when the Iron Hand clan will officially announce to all the major dwarf clans and the panhuman camp that they have regained their glory. Therefore, representatives from various countries and religious sects came here as envoys to observe the ceremony. There is actually no need for so many people to wait here before tomorrow's official ceremony. But who can blame Ryan for being so powerful? He is a great benefactor to the Iron Hand clan and most dwarves. For other orthodox sects, Ryan is a key figure in changing the world pattern. This resulted in the situation that even though it was not a formal ceremony, the people waiting here completely overlapped with tomorrow's guest list. Ryan joked to Alaga, "Your Majesty, you won't blame me for stealing your limelight, will you?" The dwarf king was generous. "You are the protagonist of the ceremony. As for the real stuff, I just gave you a legendary wizard tower that you can't use. Come on. Let me introduce you to my good buddy Sorek * Steel Axe." The guest should follow the host's wishes. After all, the host is Allegia Iron Hand. Even if the representatives of other orthodox sects are in a hurry, they have to wait for Allegia to help Ryan introduce the big guys of the dwarf camp first. They wanted to maintain their composure, but they were shocked to see Gontia acting as Ryan's henchman and following behind him like a bodyguard. The higher you go, the more important it is to take a position. The right is respected in the Chaos Continent. As Ryan's junior disciple, Vondak follows Ryan one step back to his right, which is no problem. Gontia followed Ryan's left side, half a body behind Vondak, which was amazing. Does this mean that he is half a level lower than Ryan's disciples? Everyone was curious. But as the several legendary warriors who had been causing trouble outside the door returned, they learned the shocking fact that the idiot Gantia had gone to be a follower of Downs under the guise of a legendary warrior. This is the true wisdom of appearing foolish. Okay. Apart from those major sects, many people have begun to waver in their hearts. Whether it is a martial arts school or a sect, the top sect always takes away more than half of the resources. It's easier to live by holding on to someone's thighs. Today, the School of Physics is poised to compete with several established religious sects. And lawful neutrality is far easier for ordinary religious sects to accept than the good camp that mindlessly fights against the evil sects. To be honest, if Ryan agrees to take in a legendary warrior as his partner, a group of legendary warriors will definitely be tempted. The problem is that once you enter, you will be one generation lower. Most strong people cannot accept this kind of younger brother position. Most of the legendary strongmen have family businesses or sects, and have a lot of people waiting for their turn to eat. They dare not act rashly without reaching an agreement. Unless Ryan reveals his true identity as a god. That would be another story. For a moment, the air was filled with a sense of caution. Over there, Ryan finally finished shaking hands with a bunch of dwarfs. Ryan was furious in his heart. Damn it. You know I'm a wizard. But you never thought of cherishing me. An expired boy? When they shook hands, each one was stronger than the other. Ryan wanted to kill someone. But Ryan relied on the legendary power he got for free from his good apprentice Matt, and managed to not lose to anyone or the opponent, no matter who came up to him. The odds were 50-50. But Ryan adopted the tactic of letting go as soon as he made a grip. If he clenched his fist for more than 3 seconds, the system would determine that this was a long-term strength confrontation. A test of basic strength value rather than a simple short-term strength test. And Ryan would be exposed. Ryan took a quick and decisive approach, shaking hands, confronting the opponent's strength, and then immediately letting go. Interestingly, Aleha knew that his large group of distant relatives was really large. And there were also a large number of Orthodox bigwigs who were waiting there, and he was not to be offended. So he introduced them very quickly. This led to a famous scene where Ryan shook hands with more than 30 famous muscular dwarf strongmen in one breath. And he didn't lose any of them, which stunned the dwarf kings and dwarf princes. Watching Ryan shaking hands with everyone like he was at a handshake meeting, and then looking at his companion's surprised and even shocked eyes, one of the dwarf kings finally couldn't help but ask, "Wait, my grip strength hasn't beaten a wizard's?" He was filled with shame when he asked this question. Soon, the feeling of shame spread to all the dwarves. No, I don't think I won this either. Me too. Dwarves are notorious for not liking to lie. In order to keep a real secret, they would rather choose silence than lie to conceal the past. For a moment, a bunch of short guys who were at the master level looked at Ryan as if they had seen a ghost. At a time when mages are declining, at least 8 out of 10 big guys are physical types. These big guys who make a living by their muscles lose to a mage who is stereotypically expected to have a weak physique. They all feel collectively ashamed at first. After Ryan walked away, a dwarf suddenly said, "Is it possible that this is his god? The body of a saint. And strength is already the worst of his basic attributes?" A group of dwarves. There is no such thing as a legendary warrior who cannot be a hexagonal warrior. As long as the absolute value of someone's shortcoming is high enough, they can kill low-level beings in seconds. Another dwarf said, "Could it be that the archmage likes to tear dragons apart with his bare hands?" No. Wait. I can't really say it's impossible. At this moment, the silence can also be deafening. Gradually, the dwarfs began to look at Ryan with admiration. If you want to win the favor of the dwarves, you need to rely on your muscles and your drinking capacity. Whether Ryan can obtain additional legendary bonus among the dwarves depends on tonight's banquet. Chapter 280, The Saint Who Appears to be Foolish but Appears to be Wise. Of course, before the banquet, Ryan still had a hurdle to overcome. After dealing with the dwarves, they naturally came to the representatives of the major Orthodox religions. Aleha introduced helplessly. "This is Ms. Elizabeth Lane, the saint of the Church of Light. There is no doubt that she is the brightest star tonight. That golden hair with a faint divine luster would still be the brightest thing even in the dark and sealed room. The classical beauty face is always the greatest common denominator in men's hearts. May the light shine on you forever." Without even bowing, Elizabeth used her jade hand to draw a golden circle in the air that symbolized the sun and light, and pushed the faint golden light over. To her, this scene was as common as eating and drinking. But to the representatives of other sects, it shocked them greatly. "No, etc. Are you blessing Ryan Tesla like an ordinary Illuminati believer? Your action is tantamount to converting people. How is this different from declaring war on the other sect? Not to mention the representatives of other sects. Even the two legendary paladins behind her also felt that this was a very offensive move. An old white-haired paladin even subconsciously stretched out his hand, as if trying to dissuade the saint. A little late. Almost like a smoke ring. The golden halo spread out and flew to a distance of half a meter in front of Ryan's body. The mysterious aura lingering around Ryan suddenly reacted. The inky black cloud illusion was like Ryan's moon, pouring out from the void and covering Ryan's head. In an instant, 2 fingers thick golden lightning struck down, smashing the golden light pushed by the saint into smoke. Not only that, in the mysterious airspace behind Ryan, more lightning flashed densely, and the continuous roar seemed to represent the anger of the entire world towards the rude violation of the saint. At that moment, everyone in the hall felt that the laws of power they were familiar with were deviating, and the terrifyingly pure wind element was descending at an extremely fast speed. Thunder. This most violent natural force in the world is rapidly controlling the entire hall space with an extremely domineering attitude. Many people in the hall experienced for the first time in their lives that the aura of a legendary peak powerhouse was so terrifying. Although the saint was terrified, the 2 legendary warriors behind her took action at the same time. One of them did not dare to draw his sword, but crossed his hands in front of his chest, protecting her tightly. Another white-haired old paladin stood between Ryan and the saint with his arms spread out in a big letter shape, shouting, "Misunderstanding! Misunderstanding?" When saying this, the powerful wind element group had supported Ren slowly rising in the air, and Ren, who was surrounded by dozens of raw snakes, kept swinging the gangster shock waves, and almost couldn't open the people around him. Sorry. It's really a misunderstanding. The saint rarely comes into contact with outsiders. She doesn't know the rules of interacting with outsiders. The old paladin shouted loudly. Ryan glanced at the trembling saint of light and snorted coldly. Humph. Even so, Ryan took away the breath of the peak legendary wizard and the turbulent wind element, slowly landed on the ground, and looked at the embarrassed King Aleha. Sorry. I'm tired. I'm going to go back and rest first. After that, without waiting for anyone to react, or even saying low to other sects, Ryan flicked his sleeves and left. Vondak and his father looked at each other, understood each other's thoughts, and immediately followed his chief master. On the contrary, Gonsha had no burden at all. Even though he was so big, he followed with an attitude of not caring about anyone. No matter how you look at it, you feel that this guy is having a lot of fun. This time, whether it is true or false, other sects cannot help complaining about the bright virgin. What are you doing? Her Highness the Saint? As the Silver Knight of the God of Knights, this female knight status is equivalent to that of the Archbishop of the Church of Light. Even the old paladin on the opposite side could not withstand her protest. Sorry. Our virgin really has less contact with outsiders. While he apologized, he saw that his virgin actually cried. Elizabeth cried and lost his face. No. I just heard that he had a bright electric lamp. I suddenly felt that he should also have a bright heart. Trying to try him. I didn't think so much. As soon as these words were spoken, countless bigwigs and representatives rolled their eyes. Could it be that this saint is just a pretty face in appearance only? But think about it. For a saint, what is most needed is an extremely devout faith. And when necessary, she will become a vessel for the gods to descend. Other things are secondary. The 2 legendary possessions couldn't say. They taught the virgin this time. Not because the great bishop wrote a few times before. Redding could not read it again. The ghost knew that the sage made a big taboo as soon as he came up. This time, it was a complete mess, and it also dragged down other religious allies. This change is wonderful. Some people are wise but appear foolish, and they have found a real stronghold. Some people are so foolish as to pretend to be wise that they drive away the real big shots. The world is so wonderful. On the other side, after walking out of the palace gate, Fong Dak, as the host, led Ryan to the most luxurious VIP room in the state guest house. Master, if you don't, just rest first. Master, I know that I am not a true inner disciple, but I still want to ask on behalf of the Iron Hand clan what you think of the various sects in the good camp. This is very important. Ryan hesitated for a moment. He had no inherent ill will towards these great cults. He had not forgotten that both the Light and the Knights were lawful good. This sect, which has vowed to fight evil to the end since ancient times, seeks him out simply because they value his strength and the title of evil nemesis. Ryan didn't really hate dragons, demons, devils, etc. He just wanted to kill them. This didn't mean he was willing to fight for them day and night all year round. If we really join forces with him, it would be like I will not become a Buddha until H.L. is empty. Of course they are happy. And the price is annoying. People with high moral standards are certainly worthy of praise. But in reality, most people in the world cannot do so. Rin believes that he is a vulgar person. As for the relationship between Ryan and these big organizations and factions, everyone knows that they are not on the same page. What's interesting is that sometimes meetings are not for the purpose of recruiting the other party, but to make each other promise not to harm each other. Ryan smiled mysteriously. First of all, I am a panhumanist. The survival of the panhuman camp is the most important. Secondly, we in the physics school adhere to the lawful neutral camp. Fongdak smiled and said, we understand. As a result, Barbarian Garga fully showed the world what it means to be savage. He just stood at the door with his arms folded across his chest. And no matter how hard anyone tried to pass him a visiting card, it would be useless. Chapter 281. Isn't it just pressing a foot? I have to say, the image of the barbarian as a rough man is really useful. Just such a muscle is there. And the fierce momentum can scare away many messengers. Lord Tesla is resting and won't see anyone. This guy has a loud voice, and he would intentionally or unintentionally use his roaring skills from time to time, as if he was forcing ghosts and gods to take a detour. Nima, a legendary strongman, keeps at the door. Ordinary people are really afraid. Breaking in by force is not an option. For a while, I didn't know how many people turned their heads to scold Gargatia. The legendary strong on the dignitaries did not be the self-esteem of being a strong person at all, and actually kept the door to Rin. The main attribute of a barbarian has never been perception. But this does not mean that Gantia's perception is that low. Garga did not think that he was honored. And he whispered. Instead, this product mocked him with a grin. Hi. Shouldn't you also want to join the physics school? Or should I refer to you? The decisive blow. The people of the big sect were speechless. And the guy of the small sect was pierced by the center. And it was nothing to say. Gantia was an extremely competent gatekeeper, and he even fought back 2 legendary paladins of the Church of Light. When it comes to quoting scriptures, no one can defeat the charlatan. But when it comes to swearing and being a rogue, the barbarians can teach you what is unreasonable. Don't talk nonsense. No need for skills. If you win the arm wrestling match, I will pass the ball for you. Are you kidding me? Does everyone have this thing called legendary power? There are tens of millions of people in the entire continent. But no more than 2 digits have this thing. In other words, how are the Tesla who can win this muscular people in power? After eating closed doors, after returning, the 2 holy light gangsters broke out in a fierce quarrel in another suite of the National Hotel. By the sun god, I told you that you shouldn't let a saint with no experience in foreign affairs do this. But Tesla refused to accept even the invitation from our archbishop. We had no choice but to ask the saint to try her luck. Touching luck is not a mildew. People even have the reasons for declaration of war. This matter, we have a loss. And we really do even sympathize with us. But I won't even meet you. How can you salvage this? If I can't do it tonight, I won't have a chance during the ceremony tomorrow. 2 high-weight legendary holy riders quarreled in the outer hall. And the Virgin Elizabeth, who listened to the room, cried alone. She messed up everything. At first, they just didn't interact with each other. But now, they are hostile to each other. It's all my fault. She wiped her tears, took off her evening dress, and changed into a neat casual outfit. Then she did something that would be unbelievable if anyone saw her. She did a pull-up-like movement, and flipped out from the roof of the terrace of the state guest house room. On the other side, Ren was boring. People can't be idle. What people do when people are boring. And they can't even imagine themselves. He called his chief disciple, Fondek. Find a maid to come in and help me wash my feet. Foot bath? Fongdak's head was full of question marks. Well, this is the kind of formal 50 yuan. Awa. Is the soaking of 1 or 2 silver coins. And by the way, massage the arm and neck muscles by the way. Rin did his own efforts to describe the content of the regular foot shop. Oh! Soak your feet. Fongdak suddenly realized, Master, this is no problem. It is best to find a human maid to come back. Don't come to the dwarf. Okay. Vondak went out happily. Master is both a teacher and a father. The status of a master in Chaos World is just that high. In the past, Ryan didn't use phone DAC. And phone DAC felt a little uncomfortable. It didn't take long for the two dwarf guards to lift a large bucket of hot water in. Just put it on the terrace. By the way, I will enjoy the sunset of Taizo City. No problem. I'll go find a human maid right away. The four major races of the Karak Empire, humans, dwarves, gnomes, and halflings, live together in a mixed state. Even though the Iron Hand City is mainly composed of dwarves, human maids can be found there. Ryan was getting a little bored while waiting, so he put a hot towel on his eye sockets, held the back of his head with both hands, and actually took a nap. In fact, he was quite afraid that some unruly people would want to harm him. So he asked the system to set up a wind element barrier. And like Harry, he used anti-evil and anti-chaos as trigger words, and then set it to automatically warn him of any malicious targets. Then he closed his eyes. In theory, such protection should be perfect. Until, blat. Oops. A clear sound came from the roof of the Ren VIP suite. Gonsha bared his teeth. He could hear the loud sound of the stone being stepped on, and the woman's low cry of shock. He was even more certain that Ryan in the suite heard it, because the wind element that Ryan had filled the entire terrace was obviously stagnant. At this time, Phone DAC, who came in outside, came out and glanced at Garga. As a talented fae, Phone DAC also felt it. The two of them stared at each other. Garga blinked. Don't you go and see? Not good. Master always has his own opinions. The VIP suite where Ryan was staying was relatively close to the palace. The palace was relatively deep in the city sunk into the mountains. But the state guest house was located in a place where sunlight could still reach. Of course, there is absolutely no problem with the security of the state guest house. At this moment, not to mention those involved, even the dwarf guards guarding the state guest house are having a headache. A small team of guards armed with magic-destroying crossbows stared in amazement at the figure on the roof of the state guest house that exuded an elegant and luxurious aura. If someone else was walking there, he would have been shot into a porcupine long ago. That one is. Am I seeing right? Captain, what should we do? Shoot? The captain of the dwarf guard slapped the guard on the forehead and said, shoot your ass. We can't afford to offend anyone on either side. Quickly notify His Majesty. And immediately install a protective net under the building. If someone falls, we will be dead. Yes. A group of dwarfs tiptoed to the bottom of the Ren terrace and spread out a large, thick mat as a safety net. The funny thing is, Ryan fell asleep and the other party was completely unaware of it. The blonde woman just gently walked him, jumping from the roof to Ryan's terrace as if delivering food. Ryan woke up, but not completely. He glanced through the white-hot towel and saw the silhouette of a human woman outlined by the system. The green outline represents friendliness and safety. There's nothing good about human maids. The pretty ones are all seduced by nobles. The other party was interrupted just after saying one word. Ryan didn't even look at him, and spoke in a cold and arrogant voice. Don't waste your time. Just massage my feet. It will benefit you. As the saying goes, one dares to say it, the other dares to do it. Ryan soon felt a pair of soft little hands pressing on his toes. On the other side, Phone DAC waited for 2 minutes, and felt that something was still wrong. So he changed his words and said, okay, I'll go to Master to take a look. As soon as the door to the terrace was opened, the iron-handed prince, who claimed to be knowledgeable and had lived for 100 years, said that he had never seen such a scene before. Chapter 282, Sitting on Wax. What a visually striking scene this is. Phone DAC's most beloved master was lying on a soft bench leisurely, his hands on the back of his head, a towel on his face. His posture was very relaxed, and he was even humming an unknown tune. At this time, one of the master's feet was soaked in a steaming wooden barrel, and the other foot was placed on a pair of slender and straight thighs. A pair of jade hands that looked like works of art were rubbing that foot. If we ignore the owner of those hands, there is nothing wrong with this scene. At most, it is just a maid serving a superior. The problem is that there is no one in Taizo City who doesn't know who this beautiful and dignified woman who is massaging feet is. She is the saint of the Church of Light. Von Dak's mind went blank. No. Wait. Master. You let the saint do the work of a maid. Are you too? That. Von Dak was speechless and completely at a loss for words. Ryan spoke leisurely. Vondak? What's the big deal? Your uncles were all like this back then. What Ryan was actually talking about was that after he traveled through time and went to the construction site for internship, a group of his exhausted roommates went out to have fun together while spending the foot bath coupons given by the construction company. But to the ears of Vondak and Elizabeth, it had a completely different meaning. No wonder. There are thousands of beautiful women willing to please Ryan. But so far only Archduchess Sophia has caught his eye. It's not that Ryan Tesla is unwilling to love someone. It's just that his requirements are too high. The so-called uncles that Ryan was talking about were his gang of cronies. In the two men's ears, they were naturally Newton, Edison, Joule, and other supreme powers. You know, as the second generation of disciples of the physics school emerged, these godly names began to circulate widely among high-level officials in various countries. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. This is the wonderful scene I'm talking about. The three people on the terrace had no idea that this whole scene was seen by the other three people in the nearby watchtower. In fact, King Allega's people are confused. He feels a huge injustice in his heart. On one side is Ryan, the great benefactor who saved his entire clan. And on the other side is the Church of Light, the core sect of the panhuman camp. He can't afford to offend either side. The question is, why would the Holy Lady of Light do such a stupid thing as blessing the leader of another sect? Isn't this just giving others a handle to attack? If Ryan really wants to fight, he could overturn the entire Church of Light in a few minutes. But this is not good for the overall situation. In any case, it is absolutely inappropriate to massage someone's feet on the terrace. One of the legendary paladins was furious, his veins showing. This is absolutely blasphemous. He was almost about to say the word blasphemy. King Aldo was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. Throughout history, many wars between gods started from a quarrel caused by a misunderstanding that might seem insignificant to outsiders, and gradually escalated into a life-and-death battle. It's like, what are you looking at, and what's wrong with me looking at you? Once they match, it will be troublesome. Allegia screamed in his heart, don't mess around. The Panhuman Alliance is in such a good situation now. Don't let the strongest fight the oldest. At this critical moment, another old paladin suddenly interrupted his comrade with a heavy voice. You are indeed worthy of being the legendary Lord Ryan Tesla, who masters the demigod-level prophecy. The other two? As expected, there is nothing to hide from Lord Tesla. Her Highness Elizabeth Lane was indeed born in poverty. Before she was chosen as the saint, she was a reckless maid in the Baron's house. Alas, although we don't like to reveal Her Highness the Saint's previous life experience, since Lord Tesla has discovered it, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Not to mention Allega. Even his comrades were confused. No. Wait. This can all go back to the old ways? The old paladin continued. That's what happened. The reckless saint lady was forgiven by His Excellency Tesla in her own way. Overall, it's a cause for celebration. However, His Majesty Allega, please keep it a secret. Well, of course. Allega was so experienced that he must have gone down the stairs. You could always trust the dwarf's ability to keep secrets. Grateful, the two legendary paladins stared at the confused saint again and strode back to their room. As soon as he entered the door, the young paladin said to the old paladin, Peter, what are you doing? Clement, you know, this is the best possible outcome. You and I have truly felt how powerful that person is. There is no need and no reason for us to go to war with him. But this is too embarrassing. Whether she loses face or not, let's see what she can get back. If she comes back in disgrace, we can only replace her with a more prestigious saint. The power distribution of Chaos Church of Light is quite complicated, because the Church of Light is actually a united church composed of three light-related gods. Namely, the Sun God, the Goddess of Light of Hope, and the God of Fire of Humanity. Although it was announced to the outside world that the three main gods formed an unbreakable alliance, which had always been shown in the past wars between gods. After losing the grace of gods for 100 years, the paladins and priests who believed in the three gods each had their own focus, which meant that if one faction wanted to take power, it had to demonstrate achievements that overwhelmed the other two factions. There is not a serious power struggle within the church. After all, there are only so many high positions, and the competition is still quite fierce. On the other hand, Ryan had no idea that so many bad things had just happened outside. He was shocked to the core by his chief apprentice's words. Well, okay. I won't hinder His Highness Ryan and Master. I'll take my leave. etc. Who? Ryan's heart skipped a beat. No way. The one who just massaged my feet was actually the Holy Lady of Light. Ryan forced himself to recall what he had just said and done. When he finished reviewing, he suddenly wanted to die. He didn't know why. The dignified Saint of Light actually ran over the roof and jumped onto the terrace. The first thing she said might be an apology, but she was blocked by his words. Don't talk nonsense. Just massage my feet. It will benefit you. Since they came to apologize, I naturally gave in. Now, how will he end up? Fortunately, he still had plenty of time. So he went all out and passed over his other foot as well. On the other side, Dak went out and told this to Gantia. Gantia said, I really envy the Archmage. No. I am glad that the Church of Light is sensible. Dak. My master really knows how to have fun. This is the privilege of the strong. While Ryan was enjoying the foot massage, he felt a little pain in his balls. What is the most sincere way to apologize? I actually let this silly girl massage her feet, and then let her go. Chapter 283. Increase the stakes. Must increase the stakes. Apologies shouldn't be revealed. Ahem. Only then did Ryan notice that on the turret protecting the state guest house, a group of dwarfs including King Aleja were watching the show. All that's missing is some popcorn and coke. There's no way to silence the witness this time. Etc. How could I, the dignified legendary Master Ryan, be the kind of person who would take advantage of stupid girls when they make mistakes? Yeah. Absolutely not. Ryan let Elizabeth massage his feet for another 10 minutes, stretching his toes and saying leisurely, That's enough. Okay. Her Highness the Saint really wiped Ryan's feet and helped him take off his trouser legs skillfully. Fortunately, her technique was not professional at all. It was just that her soft hands felt comfortable. Otherwise Ryan would have suspected that this saint lady was taught in a professional foot massage parlor. Elizabeth asked with a guilty conscience. Have you forgiven me for giving you a blessing today? Yeah. The matter is over. Ryan didn't change his posture. It's okay. It's okay. She patted her plump chest, looking scared. Ryan suddenly thought of another question. It's just that you, the Holy Lady of Light, went up to the roof and then jumped off the terrace to do such a thing. And so many people saw it. This is definitely not the will of your church. Can you report to your people when you go back? Suddenly, Elisabeth froze, as if she had been petrified. Ryan even felt that if there was a gust of wind, she would turn into ashes, melt, disperse, and disappear. Ryan was so embarrassed. Is this woman really that stupid? Didn't she think about the consequences before she came? I have my face. But don't they have any face in the Church of Light? If it was someone else, Ryan would have saved his face and left, not caring about her life or death. But seeing how innocent Elisabeth was, and how she came over to apologize with all her heart, Ryan actually felt a little bit reluctant. Ellie's nose was sore. I didn't think so much. I just wanted to apologize and avoid a conflict between the two major sections. I will be punished to be locked up when I go back. I'll be fine, right? As she spoke, her fingers accidentally grabbed the bottom of her skirt, rubbing the originally rolled up skirt until it was like a rag, dirty and wrinkled. It would be strange if he didn't die. Ryan would bet a copper coin that this thing would be replaced within 3 days. Ryan placed the back of his right hand on his forehead covered with a towel and said calmly, Forget it. You go back first. I don't know why. Even though I just had my foot pinched, I still have the illusion that I'm a scumbag who refuses to admit his guilt. Oh. Okay. Don't worry. I'm fine. Saying, in front of Ren. In front of a dwarf face on the opposite side. He grabbed the eaves directly above the roof of the terrace into the room. Damn it! Can't you just go through the main door? Ryan was so angry that he laughed. It's okay once. But why do you walk on the roof again? You are not afraid of breaking your legs. But the Iron Hand clan is. Oh. Okay. When the stupid girl jumped down, she actually hit her forehead. It hurts? No. I'm fine. This guy just covered his forehead and stumbled through Ryan's bedroom and the outer hall, leaving under the gaze of Ryan, Alaga and other dwarves, as well as Vondak and Gantia. People who don't know would think Ryan did something to this guy. Fortunately, there are enough witnesses. Everyone. Damn! Who would have thought that the dignified and elegant Saint of Light had a reckless and foolish soul inside? Alas! The main point is a contrast. Interestingly, the dwarf really kept it a secret. Don't forget that there are so many VIPs staying in the state guest house. And a large number of servants are keeping an eye on the small courtyard where Ryan's suite is located in various ways. Sometimes, your opponent's failure is your success. As the first person who succeeded in getting through the level by unknown means, the appearance of the Holy Lady of Light definitely attracted attention. All the major religious sects were immediately in an uproar. Damn it! You are worthy of being the Saint of Light. You have already managed this? Did they reach a deal? What kind of deal can the Church of Light have with the School of Physics? It's hard to say. We are already behind. But every family rushed forward to deliver visiting cards. And the damn barbarian just stood there. So he simply borrowed a wooden wine barrel from the dwarves. Whoever wanted to hand in a visiting card, Gauntia would let them put it in, claiming that someone would look at it later. Don't ask. If you ask, I will just read it but not reply. Each family has no temper. In a suite not far away, an old knight with gray hair and a beard was sitting there with a sad face. Opposite to him was the female knight with a very androgynous beauty whom Ryan had met once. What should we do? The Church of Light seems to have taken the lead. Although Tesla always offers high prices, his ability to deliver on his promises is beyond doubt. And once he agrees to do something, he will not consider taking on another job at the same time. The old knight straightened his back. He was dressed in casual clothes, and his left chest was full of badges, representing the greatest voice in the Knights of the Holy Lance. At this time, a male noble standing nearby, dressed in gorgeous clothes, stepped out and said, "Now, I'm afraid I can only make Lord Tylan suffer." Upon hearing this, the female knight stood up without hesitation and said, "As long as I can help the Holy Lance Knights, I will never refuse." Really? The eyes of the male nobles brightened. That's absolutely true. The female knight named Tylan answered firmly. Very good. The male noble clapped his hands, and the door of the compartment opened. A group of servants came in and pushed a mannequin. The evening dress on it made the female knight dumbfounded. The slit on the waistline was too high. The female knight felt an inexplicable sense of shame and anger. It's well known. If Ryan Tesla has a weakness, it's probably women. And not just ordinary beautiful women. Not just those with noble status. He has no regard for princesses from the royal families of various countries. The only exception is one type of woman, adventurers. At this point, the male noble glanced at the female knight, causing her to feel a wave of disgust. The female knight's body was shaking, and the old knight's face became more bitter. "Margaret, you don't have to wrong yourself." Margaret gritted her teeth and said, "No, I know the situation of the knights. I will wear it." At this time, Ryan did not know that due to his appearance, the conditions of the countries in the panhuman camp in the Chaos world had undergone tremendous changes. The stability of Devil's Mouth allowed the Karak Empire, which had been exhausted by a war of attrition, to finally breathe a sigh of relief. And his wholesale sale of mages caused an extremely exaggerated root dispute within the Barbarossa Empire. For 100 years, Barbarossa relied on knights to defend most of the country. The country was founded on knights, but was trapped by the knight system and could not develop further. It takes 10 years or even longer to train a qualified knight. And sometimes all it takes to destroy a knight is an orc holding a damn stick. Chapter 284, Talking with Wine. In the past, the Cavaliers were in a high status in the Barbarossa Empire. The key is that they can only rely on him to clean up giant monsters such as giants. Now that we have a better solution like mages, which can be trained faster and have greater power, what reason do the Emperor and the nobles have to refuse? As the Empire recovered the two northern provinces, undercurrents surged throughout the Empire. In addition to the Emperor trying to find Ryan's help to fix the Mage Tower and improve the city's defense, the knights were also trying to find ways to save themselves. However, the upper limit of knights is there. Except for less than 5% of knights, who can become professionals, and 1 in 100 Pegasus knights. Most of the remaining knights are just tin cans riding horses. The problem is that there are only so many feasts, and some professions give more, while some naturally give less. In the past century, the Cavaliers have monopolized almost all new aristocratic positions. The Cavaliers also know that this situation will change with the rise of the mage. And they will eventually change. They still want to fight. Of course, the Knights of the Lawful Good Camp would not do such a dirty thing as suppressing their opponents. The consequence of doing so would be spiritual depravity, and eventually turning into Black Warriors, or Black Knights. It's ironic that the thing they're eyeing is exactly the lazy pie weapon invented by Ryan's apprentice. The reason weapon used by the followers of the physics school. As their followers appeared more and more frequently in the eyes of the world, everyone discovered the power of the reason weapon. Bows and arrows can be added with strike. Sometimes melee weapons are added eager. Sometimes thorns. Recently, there are even news. If we can reach a cooperation with the physics school, there is no doubt that all knights who believe in the god of knights will be able to obtain an enchanted weapon in disguise. If Ryan heard their idea, he would probably think that they wanted to create a close combat version of power armor. The most crucial point is that those who value this, apart from the knights who believe in the god of knights, are more likely to be melee sects that use various weapons. What about the battle church and the hunting church? They are all eyeing the physical school. Otherwise, why would so many sects, big and small, send people to a ceremony held by a small Iron Hand clan? If your knights don't take action, there will be plenty of competitors. The knights knew that they could not defeat the noble wizard, so they at least wanted to suppress other professionals in Barbarossa and maintain the status of the Knights Templar as the state religion. As a result, tonight's banquet became turbulent. In every sense of the word. The clock pointed to 6 o'clock in the evening, and Ryan took a goat cart from the state guest house to the banquet hall where the banquet was held. There are carriages elsewhere. The Iron Hand clan was a small work for him. He used 2 majestic high-ground goats to pull the car, especially the huge goat horns, which can be used for charging. As long as this Highland goat is equipped with a set of iron armor on its chest, it will be an excellent charging warhorse. If we have to say what the problem is, it is probably that too much hair means weak fire, and that goats tend to lose control when they are angry. Standing up tall and trying to use the curved horns on their heads as hammers to hit the enemy. Amid the sound of sheep's hooves, Ryan arrived at the banquet hall, which was very dwarf-like in style. God hacking. The outer wall of the hall is a huge wooden barrel shape. When people enter the hall, they look like drilling from a faucet under the barrel. By the way, there are 3 people in the main entrance of the faucet, and 5 people can enter side by side. Ren Sheep's car was next to the driver, and he was sitting in a spicy legendary barbarian, with this hand stretched style with his hands. Everyone knew that Ren came. What makes many people feel itchy is, their servants must wait outside the wine banquet hall. And Garga can follow Ren in a lot, because this guy is one of the guests invited by the Iron Hand clan. Phone Dak, 1m6, and Ren, put on Gentii. Even if not because of their identity, this step-high combination is still the most striking existence in the audience. Cool. Absolutely awesome. Welcome. Our iron-handed clan forever. Alia came over and hugged Ren enthusiastically. Your Majesty, please don't blame me for stealing the show. Don't be afraid. Without you, there will be no Iron Hand clan Fushing. Even if you change the signboards here now, we are willing to be willing, Ren quickly said. Don't be so exaggerated. Alligar blinked mysteriously. Rest assured. This is the dwarf site, and naturally the dwarf's rules must be. The dwarf king didn't say that Ren hadn't found it yet. Looking around, he felt that it seemed that the girls of A to F were almost disappeared. As everyone was watching, Alligar turned around, raised his strong arms high, and announced in his loud voice, Okay, my compatriots and guests, now that the protagonist has arrived, let us enjoy this endless banquet to our heart's content. Tonight, let us speak with wine. Dozens of dwarves from different clans stomped their feet together, and they felt a little shocked on the ground. They held the wine glass with the size of the calf legs in their hands. Talk with wine, as if it was a card point. As the noise fell, the dwarf band immediately began to play a brisk music. Renan was stunned for a while. This music sounded super like Binks's wine in one piece, throughout thousands of square meters. The dwarves who acted as the atmosphere applauded rhythmically, and female dwarf waiters supported a pot of fragrant barbecue and various dwarf foods. The dwarves shouted slogans and carried in huge wooden wine barrels. The size of those barrels. Well, it is not difficult to throw a wren in drowning. I was sitting on the main position. Anyway, I ate a pile of stomachs, and Ren couldn't help but bring the Greenia's rice bucket and the wine barrel. As long as someone is toasting, there is insufficient status in the paste, and the barbarians directly block the wine for Ren. If the king or something comes over, Ryan can choose to take a sip just to show his respect. It didn't take long. As the sound became excited, Ren knew the strength is. Aleja stood up and said loudly, we dwarves make friends with wine. And use wine to seduce beautiful women and men. Those who can't drink are not qualified to enter the dance floor. So, the same thing. Let the wine speak. The dwarves shouted in unison. After that, a servant put up a sign next to the dance floor. Those entering the dance floor, please have a drink first. Ryan was shocked when he saw it. That stuff was at least 1 liter. Suddenly, the Saint of Light Elizabeth asked in a loud voice, "What if we designate a dance partner?" The waiter smiled and launched another small cup. "This is golden wheat wine. Drinking it, no matter which man you specify, he must dance with you." How to say it? Elizabeth actually had the aura of a heroic woman. She took the golden ale and drank it all in 1 gulp. Then gave Ryan a beautiful ladle-like salute. At this point, Ryan had no choice but to leave. Who knew that just leaned? Elizabeth suddenly pounced forward, and the whole softened in Ren's arms. I'm not drunk. Huh. Long breathing sound. Ren was a bit stretched. You are worthy of it. Chapter 285 Dwarf Ball Dance. When the saint fell to the ground, countless female guests outside the venue cursed her inwardly for being shameless. The development of the situation was beyond the expectations of most people. She is not full of tea. This product is really a cup. Or she has no amount of drinking. This is the dwarf's golden wheat wine. Before Ryan crossed over, the alcohol content of the stuff called golden ale was 96%, which was almost pure alcohol. Even if the dwarves' brewing technology in this world was not so brutal, it would probably be over 60 degrees. The silly girl who can't drink plays with a self-destructing truck. If it happened anywhere else, she would definitely be picked up by someone. This tells her that there are really a lot of bad people in the world. This was the Iron Hand clan's banquet. The dwarves had plenty of experience in dealing with drunkards. There was no need for the 2 paladins to come up, who were so embarrassed that they had to hold their foreheads. A human waitress took the saint from Ryan with a smile and helped her down. The 2 legendary paladins were probably so embarrassed that they could easily dig out 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with their toes. They smiled wryly, and Ren smiled back. Saint Elizabeth's recklessness was more like an appetizer at a banquet, earning a smile from everyone. Ryan would probably not be able to dodge the next attack. As expected, a real opponent appeared. He also drank the golden ale in 1 gulp. When the tall woman stood in front of him, Ryan almost couldn't recognize her. It was the short hair of the ears, but simply combed the bangs, hanging 2 diamond-shaped red crystal pendants on the ears, with a low cut, high leg split on the right leg. Ryan almost didn't recognize her. She was the night girl he had seen that morning, dressed in armor and dressed in a very neutral style. The key point was that the bulky armor was too good at hiding her figure, and it was impossible to see it before. Is there such a strong momentum? Will you dare to be named? On the opposite side, it seems that it is impossible to resist Ren's gaze. Or I feel that the vision cast in all directions is like acupuncture, and goosebumps are glowing on the fair front armor. She tried to suppress the unpleasant feeling of her scalp about to numb and explode, and tried to make her voice sound soft and moving. Margaret Tylen, I hope to dance with you. The corner of Ren's mouth laughed. In the name of a wine club. Praise your wine in the name of wine, said. Ren stretched out his left hand very gentleman. Margaret stretched out her right hand and put on it. She seemed to be angry, or she had a particularly big determination. When the first contact, her hand was slightly larger. In a sense, the hands of women who practice sword fighting for a long time will not look good, and the feel of their hands will be slightly worse. It is common for the finger joints to be slightly enlarged and calloused. Ryan could sense that she was trying to avoid exposing her weakness so quickly. Almost as soon as she started, she did a beautiful spin, and the bright white light made Ryan feel like he couldn't stand it with his eyes. A nice girl. Smart, hardworking, and willing to endure. For some reason, watching such a heroic woman was forced to come over. Ren had an illusion that he had discovered the orc's trumpet to make gold coins when he played World of Warcraft. Could it be that the female knight and his guest soul orc really a perfect match? There was no time for Ryan to let his imagination run wild. Seeing that Margaret did not go directly like the silly virgin before, the dwarves began to coax, and the musicians immediately played the brisk music. In this land of dwarves, the most popular dance is similar to the bullfighting dance that Ryan performed before he crossed over. Well, back then, a bunch of stupid boys thought they could have girls to practice with in dance class. But the ratio was only 1 to 9. Fortunately, Ryan was good looking, So he had a freckled senior sister to take care of him. His poor classmates were all male sparring partners. I didn't expect that it would come in handy today. As soon as Ren plays a good posture, it is an outer spiral rotating lady to make a circle to the back, followed by a set 8 steps shawl action. The most special thing about the dwarf version of the bullfighting dance is that it contains a lot of practical elements. The overall way of dancing is that the female dancer provokes the male dancer, who plays the role of the big stupid bull, and then dodges with flexible steps. Except for the opening fixed pose. The latter part is a dance version of the fight. The general process is that the woman expresses, "If you can catch me, I will let you hee-hee with dance posture." The man pounces on her. The woman dodges. And after dodging, it is the next round. And she continues to taunt the big stupid cow. It's not wrong to say that this is a courtship dance. Seriously. With the physical fitness of the female knight. To tease a male mage. From the perspective of outsiders, it is really necessary to implement it. After the first few poses showing off their body beauty, the bullfighting began. Margaret had already made up her mind not to be too provocative and embarrass him. After 3 times, no, 2 times, he should be caught. "You must give way. We are here to deliver food, not to make enemies." Seeing the other person smiling, and at her provocation, he assumed the posture of a big bull pouncing on her. Margaret followed the procedure and bowed gracefully. The left hand turns into a flower hand and is pulled back, while the right hand reaches down. You should know that the ownership of the A class is different from the E class. In addition, the index finger provocative hook. The taste suddenly existed. At this moment, the strings played by the musician. Ryan pounced on him with a ferocious look, looking clumsy and slow. Like Margaret, like the dance design. He raised his hands lightly, and made an elegant dance step similar to the rotation of the pattern skating air. When he landed, he even opened his right leg intentionally or unintentionally, so that the slender and plump beautiful legs came out of the high split. In order to take care of the sense of dance and artistic, in order to take care of Ren's face, she deliberately made her waist wipe her waist in less than 5 centimeters by Ren's fingers, and seemed to work hard. After finishing all this, Margaret maintained a smile on the surface. But her heart was extremely sad. She longed for a powerful knight, not a weak chicken mage. Unexpectedly, Ren, who was missed, was like a teasing bully in the dance arrangement. And when he was having an angry roar, his left hand raised his left hand. This is a small action that can only be seen in her direction. He was a small clot in his hand. Chapter 286. The master is so powerful? Margaret would never mistake that thing, which was supposed to be pinned on her lower back, because her waist-to-chest ratio was so exaggerated. The waist of the custom-made dress was still too thick, and she had to secretly use a paper clip to shorten the fabric at the back a little. Who thinks? She was so shocked that her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. The face on the opposite side seemed to be annoyed, and his eyes were laughing. He doesn't want to either. The flying dragon cloud hand in the master's body protection that Matt started to send him in hand in this place. On the surface, he was lost in the bullfighting dance. In fact, he is the hidden winner. Margaret did not feel any shame or anger at this subtle difference, but looked up to Ryan. She stood on tiptoe, stepped on the music and danced elegantly, responding to the meaning of the music, and once again provoked the big stupid bull. As the so-called layman watched the lively, the insiders looked at the door, and the strong vision of the dynamic vision had already seen that the two had just fleeting confrontation. Ren is quite amazing, and several good dwarves are already cheering. In the second round, Margaret walked closer with a small stack on his feet, swaying his left and right, and his left hand gently held the long skirt on his left, making a provocative pose. It seems that this is the dance movement of the woman who shows her beautiful dancing posture. Only the people who understand can find that she can slightly change her leg curve from her thighs. She is ready to start the ejection startup. She was serious. The opposite Renault continued to play the bull, stomped his right foot, and put on a pose that was about to charge. He came, and seemed to rush slowly. The seemingly slow movement seemed quite fast in the eyes of the attacked because each step he took was 3 meters. This is still too slow for a master-level knight. Margaret turned gorgeous and gracefully, escaped Ryan's fluttering, and even she still had a jumper to make an elegant horse posture. Everything was so perfect, except for the slight looseness and tightness of the leg ring on her right leg. This time, she was really shocked. She hurriedly looked down and found that there was a small decoration on her leg ring. If this was really a fight with the bull, her leg would be useless. Ah! After exclaiming, the bullfighting dance continued. Margaret pursed his lips and looked at the big stupid cattle on the opposite side with an incredible eyes. In the dwarf's bullfighting dance, this dance of playing offensives in this poor state is the best. At this time, a large number of unaware audiences are coaxing and cheering. Unfortunately, every cheer was applauding, and it fell into Margaret's ears and became a ruthless mockery. Knowing that you should put water to cater to each other. But this is no longer the problem of water without water. No! Is there a possibility that this ridiculously strong guy is letting the sea go? There was no more contempt. This time she was serious. It was another seemingly bulky flutter. Margaret still raised her arms to keep the jade hand holding the flower's posture. However, when Ren rushed to her half meters in front of her, her figure disappeared from the same place. At this moment, the old knight was so shocked that he stopped clapping. And many legendary warriors changed their expression slightly. This level of agility is exaggerated. With the top wanderer or the legendary agility, the difference between the first line and the evaluation of the adventurer union, Margaret's light is enough to make her be rated as 20 o'clock. Normally, Cavalier's professional, like warrior, its main attribute is power. But the female knight is not too rare than strength. People who felt the living ghost happened. The previous seemingly reckless Ronian's long arms were fishing. As they passed the wrong body, they grabbed Margaret, who had a great speed change. You have to know that this is dancing, and it is assumed that neither player is allowed to use any skills. And what is being competed for is the most basic attributes. With this scoop, Ryan was able to keep up with Margaret's speed without hurting her. Doesn't this mean that Ryan's agility is no less than 20 points? This time, the onlookers really shocked. Everyone knows that in the morning, the barbarians who have power deterred with legendary power, Garga, can still suppress 20 agile master female cavaliers Margaret at night? This is too scary. He is a mage. Power, agility and constitution are added to Fae, belonging to the optional attributes. Even so, he can crush the strong. So how terrible is his main attribute? An unfathomable and breathtaking feeling was rippling in the hearts of those legendary powerful men. The sound of music is still going on, but the style of the music has changed from the confrontation to a fairly harmonious joy. You caught me. This is the rules in the dwarf bullfighting dance. The female dance partner captured should use this method to declare their failure. Then, Margaret followed the rules and began to dance around Ryan like a butterfly around a flower. Renin only needs to put pose in a small range. In dance music, this means the defeat of the matador and the victory of the bull. Don't think that the ending of the dwarf's dance is certain. In the dwarf's bullfighting dance, there are also ways for the female dancer to win. If the female dancer fails to jump 7 times, she will become the main dancer, although she will dance around the male dancer. During the circle, she is allowed to tease him by pulling his beard and other behaviors. This is a bit embarrassing for the man. The dwarf dance of the dwarf is so simple and rude. The guy with insufficient eyesight among outsiders looked like Margaret put the C and deliberately caught Rin. The only guy with extraordinary eyesight is almost painful when he patted his hand and cheered loudly. In Margaret's eyes, there was no original little aggrieved, and in the eyes of crescent-shaped shapes, he had a conviction and appreciation. Tesla, can you return things back? Margaret regretted it as soon as she opened her mouth. She never thought that she showed her neutral appearance all day. Every day, she was competing with the male knight. Renin kept a smile. Falong Tanyan hand launched. If she did not feel the changes in her legs and back, she would not feel the close of the leg line and the back waist at all. Hey! If you are a wanderer, I might not be convinced. Just you are a mage. Is the mage of physics so powerful? As soon as I exit, Margaret didn't know why. I just wanted to fan myself a few slaps. Did I become Feng Chung each other? How did I become like this? No. It's just that I am more powerful. Renyin was shamelessly blowing the cow. Chapter 287. What do you think of me? Is Ryan moved? Actually, not. When he reaches his status, it is really like God. You can just pick up a waiting for God waiting for princess to go home and tell her that she is actually a big bad guy. They also want to be grateful to Dade when they look back. But he quite enjoyed this process of the opponent going from hating him, ready to let him win, to truly admiring him. Rin didn't know if the other party was accurate or weak, and deliberately made a drama. Perhaps the script is there. But the female knight in front of her. At first, she was really unwilling. This is the most wonderful place. From time to time, Ren cooperated with Margaret's waist and enjoyed this beauty. This small flaw cannot affect Ryan's good mood. I don't know if it was alcohol. Margaret's face seemed crimson. Good times are always short-lived. And after the dance, she had to leave. Next, Ryan had to face a second challenge. When the second girl drank the golden ale, Ryan smiled. And everyone smiled kindly. The one who was dancing was Vondak's sister, Kalasina, facing this dwarf beauty with an impressive waist size of A1 paper. Ryan decisively chose to pounce on her 7 times. But all of them failed. The last time, she didn't move at all. So Ryan performed a flat fall, which caused a good-natured laugh from everyone. Woo-woo. Rude bull. You are too weak and unworthy of being challenged by this princess. Kalasina put her hands on her hips, and said this in a proud tone that sounded like theatrical voice. Ryan was possessed by the spirit of drama. Speaking in human language as a bull, ah, beautiful princess, I am willing to redeem my bull life with this treasure. After saying that, Ryan bowed slightly and handed over a bracelet made of colorful prince scales with both hands. At this moment of the show, the surrounding crowd burst into warm cheers, among which the cheers of the dwarves were the loudest. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were making a fuss. Ha ha, Your Highness, just let this reckless bull go. Ha ha ha. That's right. Everyone knows that this is Ryan taking care of the Iron Hand clan as a warm-up for tomorrow's ceremony. For a moment, both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves very much. More guests started drinking. And of course, they chose large glasses of ale. The music became louder and louder, and the atmosphere became more and more lively. You could even see a few scraggly old men jumping onto the table and performing tap dancing. Ryan had completed his task and returned to his seat. Next, unless he wanted to, he didn't have to go down to the dance floor. People came to toast one after another, and Ryan responded with a smile. With 2 helpers, Gonsha and Vondak, by his side to block the drinking. Ryan was really enjoying the banquet tonight. Soon, seeing Margaret approaching with a large cup in each hand, the Tool duo tactfully stepped aside and stood further ahead. At this moment, countless envious eyes were cast upon me. They were already secretly lamenting the good fortune of the knights. If it were someone else, seeing a young man dating Margaret, the rose on horseback, they would probably envy his good fortune. But for Ryan, it would be like Margaret marrying above her station. Thousands of beautiful ladies came with the mission of making friends with the physics school. But only Elizabeth and Margaret managed to get close to them. Isn't this shit luck? On the outer circle, the 2 legendary paladins were watching with a vengeance. No, everyone else's people can get close. So why can't our own stupid saint get anything done when she's drunk? 1 offense, 1 apology, and it's a draw. Can the female knight sit by the knights get through? In the side hall for VIPs to rest, a beautiful blonde girl smacked her lips and muttered, I'm not drunk. I can still drink. The servants of the Church of Light were worried sick. Here, perhaps because she was drunk and spoke the truth. Or perhaps Margaret, who was in a calm state, did not have the courage to approach. This time, in her slightly tipsy state, she came up and drank 3 glasses of beer with Ryan in one breath. She suddenly asked a strange question. In your world, have knights declined? Ryan hesitated for a moment and said, yes. Replaced by a mage? No. It was shot. When machine guns appeared, even cavalry became a thing of the past. Dignity is only above the edge of the sword. Truth is only within the range of the cannon. Please think carefully about these words. Margaret lay on the wine table, her eyes blurry. They all said that with the magician, the kings only need cavalry and ordinary soldiers. Ryan took a sip of beer. From the perspective of war economics, this is obviously more cost-effective. Are knights useless? Of course not. Because beautiful things are always worth protecting and promoting. Then is it possible for you to authorize the Lee emblem to each knightly order? As soon as Margaret said this, the outer circle spread out her perception. And the big guys who were listening carefully here felt as if their hearts temporarily stopped. No, that's too straightforward. In terms of negotiation skills, this is terrible. Even if they want to use the beauty trap, they should first coax Ryan away, push him into the side hall, make him feel comfortable, and then persuade him with their pillow. How can you not give me anything? Even the old knight, who had pricked up his ears, silently held his forehead. And the noble next to him hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "That Margaret kid is probably screwed up. Nothing is absolute in this world. No one will ever know how far Lei will go to maintain his dignity as a master. With Feng Dak, his chief disciple, watching, he can't personally demonstrate what teacher BXXXH means. If you have no moral integrity yourself, how can you expect your future disciples to have moral integrity? What's more, am I, Lei, the kind of person who can't move his legs when seeing a beautiful woman? Am I? I am absolutely not." Even though Lei, a man of integrity, wanted to give people the impression of being righteous, at least at this moment, he was a famous teacher who could stand the test. Ryan stroked the edge of the barrel-shaped wine glass with his fingers, with an intriguing expression on his face. "Oh, it's not impossible to talk. It depends on whether you have what I want." Ryan moved his eyes to the old knight 20 meters away on the left and raised the cup from a distance. The old knight was stunned for a moment. Then he also raised his glass to show respect. "The Iron Hand clan ceremony is over. Let your people talk to my 5th apprentice Flora." "Huh?" The long-tailed tone expressed the surprise of the owner of the voice. Margaret opened her hazy, drunken eyes wide. "Is that all? Frank said I want this and that. You sounded so scary." Ryan was speechless. "Did you mistake my suite for a goblin's lair?" The old knight in the distance held his forehead with his hand again, and the noble next to him shrank his neck, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Without waiting for Lei to look at him, the guy immediately ran away under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Chapter 288 Saint? Change 1. It seems that the world has a deep misunderstanding of our school of physics. Let me reiterate that we are in the lawful neutral camp. Bring us anything that interests us, and we can talk. We are open to cooperation. Ryan said this not only to Margaret, but also to all the bigwigs who came to test the waters. After that, Ryan raised the wine glass, slowly raised it from left to right in a semicircle, and then drank it all. Ryan then stood up, took his followers and left. While waiting for the sheep cart to come, Feng Dak was suddenly stopped by his father. "What's wrong?" "No. I regret it a little." "What are you regretting?" "I shouldn't have sent you to Lord Tesla as a deal. I should have made you his inner disciple. The relationship between the major religious sects and the schools of physics is more important than the views of various countries on the schools of physics. No one knows whether the gods will return after being out of touch for 100 years. If Ryan is a true god from the outer realm, does his appearance mean the beginning of the age of gods again? The rise of the physical school requires not only flexing its muscles, but also maintaining a good distance and relationship with the old sects, which is also a very important part. An organization that is hostile to all forces in the world will often not have a good ending. For example, before the time travel, among those who had waged war against the 5 permanent members at the same time, except for the only one who became one of the 5 permanent members, the rest all had their graves overgrown with grass 3 feet high. Kill the most aggressive one, and use the power of unity to unite. This is the way for flower growers to survive. Even though he traveled through time, Ryan still adhered to this principle. In Ryan's opinion, there shouldn't be any unexpected problems next. Nowadays, negotiations no longer need to be done by him personally. For some things, it would be unbecoming for the boss to haggle with the other party directly at the negotiation table. Unfortunately, if nothing unexpected happened, an accident would happen. After Ryan gave the Iron Hand clan enough face, leaving early was no big deal. In some occasions, when the boss is not around, the subordinates can have fun. After Ryan returned to the state guest house, in the middle of the night, Elizabeth, who was a few suites away, woke up slowly. "Dancing? Yes. I want to dance with Lord Tesla." "Woo. My head hurts." Saint Ellie woke up with her head covered, and unexpectedly found that she was not in a familiar room. It seemed that she was in a small room for maids? The narrow room, and the stingy windows that are too high to reach. Looking at the hazy moonlight cast through the air vent, Eli Shabai had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. As if everything had returned to the way it was before. The sound of her waking up startled the people outside. The door creaked open, and a person, who was no stranger to her, came in. "Ah, Sir Peter. This is..." The legendary paladin sighed and said, "I regret to inform you that your various disrespectful behaviors have damaged the dignity of the Church of Light." After the news was reported back to the Church of Light, the bishops discussed it in a closed-door meeting and officially stripped you of your sainthood, and demoted you to an ordinary believer. Ah! I, tears of grievance suddenly hung in the corners of Elizabeth's eyes. I know I didn't do well. But I am trying to make amends. I will go and ask Sir Tesla again. Kid, some things can't be fixed just because you want to. Peter sighed. Wait a minute. Someone will send you away. The new saint will take over your job. But I still have a lot of things I want to do. Such as bringing light to the children in my hometown at night, and allowing more children to go to school. Peter was stunned for a moment. Then said bitterly, It's too late, kid. After saying that, he left the room, ignoring the former saint's constant pleas. Soon, 2 strong maids came in and carried Elizabeth out of the room. The series of operations of the Church of Light were done quite covertly. But unfortunately, this was the territory of the Iron Hand clan. It was impossible to hide it from these mountain kings. When Ryan got up early in the morning, Von Day came to report, Teacher, something happened last night. You say, putting aside the fact that Von Dijk was a self-funded student. Ryan liked this iron-handed prince very much. He was polite and sensible, and would never come to disturb him for no reason. Last night, the Church of Light announced that Ms. Elizabeth Ryan had behaved inappropriately, and could not represent the will of light. She was officially stripped of her status as a saint, and replaced by Ms. Grana Akamas, the former candidate for saint. She has already arrived at Iron Hand City, and will attend today's ceremony in place of the former saint. Huh? What's going on? Ryan stopped adjusting his robe, and turned to stare at his chief disciple. Von Dak bowed his head and said, If the rumors are correct, this is related to the increasingly fierce internal competition in the Church of Light. Go on. In theory, the Church of Light has 3 gods working hand in hand, and being very close. But in reality, in the past 100 years, the status of the 3 gods seems to be the worst among all the orthodox religions. Others have somewhat vague divine revelations. The Church of Light doesn't even have divine revelations. So the Church of Light is in urgent need of new miracles to expand its base of believers. For this, they have set their sights on your light bulb. Master. Ryan was a little embarrassed. This is another blind spot in the thinking of a time traveler. As a modern Chinese citizen, I have always felt that it is natural to have electric lights at home and enjoy cheap electricity at only a few cents per kilowatt-hour since I was a child. As a crazy science and engineering guy, he relied on electromagnetic power generation after traveling through time. First, he made a hydroelectric generator by hand. And then, after obtaining all the resources of the Principality of Marino, he made a wind turbine by hand. Recently, he adjusted the physical network and directly adjusted the voltage by magic, so that Tesla Magic Academy has an uninterrupted power supply 24 hours a day. In the future, electric lights will even be popularized in Marino City, and even the whole country. All of this was certainly done to satisfy his ideal of electricity use as a modern man. But in the eyes of the Church of Light, which takes light as its core ideology, it was an absolute miracle. Ryan was speechless. And then a look of anger appeared on his face. If he was just a young man with no ambition, he might have been fooled by these charlatans. When anything involves the charlatans, it is very likely that even the smallest thing will become a big deal, or even turn into a murder or tragedy. Wasn't it true that even a great man like Galileo, who proposed the heliocentric theory, was burned at the stake by the church? In chaos, a world where gods once appeared. Isn't it rare for a conflict of doctrines to lead to fights? Ryan knew all too well what kind of messes would happen when self-proclaimed holy clergymen possessed supreme power. It was not enough for him to transfer the invention of the electric light. They also tried to make him admit that the electric light was part of the divine revelation of their church. Ryan said coldly, Bring me the teachings of the different gods within the Church of Light. Yes. Not long after, Gantia came to deliver a message. Sir, the new saint of the Church of Light and 2 legendary paladins are at the door and strongly request a meeting. Let them in. The people of the Church of Light never expected that when they met. Ryan would say, I don't know this so-called saint. Change the original one back. Chapter 289. Second Saint Lady. Grana Akamas was born in a marquis family in the Karak Empire. With her beautiful face, noble birth, and outstanding temperament, she was doted on since she was very young. When she was 16 years old, it was discovered that she had a talent for light. So as the second daughter, she was naturally sent to the Church of Light. In just 3 months, she mastered the 4th level of light magic, and was successfully promoted to a high-level priest. Everyone said that she would become the Holy Maiden of Light. She was also so convinced. The Akama's family spared no effort to support her, build momentum for her, and declared that she was the true daughter of destiny. A sudden appearance shattered all her dreams. Elizabeth Lane, a maid who, in her opinion, was of extremely low birth, was discovered under the guidance of a sacred ritual and became a recognized saint. This made her feel like a clown. She cried for countless days and nights, feeling heartbroken. You know, entering the Church of Light means that she gave up her rights as a noble daughter, no longer being able to marry at will, date handsome young men, and other worldly benefits. From the beginning to the end, she came here just to become a saint. Now, if she can't become a saint, she will become a leftover woman in any minute. How can she accept this? Fortunately, the current Church of Light has undergone 100 years of changes, and has long since become secularized. Some of the holy warriors who believed in the sun god still maintained their ascetic life, and were indifferent to anything other than killing evil. The only competitors in the church were those who believed in the god of fire, and the goddess of light of hope. In fact, it was the Vulcan sect that first proposed using the power of electric light to spread faith. For this reason, the more secular fire god sect saw that the saint chosen by the light of hope had messed up, and decisively initiated impeachment. In the meeting held overnight last night, based on the active activities of the secular fire god sect, and the less active opposition of the bishops of the light of hope sect, the matter of replacing the saint was decided, just as Grana hurried over overnight, excitedly planning to take up the post, and use her beauty to win over this mysterious and powerful legendary wizard. All her dreams and efforts were shattered by a word from Ryan. What? Sir, please say it again. She stretched out her stiff right hand to accompany her timid voice. When they first met, she also stretched out her hand, hoping that Ryan would give her a kiss on the hand. Who knew that what came down upon me would be such a cruel sentence? Her beauty, her perfect figure, the sacred golden light surrounding her. The other party ignored them all. I'm not interested in repeating myself, Ryan said coldly. The woman in front of me couldn't be said to be ugly. Thicker front armor and more exaggerated body training. But in Ryan's eyes, the almost deliberate flattery made him feel as if he had traveled through time and space, and was facing artificial beauties mass-produced by the same plastic surgeon. As the saying goes, beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare to find. Now that you know the other party's trump card, if you don't take advantage of it, you're not Ryan. Ryan flipped his hand, and a tungsten filament light bulb appeared in his left hand, as the stable low-voltage current was transmitted from his fingertips. The light bulb lit up. Ryan heard several clergymen on the opposite side taking heavy breaths. You want it, right? After a pause, the legendary paladin named Peter slowly nodded. This is indeed conducive to the spread of the doctrine of light. Unfortunately, this thing is neither holy nor evil. It is just an ordinary creation, like the hammer you see in a blacksmith shop. It is just a product of human civilization. The current Saint Grana pursed her lips. It can be sacred. Ryan sneered. Huh? Do you want me to change sides and join your Church of Light? These words are really sharp. The people on the other side were stunned for a moment. They didn't know whether to respond or not. To be fair, if they had a tough guy like Ryan join them, they might really want to start the hell purification plan. But, is this possible? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The sarcasm on Ryan's face became stronger and stronger. He decided to trick the other party. Once there was a group of idiots who claimed to be powerful and said to us, "You are unwilling to believe in our religion, and you are unwilling to die. We are in a difficult situation." Guess what happened to them in the end? The two legendary paladins couldn't help but tremble at the same time. Some guys are neutral because neutrality can bring them the greatest benefits, such as the Church of Wealth. Some guys are neutral because they don't buy into either side, and they will do whatever comes to the rescue of whoever messes with them. Neither of them would forget how the School of Physics had such a solid foundation. Ryan's deep gaze swept across their faces. The School of Physics doesn't mind sharing knowledge, nor does it mind war. If someone wants to seek dignity from us with the edge of a sword, we don't mind telling them that the truth lies within the range of our magic. Ryan didn't even look at these people, and walked proudly between the two legendary paladins. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Ryan's body slowly floated up, and a mysterious aura surged with it. Phantoms appeared around Ryan like blooming flowers. In the blink of an eye, Ryan's aura changed from that of an ordinary mage to a walking epic. Right. Epic. In the light and shadow, the sound of elements, like Brahma sounded in the ears of the Guangming sects. In each scene of light and shadow, it seems like the memories of the past are reappearing. The two legendary paladins stared at these quickly passing images with eyes as sharp as lightning. In these illusory fragments, there are countless evil demons, shriveled undead, ancient gods as big as mountains, and also strange creatures covered in golden light. The scenes flew by one after another, and the last one was the fall of the giant bull demon Lord Griffith and the colorful prince. They knew that this was a demonstration by Ryan. But what could they do? The other party didn't force them at all. They could choose not to cooperate. If we want to cooperate, we have to follow the rules of the physics school. If anyone dares to have any evil intentions, it will be a devastating disaster for the current Church of Light. Absolutely amazing. Ryan seemed to give them a choice. How to choose? They are very clear. When Ryan and the others left the room, Paladin Peter sighed and said, "It seems that we made a serious mistake." Paladin Clement also sighed, "Yes. It is obvious that Lord Tesla prefers Mississippi Elizabeth Lane." Grana's mouth trembled, then me. "What about me?" "It's okay. Your Highness the Second Saint." A bolt from the blue shattered Grana's heart. Chapter 290. I am a saint again. What? Grana couldn't believe her ears. She knew best what her family had paid to get her to the top. Various PY transactions. Fancy politics promises. At a time when the gods of light have not given any revelations, the church is the best breeding ground for power transactions. She thought she could become a dream of a dream. And as a result, she became complete. The so-called saints and holy sons are simply the physical containers dedicated to the gods in case they need to descend. As the gods declined, the saints and sons became more of a symbolic existence. At the same time, the church gave them certain powers as a consolation and reward. Since it is a container, there is nothing wrong with preparing more. In that year, which was the highest record in the Church of Light, 7 holy sons were prepared for the god of fire. But Grana really couldn't bear being suddenly kicked from the cloud of happiness into the Ella frustration by Ryan. Sadly, no one cares what she thinks. The Church of Light is relatively good. At least they still kept her title, and didn't just dismiss her completely. As for whether she can recover from this, that is a story that no one cares about. The Iron Hand clan's revival ceremony has begun. 2 huge colorful faucets were once installed at Tesla Academy and Merino Gate, which was temporarily unloaded and sent to Taizo City. The grand celebration and parade will last at least 2 hours, depending on the enthusiasm of the Iron Hand dwarves. It is not impossible that it will last as long as 4 hours. The next step of the ceremony will only begin after the parade is completed, and the 2 dragon heads are sent to the Hall of Heroes of the Iron Hand clan's ancestors. Not many people knew that a carriage team led by 2 paladins was stopped on the road 40 kilometers away from Iron Hand City. "Ah! Is it Lord Peter?" The leading paladin looked stupidly at his boss's boss, who was rushing over with a team of Pegasus Knights. "Is Her Highness Elizabeth Lane okay?" the legendary paladin asked without hesitation, leaving the captain stunned. His Royal Highness Elizabeth was asked to get out of the carriage. And then she saw Peter and 12 high-level paladins bowing to her. She felt dizzy. What happened? She instinctively dragged her unfat co-hemp skirt. This is a very serious misunderstanding. Someone misjudged your devotion to light and made serious accusations against you. In fact, they almost succeeded. However, at the critical moment, the Archbishop keenly discovered the problem and corrected everything with an emergency decree. As Peter said this, he felt his soul was being burned, and his face was hot in a spiritual sense. If he is a sacred warrior who is absolutely pious as the spiritual power, he is afraid that it will be enough for him to break him with a sanctuary, and even start to fall into the soul and gradually become a Black Knight. Fortunately, he is not. In the world of Kainos, there is no paladin in the strict sense, only the profession of holy warrior. Peter is the kind of guy who reached legend status with his warrior skills as the core. He also knows that he may shift the camp for doing so. Fortunately, the problem will not be big. Peter is now unable to rub the buttocks for those adults. Coax Elizabeth on the horse, and then send her back to Taizo City urgently. Elizabeth feels like a dream, but just a roller coaster-like dream. The Virgin became a civilian, and was promoted to the Virgin. Like a puppet, she allowed the maids to urgently put on her makeup and put on her dress. At the same time, she finally realized from the words of the ceremonial officer and others that it was Ryan who put pressure on the Church of Light, and specifically designated her as the contact person, which led to her reinstatement. She screamed in her heart, "How can I thank Mr. Tesla?" On the other hand, the grand parade lasted for a full 4 hours. Various outrageous episodes continued to happen one after another. If they feel like it, humans will scatter flower petals during the parade. Hear, hear. The dwarf ran to the balcony on the second floor of his home, spilled a spoonful of wine with a spoon, and the dwarf guards responsible for guarding were not annoyed. Do you think it is over the streets? Sand sculpture dwarf pumping cigars can be regarded as retaining programs. The drop of tobacco almost blown up a tablet car with the sheep pulled in front. Fortunately, Ryan, who was accepting the cheers and worship of the people along with Alaga, took emergency action. Otherwise at least 10 Highland goats would have to be renamed Highland lamb kebabs. Even with timely rescue, the hair on the heads of several sheep was still burned off. It's just outrageous. This made Alaga curse loudly, and he ordered citizens to ban smoking. The noise was so powerful that after the faucet was sent to the Hall of Yingling, Ren had to change to a magic robe before coming out. The dwarf entered their ancestral hall to worship and perform shaman dances, so it was naturally inconvenient for Ryan, as an outsider, to go in. When he arrived at the VIP stand outside the palace, he was a little surprised to see Margaret wearing her thick armor again. The E-shaped breasts and the 1-meter-long legs were nowhere to be seen. Margaret was a little panicked when she realized the inadvertent little disappointment in Ren's eyes. Orthodox sects are both colleagues and enemies. There are so many pan-human camps. There are more believers, and there are fewer believers in others. Whatever happens next door, colleagues will definitely know it first. Margaret blushed slightly, and came over and whispered, "Big." "What is big?" "At worst, I will be there when you hold a dance." Ryan really laughed. "You don't think I have to do something to you, do you?" Margaret was embarrassed. At this moment, Ryan glanced at the VIP seat reserved for the Church of Light. There was no one in the seat. Ren couldn't help but cold. He was very disdainful of the actions of the Church of Light. This kind of behavior of taking the opportunity to attack their own people when threatened was very servile. It was not the style of a major sect at all. A truly powerful faction will definitely protect its own people. Apologies are fine. Compensation can be negotiated. But you should never attack your own people. If people's hearts are scattered, how can you lead them in the future? Just then, everyone heard a burst of hurried and messy footsteps. Ryan turned his head and was not so surprised to see Elizabeth jogging quickly with her skirt held up in both hands. "Sorry, I'm late." Hee. "I'm the saint again." As she came closer, she gave Ryan a pure and beautiful smile. But before she could finish her words, she snapped. Yelishabai, who was dressed in a long white gauze dress, stepped on the hem of her skirt in full view of everyone and fell flat on her face. Ryan. Chapter 291 Legendary Phone. To be honest, Saint Elizabeth's agility is not that low. A guy who can climb from the windowsill to the roof with pull-ups, no matter how low his agility is, it should be reasonable. The key point is that this guy is probably a child from a poor family and is really not used to wearing long skirts, planting land, being a maid, doing a variety of heavy physical work. How can you get used to wearing such a long skirt that can be used as a mop? Ryan was speechless. He couldn't just watch Elizabeth use her white front armor as brake pads. Right? The maiden of the dignitaries had a chest break with a step, which was too shameful, especially in order to maintain a balance. Her pair of jade arms was like a small windmill. At this time, Ryan, who couldn't bear to watch, thought to himself, and immediately 2 blue illusory wizard's hands appeared out of thin air and held up Ellie's 2 silly white armpits. This avoided the tragedy of a saint falling to the ground in public. Some people may feel that this kind of anime style is full of tea. Only Ren knew that this was really stupid. In this case, there is no wonder that people may be in the end. Thank you. Elie's face turned red. You're welcome. This scene made the 2 legendary paladins, who were originally extremely upset, secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Ryan pulled Elizabeth and also expressed his support for her. However, the second saint, Her Highness Grana, who was secretly following behind, felt very uncomfortable watching this. Perhaps because she was afraid of making Ryan unhappy. Even though Grana was the second saint, she still avoided appearing in Ryan's sight. Poor her. She was stuffed into the back seat of the VIP table assigned to the Church of Light. A chair is the only respect left for her. She didn't even dare to get angry. She was repeatedly warned that the perception of legendary masters, especially mages, was already so high that people of her level could not imagine it. You know, high-level mages were only apprentices in Tesla Magic Academy. In this way, Ryan sat with Margaret Knight on his left and Saint Elizabeth on his right. Although they were about 1 meter apart, everyone could see that the two major sects were close to Ryan. They just chatted about random things, waiting for the dwarves inside to cry and laugh, performing the dwarf version of the shaman dance. Ryan suddenly became curious. When Elizabeth was like this before, didn't any nobleman or housekeeper drag her to the utility room? Elizabeth, did you look like this before? Ely blushed and lowered her head. I wasn't this beautiful before. When I was a maid, my face was full of pockmarks, and my skin was very bad. Ryan, no! Wait! Can the clergy of the Church of Light also work part-time in the medical beauty industry? Noticing Ryan's surprised look, Elizabeth stammered. Thank you to the divine power of light for removing the dirt from my skin and healing the small holes on my skin. Ryan. Damn. This is the first time I heard that holy light can remove freckles and blackheads before he traveled through time. I wonder how many women would have praised holy light for this. The small talk didn't last long. Seeing that Ryan was talking, everyone came up to greet him one by one. In particular, Barbarossa's envoy came over eagerly and asked if Ryan could help him deal with the wizard tower in the northern province. Orcs generally have low IQs, and the race is born with a 2 intelligence loss. But what can they do? They have the power of shamanism. The shamans knew that the mage tower might be taken back by humans. They couldn't demolish the tower, but that didn't mean they didn't do anything. They used a terrible blasphemous ritual that even the Church of Light was troubled by. Not just anyone can take on this job. Ryan directly evaded the question. Let's talk about it after I take over the Iron Hand clan's mage tower. Barbarossa's envoy retreated reluctantly. Barbarossa 13 certainly wanted to recover the 5 northern provinces. But the victory at the Red Blood River was an unprepared victory. No one had expected such a beautiful victory. And as a result, no resources were allocated for the expedition. Food and labor were urgently mobilized, and almost all the manpower and materials of several provinces in Barbarossa's northern border area were drained. The cessation of the northern expedition does not mean that the defense work has stagnated, although it is not so urgent. It would be best to deal with the mage tower in advance. Now we can only continue to drag it out. At this time, the sacrificial ceremony inside had reached its climax. King Allegra Iron Hand walked up to the pre-built wooden platform, holding a large basin of colorful dragon blood, and walked up step by step, then poured it on the stone statues of his father and mother. The Chinese people always say don't forget to tell your parents when offering sacrifices to your parents at home. What about the dwarves? Bathed in the blood of your deadly enemy. This kind of gameplay, which involves a strong sense of grudges, is something that only dwarfs particularly like to play. Then, in this world where gods and demons either show their power or commit violence, this operation actually worked. Mom and Dad, we finally killed that bastard colorful prince. Even though I didn't contribute much, I really tried my best. Allegra kept muttering while being drenched in dragon blood. As all the gods have dimmed, things like the appearance of ancestors might not happen once in 10 years. First, Vondak, who was looking up at his father from below, felt the rapid surge of soul power in the environment. Then Alida also discovered something strange. The air was filled with a sacredness that he had not encountered in hundreds of years. The last time this happened was before the Darmending Age. I seemed to be in the Iron Soul Temple, who had been destroyed, and the heroic soul of the Iron Handers of the past dynasties used the holy element as the coordinates. The eyes of admiring from another world, watching Alda with a comfortable look, staring at the Iron Hand son-in-law, and crossing the space watching Ren, who was bragging against the big hall. Not only this hall of heroes, but also hundreds of temples in the entire Iron Hand city have similar responses. In the prayer hall today, the dwarf priests are also leading the believers in collective prayer. Over the past 100 years, the priests have long been accustomed to the days when their prayers are not answered. When the silver light unique to the heroes' spirits appeared on the statues of the dwarf ancestors, they were all stunned. Immediately the dwarf priests fell into ecstasy. Praise the ancestors! Praise the ancestors! The Iron Hand dwarf, who had reacted, knelt down. The dwarves cheered wildly, and the bells in the Hall of Heroes rang loudly. However, the one who was even more confused was Ryan. The spectators on the VIP stand were surprised to see the earth-colored light lingering around Ryan. Ryan stood up in an instant. The system is refreshing the screen like crazy. Congratulations, host. You have obtained praise of the dwarf ancestors, your legend among the dwarfs +5. You have obtained the dwarf racial talent bonus constitution +2. Because this is a blessing from the dwarf ancestors. The additional constitution +1. Congratulations, host. Your initial physique has reached 23 points. Automatically promoted to legendary physique. Chapter 292, Terrifying Influence. What is the concept of 23 points of physical constitution? Something as hard as a gargoyle only has 18 points of constitution. And no more than 22 points at most. For humans, a 20-point constitution probably means you don't know what it means to be sick. And your body is very strong. In China, your girlfriend would definitely often boast to her friends that some of your skills can be compared with those of the forwards of the men's football team. If you have 25 points, you are the legendary monster. Your strong body makes you invincible in the adventure team. You become the most popular meat shield. The legendary two-handed sword can only leave a white mark on your skin, while the scrap metal below the legendary level can't even leave a white mark. If Ryan was in his previous state, it wouldn't be an exaggeration, because his vitality was calculated according to the mage's template. The key point is, after receiving the blessing from the dwarf ancestor, his health value template was changed to that of a rogue. According to the game, his basic health value was 4. The rogue's was 6. And the health bonus for each level of the mage was the lowest. Now, Ryan's health is more than doubled. The 23 points of constitution in the Wanderer template are not enough to make him invulnerable. But that would be an exaggeration. This is not over yet. Host, your affinity for earth element +20. If ratings were played by thunder, wind, before, now it is equivalent to 2 specialty. There are any small flaws of the power given by the ancestors of the dwarf. However, given Ryan's approach, there is a high probability that he will not have any conflict with the dwarf. In addition, Ryan also gained a lot of dwarf template bonuses. Host gains a +1 attack bonus against orcs and goblinoid creatures. Host gains a +4 dodge bonus against giant creatures. Host gains dark vision 30 meters. Poison resistance +5. With so many benefits, Ryan was a little dazzled. It turns out that the reward for killing the colorful prince was awarded in stages. The gate of the Hall of Heroes was open, and King Alega, along with his compatriots and the leaders of other dwarf clans, walked up to Ryan. Hail to the dwarves' eternal ally, Rain Tesla. After that, so many kings and clan leaders knelt down on one knee to salute Ryan. This isn't quite appropriate, is it? Ryan was puzzled. Aleha patted his chest and said loudly, originally, your help was only for our Iron Hand clan. However, just now, you have received the blessing of the common ancestors of our many clans. This means that as long as you do not violate the interests of all dwarves, no dwarf will refuse your call. This, to be honest, at this moment, the person who is most embarrassed is probably Duke Rusfang, the envoy of the Karak Empire. This is what is called eating the melon and then eating it yourself. Originally, I thought that Ryan only benefited one clan and had limited influence. Now, with an ancestor's blessing, Ryan has a huge influence on all the dwarves in the entire Karak Empire. If Ryan insists, the Karak Empire might even be in danger of splitting. From now on, Emperor Karak would not dare to cause trouble to Ryan. This was something he could not even think about. This scene left the guests stunned. Ryan had actually taken over the show, even before the revival ceremony was over. The anxious representatives had already sent messengers on Pegasus to deliver the message. Ryan and his school of physics are really not to be messed with. Some people care about Ryan's identity, but those around him care more about the change in Ryan's aura. From the moment Ryan obtained the legendary physique, there was something wrong with the way Margaret looked at him. What's wrong, Ms. Tylan? Nothing. Ryan smiled and said, it's not the behavior of a knight to lie. Margaret was so amused that she put her hands on her hips and said helplessly, maybe it's my illusion. I always felt that you seemed stronger at that moment. Ryan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Maybe you saw it wrong. I didn't do anything. I didn't do it. Not the same as the ancestor of the dwarf. The physical fitness is important to quality. Ryan has never been thin. And he also knows that he will never be as strong and sturdy as Gonsha in his lifetime. On the other hand, even though he was wearing the robe that best concealed his figure, the curve of his arms occasionally revealed outside the sleeves. as well as that strong aura, could not be hidden from the adventurers with good perception. There is something called psychological threshold in the world. When it exceeds a certain limit, it will affect a person's perception. If Margaret had always felt a thorn in her heart when she looked at Ryan before, always thinking that the mage was too weak, now she was surprised to find that there was something wrong with the way she looked at Ryan. Charm also depends on race and acceptance. Even if a goblin has 21 points of legendary charm, humans will not like him, and will lose points because of race or threshold. Now Ryan's physique is off the charts, and the one who has been most affected is Margaret. As for Ellie Silly White, she originally thought Ryan was the best, so it didn't affect her much. As soon as the revival ceremony was over, she was like a chirping bird circling around people, constantly asking Ryan about electric lights. Mr. Tesla, if we follow your design, we can get stable lightning and make thousands of electric lights light up? Will electric lights be expensive? What? You charge for generating electricity? Is this called electricity bill? Ryan found that it was sometimes really annoying to face a saint who knew nothing. He had to explain from the beginning. But Elizabeth's original intelligence was probably no more than 10 points. To be conservative, it was probably around 5 points. A little stupid, but not mentally retarded. He would definitely be able to teach well if he taught slowly. But the problem was that Ryan was used to teaching those genius disciples with an IQ of 18 or 20, who understood things quickly and could apply what they had learned to other situations. And suddenly he encountered such a fool. Ryan had all kinds of toothaches. But this girl asked questions innocently, and Ryan couldn't refuse her. So he got pestered by her. It was obvious that the Church of Light welcomed this scene. After all the major sects on the continent hope to have closer relations with the physics school. For the next week, the entire Iron Hand city was in a carnival. Ryan went back to the academy to take care of internal affairs, and then spent a week teaching the dwarves everything he knew about ballistics. The effects of wind direction, air resistance, and gravity calculations were all taught. How much they learned was another story. Ryan put down a newly compiled book on ballistics and told the dwarf how to make a simple artillery scope, which was considered a complete task. Chapter 293, Talking to the Orcs Reason. Artillery telescope is a large telescope used by artillerymen on Earth in the past. The shape of this thing is a bit like the two eyes of a crab, but it can see farther and measure more accurately. In the world of chaos, where glass craftsmanship is generally not up to standard, the lenses of telescopes and artillery mirrors can be made by polishing crystals. In fact, in this life, Ryan could theoretically put it into practice and teach them how to use fantasy drones, fire bats or something, in conjunction with cannons to correct the landing point. Unfortunately, the garbage cannons in this world still have no rifling, and use solid iron ball bullets. This thing has an unknown range and a mysterious hit rate. Just fire it out. Whether it hits or not depends on your faith. Seeing that the panhuman camp was not in immediate danger of being destroyed, Ryan simply hid it for the time being. During the time when Ryan was in class, Yelishabai seemed to be very free and hung around Ryan every day. He had finished teaching, and Flora had also finished talking with the Knights and the Church of Light. The headquarters of the Church of Light is in the territory of the Karak Empire. They will arrange a town of 1,000 people directly under the jurisdiction of the church as a test area. Ryan will provide the technology to build an integrated power supply system of hydropower and wind power, as well as an energy storage system. The specific implementation will be carried out by the Iron Hand clan. To be honest, in this world with no industry and only handicraft workshops, apart from the dwarf clan, it is difficult to find enough craftsmen to create such complex things. The practice of pulling copper into copper wire and then wrapping it in rubber for insulation would scare other lords just by hearing about it, let alone building a wire system with balanced thickness and tens of thousands of meters long. This workload is enough to drive a blacksmith and an ordinary human city crazy. Fortunately, the Iron Hand clan can produce a maximum of 3,000 craftsmen, and the secularized Church of Light is actually quite wealthy. Ryan was giving a huge economic gift package to the Iron Hand clan, which had just held a revival ceremony. As a price, all the Church of Light had to pay was a promise that they would help Ryan find the fragments of the Demon Web and Shadow Web. Or if they knew where they were, they would spend money and effort to get a copy back to Ryan. In a sense, this is also a negotiation for dividing territory. Ryan made it clear that what he was eating was the legacy of the goddess of the demonic net, and the major Orthodox churches said that they would not interfere with each other. At the same time, Barbarossa's northern province, Today, it has become a gray area with no clear ownership. The orcs, unwilling to accept defeat, constantly instigated or forced small clans to go south to consume the military strength of the Barbarossa people. This is a very cruel process. Although the strongest clans in the tribal coalition lost to the Barbarossa people, they were not yet exterminated. With their stronger fighting power, they were able to crush the other small clans and seize their hunting grounds. Then the small clans that lost their hunting grounds had to take the risk of migrating south to compete with humans for territory. The level of transportation and supply in this era of mankind can be said to be quite nightmare. 100 kilograms of food, minus the food eaten by the laborers themselves and the food lost on the road due to improper storage, can only reach the front line with half. This is the state of the north, which is mostly plains. If it is a rugged mountainous area, it would be a great achievement if a quarter of it can be transported to the front line. If Barbarossa XIII wanted to continue expanding his territory, he had to resort to local farming. Under the instigation of the empire, a large number of civilians risked their lives to join the pioneering group and cross the Red Blood River under the protection of various knightly orders. The various knight orders occupied pieces of land according to the divisions made 100 years ago, created large and small pioneer territories, established temporary camps with certain defensive capabilities, and reclaimed wasteland. Now is the height of summer, and because the weather in the 5 northern provinces is still not too cold, 2 crops can be harvested in 1 year. If summer grain is replanted in time, a batch of grain can be harvested before winter. Once successful, humans will be able to initially gain a foothold in the 2 newly occupied provinces. The orcs tried desperately to stop humans from farming. As a result, conflicts of varying sizes involving dozens or even hundreds of people broke out almost every day across the province. 50 kilometers east of the city of Guria is the headquarters of the Thailand branch of the Knights of the Holy Lancer. There was a group of human knights galloping on their horses on the grassland. Their armor was stained with bright red blood. Orcs, wargs, but only theirs. After the smelly blood solidified, it coated the silver armor with layers of dark red. Margaret raised her head and looked at the Pegasus with its pure white wings spread in the sky. The knight on Pegasus gave the signal. 3 miles northeast. 1,000 orcs. Move forward in small steps. After going around a small hill, we could see a reddish-brown crowd coming from afar. More than 1,000 orcs were rushing in from afar. The orc chieftain, who was riding a gigantic war wolf, raised his body and blew his bullhorn toward the sky. Beside him, the orcs began to run faster and faster, and their scattered camp covered half of the knight's vision. Looking murderous, looking down from the sky, it looked like a wave rushing forward, rushing towards this knight group of less than 300 cavalrymen. In the name of Barbarossa, charge! Margaret slowly lowered the lance in her hand to a 30-degree angle on the ground. The bright reason rune on the lance guard was particularly eye-catching. For the charging cavalry, a distance of 1 mile seemed to be covered in just a few breaths. In order to make up for the numerical disadvantage, the knights had to keep moving forward and break through the orcs' slightly scattered formation. Kill! When the knights' vanguard was less than 20 meters away from the orcs, the orcs threw their throwing weapons one after another. This could be a crude stone axe, a sharpened branch, or even a stone picked up from the ground. But under the common strength of the orcs, each one can become a deadly weapon. To the orcs' surprise, the knights simply raised the shield with the word reason written on it, and all thrown weapons would be bounced away even if they hit the target. Even though the horse's armor was not that thick, the halo from the word reason caused the orcs' long-range weapons to deflect and bounce away. Ah! The orc had a big doubt in his head. This is completely different from the human knights their fathers had come into contact with. Without the loss of manpower in the range phase, the knights were able to charge into the orc formation. This loose formation is actually the favorite of human knights. It looked like the orcs, who were heading forward, collided with a charging cavalry group. The result of the battle surprised the orc chieftain. Their crude weapons could hardly penetrate human armor, but the sharpness of human weapons seemed to have suddenly increased significantly. The lances that might have been stuck between the orcs' muscles and ribs in the past now easily pierced through the orcs' bodies. The most exaggerated thing was that Margaret, who was leading the group, pierced 3 orcs onto a lance in one breath. Just like piercing a frog. It was not until the warhorses galloped more than 10 meters that the lance, which was originally designed to break by itself under a strong impact, broke in the middle, and the 3 orcs, who were still breathing hard and struggling, fell to the ground. Chapter 294. I'm not going. Even the few knights who were shot down were not necessarily in such a miserable state. In the past, when sprinting at high speed, a knight who fell off his horse would be knocked unconscious if his legs were not broken. But these knights often rolled on the ground a few times, then got up, drew their swords, and continued to fight. The most outrageous is their armor. Once upon a time, in the face of the orcs' tremendous strength, the knight's armor, which was only 2 millimeters thick, was no different from a piece of paper. A stick passed. Damn it or die. Now the orc hit it with a stick, but the reaction force made his arm numb. The human knight was not unscathed, and the obvious feeling of force loss made the orcs full of question marks. On the other hand, although there are orcs who like to be topless, most orcs prefer to wear tough animal skins, such as rhino skins. This greatly limits the attacks of human weapons. In the past, human knights could hardly kill orcs by hacking unless they hit the vital points. Now they can cut orcs as smoothly as a hot knife cutting butter. When faced with orcs with aggressive movements, knights can often easily win with their superior fighting skills. Too unreasonable. It's a pity that this orc clan did not have the chance to regret. Margaret led the knights, who had fought their way through the enemy's formation, made a circle on the grassland by the shortest route, and fought their way back. The orcs collapsed this time. They cried and wailed, abandoned their duties, and fled in all directions like a frying pan, in order to prevent these guys from reorganizing and running back to do things again. The cavaliers couldn't care about the campaign and scattered into a team to chase. After more than an hour of chasing, the knights almost wiped out the entire orc clan. When they gathered in the sound again, each knight's face filled with exhaustion and excitement. Chiefs Talon, these rational emblem campaign are too easy to use. That's right. The knights echoed. Leafa the emblem, said good after use. Writing this on a shield will reduce the impact. Putting it on armor will directly increase the armor level. Engraving it on a weapon will directly increase the sharpness and heavy attack. Even high-ranking knights reported that this thing actually has a special attack effect on orcs. This is really outrageous. Those rubbish enchanted weapons that sell for more than 100 gold coins don't even have 1/10 of the power of the Reason emblem. They have heard that once the lead brand weapons came out, the price of magic weapons on the market was directly reduced by more than half. There's nothing we can do. The price is very low, and we're not stupid. We'll know who's strong and who's weak once we use them. The only problem is that the price the physics school is asking seems too low. Low to unreal. The price of using the philosophy badge is, you must be a registered knight of the knights. And then when not in a call-up state, you have the obligation to fight for the physics school. This can be a large-scale battle that lasts no more than half a year, or an adventure in a dungeon with a disciple of the physics school. This is the summoning that only needs to be responded once in a lifetime. Note that the cavaliers and the paladin are different. Many of them are not professional in the standard sense. In this case, obtaining rational blessing through the cavaliers is a matter of nothingness. After all, the combat power is enhanced, so it is easy to keep their lives to fight rich. Only, Chief Turin, how can I hear that other knights can only use the word rational? Why can our cavaliers use it on a full set of equipment? Isn't it that our regiment is renamed the Tesla Cavaliers? A poor knight teased. Margaret blushed and raised her voice. What nonsense are you talking about? Our group gave us a magic web fragment. You idiot who doesn't know the value of this thing. Shut up. The full cover helmet of the Turin Knight was the opening of the mask. Only the eyes and a small lips were exposed. She secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, she was given enough in exchange, so it was acceptable. Otherwise, she would not be able to wash herself clean even if she jumped into the red blood river. The product responded, "Oh, it's a pity. I thought," our deputy head of the regiment finally asked. But it was moving the heart. Before the guy could finish his words, Margaret hit him with her scabbard, causing his helmet to clang. The guy let out a strange cry on the spot. Ryan knew nothing about what was happening in the north of Barbarossa. What he needs to do is to continue to spread the influence of the physics school. The school is certainly one with him. But for a school to develop, it needs various resources. If you eat meat, you should leave some soup to the younger brother. Otherwise, the disciples of his family are either rejected or given hard work. Renan will leave the Taizo city after teaching Eterix. The saint lady, who had been wandering around Iron Hand City for so many days with nothing to do, looked reluctant to leave. Ryan, are you leaving now? For so many days, the two were relatively familiar, and used to call each other's name. Ren was a bit speechless. And he said that he was too fond of her. He shrugged, otherwise. As the master of a faction, there are many things to do. And it is not possible to power up a town over there. Eli stopped talking stupidly. And finally said, after that, will you come to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Ryan was silent for a few seconds and sighed, if I have time. I will come. Ellie held Ryan's hand with both of her own, spread the fingers of his right hand, and made a pinky promise with him. Then we have an appointment to meet then. I'm talking about it. Ren emphasized. Then you must be free. Holding Ren's jade hand trembled slightly. I don't know if it was nervous, or he cared too much. This is the power of innocence. When purity reaches a certain level, it is actually a kind of cuteness. Ren's resistance to others is undoubtedly much lower. He sighed, I'll try my best. Don't try your best. You must come. I promise so many children. It's such a happy event. How can you not come? Her clear eyes were full of pleading. If Ryan didn't respond, she would look like she was going to cry in front of Ryan. Ren glanced at her guard, but her eyes cold. She is the Holy Maiden of Light. Some guys in the Church of Light are eager to let Elizabeth kidnap Leigh's heart. If the School of Physics can be brought under the Church of Light, those guys will be very happy. Ren made a decision. Not far away. Which is better for Elizabeth. I'm not going. Chapter 295 Brother. I can't come back. Ah. Why? Elizabeth froze suddenly. Ren shrugged indifferently. It's simple. What you want to see is not the same as what I want. The Light Church and the physics camp are also different. Proper cooperation can. Too close contact. No good for anyone. This. I admire your innocence. That's all. After saying that, Ryan pulled his hand back like a scumbag who was playing with a girl's heart. Without waiting for Elizabeth to react, he turned and left, disappearing in the blue light of the teleportation. Hey! Wait! Elizabeth wanted to stay, but caught empty. The legendary paladin Peter sighed secretly not far behind her. Sure enough, the lord of a faction is not so flickering. Ren returned to the School of Magic, looking at the familiar scenery, and sighed gently. When he is disabled, he will smash the silly virgin to sell iron bubbles. The most important thing for a saint is purity. If he really succeeds in seducing her, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the Church of Light? He doesn't need to do that. Taking a step back, he is the kind of person who would rather let the world get free stuff from me than let the world get free stuff from me. As a sand sculpture. Is it? After getting there, Ren returned to the office and finally had time to check the gain. In addition to the gifts of dwarves' ancestors, although the magic nets from the Holy Gun Knights are a bit chicken, it is also a useful supplement. The same is known as the Magic Net Residual Film, and it can be very different from the residual films. After incorporating it into the physics network, the physical network did not give Ren more inner disciple places, but increased the upper limit of the outer disciples that can be connected to the physics network to 256. In addition, 1024 followers have been added, and 8,096 peripheral cooperative places are added. The pendants of these physics schools can have a bonus of the physics school in proportion. For example, higher physical damage, special attacks on orcs, goblins, dragons, devils and devils. Of course, the bonus ratio is definitely not as good as that of Ryan's inner and outer disciples. Thanks to the gift from the dwarf ancestors, the entire Iron Hand Kingdom was recognized as a physical land by the system, and could provide magic power for the elemental pool of the Magic Academy. This was something Ryan had not thought of before. The soil elements are different from other three elements. As the most stable element, it has a very stable supply throughout the year. This is a very useful supplement to the element pool of the Magic Academy. In other words, Baron's Dwarf Gundam can use magic more freely. Renan just read the system introduction that the door of the study was knocked. Master, I'm Tang Si. Come in. Ryan hadn't looked at his eldest son for a while. He was shocked when he saw him. Towns, you have dark circles under your eyes. The tutoring has been a bit harsh lately. Have you eaten the formulas and laws? Basically. Towns' answer made Ryan feel relieved. This guy is used to being crooked, so Ryan doesn't think it's strange even if he goes out of the sky at any time. He asked Downs a few junior high school physics formulas, and found that the goods were answered. With this hand alone, Dang Cece went to the heavenly test of junior high school physics. This result is definitely not good for a Chinese student. But for a native of another world, it is already very remarkable. Just as Ryan was about to take out his legendary low-temperature superconductivity theory to see if he could send Towns to the legendary level, Towns unexpectedly made a request. Master, I want to lead my followers to challenge myself in places where you can't see me. Oh! Rin showed a complex expression. All masters know that one day their disciples will be able to truly stand on their own. There is a kind of love called letting go. If you always keep your chicks protected in the nest, they will never learn to fly. When Towns proposed it with his own will, Ryan still felt a strong reluctance in his heart. Do you think clearly? Yes. Downs' clear eyes were full of perseverance. I want to kill a strange thing with my own strength. Very good. Rin was a divine thoughts. The sideline side door opened, and a big man came out. This is... Towns was dumbfounded. The opponent's body was just a powerful wild atmosphere that seemed to come from the ancient and wild wildness. His explosive power, Rao did not do it, and deeply stimulated Downs' perception. So strong. This is the legendary barbarian Gauntcha. He previously offered to be my follower. His strength is okay, but I don't need him. But he is just right for you as a follower. The burly man was very tactful. He knelt on one knee in front of Downs and said, Gauntcha is willing to serve Master Quixote as my master and follow you until the end of the world. Tang Xi's eyebrows twitched wildly. Master. This. Do you think that Gauntcha's status as a legendary strongman is not worthy of you? Ryan's expression changed on the surface, but he was secretly laughing. No. I cannot refuse the loyalty of such an extremely powerful person. That's it. Ryan clapped his hands and said happily. I told you that your adventure level is not equal to your challenge level. It is normal for 5 level 21 adventurers to deal with a level 21 monster. You must learn to collect intelligence widely and accurately, and then select the most suitable challenge target to complete this trial that belongs only to you. Ryan's words left Towns speechless. Downs lowered his head. Disciples understand. Just understand. You go down. When will you go? Notify as a teacher. And take your brother and sister for your teacher. Yes. After Towns came out, he immediately secretly found all his fellow apprentices, including his chief apprentice Feng Dak. The 6 people just gathered in Downs' room, and Downs said nothing. A face was 40-5 degrees, and a drop of tears and a drop of beans came down. Brother, I can't come back this time. Ah, brother, what happened? Harry and others were shocked. After Downs said Rin's instructions, he sighed for a long time. Sure enough, Master is a high standard and strict requirements. Ordinary leapfrog killing. From the beginning, can't meet Master standard. Ah! The 5 junior brothers were all shocked again. I thought that the legendary strength challenged by the Master's strength was already difficult to reach the sky. But if you think about it, from the giant cattle Griefies, Master demonstrates again how to kill the legendary strong with the Master's strength. And now, he has deliberately accepted a legendary barbarians, who have been certified as a 22-level adventurer as followers. What does this mean? Baron whispered. Master means. Downs said with a bitter face to say his inference. Level 25. Be sure to kill the 25-level challenge level monsters to be qualified to be inner disciples. Chapter 296 Defining the Scope. Hiss. Collective and cooling chi, or something, has now become a retaining program for the physics school. Junior brothers and sisters, you have to join the UC Shock Department. 1 year ago, who would know that they would quickly be promoted to the Master? Their far-sighted Master has set requirements for their growth that seem extremely exaggerated to others, starting from legendary level. There is no upper limit. This not only broadens our horizons, but also serves as a spur. You feel that UCA ain't do life and death. When you are a teacher, you will go to the teaching bureau and personally demonstrate that the Master kills the legend. Not once, but twice. No matter how licking their faces and begging, they were embarrassed to ask for the 3rd performance of Rin. As a Master, Rin is definitely dedicated. As disciples, they should show their determination and ability. Towns knew that Ryan had high expectations of him, and his fellow students also knew that their talents were not as good as Towns. Then, I can only suffer. Fortunately, the relationship between the brothers and sisters is pretty good. So the brothers and sisters don't just provide all the help except help. Harry first said, Brother, since Master has many demonstrations, you should know what is the best for you. First of all, your goal is better to resist the thunder. Harry opened his mind, and Bully took it. The size of the monster often leads to the increase in the challenge level, which is not a problem for you. You, Madam rarely put away his snacks, don't like the enemy who escapes. For his Big Trotter series of magic, he ran away. And the enemy who ran fast is his most headache. He woke up Downs a word. And it was best not to deal with the devil or demons. And to clean up the gadgets that would run these souls. Not his director. Flora added, considering the combat style of the legendary barbarians. Garma. Master. You pick a physical, non-elemental enemy. Fongdak blinked. The chaotic camp? It must be acknowledged that a bunch of 18, 20 intelligence cattle people put together a piece. And also made the strength to make it. In a few words, the brothers and sisters set off the tunes. Downs knew that he had no spatial magic ability, could not deal with demons or devil lords, and was not sure he could nail those flying dragons. After a round of screening, there were still many enemies to choose from. When he thought of this, he was down to earth. At first, although he was a little secretly complaining that Master's goal set was a bit high, but it was not impossible to calculate it carefully. How did the mage fight? The mage's play is to accurately study the flaws of the enemy. Grab the enemy's weaknesses to death. Master is not quite unreasonable, forcing him to challenge the enemy he is destined. Thinking of this, he was much more practical. Thank you for your suggestions. I know. I will choose the goal carefully. The 5 teachers said together, it is best to help brothers. I will focus on the planning and promotion of this time. Harry quickly said, it's okay. Brother. Your disciples don't understand what you don't understand. Let them come to me. All the junior students offered to share the teaching tasks. Downs was deeply moved. And after thanking them profusely, he left the room and called his followers. Or would-be followers. Downs first introduced Gonsha to everyone, and then told them about his plan and the scope of his goals. The legendary legend of Gargada naturally replaced Sanders as the #1 thug. A little bit of hardships looked at each other. It was the giant shield warrior Juan Sandro who stood up and said, Sir Quixote, we are too weak. I am afraid. In fact, they all planned to give up. After all, they licked Downs for so long and had not turned right. Seeing that Downs' followers became stronger and stronger, they said that they were discouraged. At this moment, Downs waved his hand. In physics, strength is never a problem. What is important is your attitude, wisdom, and patience. Even if your talent is limited, we have a way to let you play your role. Although Master gives me a limited number of followers, you have long been my family in my eyes. Tang Xi's words moved the 4 people to tears, and they immediately knelt down and swore allegiance. Tang Xi comforted them. I am not in a hurry to challenge the legendary monster. Master has not set a time limit for this. Before that, I will help you become masters first. The technique of mass production masters is difficult to say that it is difficult. And it is not easy. It depends on who is operating it. Downs made a request, and most of them helped him find a way to get it. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After Ren personally demonstrated how to get the card bug for promoting the high-level adventurer, his disciples were also opened. At Harry's words, the dark elf Agdina found a way to help lure a miserable shadow spider. As a favorite creature of the spider goddess, Brother Demon Spider is indeed an absolute master-level monster. When a demon spider with a challenge level of 13 was beaten up by a legendary barbarian. Poisonous teeth? Pull up. Poisonous glands? Took it out. Even the 8 legs are so special for you. In this way, there are only 4 legs, and the shadow magic spider, which has the sharp part of the legs, is born. In order to fix the bug, Downs and his guys deliberately asked Gontia to tie up the thing with dragon tendons and left it in the wilderness of Marino for 3 days. It was not until the 3rd day that the poor spider broke free from the dragon's tendons and escaped. Master, is this a master monster? Downs asked Ren humbly, looking at the level 11 challenge level conclusion after watching the system scan. Ren's eyelid jumps. Let's forget it. It's too awful. There is no setting in real life that monsters will have full health after resetting the copy. If you are disabled, you are disabled. In theory. In the case of the murderer's escape from the battle for so long, the world will not force most of the experience. Finally, the foursome, who had been nervously waiting for 3 days, together with Kara Wolf, a senior disciple, a high-level warlock of the Ice Wolf School, formed a fairly standard team of adventurers and began to fight against the miserable shadow spider. After a seemingly fierce battle, to be precise, because their attack was too low, they could only grind the monster's blood. Finally, after spending nearly an hour, they killed the poor demon spider. In the next 3 days, the 4 were promoted to master-level strongmen. Masters like one are full of unrealistic feelings about their promotion. No, I am a master now? Sure enough, the physics school is a magical place where any profession can be mass-produced and wholesale for you. In any case, with Towns' men in place, Towns' crusade plan finally entered the intensive preparation stage. At the same time, in the jurisdiction outside the city of Guria, Margaret suddenly saw her own Pegasus Knight scout almost falling from the sky because of the sudden fall of the Pegasus. The scouts were abolished, so that the out-of-control of the horse's horse was obedient. As soon as the scout came down, he shouted in horror, "Giant! Multi-armed giant! Chapter 297 Multi-armed giant!" An hour ago. Boom boom boom. The sound of heavy footsteps could be heard from afar, and every step was like a landslide. The birds on the grassland screamed to escape, as if the clouds were blown by this overwhelming fear. On a hill 100 kilometers due north of the city of Guria is the headquarters of the Knights of Magna. This camp was well built. Large tree trunks that could be hugged by one person and were 2 stories high were neatly arranged at the top of the hill and fixed with straw ropes and wedges to form a high wall surrounding the entire camp. In front of the high wall, there were 3 circles of deer antlers made of sharpened wooden stakes facing outward to prevent the wall from being breached by the powerful works. There is also a trench 1 person deep in front of the antlers. The protection of the Magna Cavaliers cannot be said to have been doing well. Unfortunately, even with such strong defenses, the camp was still so weak and powerless when facing a giant who was 50 feet, 15 meters, tall and weighed more than 20 tons. God of Knights. What on earth is that? Giant. A multi-armed giant. The patrolling Pegasus Knights were the first to send out a warning, followed by the Rangers acting as sentinels, who also sounded the alarm of encountering an enemy. By the time the Knights had assembled urgently, this horrible monster had already come charging at them with heavy steps that were unimaginable to mortals. Terrible. This giant has 4 arms and 2 thick thighs. Its rough gray skin is covered with thick and hard armor. This metallic skin is covered with protruding spikes, like countless large iron caltrops. A strange head like a dragon head embedded in a meteor hammer, lower than its shoulders, grows concavely between its 2 arms. This appearing alone is enough to put the people in Ingjai in a panic. While trying to calm the horse under him, Captain Magnus shouted, "We can't let this monster attack the camp directly. We will never be able to stop it. Open the south gate and evacuate the civilians. Knights, follow me and attack." His order was not wrong, but it was a step too late. When seeing the city, the giant was obviously angry. This is the characteristics of the bull's giant's characteristics that are unimaginable for outsiders to imagine any type of permanent building. It let out a deafening roar, then bent down and used its upper arms to assist its running like an orangutan. When it used all 6 limbs to charge at the same time, its speed reached a level that humans could not imagine. Impossible. So fast. Run. Too fast. It's hard not to panic when a giant on all 6 limbs is charging towards you, running slightly faster than a charging warhorse. You know, even if this thing has all 6 limbs on the ground, its back alone is more than 3 stories high. The point is, it runs faster than your horse. Just when despair was about to fall, a silver beam of light shot up from the camp without warning, rushed into the sky in an instant, and then drew a graceful arc in the sky, attacking the giant, who had rushed to less than 400 meters away from the camp. The legendary Pegasus Knight Eloga Capone, one of the top 5 strongest men in the Barbarossa Empire. His exceptionally majestic Pegasus is the pride of the empire. You can tell how great it is just from the fact that it costs a whopping 200,000 gold coins for 1 breeding. When the silver Pegasus carried its master towards this terrifying creature that was obviously larger than an ordinary multi-armed giant, the defenders of the entire camp cheered loudly. Aloha! Destroy it is so anticipated. But not many people know that Knight Eloga is a legendary warrior, and the other party is also a legendary giant. Most of those who can be regarded as legends have extraordinary abilities and special skills that are difficult for outsiders to imagine. Just as the 3 hands and 2 feet continued to run wildly, one of the arms of the multi-armed giant suddenly reached out from its back, dug out a handful of tumor bullets shaped like meteor hammer heads from its body surface, and threw them fiercely at the Pegasus Knight, who was swooping down from midair. If it were just these tumors with a diameter of nearly half a meter that shot over, it would not be difficult to dodge them thanks to Eloga's riding skills and the mobility of Pegasus. The scary thing is that these tumors will explode in the blink of an eye. The giant body fluid inside the tumor is the most fierce ecological gunpowder. In the front of the Pegasus, the 19 tumor fry into powder. At the same time, the number of human nails was broken into a densely intensive flame storm, which swept the entire airspace. Ah! Hiss. The man and the horse were hit immediately, and the Pegasus, with blood holes all over its body, fell to the ground in the root of the six-armed giant's charge. One person who had just pounded a 10-meter-long groove on the ground, and had no chance of reaction, and saw the bulls that was larger than the carriage. It covers the sky and the earth, and the sun and the moon are dim. Boom! With a loud bang, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The legendary strong fighting knight Aal the Asterisk Carpenter died. What happened next seemed to be a natural progression. The fall of a legendary strongman is tantamount to knocking the funeral clock of the entire camp. No one could withstand the impact of a legendary multi-armed giant. This 5-story tall monster wreaked havoc throughout the camp until there were no more upright wooden stakes in its sight. It then walked away contentedly. If it was just a giant's devastation, it wouldn't be enough to cause an exaggerated loss of life. The key point is that as soon as the giant left, the Orc Wolf cavalry army arrived. In the past 1 hour, a border people who came to Tunshan outside the Cavaliers and rushed to Tun Tion. In this asymmetric killing, 13,000 people died. There are only 3 knights, 9 followers, plus a small number of riding people who have escaped from a calamity. And the survivors have just had 100. Thanks to the fact that the Barbarossans had a large number of Pegasus knights serving as scouts and messengers. The news spread to the 2 northern provinces in the shortest possible time. Such heavy losses shocked Marshal Varus, who was stationed in the city of Uria. After a brief moment of distraction, he immediately realized that this was not an opponent that his northern expedition army could resist. A legendary multi-armed giant. Where did the orcs find this thug? Varus smiled bitterly. Great Marshal, please decide. The generals around him were anxious. When the enemy's individual power completely crushes the mortal collective combat power, it is meaningless to mortal army. The number of legendary warriors that the entire Barbarossa Empire could directly mobilize was exactly counted on 10 fingers. Oh! Now it was 9. Although the North could urgently gather 5 legendary warriors, could the health bar of a human legendary warrior be compared with that of a giant? Chapter 298, Not Interested Below Legend. This is now unfair. Even if 5 human legendary powerhouses form a team to fight against the legendary multi-armed giant, the same thing still applies. The opponent can fail countless times. And with a long health bar, they can sometimes do whatever they want. If a legendary powerhouse on our side fails even once, he will go to H.L. Immediately contact His Majesty. And you must ask Master Tesla to help at the fastest speed. Valuz had a strong look, and then made up. Well, maybe Ms. Margaret Thelen has his quick contact information. The marshal was slightly painful, and he nodded and ordered, go find Tylin. Yes. The rest of you, prepare for battle immediately. So there was a scene where the Pegasus Knight came to find Margaret. After hearing the order from the Grand Marshal, Margaret's face turned bitter. Wait. I don't have any special relationship with that gentleman. I can't guarantee that he will respond to my call. It was anxious on the spot. Now it's not the time to discuss the personal festival. Marshal said that in case the fall of Uria, the empire will be reunited, and the desire of the 6 generations of my country will be frustrated in 10 years. Alas, sometimes the world is so tragic. There is a state of the country's 6th generation, unifying the world. There is a strong wave of national fan6. A wave of dishes. Yes, a certain 6th generation is suffering from the family, and the enemy is called Genghis Khan. As a Barbarossa, of course, Margaret knew the resentment of her ancestors, and she couldn't care about it so much. Tesla. Exeria. Enough, I heard. Ren's slightly annoying voice came, and Margaret was shocked. Sir, I don't want to disturb you, but our country's Northern Expedition Army is facing a desperate situation. Margaret quickly stated the situation in the most humble tone. After she finished speaking, Ryan asked, You said that giant is very strong? It just killed our legendary warrior. Strictly speaking, it only used 1 strike. Oh! Ryan finally showed some interest. He was in no mood to work for the Dog Emperor. He would never work for the Emperor in his life. If the enemy was strong enough to help his eldest son level up, that would be another story. Sir, you mean? Let your Emperor give me a promise. And then I send someone to see it. What's wrong? Sophia's Grand Duke looked up and asked. Alas, Barbarossa's group of rookies can't even handle a giant. Sophia smiled sympathetically. Then you'll be back soon? She was remembering the scene where he killed the Lord while drinking warm wine. Why are you in such a hurry? It's just a legendary monster. I'll let Towns deal with it. Ryan stroked her fiery red hair. Sophia rolled her eyes at Ryan. Have to. You are so powerful. Old man. Now you don't even have to kill legendary monsters yourself. On the other side, when Margaret was sending a message through the physical network, her startled expression touched the hearts of the generals around her. It seems that the connection is to connect. Her humble and careful expression made their hearts shrink into a ball. Each person was afraid to penetrate, for fear of interfere with her. Everyone felt relieved only when Margaret showed a relieved expression. However, everyone is also wondering, you still say you are not familiar with Master Tesla? After seeing her recover from her state of concentration, everyone hurriedly asked, what happened? Mr. Tesla is willing to send someone to take a look at the situation. Margaret had no choice but to turn around and ride her Pegasus to the city of Guria. She was a Pegasus knight, but her Pegasus was too young to be used on the battlefield. It was only good for traveling. When she arrived at the city of Guria, Grand Marshal Varys had just made emergency contact with Barbarossa 13 through messages between members of the Mage Corps and obtained authorization in advance. As soon as she landed on the top of the city wall on Pegasus, Varys came up to her and said, if Lord Tesla is willing to help, His Majesty is willing to pay at most half of the national treasury and half of the royal treasury as the price. He said he's not interested in anything below legendary, but above legendary. It depends on the situation. This time, Varys and the generals around him were more or less choked. What a big tone! But they really have the capital to be arrogant. Barbarossa was in a dilemma. In the past, they would have hoped that the enemy would be weaker so that they could kill him more easily. But now, they could only pray that the enemy was strong enough. As for the giant species, those who understand will understand. Sometimes, even if giants are not legendary, they can still cause terrible damage with their extremely long health bars and strength. In case this multi-armed giant is not a legendary monster, they will have to send all the legendary and master level warriors to defeat this thing. At this time, Varys' adjutant reminded him, Your Excellency, the scout said that the giants have arrived 10 miles north of the city. We can almost see them. Barbarossa's camp was destroyed in more than one place. From north to south, 3 camps were destroyed. They were beaten to a pulp and gained experience. This monster would walk slowly in normal state, but once it saw a human building, it would run wildly, faster than a war horse. It's actually hard to calculate the time when the other party will arrive. The ghost knew what would happen when he saw the city wall of Guria. At this moment, just as Varys signed the deed, he was surprised to see the light of a portal light up not far away from him. The first one to appear was a big barbarian named Gonsha, followed by the senior disciple Tang Si, who many people had seen. However, until everyone walked out of the portal and the door closed, no one had seen the figure of the person they wanted to see the most. Varys' facial muscles twitched slightly unnaturally. Hey, what about Mr. Tesla? If it's a legendary monster, then I'll be able to do it. If I can't do it, then the master won't do anything. Let's just call it a failure of the physics school. Quiet. Silence. If someone else said this, it would be strange if Varys didn't scold that person to death. The person who said this was Don Quixote, a recognized magical genius who had killed master-level warlocks when he was at a high level. Of course, the Grand Marshal had also heard about Ryan turning the killing of the Demon Lord into a teaching exercise. However, can this feat of killing an enemy across levels really happen again and again? Or is this just the style of the physics school? As if he had seen through Varys' doubts, Tang Si, who had already made up his mind, smiled casually. If you don't have the ability to kill a legendary monster with a challenge level of 25 with master level strength, you are not qualified to be the master's direct disciple. Not to mention Varys. Even the several legendary Barbarossa warriors who followed him had their heads buzzing and were temporarily out of service, etc. The requirements of your physics school for disciples are so terrifying. Chapter 299 Brother. I will only demonstrate once. The people on the entire section of the city wall seemed to have pressed the mute button. It was dead silent, with only the whistling sound of the wind remaining. Several Barbarossa legends were bitter. We fought hard to become legends, to be admired by the world, and to leave our names in history. How come the word legend has become worthless in your physics school? Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Helpless Ryan's perverted record is so shocking. Who can't bragging? Once they were disdain in Garga. Do they think that this rough man is a legendary shame? Now it seems that they are the ones who are farsighted. Who said Gansha was stupid? A while ago. This guy was half naked all day long because not many armors could withstand the impact of his brute force. What now? That set of colorful dragon scale armor alone is enough to blind everyone's eyes. Not to mention the dragon bone helmet and dragon tooth axe. The barbarian class is the ceiling of attack power among all the kitchen knife classes. The only thing that can be criticized is that its specialized armor is limited to leather armor at most. Then, apart from those legendary armors passed down by bards, how many other armors in the world can surpass this set of colorful scale armor? Normally, armor inlaid with scales would be classified as armor according to the laws of the world. However, these are dragon scales that grow naturally on dragon skin. Seeing how easily Gantia wears them, you can tell that this guy has definitely taken advantage of a loophole in the rules. Who said dragon scale armor is not leather armor? But this piece of colorful dragon scale armor has a billion points more protection than 99.99% of the armor in the world. Is that too much? Looking at his smug face, one can't help but wonder if he got the news that the colorful prince had failed and went to the physics school to lick his boots. Whether it's Towns or Gansha, they really have the capital to brag. No matter how much Barbarossa had doubts, he had no choice but to accept it. Even if Towns fails, doesn't he still have Lei as his master? Thinking of this, everyone felt at peace. Boom! 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 The shocking footsteps came from the northern horizon. Through the telescope, one could see that the huge figure was getting bigger step by step. Master! Did you see that? Tangsi knew that the master could see everything from the rifle on his shoulder. Little did Ryan know that when he saw that the multi-armed giant system rating was a challenge level of 25, he was almost frightened to death. No! Wait! My son. It's so big. You are playing too big. For the teacher, you only want you to kill a strange thing as much as possible without the potential of further upgrading. It is safe to promote the legend. Ryan opened his mouth and his mind went blank. Master. Master. Downs called out twice more on the physical network internal communication. And Ryan finally woke up. Is this monster enough? Enough. That's damn enough. One mistake and he's dead. How can it not be enough? But in order to maintain the dignity of someone's damn peerless master. When the words came to his lips, for some reason, Ryan changed his mouth and said lightly, not bad. Not to mention Tangsi. Even the other disciples, who were eavesdropping nervously, felt their hearts skip a beat. What? A super monster with a challenge level of 25 is just okay? What a peerless genius the master taught back then. They were shocked, but also had a vague hope that their master was not such a cruel person. He had never forced his disciples to death. At least not in front of them. Is it really as master said? That as long as we find the enemy's weakness, we can suppress it to death across levels? After Ryan spoke, Varys, who was unaware of the situation, was a little surprised to see the portal open again. It was still not Ryan Tesla who came, but his other second-generation disciples. Tangsi came back to his senses and swept his eyes gently over the faces of all the junior brothers and sisters. Everyone. No matter what. This is a once-in-a-lifetime demonstration for me, as the eldest senior brother. Please watch carefully. Isn't it once in a lifetime? It's done. Once you've been promoted, there's no going back. If you lose, you will be gone too. Towns has given it his all. All the fellow students were sweating and nodded at the same time. Harry took the lead. I wish you, senior brother, to be invincible. Invincible. The interaction between the second generation of physics school disciples looks different in the eyes of others. Several legendary warriors working for Barbarossa were very unhappy. You said Ryan was awesome. He could have just come and killed the monster instantly. But he actually assigned a disciple to come and play a teaching game? Barbarossa involved hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians. The long-cherished wish of 6 generations. But in your eyes, is it only worth a teaching game? The gap between the realm between us is too great. Among the several legendary strong men, not to mention those who have a very close relationship with Barbarossa, There are also 3 strong men who have only signed contracts for 2 or 3 years, and are already considering whether to not renew the contracts after the expiration, and instead run to the physics school. No matter how you look at it, Rin has more prospects and better treatment. Look at this guy Gonsha. He walked in naked, and came out dressed in dragon skin. I am really envious. As expected, the multi-armed giant started running wildly after seeing the city wall. Tangxi raised his eyebrows. Let's go. Yes, 6 followers behind him are morale. As soon as Towns raised his hand, a huge ice slide extended from the city wall all the way to the other side of the moat. His followers immediately rushed down. As for Tangs, the wind was blowing under his feet, and with the support of the wind element, his whole body was suspended in the air, slowly flying towards the violent and huge figure. The 5 masters, led by Sanders, could only do some auxiliary work. They quickly dispersed, trying their best to ensure that no other enemies would interfere with the main battlefield. The legendary barbarian Gonsha knew very well that he was destined to be a pioneer. Facing the wild charge of the multi-armed giant, Gonsha suddenly picked up a huge rock on the ground that was bigger than him, and smashed it hard. The huge rock, which weighed at least several tons, was spinning in the air, making a violent whistling sound, and smashed hard into the ugly face of the giant covered with spikes. I thought that at the very least I could hit the multi-armed giant and make it stop for a while. But then a weird scene happened. The multi-armed giant did not stop at all. Freed up one arm and activated its inherent special skill, stone catching. Too exaggerated. With such a huge body, it actually has such a high level of reflexes. The giant easily caught the huge rock that was flying towards him with one hand, and then threw it back with great force the same way it came. Damn! The Gonshans were stunned. Chapter 300 Downs vs. Multi-Armed Giant. The throwing boulder hit the place where the Garma was stood before the moment. From the perspective of the people on the city wall, it was like a bright firework suddenly exploding on the grassland. Fortunately, even though agility is not a core attribute of a barbarian, it seems that this guy's original agility is not less than 15 points. His side roll actually has the lightness of a ranger. You know, agility is not even among the top 3 in importance to barbarians. Soon, Gonsha showed why charisma was the 3rd most important attribute for a barbarian. A surge of ice vapor suddenly filled up around him, and then quickly converged into his body. Even though there was a dragon scale armor between them, everyone could still clearly sense the white light emanating from his back. But that white light was like the tip of a brush, moving quickly on his back. And in 3 blinks of an eye, a huge white bear head was outlined. This is the spirit of the frost demon bear. There was a strange white frost in his blood, cold and angry. Sometimes they cannot conflict. As the boiling blood in the cold environment poured into his body, an extremely savage roar resounded throughout the wilderness. From the earth to the sky, it seems full of anger of a legendary magic giant bear. A big foot wearing dragon leather boots, leaving a large pit that can be buried in a carriage on the ground. Boom! After a huge explosion, the huge gray figure became the master of this place, because the barbarian's white shadow was beaten back in an instant. So miserable. Eat with strength. The power is not as good as anyone. It is equivalent to most of them. Garga was punched by a multi-armed giant to vomit blood. He doesn't care. What is the best equipment for the physics school? Just let him get beaten. At this moment, a different sound was heard in the air. It is like a melody, but cannot be sung. It is like the sound of a bell, but cannot be cut off. It is a kind of declaration that vibrates directly into the soul. The glory of purple spells is like the most gorgeous sunrise, ignoring the blocking of any cloud, and it has spread throughout the grassland. In the blink of an eye, the grassland in August went from midsummer to cold winter. There were suddenly countless snowflakes in the sky, rushing towards the multi-armed giant. The giant didn't know what was going on. He waved a giant arm on his shoulders, and wanted to blow away these snow films violently with his fisting wind. On the person, it was like hundreds of chainsaws, cutting into the tumor mounted on its solid skin. Accident. Blasting tumor bouncing on the multi-armed giant was really detonated. Bang. 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 It seems that. It sounds like hundreds of grenades burst on the multi-armed giant. The spell-like fragmentation grenade, which is extremely terrifying to humans, has no killing power at all when it hits the multi-armed giant. But for its challenger, Downs, this is a classic elimination of your weapon. It is tantamount to cutting off most of the fangs of a beast. On the head of the city, a general next to Valu said, No. That thing can be regenerated. Marshal Varus shook his head, looked carefully. Through the telescope. The general was surprised to find that the intelligence obtained at the cost of 20,000 to 30,000 lives seemed a little inaccurate. In the past, the explosive tumor bombs of the multi-armed giants would regenerate very quickly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it is a little unclear now, because the giant's body is shaking. The regeneration speed is indeed much slower than the intelligence said. Is it frost? Margaret discovered something amazing, too amazing. As expected of the famous Master Quixote, he can find the enemy's weakness in the first place without any intelligence. As soon as she said this, all the Barbarossans looked at Ryan's disciples with admiration. Only 5 disciples were embarrassed and wanted to pull their feet. On the inner disciple channel of the physics network. Harry, is it possible that the eldest brother actually wanted to use that trick right from the start? Flora, the move where the extreme low temperature causes the opponent's armor to become brittle. And then it uses lightning and physical dual attribute attacks? In a sense. This is one of the fixed routines of the physics school. Towns immediately felt that the multi-armed giant was too flesh. This kind of thick-skinned guy was very resistant to attack. According to the idea given by the master, the right way was to cut down the defense in advance. Lightning flashed, and dozens of lightning snakes as thick as human arms surrounded Towns. And he took a very standard horse stance and punched starting posture. Although both are electromagnetic launchers, the power of electromagnetic guns and electromagnetic cannons is vastly different. The larger the caliber of the SH.LS, the more obvious the increase in power. Dow's didn't dare to support it. The artillery he chose this time was Li Zihui, a work created with sterling silver. In the next second, an 8-meter diameter thunder fell from the sky, fell suddenly, and finally gathered on Downs' elbow. The multi-armed giant finally gave up the entanglement with Gantia. It had never felt such terrifying power in its 1,000 years of existence. It was this moment that it keenly felt a huge danger. Barbarossa's exclamations were heard on the wind. What a strong wind element! Shouldn't you kill it? The next moment, the multi-armed giant shocked, and it threw a boulder towards Downs. It stands to reason that this large stone is enough to kill the small humans. The boulder flew halfway, and the middle of the stone suddenly cracked, revealing the dazzling purple and blue light. Roar! Before all the spectators could react, the multi-armed giant let out a scream that shook the earth and sky. Success? Not completely successful again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Towns' combination of freezing and electromagnetic cannon achieved quite impressive results. Under the low temperature embrittlement, the metal skin of the multi-armed giant showed signs of decline. When the rationality emblem was blasted out, nothing could resist this cannonball that gathered almost all of Downs' magic power. Li Zihui crushed the arm that was blocking the giant into pieces on the spot like a whirlwind. The attack was originally aimed at the giant's abdomen. If the giant tries to duck and dodge, the shot to the abdomen will turn into a direct hit to the head, which is a real profit. The only thing that Towns didn't take into account was the multi-armed giant's plus 45 jumping power. This is the result of the world's stereotype of the giant race. Not to mention Downs. Even no one in the entire defenders of Guria's city could imagine that this giant, who was more than 10 meters tall, could jump like a frog and leap more than 20 meters high. Chapter 301 Downs' Energy Conservation. This shocking jumping ability may be one of the important reasons why this giant can have a challenge level of 25. Too exaggerated. Just imagine. What would it feel like if a 5-story building jumped to a height of more than 10 floors in front of you? It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. This directly results in most of the wind element being wasted. Do you think this is the end? Even though the multi-armed giant had one arm broken and a huge bloody hole blasted out of its abdomen, it still used the momentum of its running start to easily fly hundreds of meters in the air. And with a Fulong mountain pressing down, it pressed down on Tangxi. If Towns didn't know how to flash, and could flash 100 meters away in one breath, he would be finished with just this one blow. Boom! Such a heavy impact not only caused sand and gravel to fly everywhere, and the earth to shake, but also caused multiple cracks to appear on the city wall 500 meters away. This scene made Varus feel so painful about the city wall he had just built. The multi-armed giant suffered a severe blow, and the price Towns paid was not small. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the previous attack undoubtedly consumed a lot of his magic power. This isn't a legendary physical place. If one attack reduces a large portion of his mana bar, It will undoubtedly make him very passive. Who knows? After flashing, Towns muttered, energy will not disappear. It will only transform from one form to another. His clear voice sounded more like a proclamation than a prayer. The famous scene that shocked the onlookers to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets was created. The lightning that had begun to dissipate in the atmosphere was like being pulled by an extremely huge invisible fishing net. A thread at a time. One strand at a bunch. Like pulling a carrot out of the soil. Tangs not only pulled out large strips of lightning from thin air, but also directly extracted wind elements from the void. Following the thick lightning, there were countless thick and thin tiny electric wires that looked like tree roots. They merged into a huge electric net like rivers flowing into the sea. Most of the lightning that had just been wasted was returned under Towns' amazing mental control. Ah! This is possible! There were many powerful people with excellent vision and rich knowledge on the city wall. Even they were still stunned when they saw the scene. Draw back the scattered thunder and continue to fight and use it. Could this be the real legendary wizard? And what everyone saw 100 years ago was just a fake one. Towns' performance continued. In full view of the crowd, large amounts of electric light gathered together again and turned into a huge electric spear. To others, it was as if Towns first threw out a giant spear, then blew off one of the enemy's hands, passed the spear to himself 1 second later, and finally shot the enemy again. Huge flashes of lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and the exaggerated explosions made everyone's ears buzz. This time, what was blown up was the left leg of the multi-armed giant, and the entire knee joint seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, even though the multi-armed giant was used to using all 6 limbs. Without a leg or an arm, his whole body looked extremely awkward and full of disharmony. Who? Towns was breathing heavily, but he still felt a little satisfied that he could beat his opponent to this extent. He didn't know that at this moment Ryan arrived, when he stepped out of the portal that suddenly appeared. Not only did his disciples salute him, but even the Barbarossa people gathered together and bowed deeply. Marshal Veras said with a bit of flattery, "Sir Tesla, you seem to have missed the most exciting part." Ryan glanced at the multi-armed giant in the distance and raised his eyelids. Really? Why do I feel like I just finished warming up? Ryan's words were like frying fish on a calm lake, making the big fish like Barbarossa buzz. No. Wait. Only when the two sides fight so fiercely can it be considered a warm-up. The faces of those Barbarossa legendary warriors looked a little unhappy. Sure enough, the multi-armed giant pounced on his broken leg, ignoring the fact that only half of his calf was left, and strangely stuffed that half of his leg into his knee position. Tentacle-like tendons grew out from the wound and connected to the motionless calf wound. Then bones, muscles, and even skin began to form. All of this happened right under the noses of all the bigwigs in the Panhuman camp. Marshal Veras couldn't help but widen his eyes to the extreme. The vitality of such monsters has long exceeded the imagination of mortals. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of horrific tragedy would occur if the entire Northern Expedition army fought to the death with this legendary monster. Here, on the city wall, Ryan casually stretched out his hand, made a sucking gesture with his palm toward the ground, and a large amount of sand and soil immediately blew up from under the city wall and quickly gathered into a chair. Clearly, this was a very rough chair just a second ago, but when Ryan sat on it, the backrest changed rapidly under everyone's gaze. Snowflakes covered the seat like fluff, and lightning carved a series of lightning patterns around the seat out of thin air. On the top of the chair, 2 flames formed naturally on the left and right, covering the entire backrest with strange flame patterns. There was no need for "please take a seat." Ryan used his incredible power over the element of terror to create a chair for himself. While Barbarossa was shocked and stunned, his disciples had already stood behind him in order tacitly, not far away, watching Ryan truly demonstrate his elemental control power as a legendary powerhouse. Margaret realized how approachable Ryan was before, and how he did not have the airs of a top legendary powerhouse at all. She actually wanted to move closer, but for some reason, Ryan's 5th apprentice Flora always glanced at her from time to time, as if she was a little unhappy with her. Margaret didn't dare to bore herself, so she just stayed there and didn't dare to get closer. At this time, there was new progress in the battle situation. Towns once again launched an attack using ice and electromagnetic cannon, and this time, he broke one of the left hands of the multi-armed giant. Towns was a bit cunning. When he found that he couldn't kill the opponent by force with elements, he chose to destroy the opponent's limbs piece by piece. For example, This time, after he blew up the giant's elbow, he gave an order to his followers: pick up this guy's limbs and run as far as you can. Then we saw his 3 master followers, each riding a horse, with a large giant finger lassoed on them, running in different directions. In a sense, this is also a kind of dismemberment. Ryan, who was holding his chin on the wall, finally smiled for the first time. Disciples, did you see that? Although your senior brother lacked intelligence about this unknown enemy, he did exactly what a good wizard should do: find the enemy's weakness. Yes, the disciples responded in unison. This scene made Barbarossa feel confused. It turns out that a legendary giant with a challenge level of 25 is still only suitable for use as teaching material in the physics school. Chapter 302 Applause. This is a gap in vision, and even more a gap in imagination. Ryan was just pretending to be cool, using the knowledge from the game to teach his disciples. However, in the last century of the magic world, this kind of knowledge from the game is still very useful in practice. Just like breaking one side of the shell of an egg to make the egg stand upright. Before this practice became popular, many people could not imagine how a round and smooth egg could be stood upright. The first person spread this knowledge, which made it convenient for future generations. The comprehensiveness of the mage gives him the capital to play targeted games. If Ryan didn't teach them these fighting methods, his disciples would probably have to pay a heavy price in actual combat to learn them, or even pay with their lives. Ryan didn't know that just a casual mention of it was enough to shock the hearts of the natives. The battle on the grassland continues. Talent was clearly very patient in his trial and error. The 4 elements of earth, water, fire and wind, plus acid, physical damage, etc. He discovered with a bit of bitterness that this guy had extremely high physical and magical resistance, and the best ways to deal with it seemed to be only acid and cold. Frost elements are not his forte. So that's what he said? It was not until this moment that Tangsi realized how important his master's advice was to him. If you have a thorough understanding of the laws of physics, especially the law of conservation of energy, you will be more proficient and adept than ordinary mages when playing with the elements of ice and fire. The same magic, when cast by different wizards, has completely different flavors. Quenching prison. If it was the previous Harry who performed it, the range would be only a few dozen square meters at most. Towns pointed his right hand into the distance and muttered something. The names of thermodynamics masters such as Joule and Heck were read out one by one. A white dot quickly rushed into the ground under the feet of the multi-armed giant. The grassland covered with green grass was instantly dyed white with frost and turned into an ice field in winter. All the heat was sucked away at this moment and replaced by a huge cold cage, which seemed to be filled with the darkest suffering and torture in the ice. $. #% This was the first time the multi-armed giant spoke since the war began. But unfortunately it was in giant language. However, it is not difficult to judge from its ferocious expression that it must have cursed very dirty. Wave after wave of frost formed huge waves, hitting the frost giant that looked like a reef. Right. Layers of frost covered the multi-armed giant, and in an instant he was covered with more than 10 tons of frost. It roared angrily, but was drowned by even more exaggerated ice waves. Its exaggerated speed and outrageous jumping ability are useless in this giant ice ball with a radius of 300 meters centered on it. The ice-water mixture was like a big jar, trapping it inside. Its strength, its agility, became meaningless under this exaggerated restraint of using softness to overcome hardness. At this point in the battle, Ryan yawned. To be honest, this is actually because someone got the legendary constitution and went to Sofia to have some fun. Facts have proved that sometimes being able to withstand it physically does not mean being able to withstand it mentally. He didn't know that his yawn became a synonym for boredom in the eyes of others. The onlookers were stunned. Such a thrilling and exciting legendary battle that you may only see once in a lifetime. Is it so boring in your eyes? Fortunately, they didn't ask. Otherwise Ryan might have really answered, yes. It's a bit boring. It's like when you have mastered all the mechanisms of the monster boss in the game. No matter what the boss does, you will be able to react immediately and make the most appropriate response. The multi-armed giant has amazing mobility, so we should find a way to limit his speed. Its self-healing ability is exaggerated, so its blood recovery speed is reduced to an acceptable level. As long as the blood lost is not slower than the blood recovery, everything is possible. When Towns blocked the multi-armed giant's moves one by one, just like a mage textbook, Everything became a cyclical battle to steadily deduct the boss's health bar. From afar, the multi-armed giant was still roaring furiously, trying to bite Towns, or throwing boulders at him, and struggling in various ways. Unfortunately, all its struggles are doomed to be in vain before Towns' magic is exhausted. In the eyes of outsiders, maintaining such a wide frost field is definitely an extremely difficult task. However, Tang Si, who has mastered the law of conservation of energy, only needs to devote less than 1/10 of his energy to continue to do the work of a heat transporter. The real trouble was that Towns had to find a way to make the multi-armed giant expose a hand or a leg from time to time outside this frost ball, so that he could cut it most fiercely. Soon, the multi-armed giant with 6 limbs turned into a giant. And then the giant turned into a lone hero. No, a cricket pupa. The extremely cold frost greatly limits its self-healing and limb regeneration, as it faced Downs in despair, cutting its limbs off from its torso piece by piece, like a blunt knife cutting flesh. All its curses first turned into desperate wails, and gradually turned into painful groans. Is it cruel? Yes, it looks cruel. If we consider the huge qualitative gap in power between the two sides, this cruelty suddenly becomes understandable. What's more, being cruel to the enemy is being kind to your own people. When Downs cut off the huge multi-armed giant again and asked his followers to carry away the giant's limbs, finally, only a bright red heart the size of a carriage remained in the rolling ice waves. The heart kept beating, and around it, blood vessels and biological tissues grew like tentacles. Unfortunately, even though this multi-armed giant was a legend, it still had to comply with the laws of conservation of physics. The heart became more and more transparent, and the bright red on it became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, this huge heart stopped beating, and Towns summoned a huge Bigby's hand and pinched the frozen heart from a distance. Puff! Looking from the top of the city wall from afar, it looked like a hand was squeezing a beef ball. With this action, the whole world shook. Tang Si's heart began to resonate with the heaven and earth, blending into this chaotic world. His soul was like being tempered in a furnace fueled by the 4 elements, and it seemed as if a gentle thunder sounded in his body. As if he had sensed something, he looked down at his blood vessels. It seemed that what was flowing in the thick and thin blood vessels was no longer blood, but streams of extremely gentle elements, with wind element being the main one. Recalling the battles, big and small, since his debut, his entire soul is being tempered and transformed. As he recalled it over and over again, the road under his feet slowly became clear. This is my way of magic, based on physics, guided by wind and thunder, shape the power of the world. Towns understood at this moment. Why didn't Master Ryan let him be promoted directly last time, but asked him to thoroughly understand the laws of physics? Really, only by mastering the laws can you control the changes in all elemental energy in the world. Practice diligently, step by step, until you truly set foot on the road to becoming a legend. Pa! 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 A strange applause came from the distance, slow and rhythmic. Tangs turned his head, and when he saw the familiar and friendly figure on the city wall showing a smile of recognition, Tangs felt that this life was worth it. A vast aura burst out from him, rising into the sky. Chapter 303. Want to kill my apprentice? Not easy. It's not easy. He transformed himself from a knight's apprentice, who was destined to have no future, found his destiny in a small valley in the dangerous Fulong Mountains, and then continued on his way to become a legendary wizard in just 1 year. What a great achievement! What an honor! From today on, from the small city of La Mancha to the 2 most majestic imperial capitals, from the remote southern seas to the desolate northern grasslands, from the vast western desert to the dense eastern rainforest, no one will be unaware of the name of Don Quixote. Even if we ignore Tang's achievement of defeating powerful enemies, this extremely exaggerated promotion speed alone is enough to make him be passed down through the ages by the bards, and become a part of the immortal legend circulating in the world of chaos. Not to mention, Town's road is not over yet. He is not some old wizard who has exhausted his potential. He is just 18 years old. This promotion speed is terrifying. At this moment, what the Barbarossa people witnessed on the top of the city was not only the birth of a legend, but more likely the rise of a new god. And the one who created this miracle was the legendary wizard Ryan Tesla, who sat on the throne of elements and clapped his hands slowly and leisurely. There was something wrong with the way everyone looked at Ryan. Not only was there emotion, but more of all, even if Towns is talented, The world is not short of talented seeds, but talented people who can cultivate them into talents. He can easily bring a magic apprentice to the level of a legendary strongman. Even if you say that Ryan is the most terrible devil, there are many people who are willing to sell their souls to him in exchange for power. But Ryan is a strong neutral person who just can't stand the evil camp. By the way, at this point, anyone who still believes that Ryan is just a legendary wizard is definitely mentally ill. Although it is not uncommon for a legendary wizard to bring out legendary disciples, this speed is too outrageous. Ren's approachable people have ignored the true identity of his maybe hidden. At this time, the more everyone feels, the more they feel that they are not witnessing the disciples of the person who learned to be a teacher, but to witness a true God spread his miracle. Margaret looked at Ryan with a complicated expression. She didn't know if Ryan's approachability was fake. Even though she knew it was probably not the case, she was still very confused. Well, in fact, the girl was overthinking. How could Lei be some old-fashioned true God? Moreover, even if he can't be approachable, he can still be approachable with E. No one noticed the night girl's embarrassment, as Ryan's disciples and a group of Barbarossa bosses followed Ryan in applauding. The entire city was filled with applause and cheers. Oh my God! I am so lucky to witness the birth of a great legend. Praise to His Excellency Don Quixote. Thank you for guarding the northern border for us. You finally made the sacrifices of our comrades meaningful. Even if Downs is not Barbarossa. So what? Killing the multi-armed giant means preserving the long-cherished wish of Barbarossa's 5 northern provinces, without these foul supernatural beings causing trouble. When it comes to a real fight with real weapons, the Barbarossa people have never been afraid of those hateful orcs. I'm afraid of these unreasonable supermodel monsters. Tang Si didn't have time to think so much. What occupied his mind the most was to take advantage of the opportunity of promotion to comprehend this world. The rest of his thoughts, translated into Chinese, were roughly, I have been wandering for 17 years, and have never met a famous teacher. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to take you as my adoptive father, and stay with you forever. Towns didn't know that the moment he was promoted and helped Ryan decided that Towns was his good son. Today only. If Towns causes trouble again someday and irritates a certain master, then I will switch to the free gift for recharging phone bill mode in a second. Perhaps this is the relationship between Schrödinger and his son. Over there. If we were to say who the happiest people were, it would definitely be Towns' followers. Sanders' old man is naturally cool to fly. And the 4 people who are licking to the righteousness are also very happy. The coolest is Gargisha. Nothing can step into the door. Although Gontia was very optimistic about Towns, he only felt relieved when Towns really crossed the threshold of legend. Otherwise, he would not be chasing highs, but being stuck. As followers of Downs, they naturally had to stand guard when their master was promoted. 5 master-level warriors formed a circle to protect Downs, and Gontia stood beside Downs with a big axe in his hand like a door god. If nothing unexpected happens, the accident will happen. As noon approaches, the shadows beneath us shrink very small. Small does not mean non-existent. At this moment, Town's shadow shook. Gontia's heart suddenly tensed to the extreme. Enemy. Before he could finish his words, his body reacted faster than his mouth, and he swung an axe at the shadow. The strong wind caused by the infusion of violent power into the weapon stunned everyone. Even Towns, the person involved, was shocked by the sudden change, and his brain became a little slow. In the previous moment, he was still comprehending the elements and magic vortexes between the planes of heaven and earth. And in the next second, he had to fight for his life. This extreme contrast was quite fatal for him. A newbie wizard who was about to step into the gate of legend. There was a mistake made by Gontia's guards, and the battle axe that chopped down fiercely was ultimately unable to effectively kill the invisible black shadow. Because at the moment when the axe blade hit the black shadow, the opponent still had not entered the main plane. Tomahawk is cut as if a ghost without physical. The moment the gleaming axe blade passed over the shadow condensed into a human form in less than 1/100th of a second. It was a goblin with an extremely ugly and ferocious appearance. Although he was not tall, with a height of only 1 meter seeming extremely small compared to the barbarian's burly body. The black light shining from the snake-shaped dagger held tightly in his slender hands was the most real and urgent threat. Too fast. It's incredible. So fast it's scary. When Downs' protective magic shield was easily pierced by these 2 daggers that were obviously legendary magic weapons. All the followers nearby fell into despair at the same time. Sanders was the most grief-stricken and desperate one. When he found out that the opponent was using the legendary Shadow Shuttle, he knew that something was wrong. But what can he do? There is an absolute gap in basic abilities between the Master level and legendary Shadow Dancers. He simply couldn't make it in time. When Towns, Gontea and Sanders failed in interceptions one after another, Towns' fall seemed to be a foregone conclusion. However, everyone seems to have forgotten that Towns has a master. The question is, if an assassination that was so close that he couldn't be prevented, could Ryan, who was 200 or 300 meters away, arrive in time? Over there, Ryan was squinting his eyes, enjoying the congratulations from a group of Barbarossa bosses, when suddenly a red warning window popped up, making Ryan break out in a cold sweat. Just when Grand Marshal Varys took advantage of Ryan's good mood and asked casually, "I wonder if your excellency has time to deal with the Mage Tower in Guria City." He was surprised to see Ryan's face suddenly darken, and even showed anger and ferocity. "Ah! What did I say wrong?" Before anyone could react, Ryan had turned into a streak of light and disappeared in front of them. The next moment he appeared. He was right behind Towns, doing a fantastic sound, a voice that can freeze time. The smile of victory froze on the face of the ugly goblin assassin. He never expected that someone could actually stop such a sure-win attack. What he heard was a sound that was enough to send him into an icy H.L. "Want to kill my apprentice? Have you asked me?" Chapter 304, Destroying the Shadow. A tall and majestic figure suddenly appeared behind Towns. At first glance, he is not as tall and strong as Gonsha, or even as muscular and strong as Towns. At this moment, in the eyes of Towns' followers, he has become a giant who stands tall and isolated from the tragic fate. Ryan Tesla. It is rumored that he is a true god from outside the world, who traveled through 3,000 worlds, and finally chose to integrate into this world. Only such a godlike person can allow a genius, like Towns, to realize his once-in-a-century amazing magical talent. Only he could pull Towns back from the brink of despair when he had 1 foot halfway into the gate of Hades, during a horrific assassination that was also a legend. He is so powerful, and so reassuring. Just such appearance. He let the followers let go of the 10,000 tons of boulder in their hearts, and breathe a sigh of relief. A smile never disappears. It just moves from one existing face to someone else's. The legendary goblin's ugly monster face no longer had the expression of celebration of success, but instead was replaced by horror. The mysterious goblin assassin's reaction was quick. His approach of "if you miss the first strike, immediately flee thousands of miles away" is definitely a wise move for Assassin's Creed. In front of everyone, his already blurry figure immediately faded away, and once again became a little translucent from being solid. This means leaving the main plane and escaping into the shadow plane, which is parallel to the main plane. This strategy of running away when you can't win is simply unsolvable for most legendary professionals in the world. Before leaving the main plane, he had time to glance at Ryan. It was a dragon claw that should never appear here. The dragon's wrist extended from Ryan's wrist in a semi-illusory form, and it gradually became real about 20 centimeters away from the finger. However, when the legendary assassin stabbed it with his legendary daggers that had killed countless strong men, the hard and thick texture was exactly the same as that of a real ancient dragon. The goblin assassin didn't know what it was. He only knew that if he didn't run away from the legendary mage, he would never have to run again. What's more, there are not one, but 2 legendary wizards, adhering to the fine tradition of speaking harshly even if he failed. The goblin spoke in a very awkward human common language. "Human, don't think this is the end. I will be back. In your fear, I will hunt down all your relatives and disciples. The last thing you feel must be the touch of my teeth, because I am eating your flesh." The goblin was so small that most of his movements looked quite funny. The only thing that was very oppressive was his mouth full of sharp fangs, because each of his fangs was obviously poisoned. I just don't know why. But these poisons didn't kill him first? Come back? Ryan raised his lips. "If you can't even leave, how can you come back?" His sarcastic expression suddenly made the goblin feel that something was wrong. The blur of his figure stopped. To be precise, it does not stop, but rather presents a state of stagnation. This caused him great panic. Impossible. How can a wizard like you master the power of shadow? He couldn't be wrong. It was impossible for an ordinary wizard to master the laws of the shadow plane. He is not an ordinary mage. At this moment, The goblin assassin was shocked to find that hundreds of light balls created by the dancing light technique appeared around him without him noticing. No. These light sources are more than 10 times brighter than ordinary dancing lights. Only Ryan knew that this level of light, calculated before he traveled through time, was at least industrial-grade lighting, and could illuminate a kilometer away. What would the effect be when 108 powerful light sources surrounded the assassin in a giant sphere from front to back, left to right, up to down, and up to down? Ryan glanced at Towns, who was still unable to move, and started teaching on the spot. Towns, do you remember the operating table lighting case I told you about? There will be shadows with light. The shadow will undoubtedly greatly affect the effect of surgery for surgeons. The lighting on the operating table is a bunch of lights arranged in a circle that illuminate the area from all angles, reducing the shadows to a negligible level. Ryan's operation is similar to this. I have almost completely eliminated the shadows in this space. And you still want to open a channel to the shadow plane at will? But the goblin assassin didn't understand any of this. In his opinion, it was this legendary wizard who seemed like a ghost or god who controlled the entire space and prevented him from leaving. Before he could react, the huge dragon claw that had turned from virtual to real had already grabbed him. And then, severe pain came. Another colorful dragon claw appeared out of nowhere and tore off his 2 calves easily, as if breaking 2 matchsticks. Ah! How could you do this to the great Lord Styxme? You will pay the price. You will. The dragon claw covered in blood suddenly disappeared, and the goblin who called himself Lord Styx was thrown to the ground by Ryan like garbage. Sanders, he's yours. It would be a waste if you don't use such a good target. Ryan didn't even bother to kill the hateful goblin assassin, and instead handed him over to Down's followers. Sanders could hardly suppress his ecstasy. Fighting against a legendary shadow dancer of the same profession is something you could never dream of, especially when the shadow dancer's camp is hostile. They can fight with real swords and guns. The key is that there is no need to worry about his life. If Sanders misses this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he will hate himself for the rest of his life. Obviously, this is not a fair battle. The 2 legs were torn, and I couldn't use my best shadow skills. He also knew that he would not be able to escape today, and he was just fighting for the last bit of dignity for himself. Unfortunately, Ren was dismissed to him. Sir Tesla, this guy has the blood of 3 earls, 8 generals, and 71 great knights on his hands. Gantia kindly reminded Ryan. Oh wow, Ryan said happily. Sanders, you have to work harder. This wasn't really a battle that could be called a fight. Even if Lord Styx was forced to give up escaping and wanted to drag Sanders down with him, how could Ryan let him do so? At the critical moment, a wind wall or something like that would be enough to ruin all his efforts. Sanders, who was pulled back from the brink of death by Ryan several times, finally succeeded in killing the legendary goblin after 10 minutes. Huff, huff, huff. Sanders looked like he had fallen into the water and was pulled out, his whole body wet. Even though he knew it was a safe fight, he was still constantly frightened when death was imminent. He had just come to his senses when he heard the voice of his master. Congratulations, Sanders. This is a very valuable experience. Listening to Town's words, Sanders widened his eyes in excitement. My lord, you finally. Yes, I am finally a true legendary wizard. Chapter 305, Legendary Magic Apprentice. The difference between a promotion and a perfect promotion is probably the difference between passing and getting a perfect score. The former means that you can graduate in this round of studies, and the latter means that you still have the possibility of further studies. Ryan had been borrowing the combat power of his disciples for free, and had finally made it to the legendary level. Of course, he hoped to go one step further and reach the level of demigod, or even a true god. Now that I've traveled through time, how can I justify myself if I don't accomplish something great? Mysterious voice. I wonder who wanted to cheat Downs out of a little money and become a rich man. Don't laugh. Even if the god of destiny jumped out and asked Ryan, "Is this you?" Ryan probably wouldn't recognize it. Now it is a situation where there is no tiger in the mountain. No. It is a situation where there is no real god in the world and legend is the king. In a sense, Ryan has mastered a bunch of physical definitions that are recognized as laws by the world, and he is the man closest to the throne of God. Don't be fooled by the faint smile on Ryan's face and his calm mood, as if he was saying my direct disciples should at least be legends. In fact, Ryan almost couldn't control his facial muscles, and his pretentiousness was greatly reduced. because it is difficult not to feel secretly happy. Ryan asked Downs to return to Gulia City, to accept the cheers and praises of the soldiers and civilians in the city. He returned to the tower, adjusted the direction of his elemental throne, and looked down at his eldest disciple from above. He looked like a kind old father. Marshal Varys and his men first congratulated Ryan, and then went to count out of Towns. Ryan vaguely heard the nobles and the leaders of the knights discussing Towns' issue of going on a mission almost openly. Right. In the eyes of the world, Towns has definitely graduated, and it is time for him to start his own business. In fact, when Tangsi was promoted to master, there were already such voices around him. But at that time Tangsi refused to contact the outside world, and was determined to reach the legendary realm. So others could not find an opportunity. Now they are swarming around him like flies. Mr. Quixote, on behalf of Grand Duke XXX, I sincerely invite you to consider building a legendary wizard tower in our place. The Grand Duke will do his best to build the most magnificent and powerful wizard tower for you after the end of the law era. The invitations are almost all the same. If it were someone else, he might have been so overwhelmed that he accepted it on the spot. Not to mention Towns. Even the legendary barbarian who followed Towns as a goalkeeper was shocked. This condition was more than 10 times better than what was offered to him. So, no wonder every family wanted to raise a powerful wizard before the Dharma ending age. This is the core figure who can truly raise the upper limit of one's power. Tangs looked back at the city wall and saw that his master seemed to be resting. He raised his hands high, and the people around him suddenly became quiet. I know you may not understand my next decision, but the fact is, I have only learned less than 1% of the knowledge that my master has. Yes, I am just a magic apprentice who has just stepped into the threshold of being a direct disciple. I am really not qualified to respond to your kindness. So I will continue to study under my master until I can no longer make any progress. Then I will consider other ways to explore the mysteries of magic. When the nobles heard this, they were all dumbfounded. What? Magic apprentice? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Is there a legendary magic apprentice in the world? If someone else said this, wouldn't they be scolded to death? They wouldn't dare to scold him openly, but they would definitely curse their ancestors behind his back. But when it comes to Ryan Tesla, it seems to be very reasonable. He is a super expert who has turned killing demon lords into a teaching game. Since everyone has already accepted that Ryan is the true god of the outer realm, this does not seem unreasonable. Downs clung to Ryan's thigh and was promoted all the way up. It was possible that when Ryan ascended to the position of the main god, Downs would become a subordinate god. Would he still have to serve you humble and insignificant Grand Dukes? The people who had just persuaded Downs all had embarrassed looks on their faces. If I don't persuade him, I won't be able to get over it. What if Towns gets carried away and agrees? It's a pity that since Towns said this, everyone can only give their blessings on the surface. On the tower, Ryan held his chin with one hand while looking at Downs, who was regarded as a great hero by the pioneers, and suddenly asked the other disciples around him, "Are you envious?" Harry tilted his head a little bit. Only kind of? If I can understand the basic laws of physics like my brother, I think it will only be a matter of time before I can be promoted to a legend. What I am most curious about now is, how many laws have you not taught us, Master? When Ryan heard this, he felt a little proud. He raised his hand, and phantoms of large volumes appeared in the vision of several disciples. High school physics, fluid mechanics, thermodynamics. Today, Towns has become a legend just by mastering junior high school physics. According to Ryan's idea, perhaps a perfect score in high school physics is enough to support him to become a god? Wouldn't the university's physics tomes be enough for Lei to fight his way to the throne of the God King? Now even Ryan himself didn't dare to imagine it. The future of their school of physics is a vast blue ocean. All they can do now is to occupy some territory and consolidate their base. When the time is right, everything is possible. Ryan just smiled as he watched Towns become the focus of attention. If possible, Ryan would like to count the rewards in the system. Unfortunately, the system is in the upgrade state at this time. Congratulations to the host. It has been detected that the disciple taught by the host, Don Quixote, has been officially promoted to a legendary wizard. The tireless teaching system has been officially upgraded. The upgrade is expected to take 48 hours. Since the host has been promoted to a legendary wizard, the total amount of mana in the host's mana pool has been temporarily increased by 5 times. The conversion speed of the 4 elements of earth, water, Fire and wind and arcane energy has been temporarily doubled. The 7th level magic list is officially open to the host. The system was quite generous. Before the official reward was given, it at least gave Ryan a bunch of things to use. At this moment, Ryan was completely a standard legendary wizard in the old era. But standard means nothing special. This reward is definitely not enough to satisfy Ryan. Ryan was not in a hurry. It was like he had already taught a top scorer in the college entrance examination. No matter what he chose next, it would not be bad. Instead, Ryan was looking forward to what big gift package the system would give him. At this time, Marshal Varys came over and said, "Sir Tesla, although the city of Guria has not been repaired yet, the entire Northern Expedition Army is eager for you to attend the celebration banquet tonight." "Oh, go ahead." Ryan didn't care. However, during the conversation, Varys revealed his true colors. He mentioned unintentionally that the damn orcs actually sent out a legendary assassin to launch a sneak attack when Downs was promoted. This is not about asking Ryan what he thinks. This is about hoping to tie Ryan to Barbarossa's chariot. Ryan laughed. And this guy almost bounced the abacus beads onto his face. Chapter 306, Bombing the Enemy. Having said that, the appearance of Ryan as an anomaly in the panhuman camp is enough to cause great headaches for other races. Not to mention, there is another Towns who can tear apart the multi-armed giant with his bare hands. They know this truth, and the orcs know it even better. If nothing unexpected happens, their hunting grounds in as many as 5 provinces will have to say goodbye to the orcs. With just 2 hunting grounds gone, at least 300,000 to 500,000 orcs will die in the coming winter. Most of them women, children and the elderly. Due to the conflict of interests, they would never willingly watch a rising star of the human race stepping on the corpses of their compatriots to gain promotion. This is why the orcs, knowing that Ryan was watching, still took the risk of sending a legendary goblin assassin to try to kill Towns. Maybe it was due to the situation. Or maybe he was just very confident in his skills. Sadly, in front of Ryan, the technology that can travel through the shadow plane has become parasitism. But what does this have to do with a time traveler from the flower-growing family? The tradition of flower growers is that whoever doesn't let me farm, I will plant him in the soil. I plant a distaff in the soil in spring and harvest half a dozen distaffs in autumn. Who did I offend? Whoever touches my apprentice will be killed by me. So, farming is still suitable for me. Cough cough. Let's get off topic and take a look at Ren's past record. As a time traveler from the Celestial Empire, he has always believed in Western medicine treats symptoms. Chinese medicine treats the root cause. So he combines Chinese and Western medicine to treat the enemy's symptoms and root cause. It was precisely because of Ryan's previous vengeful style that Varys saw hope in this incident. If Ryan Tesla became furious and rushed over to tear the Orc King apart with his bare hands, this would definitely be a huge benefit to the Barbarossa Empire. The Grand Marshal wanted to use Ryan's fighting power, but was afraid of offending Ryan. So he could only remind him secretly, and did not dare to speak too loudly. Ryan was certainly unhappy with the orcs. But the problem was that they were not like the Devil Lord, who could use magic to mess with him across space. Otherwise, with just his reflexes, Ryan was 100% sure that wherever the orcs fell, they would lie there forever, with no risk of survival. The most annoying thing is the guy who can make the strong kill for him just by talking. The clan of the Orc Chieftain is more than 2,000 kilometers north of here. Who would have nothing better to do than go to that barren northern wilderness to find the orcs? A nomadic clan that travels around all year round. Mr. Lay doesn't even have a mount. Should he go on horseback? Even if he was willing to endure that suffering, he would have already lost all his dignity. But doing nothing doesn't fit his character. At this moment, Ryan caught a glimpse of a new category necromancy in the system magic list. Ryan's eyebrows jumped. You don't know until you see it. And you'll be shocked when you see it. The system actually showed that there was a captured soul legendary goblin assassin Jebedo in his soul cage. When Ryan took a closer look at the description of this soul, he laughed. After purification, this soul can be used to make a golem. After system testing, the most suitable golem is Shadow Steel Golem. The compatibility rate is 97.89%. Shadow Steel Golem is a special golem made of shadow steel mined and refined from the shadow plane. Before the end of the law, it was used by shadow wizards to guard their castles or wizard towers. Even though it has no intelligence and can only mechanically perform tasks assigned by its master, such as guarding a certain area, its natural 34 points of strength and 17 points of agility make it the most powerful assassin among the guardian golems. When Ryan saw this, his first reaction was that it was going to be fun. How good would the effect be if a golem with such excellent basic attributes was combined with the brainwashed soul of a legendary assassin? Ryan suddenly felt a little excited. On the surface, Ryan had a different attitude. I don't need you to worry about the small matter of an orc scum trying to assassinate my apprentice. The physics school has its own way. These words had a different meaning to Varys. The Grand Marshal couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. It is still hard to say whether the orc royal family will be wiped out. But the guy who ordered the assassination of Towns is finished. He couldn't help but wonder how the orcs would be furious when they lost one of their chieftains. Or even their great chieftain. The only pity is that this ridiculously strong man in front of him would never be able to work for Barbarossa. After sending Varys away, Ryan looked into the distance and muttered to himself as if in a trance, "It seems that I have to add some burden to my disciples." Ryan originally wanted Baron to help. After all, making a shadow steel golem is really demanding. In addition to having a lot of skills, it also requires the creator to go to the shadow plane to tinker with it. Baron is too weak in either aspect to handle it. This is how the world is. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. When Towns was promoted to a legendary wizard, the pressure naturally fell on Harry, the second disciple. All the fellow students are looking at Harry. Harry's scalp was a little tingling. He instinctively thought that his master must have more important arrangements for Towns. So if the master has troubles, it is definitely the disciples who will take care of them. "Master, why don't you let me take care of the goblin's body?" "Oh, sure," Ryan replied casually. If it was a giant bull demon lord or a dragon corpse, Ryan would definitely care. After all, those big guys are full of treasures. As for the goblins, even though they are already legendary, their natural physical fitness limit is low, and it is a miracle that they can reach level 21 as rated by the system. When Harry saw that Ryan agreed, he immediately went to find Towns with joy. "Brother, I want to do this and that," Harry told his plan. After hearing this, Tangsi was a little stunned. "Is this possible?" "That's what Master did in the beginning," Harry said confidently. Oh well. Not long after, the two orc captives were released by Barbarossa. As the price of their freedom, they had to take the body of the legendary goblin with them. No one thought much about this. Even if they met the orc chieftain of a small clan after they returned, no one would think too deeply about it. In their view, this was just a demonstration by humans. In a huge tent on the grassland 300 kilometers north of the city of Guria, a group of orc chieftains gathered together, looking at the goblin corpse in front of them that was frozen by the strange ice with unhappy expressions. The chieftain of the Blackhorn clan, Donchi, said coldly, "This fellow Jebedo boasted that he would definitely succeed." The chieftain of the demonic sheep clan, Fong, said, "If he fails, he may also completely anger the most powerful legendary wizard, Ryan Tesla. Humans are our mortal enemies. Since they are mortal enemies, there is no point in further provoking them. Given that person's style, it would be strange if he didn't seek revenge." 2. As soon as they finished speaking, they were shocked to find that a strong light suddenly appeared from Jebedo's frozen body. The next moment, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the location of the orc tent. At the same time, Harry said to Towns, "Master once said, soldiers are not tired of bombing. As an enemy, how can they hate bombs?" Master also said that there was an enemy who faced a temperature of 6,000 degrees and did not say a word of disgust. Chapter 307. The reason behind it warms the orcs' hearts. Fortunately, Ryan didn't teach Harry the second half, which was the bishops envied those acquaintances because they could enjoy the little boy that fell from the sky. This is a of a joke. Regardless, this is the unintended bias that occurs when culture is exported. In daily life, Ryan taught a lot of Chinese knowledge to his disciples. But unfortunately, it was mixed with the private opinions of modern netizens, such as long as you kill quickly enough, the opponent will not feel pain. As long as you fry it well enough, the enemy will not complain and your merits will not be reduced. There is no way. The people in China are the most martial. People in Western countries complain that military spending is too high and want to cut it. Chinese people also complain that military spending is too low. When they see a small fishing boat of more than 80,000 tons being launched, even non-smokers will buy a pack of Greater China to go with a cigarette. This leads to a situation in which the top of the physics school is crooked and the bottom is crooked. The second-generation disciples appear to be more humble than each other. But none of them are gentle when it comes to their actions. The bomb this time was not the corpse explosion. It was simply a further revision of the facing enemies this way that Harry had given to Semester Baroque last time. Infused with the magic of the legendary Wizard Downs, and combined with Harry's exquisite craftsmanship. If it was simply a high-concentration elemental bomb, the orc shamans would definitely notice it. The key is that these second-generation disciples of the physics school are all proficient in the law of conservation of energy. Is it easy to be discovered if the fire element content is too high? Then it seems that freezing the corpse is more civilized than pickling or nitrifying the head. Right? Since the person being assassinated was a mage, it would be reasonable for him to be frozen into ice and sent back by the mage. Right? Under a series of psychological traps. Harry deceived the orcs' magic tricks. The shamans might even wonder, did humans deliberately seal Jebido's body with solid ice so that we can't open it, in order to highlight our incompetence? Little did people know that when ice and fire collide, the elemental aura inside is concealed to the greatest extent. Harry even had his assistant hollow out the chest cavity of the goblin corpse, and buried a lot of metal fragments inside. The point is that you just need to detonate. No need to aim. And leave the rest to the shrapnel. And the opponent will perform a backflip. In fact, Harry succeeded again this time. Before the orc tent was bombed, the orc chieftain Hoagie was complaining outside the tent. The orcs were often of a lower status in the orc coalition, and were not qualified to enter the tent. I really don't know what Chief Donchi was thinking. He actually sent a despicable goblin assassin to assassinate the newly promoted legendary wizard of mankind. A true warrior should kill the enemy head-on instead of doing such dirty tricks. Hoagie's complaint was recognized by another half-orc chieftain, Keith, who said, "That's right. We are not afraid of sacrifice. Such sinister practices will not gain the protection of the orc gods. I am chilled by the actions of the orc chieftains. I hope those despicable guys will be punished." Before Hoagie could finish his words, as if to fulfill his words, a red light curtain slowly rose at the edge of his vision, like a rising sun in the sky. The violent shock wave is coming soon. For some reason, Halda suddenly heard a neutral and evil voice in his ear. Are you feeling chilled? Don't worry. I'll warm your heart right up. Hoagie? There was no time to react. His 200-pound body was blown away like a piece of paper and rushed into the air. As he did a backflip, a rain of debris flew over him, blasting out his left eye and leaving him with more than 30 flesh wounds. In fact, it was a miracle that he managed to survive, within a radius of 30 meters outside the big tent. Not to mention him. Even a legendary strongman would have to leave some parts as toll. He was able to hold on thanks to his excellent physique and strong armor. Keith opposite him was not so lucky. He happened to run into a flame crater and turned into Keith's sauce, landing unevenly on the roof of the War Wolf shack farther away. The explosion was so dramatic that it affected more than 30 tents in the surrounding area and blew up everything within a 100-meter radius. Many of the orcs who survived the disaster stood up from the ruins in a daze, their expressions dull. They ignored the bleeding wounds on their bodies and kept repeating like crazy, "We shouldn't have assassinated human mages. We shouldn't have done such a dirty thing as assassination." I don't know how many household registration books were destroyed in this explosion. Anyway, the Barbarossa people knew very well that Ryan sent back the body of the legendary goblin assassin. The huge explosion in the orc camp was immediately detected by a master-level wanderer lurking outside the camp. Not long after, a flying horse flew into the sky 10 kilometers south of the camp. The bodies were sent back at noon and were expedited to the camp by the orcs using wyverns. Then the news of the camp being bombed was delivered to the desk of Grand Marshal Varys at around 6 in the evening. At this time, the dinner in Guria City had not yet started. Baluz's facial muscles twitched slightly for half a minute before calming down, and then showed the information to the generals and the chiefs of the cavaliers around him. The atmosphere in the headquarters was very subtle. A general smiled bitterly. I was wondering why the physics school would be willing to suffer such a loss. A group leader echoed, "That's right. The physics school is not only vindictive, but also quick to take revenge. This neutrality is very unique. Perhaps someone would say that it is not a violation of the principle of neutrality for the physicists to kill off the multi-armed giant? Scholars who truly understand the multi-armed giant will know that this thing is actually neutral evil. It was obviously lured away from its habitat by the orcs, which triggered its aversion to unnatural buildings and caused it to launch crazy attacks on human towns and camps. It was like Talons was killing a wild monster. The assassination of Towns can be understood as a defensive counterattack from the physics school. It doesn't matter whether others believe in the double standard neutrality of the physics school or not. The chaos world believes it anyway. Varys sighed. It's a pity that we couldn't get the physics school to completely side with us. But at least they helped us kill a large number of orc chieftains. We must acknowledge this favor. Do you understand? Yes. No one present would complain about the physics school, even if they were just letting their disciples practice. They were able to stop the multi-armed giant and prevent Barbarossa's long-cherished wish of a northern expedition from being ruined. This favor was huge. Tonight's dinner is destined to become a classic. Guria had been occupied by orcs for 100 years, so it was obvious that there would be no good houses left. The first thing Varys did after retaking the city was to repair the walls and rebuild the watchtowers. He had no time to spare for his precious stonemasons to repair the houses. The dinner was held in the main castle, which had collapsed by 1/3. Chapter 308: The Female Knight's Dream. Fortunately, the castle's construction quality is good, and the rest is unlikely to collapse. Otherwise, if a banquet was held in a dilapidated building, it would suddenly bury all of Barbarossa's bosses, which would be exciting. Everything was kept simple during wartime. All the host had to do was clean up the venue, cover the totems painted on the walls by the orcs with large curtains, build a bonfire, put on a band, and put a bunch of delicious food on the table as a buffet. That was all. The venue can be adequate, but the atmosphere must be full. The city of Guria had just been recovered and all kinds of luxury goods were in short supply. But that was not a big deal. As the Grand Marshal waved his hand, and a reorganized Pegasus brigade acted as porters to urgently mobilize supplies from the imperial city. Plenty of spices and plenty of wine. Everyone was in high spirits amid the cheerful music. Victory can dilute a lot of sorrow, even if the first two camps were demolished and nearly 20,000 people died. But this is the price of the northern expedition. Those who stand at the forefront, once they hold on, will have the most fertile and largest fiefdoms when the merits are rewarded. When 2 knightly orders were gone, other orders soon took their place. People deliberately avoided this topic and focused on this great victory, especially after the news came from the front that the orc camp was bombed by the physical school. All the Barbarossa bosses took turns to toast Ryan according to their status, in praise of the physical school. Thank you for your help, Mr. Tesla. Although Ryan responded to everyone with a smile and took a sip of wine from time to time to show his friendliness. Ryan was actually, huh? Who am I? Where am I? What did my apprentice do? Raven slowly turned his neck and looked towards Harry. And sure enough, he saw the sultry apprentice bowing deeply to him. Lay had been grimacing in his heart for a long time, and the power of the wildness to complain was almost overwhelmed. I asked you to return the corpse to demonstrate, not to send you warm. What could Ryan say? The orcs have carried out assassination. So can't the physics school provide takeout at 2,000 or 3,000 degrees Celsius? Rinning could only nod gently. Harry immediately tugged at Town's sleeve and said, Master has nodded in approval of our approach. I've already said it's okay. That's good. That's good. Towns also smiled. Ryan is not destined to be the protagonist of tonight's banquet. It's nothing. His appearance fee is too expensive and mortal forces can't afford it. You can hire a legendary warrior to work for you, but you definitely cannot afford to hire a true god from another realm to work for you. After a round of toasts, everyone went to bother Tang Si and the other disciples. It's fine for Towns to continue his studies, but I never said he can't come out and do some small jobs. Except for Barrand, who went back to the workshop in Vondak, who was thrown back into the devil's mouth. The other disciples were all here. They all tried to please him. For example, Downs is accompanied by a female knight from Ramen. Harry is accompanied by a mechanical wizard. Matt is managed by a noble daughter who is good at cooking. And a group of handsome guys surround Flora. Of course, Ryan would never be left out. Even though Ryan deliberately let Towns steal the spotlight and hid himself in a less conspicuous corner, he still had Margaret by his side. The poor female knight sat awkwardly beside him in an ill-fitting evening gown. I'm sorry. I really didn't expect to have to prepare an evening gown when I came to Guria City. Margaret finally borrowed a dress that met the requirements, but found that the size was wrong. She could wear it, but it made her look like she had to wear a corset and a bra. She could hear the wailing of the straps if she moved a little. In this state of being so afraid that her clothes would become a hot item, she didn't even dare to dance. Alas, it's like two girls wearing the same sailor suit, The one with a bad figure will probably make it look like children's clothing. The one with a hot body will be able to make a mid-length skirt look like a miniskirt if she wears a smaller size. Looking at Margaret, Ryan understood. But he knew even more clearly that looking the other person squarely was the greatest respect he could give her. Margaret's neck turned red as she was stared at. Sir Tesla. Your apprentice is watching. She didn't lie. Towns and Harry really looked over here from time to time. It would have been fine if she didn't say anything. Once she did. Ryan showed a regretful expression. Oh. This is all my fault. Huh? Women naturally like to eat melons. As long as there is melon to eat. Margaret will not be sleepy. When I first accepted Tang Si as my disciple, I was afraid that he would be too young and indulge in women and neglect his studies. So I told him that women will only affect the speed of our spellcasting. He is a good boy and listened carefully to his teacher's advice. I didn't expect that time has passed. And he has become an excellent wizard. But he has no interest in girls. Alas. He is only 18 years old. This is not the blow by Rin. At the beginning, there were 2 bachelors in the valley. Downs could go out and hang out. But Ryan couldn't. Out of some dark psychology. Lei instigated his disciples. But who would have thought that such a big change would happen in just 1 year? Downs is an only child. If this continues, won't it cause the Quixote family to be extinct? Margaret looked over as Ryan was talking. And indeed, she discovered that Towns had maxed out his dodge talent against the beauties that surrounded him. Outrageous. The most talented and legendary wizard in Chaos Continent, who is only 18 years old, actually abstains from sex? Margaret was shocked. And then she saw Ryan's guilty look. This is not an act. Ryan is really troubled by the fact that the mages who are out of touch with the world often end up degenerating into liches. This is the curse imposed on mages in the world of chaos. Mr. Tesla, would you like to try to guide Downs back on the right track by example? How can you talk about it? Ren had never thought about it. And Margaret would make such a proposal. Margaret played with a small tuft of chestnut hair hanging down by her ear. I heard that your excellency drank victory wine on the day of victory. I want to try it too. Ryan was a little speechless. Do you know what happened to the last person who dared to say this to me? Margaret came closer. Her eyes full of undisguised admiration. She opened her red lips and said, Your excellency should be able to guess that I was asked by my family to come here. But I did not resist such an order in my heart. Do you know why? Do you know what a female knight's ultimate dream is? Goblin lair? Nonsense. Ryan restrained his divergent thoughts and said seriously, I don't know. Dragon Slayer. With just 2 simple words, Ryan finally understood why this night girl gave him such a strange feeling. Through her self-narration, Ryan knew that she was born in a knight family and respected chivalry with all of her heart. She was very exaggerated, and all her previous performances were about competing with men. So when the knights planned to get her close to Ryan, she should have been disgusted at first. As a person who is deeply addicted to knight novels, she is also obsessed with novels about knights slaying dragons. Ryan, the dragon nemesis, easily hit her XP. Chapter 309, A Teachable Child. Look, Towns, our master is having an affair with that female knight Tylin. Harry seemed to have discovered a new world. And he was so surprised that he grabbed Towns' sleeve on the spot. No way. It's actually true. Towns widened his eyes. In the eyes of the 2 disciples, a certain unruly master was drinking the wine of victory in the dim light. The wine of victory is different for different people. Some people can do it easily with their collarbones, while others can only use armor as an aid. Young Towns and Harry didn't understand and were shocked. Harry said bitterly, Didn't Master tell our senior brother that women will only affect the speed of our spellcasting? Why is he? Tang Si's voice was like a dream. Is it possible that Master's spellcasting speed has reached its limit, so he won't be affected by a woman? Having said that, if we have to use one word to describe Talon's current state, it would probably be unstable mind. Harry was unsure. Master, that shouldn't be what he meant. Is he trying to tell you, my eldest brother, that you are already a legendary wizard and there is no need to be so strict with yourself? The muscles on Talon's cheeks twitched slightly. And then he clenched his fists. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then how do we explain Master's behavior? It's as if he is demonstrating to us. As both of them are top-level wizards, their perception is extremely sharp with a maximum of 20 points. They immediately sense that the Master must be really enjoying himself. And Margaret seemed to glance at them unconsciously. What a coincidence. Her little action was immediately noticed by the 2 men. Tang Si was delighted. I understand. Brother, do you understand? Yes. I have just been promoted and am in a very vulnerable situation. In addition to being on guard against assassins in the dark, I also have to be on guard against spiritual corruption. Degenerate? That's right. There are so many female devils in hell, and so many succubi in the abyss. Each of them wants to control us through evil magic. We must strengthen our willpower, so as not to be tempted by evil. Harry opened his eyes wide. He seemed to see a new world. Senior Brother was his role model. There must be a reason why Senior Brother could kill his way to become a legend. Thinking of this, Harry nodded vigorously and agreed, Big Brother is right. So what should we do? If you don't understand anything, you won't be able to overcome temptation just by endurance. Master probably wants to tell us that if we want to resist the source of women, we must first understand women. Ah, brother. If you say so. I also feel itchy when I see pretty girls recently. Towns made a big suggestion. How about this? Let's try to have a so-called relationship first, and then ruthlessly abandon each other. Or after being played with by the other party, we can hurt our hearts severely, and then we can truly stop loving each other. Brother is right. After the two finished their discussion, they turned to Matt and said, Matt, do you want to try? Ah. Wow, what did you say? Matt's mouth was stuffed with all kinds of food. His cheeks were bulging, and he could only make unclear sounds through his teeth. It's okay. The three of them had no idea that Flora saw their poor performance. At first, Flora was very angry about her master's addiction to facial cleanser. You are such a master. Big sluts and such. I hate it the most. Being observant, she soon discovered that her eldest and second brothers were so stimulated that they actually accepted the invitation of the beautiful Barbarossa and went to dance. Even though their dancing skills are so bad that it looks like they are just playing Statue of Liberty. As real bachelors, they don't need any dancing skills at all, and beautiful women will naturally come to them. Barbarossa founded his country on chivalry, and there were very few socialites in your circle, although they all approached Towns and Harry with various purposes. Relatively speaking, their cleaner approach was more easily accepted by Flora. Of course, she knew that her two senior brothers were weird and never interested in women. Then looking at her beloved master, Flora was shocked. She soon realized that her master was sacrificing herself to guide the disciple who had gone astray back to the right path. Master, you are so great. Flora's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Here, after Ryan finished a small cup of grassland-style milk wine, it was his turn to doubt his life. His two male disciples seemed to have gotten it, but they also seemed not to have gotten it, even though they were trying hard to get along with the opposite sex. Ryan, who was also very perceptive, immediately discovered that these two guys were chatting with girls with the momentum of being ready to risk their lives. And somehow, Flora, who used to be unhappy when she occasionally saw him strolling to see the Archduchess, was looking at him with admiration. After meeting his gaze, Flora nodded slightly. That beautiful smile could not be faked. Now it was Ryan's turn to doubt his life. Who I am? What did I do? Why did the disciples become like this? Is my teaching by example effective? Well, whether it is effective or not, we need to continue to observe. Anyway, Ryan knew that Margaret, whom he was hugging, looked like she had turned into water. Her face is flushed and her eyes are seductive. Even though she used to look more ferocious than any man, she is now very feminine. She was intoxicated, but Ryan was quite sober. Most of the beautiful girls in the world are aristocrats, and Margaret is no exception. Don't be fooled by the appearance of these rich girls, who are ready to be picked by men, because the families behind them often want more. Free is always the most expensive. Ryan was waiting for Margaret to make an offer. If she dared to say that she didn't want anything, or asked him to take her family away, Ryan would really turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, Margaret put her hands on Ryan's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "We Barbarossans are not greedy Sweetlanders. The family certainly hopes that I will get close to you to see if I can get any benefits. But don't forget that as a lawful good family, we can't do anything to threaten you." Oh! Ryan raised his eyebrows. Whether you are willing to cooperate with our family, or even the Barbarossa Empire, is your business. I will never trouble you or interfere with your judgment on such matters. As long as you promise me one thing, I will be willing to do anything for you that does not violate the principles of the lawful good camp. Just tell me about it. I have a dream. A dream? Not a request? Margaret continued. Since I was little, I not only dreamed of slaying dragons, But I also long to become a dragon rider. Wow. I didn't realize this girl has such wild dreams. Ryan smiled. I'm pretty good at slaying dragons. But I can't tame them at all. Besides, dragons hate me. I didn't say you have to do it. But if you don't promise me, then I will never be able to realize my dream in my life. Okay. I promise you. Anyway, I will never tame a dragon in my life. My reputation among the dragon clan is deadly enemy. How can I have the chance to tame a dragon? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 310, I really want to become the Thunder King. Barbarossa is rich in various famous horses. The most famous of which is the Dragon Blood Horse. This legendary horse with dragon bloodline is not only of excellent appearance, but also famous for its fast sprint speed, good endurance and steady running. Margaret has two favorite horses. One is Pegasus. But Pegasus refuses to allow anyone who is not in the good camp to ride on its back. So she and Ryan can only ride on one horse together. The other is a Dragon Blood horse, which Ryan thinks looks very much like the Fergana horse on Earth. When it sweats, the sweat is light red. Hence the name Dragon Blood horse. The two of them sat on it. And even when they ran at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, they still didn't feel much shaking. When the people who have not rode a horse are unimaginable. When the horses are running, because of the twist of the spine, they are actually quite tossing people. Tonight, the Dragon Blood foal felt that his owner was a little different. How come the owner hugged his neck while he was running? From the horse's back, it could easily feel its master trembling. It couldn't help but slow down and turn the horse's head to see what happened to its master. However, the response it got was that the master touched its mane. Although it felt strange, it obeyed the order and continued to move forward in small steps. It should be said that it is worthy of being the alien version of the Fergana horse. As it walked, drops of blood dripped from the horse's back and bloomed on the grassland like drops of plum blossoms. Dragon Blood BMW was wondering why I hadn't sweated much. What made it even more strange was what happened next. He clearly wasn't being whipped. So why did he hear the sound of intensive whipping? This left it confused. But the owner's command was still to trot, and it obeyed obediently. The moon rose high in the sky, and the Dragon Blood horse was strolling aimlessly outside the city of Guria. Anyway, the fierce sound of horses galloping and the slow sound of BMW's hooves formed a wonderful contrast. Soon, the moon seemed shy and hid in the clouds. Ryan stayed in Gulia City for 2 days, doing nothing but riding horses. And then, he finally received the notification that the system upgrade was complete. The tireless teaching system has officially been upgraded to 2.0. The next upgrade will require at least 5 disciples to be promoted to demigod masters. Congratulations, host, for finally becoming a famous magic teacher known throughout the continent. All your enemies have become the most solid foundation of the academy. Your reputation is known throughout the continent. Please keep up the good work, host, and take Tesla Magic Academy to a higher level. Ryan took a quick look and found that the first change inherited from the previous trial version was that he had unconditional mastery of necromancy magic. However, due to his faction, he was not unable to use most of the magic defined as evil. But the cost of using it was that his faction shifted towards evil. This is a bit of a loss. Not sure if this was an illusion, but Ryan discovered that the so-called necromancy magic he could use was closer to heroic spirits than undead spirits. For example, the famous 7th level necromancy magic dark sword became light sword. But the system showed that Ryan's goodness power was insufficient, and the power of this magic was greatly reduced. At the same time, Ryan could store the energy of the convex lens and launch justice glare against evil and even neutral creatures. Relatively speaking, Ryan can perform magic that does not involve good or evil, such as the Finger of Death. This move is a bit unreasonable. If the opponent fails the fortitude check, he will be killed instantly. For example, this is quite effective against some enemies that are strong in attack but weak in defense, such as the legendary Goblin Assassin that just got caught in Ryan's hands. Just a poke of the finger, and the legend is gone. The biggest feature of being promoted to a legendary wizard is that unless Ryan is willing to accept it, he will be immune to all magic and magic-like skills below the legendary level. This is more like the absolute crushing of high-energy level energy over low-energy level energy. What surprised Ryan was that the system rewarded him with a super magic feat that had never appeared on the Chaos Continent legendary spell penetration. The system description is based on the host's understanding of a certain hostile race. The host's magic has a penetration power of 15% to 50% that ignores the enemy's magic resistance. This is very simple and crude. For example, the multi-armed giant that Towns killed before. That thing relied on its high health and resistance to survive. If Towns had the super magic expertise that Ryan has now, he wouldn't have to remove each limb one by one. He could just blow up the heart in the opponent's chest. This style of play that ignores the enemy's resistance is truly rogue. Then, the system improved the calculation formula of Ryan's magic value. In the past, the length of Ryan's blue bar was equal to the sum of the lengths of all the disciples' blue bars, highlighting that the magic power of a disciple is his magic power. Now, not only is the magic value calculated based on the disciple's magic value, but an additional coefficient of at least 1.5 is also calculated. Ryan took a closer look and found it amazing. It turned out that the disciple's ability to absorb free elements from the major elemental realms was also counted into Ryan's magic pool. This caused Ryan's blue bar to expand further. The key is the next sentence: unless this place is eroded by a more powerful divine law. The area within a 300-meter radius where the host is standing will be considered a legendary physical place by default. That's pretty awesome. In the past, Ryan was a stay-at-home kid who didn't want to leave the academy. After all, if he left his own territory, many of his bonuses would be gone. That's fine now. He has a field to walk on. However, this also made Ryan have some bad ideas. Wait, the system said domain confrontation? Doesn't that mean that there are people in this world who play the same domain? The only thing Ryan could think of in this regard was the gods. As a pragmatic Chinese, he cannot say that he does not believe in God. But the gods of China have a tool-like nature. Useless gods will be quickly rejected by the people. Do you know which god is the most worshipped by the Chinese people? The answer is the god of wealth. To be honest, Ryan really doesn't want to believe in any god. But what if? What if that god is actually me? What to do then? Ryan was quite conflicted. If one day, he really ignites the divine fire like the mortal who was deified in the Chaos legend, and sends the kingdom of God high into the sky, then what kind of god is he? God of physics? God of magic? Just thinking about it makes me so embarrassed that I can't even think of deducting an Afong palace from my toes. He made his fortune by relying on the laws of a group of great physical scientists, truly standing on the shoulders of giants. If you let him monopolize the reputation of the giants and deify himself, he would feel very guilty. Ryan turned on the system and looked through it. He saw that the physical formulas and laws he was familiar with first turned into golden characters, then flew into his mind. And then prompts popped up one after another. Host, you have mastered the 8th level magic, lightning ring, beyond your level. This magic has been strengthened and upgraded to Tesla ring. The power has increased by 200%. Host, the most powerful enhancements are basically the magic of transmutation, especially those related to thunder and lightning. Ryan sighed. It seemed that he would never be able to get rid of the nickname of King of Thunder and Lightning. Chapter 311 Eye of All Laws. Sure enough, this outrageous chaos world is very obsessed with this real name. Even though Ryan originally made up the last name, the world directly specialized in this aspect. Lei has ever thought about telling the world that his last name is Lei, not Tesla. Ahem. Isn't it the same? He admitted it. On the personal side, the system also gave him an eye of all laws. Simply put, once Ryan recognizes the type of enemy or what kind of magic or spell is cast, depending on the degree of his cognition, he will gain an effect similar to breaking the move, ranging from reducing the damage received to increasing the probability of passing the test. The strongest effect is direct immunity, which can dissolve the opponent's moves and then produce the counterattack special effect. This is not a fight between marmots, who only know the two moves moon gazing balance and bow step push palm. The magic, spell-like skills and moves in the Chaos continent are as numerous as the stars in the sky. First of all, there are more than 30 main professions, as well as a large number of elite professions, and special professions that arise due to the belief in different gods. There are more than 100 professional branches recorded here alone. Even if we ignore professions that cannot use spells, we still have to take into account the mixed professions that come with it. There's so much stuff like that. Enough to make your head explode. Secondly, each profession is further subdivided into different fields. For example, academic mages can be further subdivided into 8 major departments, such as the shaping department. And each department has different destiny and paragon. This means that there are likely more than 6 figures of magic and spell-like items circulating on the road. So although this move is powerful, it really tests Ryan's ability. Even if Ryan was an old hardcore player before he crossed over, he couldn't say that he recognized every spell of the enemy. Simply recognizing the enemy's moves with the eye of all laws is fine. The key is that once it is recognized, if there are disciples around, the combo guidance will be triggered. Guidance, once the skill is triggered, the world will recognize the host as entering the teaching bureau state. All enemy attacks will enter a high probability error state, and will undergo a will test every 30 seconds. Those who fail will enter various negative states, such as confusion, sluggishness, numbness, etc., until they use 2 consecutive magic or spell-like skills that the host has never seen. If the apprentice in the state of being instructed does not have the skills or magic used by the enemy, and the basic attributes match, there is a high probability that he will directly learn the enemy's moves, and there is a small probability that he will learn the magic expertise of this type. This is a bit awesome. Don't forget that Lei is a master who relies on his disciples for a living. Whatever his disciples have, he must have. Even if the disciples have the same specialization, he will give Lei in a higher bonus multiplier for his specialization. This is truly teaching the apprentice and fattening the master. So much for personal advancement. The focus is on promotion of the college. Since Ryan somehow mastered the necromancy department, the 8 major departments branches can be opened this time. Ryan can set himself or his second-generation disciples as the dean or vice-dean, after putting the corresponding avatar in the system. The apprentices who enter the branch to study will enjoy various bonuses. Ryan himself is the dean, and his bonus can be enjoyed by the entire college. Dean Ryan Tesla's bonus, all apprentices elemental affinity plus 100%, 8 major magic training speed plus 100%, and energy magic training speed plus 150%. When Ryan put Downs in the position of Dean of the Transmutation Department, Downs provided the Transmutation Department with additional bonuses on top of Ryan's bonuses. Transmutation magic training speed plus 100%. Apprentices additional chance of understanding magic plus 5%. Learning concentration minus 5%. This bonus is very Towns. By the way, this bonus is different from Towns being a teacher. This means that in the future, when a 3rd-generation disciple becomes a teacher, the 4th-generation disciples they teach will still receive this bonus. In addition to establishing a dean, there can also be a vice-dean and 3 honorary deans. The bonus for the vice president is halved, and the honorary dean can get the bonus directly by hanging up portraits of bigwigs such as Jewel and Tesla. In addition, any dean who has mastered the magic of true phantom can conduct large-scale classroom teaching for 3rd-generation or even 4th-generation disciples through remote projection. This is mainly aimed at basic courses such as basic physics knowledge. Ryan counted and found that only he and Towns knew how to do it. This was a little troublesome. After some calculation, Ryan could record his lessons through the system and project them directly when the time comes. Anyway, many of his students had to be taught remotely before he crossed over. When the Panhuman camp really needs a large number of mages, they can just stuff the apprentices into the academy, play the video, and with the academy's high magic environment, they can quickly conjure a group of low-level mages to make up the numbers. As the academy grows, it can also set up a student union and a disciplinary committee to specifically regulate the behavior of apprentices. But these 2 things can only be put into the 3rd-generation disciples, and the discipline can also be put into the followers of the 2nd-generation disciples. It seems that if there is an emergency, they can hunt down traitors. Ryan rubbed his brows and thought, as expected, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. In fact, there are many more things in this upgrade. But the annoying thing is that the system prompts that key components or key buildings are missing, giving a large black shadow, leaving Ryan to guess. This is very annoying. Ryan decided to leave it alone. We went riding late at night again last night, and thanks to Ryan's legendary physique, we were able to handle it fairly easily. He has this thing, but his 2 poor disciples don't. Downs' physique, which Ryan envied, was just that of an ordinary knight apprentice. Not to mention Harry's ordinary physique. In the so-called state guest house that was temporarily set up in the city of Uria, when the 3 masters and apprentices were having breakfast, Ryan looked at Towns' light dark circles under his eyes, and then at Harry's big panda eyes. Ryan smacked his lips and thought to himself, I'm asking you not to end up alone. Not asking you to fight the juicer girl to death. Ryan couldn't help but think of a breeding tiger in the news. The audience thought that Tiger was very happy and had a harem. In fact, The tiger was tied to electrodes, leading a miserable life and becoming thinner day by day. Ryan finished his breakfast in silence, wiped his lips with a napkin, and then said seriously, "Towns? Harry. Here." The two funny disciples straightened up together. Whether it's studying or anything else, everything should have a limit. Limits are things that let you know the maximum limit of your ability, not to let you challenge it casually. Yes. The two funny guys nodded dejectedly. There's nothing to do here. Just say hello and follow me back to the academy in the afternoon. Master. The two said at the same time. Let's leave in the morning. Okay. Chapter 312. Am I worthy of the title of warrior? Ryan wanted to complain, but he didn't know where to start. He set an example himself. The two funny disciples were not necessarily afraid of women, but they seemed to be rushing towards abstaining from sex and could not be stopped. The girls that Barbarossa found in Giria were of good family backgrounds, and they were not there to cheat them out of money and kill their own children. They really came here to have children. The role of the mage has been verified again, and every family knows that having a mage in the family will bring many advantages. This makes the girls, whether it is due to the family's instruction or their admiration for the mage, definitely enthusiastic. Who knows if you mages who came today will announce that you will go into seclusion tomorrow. The key is to cherish the talents in front of you. The cutest moment a girl says, "I want it." The scariest thing a girl says is, "I want more." Oh, yes. Most of Barbarossa's girls are from knight families, and many of them have natural physiques above 12 points. It's not shameful for Towns and Harry to fail to beat them. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether the apprentice loses or not. The key is whether the master wins. Knowing that Ryan and his companions were leaving, Marshal Varys immediately put down his work and rushed over to see them off. Ah, Sir Tesla is leaving now? Why don't you stay a few more days to enjoy the scenery of the north? This fellow said only polite words. He just wanted Ryan to stay here for a while longer. Not to mention a year or two. At least half a month would be fine. Previously, the orcs lured the multi-armed giant over and fought a classic battle example of losing the giant and losing soldiers. But this does not mean that the orcs will give up. In the past 2 days, the number of orc wanderers has increased significantly. Varys knew that the orcs did not dare to attack in large numbers because of the bug-like existence of Ryan in Guliyas City. If the orcs dare to come, they will be killed as many as they come. Ryan left? Anyway, they lost their hunting grounds and ran back in disgrace. Many small orc clans were destined to be exterminated in the coming winter. Rather than killing their compatriots in extreme internal friction, or being killed by their compatriots, it would be better to fight humans before winter comes. In the absence of high-end combat power, even if they cannot defeat humans, they can consume human manpower and pave the way for the next major war after the winter. In this regard, Varys admired the other chiefs very much. Without Ryan, Barbarossa would have to return to his old path of fighting a tug of war and a war of attrition with the orcs. Varys knew this, and Ryan knew this. Ryan raised his eyelids and said, "I promised King Ironhand that I would take over his wizard tower. I'm too busy." "Oh, I see. Then you go ahead and do your work. But if we really can't handle it anymore, please help Barbarossa." Ryan almost doubted whether the Grand Marshal Varys was a fake. How could he have mastered on the self-cultivation of a dog liquor so well? After thinking about it again, only a commander who can lead troops in battle and coordinate the interests of various forces can stand on his own. Varys did not threaten or demand anything at all. He just asked Margaret to stand aside, and that was enough. "If I have time, I will." Ryan didn't say anything definite. He glanced at the female knight meaningfully, then teleported away with his 2 disciples. Ryan didn't bring them back to the academy directly to show up. Instead, he let these 2 funny guys get a good night's sleep and get rid of their dark circles. He returned to the academy a day later, because the college is going to hold a grand welcome ceremony. As soon as he returned to the college gate, Towns felt the deafening sound of gongs and drums. Countless elemental bombs were shot up into the sky by the apprentices and exploded in midair, which was extremely gorgeous and beautiful. The 4 arms of the multi-armed giant were removed and stacked in a human shape at the pool at the main entrance, turning into 2 huge temporary doors. Congratulations to Master Uncle, for killing the multi-armed giant and becoming a legendary wizard. Hundreds of apprentices and assistants lined up on both sides of the road, bowing in salute. In the distance, a group of school workers knelt down in worship. Everyone's face was filled with joy, and the eyes of Town's direct disciples were filled with enthusiasm. This is a double legend. It is certainly a good thing that the physics school has a very capable master, which means that the school is a well-deserved first-class school. No matter how good the master is at fighting, it is only his own achievement. Before the master officially announced his true identity, everyone could only regard him as an ordinary human being. Human beings only live for 100 years. If nothing changes, no matter how powerful the master is, he can only take care of his disciples for 100 years. The master brought the master, uncle, to the legend. But that's another story. Even if we take into account that the Grand Master is less than 10 years older than the master, uncle, the ability of the Grand Master to teach his disciples is enough to make all the sects in the world envious. At a time when gods are all dim and no longer appear, legend is the ceiling of the world's combat power. With such achievements made by Towns, and seeing that all his second-generation disciples have reached master level, how can the third-generation disciples not be fanatical? Who knows? Maybe I will be the one who becomes a legend in the future? This heartfelt sense of common prosperity made them shout and scream without restraint. Long live the Grand Master! Long live the Master, uncle! Long live the School of Physics! Surrounded by his disciples, Downs came to the podium in the auditorium. He first led the 3 generations of disciples to bow deeply to Ryan, who was sitting on the seat. I, Downs Quixote, have achieved what I have today thanks to the training of my master. I swear to the world here that I will serve the School of Physics for the rest of my life until I die. Downs raised his fist and swore solemnly. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly rose above the Fulong Valley. Thunder roared. Hundreds of lightning bolts struck from the sky, and millions of volts of high-voltage electricity converged on the Tesla towers. The exaggerated light was so bright that the apprentices could not open their eyes even through the glass of the auditorium. The world recognizes. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be an ethereal voice, which was not spoken in any language. However, every being present with a perception of 18 points or more could hear this voice clearly. Ryan was stunned for a long time before he realized that there was an additional message in the system prompt. Your eldest disciple, Tang Si, swore to sacrifice his life and soul for the School of Physics and reached a soul oath. Under the oath, all his abilities will be greatly enhanced. If he violates the oath, his soul will be shattered. Ryan didn't know what to say. Town seems to have completely tied his fate to the entire school. At this moment, Ryan felt somewhat guilty. He was just a cheap master who took advantage of his apprentice's strength. The school he casually set up actually required his apprentices to bind their souls to it. From a modern Chinese perspective, he felt that this was a bit too much. Not to mention, under the stimulation of Towns, the other second-generation disciples also swore an oath. Unfortunately, it seemed that they lacked the strength to cause a response from heaven and earth. At this time, Downs walked up to Ryan and said very solemnly, Master, on the first day I met you, you said a famous saying, the wind rises and the clouds fly. The mighty return to the hometown. How can I find a warrior to guard the 4 directions? Now, I think I can share some of the burden for you. Master, am I worthy of the title of warrior? Chapter 3:13 Legends are worse than dogs? Ryan is a bit embarrassed. Is this your destined to be the year of the boomerang? No matter how much he pretended in the past, he has now made up for it all. Or it is more like the world forced him to make up for it. It's outrageous. Ryan felt strange, seeing the high-spirited Town standing in front of him with his head held high, and seeing several second-generation disciples looking over here eagerly. The feeling of the younger generation forcing the older generation to show off became more obvious. If he was satisfied with just reaching the legendary realm, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon by these disciples, who were not much younger than him. Ahem. Ryan cleared his throat. Those who are familiar with Ryan know that something big is coming. In Lei's own opinion, this was just the beginning of everyone get out of the way. I'm starting to show off as your teacher. In the minds of all the disciples, this is the moment when their all-powerful master reveals the truth about the world. Ryan raised his eyelids and spoke slowly. Haha. To be promoted to a legend within a year is an incredible legendary story in itself. Towns, you can do this, which is also a proof of your talent and hard work. I dare not. Without a master, I am just a poor knight's apprentice. Towns bowed deeply. Ryan waved his hand. You don't have to suppress your excitement. As your teacher, I have also experienced that time when I felt that I could do anything and everything was possible. Called Great Infinity. This is the most special period in life. You don't have to hide your feelings for the sake of considering your teacher's feelings. Tangxi's face turned red instantly, and he felt a little ashamed. It turned out that his master had predicted everything. Ryan continued, "You are ambitious, which is a good thing, since you are still eager to know more. I will tell you and your apprentice." This time, even a large number of third-generation disciples below pricked up their ears. For hundreds of years, the world has only known about legends. Demigods and gods are all illusory things that only exist in legends. If there weren't so many foreigners over 100 years old who insisted on the existence of gods, the young people of this generation would have more or less doubted the existence of gods. Now that the answer has been revealed by the master who is known as the strongest fighting force in the world, and is likely to be a true god from the outside world, they are all nervous and excited. Ryan said slowly, "The high-end combat power of a world is just like the wave I taught you. If the development of a world is not stable, it is very likely that its energy is released in waves. At the peak of the wave, the gods fight for hegemony, and the world is in chaos. At the trough, that is, the Dharma ending age," Tangs blurted out. Ryan smiled and nodded. With a teachable expression, "You are lucky. The chaos world is generally in a low period, and the legends are already the world's top combat power." Flora swallowed and asked tentatively, "Master, what about the peak period?" Everyone only saw the shining light flashing in the deep black eyes of their most revered master, Grandmaster. At this moment, he seemed not to be sitting on the throne in the auditorium, but on a throne called All Realms. The endless starry sky was his background, and the starry sky was only to highlight him. The aura called greatness filled the entire auditorium. The second and third generation disciples did not dare to breathe, just to listen to the next golden rule. No, this could be called waiting for a divine oracle. Ryan fully demonstrated what it means to say people with squinting eyes are all monsters. He half squinted his eyes, held his cheek with one hand, and said with a detached smile, "Legends are worse than dogs, and demigods are everywhere." Shock! Shock! When Ryan spoke words that were enough to shake their worldview in an extremely relaxed tone, the huge contrast made them feel a little at a loss. If someone else said this, they would definitely criticize him to death. The person who made the statement was Ryan Tesla, recognized as the most powerful legendary wizard in the world. A man who, in front of countless people, killed a legendary warrior as easily as killing a pig, and turned a situation that could have turned into a major crisis into a teaching game. Their hearts were pounding, and apart from being shocked and stunned, they were unable to conceal the complex emotions in their hearts that were a mixture of fear, excitement, desire, and positivity. It was all written on their faces. Baron was still a little unconvinced, and whispered, "Master, it wasn't like this before the Dharma ending age. That's because it hasn't reached the crest yet. If it really reaches that point, maybe everyone will be able to enjoy the exaggerated scene of the fall of the kingdom of God every now and then." The more Ryan described it in understated terms, the more everyone believed it. And they thought that the master was a great god from another world who had experienced all of this. What's funny is that Ryan had never experienced the destruction of the world or the battle for supremacy among gods. I just watch more anime, play more games, and watch more movies in various themes, let alone the Earth. The Milky Way has been destroyed in times. Ragnarok is nothing. That's the gap in insight. After all, Ryan just doesn't want Towns to slack off. He is still waiting for Towns to continue to work hard and lead him as his master. Ryan was very satisfied to see that his bragging had impressed all his disciples. He clapped his hands to wake everyone up from their trance. He didn't want to scare them too much, so he stood up as if he was relaxed. "Don't think so much. This is not yet that point. I said this just to encourage Downs and let him quit arrogance. Even if you do it, look up. There are almost the same number of demon lords in hundreds of abyss. There are fewer levels." Downs took the lead, and more than 100 disciples and assistants bowed in unison. "Thank you, Master, Grandmaster, for your advice." Ryan stared at Downs meaningfully. "Since you want to learn, I will certainly not be stingy. Starting tomorrow, I will give you some new lessons." "Yes, Master." Tangs was extremely excited. He had begun to desire to learn the unique knowledge of a disciple. Ryan is gone, but the shock he left on his disciples and followers is still not over. Flora murmured, "If it really comes to the point where legends are worse than dogs, then doesn't it mean that only those with legendary strength are qualified to survive in such a chaotic world?" Harry smiled bitterly. It seems that it is true. Beren sighed. Fortunately, we followed Master. Even if that time really comes, we are far ahead of others. Chapter 314, Tang's Absurd Truth. At this time, Downs stood on the podium and held up his hands. And the scene suddenly quietly, just what your teacher said. One word is not allowed to pass out. I hope you will treat it as a deity. What kind of punishment will the guy who will be passed on to the deity? I don't need to say it. Don't be improper. The whole corpse. The soul is scattered. Everyone's face was stern. And they all bowed and said, we will follow the order of the eldest brother, the eldest uncle. These words are very intimidating. Lei's record of forcibly arresting and killing the lords of hell and the abyss makes it difficult for anyone to betray him. If a lawful neutral guy doesn't jump to the evil camp, can he still be lawful good? And just like that, the celebration ended in a simple and warm atmosphere. Two legends in one family. It might be more honorable to talk about it. In the eyes of the real big sects, that's all. On the Chaos continent alone, there are nearly 100 legendary strongmen who can be counted. But most of them do not belong to the two empires, but to the major sects. The next day, a spirited Downs met Ryan in a small, separate classroom. Master, Tangsi bowed respectfully. Starting today, I will systematically and formally teach you high school. No, advanced physics knowledge, kinematics, dynamics, thermodynamics, electromagnetism, especially when the Coulomb's law and other things in electromagnetism came out. Although Towns had already prepared himself mentally, and was not like before. After studying for a long time, and still feeling like who am I? Where am I? And what have I learned? The psychological gap was still quite large. Especially when Ryan finished explaining the basic formulas and started assigning exercises. The feeling of being at a loss became even stronger. Ryan was not annoyed at all. His eldest son had gone astray in the past. But he learned in a regular way again. Towns was good at physics in junior high school. But that didn't mean he would be good at physics in high school. Back then, countless Chinese students were frustrated by the unreasonable knowledge gap between junior high school and high school. They just couldn't understand anything and developed an aversion to studying. It took Towns a while to recover. Which is normal. Ryan crossed his legs and said leisurely, don't you understand? Downs touched the back of his head. And the long-lost feeling of innocence that had not been polluted by knowledge reappeared. I understand the basic laws and formulas. But for some reason, I just can't do the exercises. Ryan said earnestly. This is the difficulty in combining the basic laws with the world laws. How to apply the energy formula I mastered to the elemental theory of chaos world requires us to discuss together as master and disciple. To put it in simple terms, the teacher is responsible for coming up with the formula, and you are responsible for putting it into practice. Towns scratched his head, having no idea. Seeing Towns like this, a master who was shouting in his heart, wait. Why? Why? Why don't you wait? Felt a little disappointed. Towns is no longer crooked. He is serious now. The master's magic is over. Woo woo woo. Ryan looked up at the blue sky at a 45-degree angle. Lost in thought, fortunately. This broken world legend is at the peak of his power. He should be able to survive like this until he grows old and enjoy a good life. Then, should I, as a teacher, start the bad mode first? In the end, should I just call it teaching the way for my disciples first? At this time, Tangsi seemed to be embarrassed and made small talk. Master, what do you think is the biggest difference between a legendary wizard and a demigod wizard? Take the shaping system as an example. That's mass. Quality? Yes. Even if wizards of different levels use the same magic, the power of the magic can vary greatly. It's very simple. The temperature of a fireball cast by a high-level wizard is similar to the temperature of the flames in our daily lives, which is no more than 1,000 degrees Celsius. But a legendary wizard can easily make the temperature of the flame exceed 2,000 degrees. Who do you think will win if two fireballs of the same size, but different temperatures collide with each other? Downs recited the law of conservation of energy. The hotter side will naturally transfer energy to the cooler side. The hotter side will win. Ryan twirled the chalk in his hand like a pen. For you, it means learning how to improve your elemental qualities. Tangsi pointed to the formula for current intensity on the blackboard. I equals Q over T. And asked seriously, Master, do I only need to increase the charge Q to increase the power of magic? That's the theory. Ryan also wanted to persuade Towns not to be impatient. After all, many scientific theories and laws are never developed in a linear manner. Step by step. Sometimes they need to be suddenly deflected. Just like Newton was hit by an apple. Ryan had already prepared a plan in mind, suggesting that Downs strengthen his perception and strengthen his induction with the 4 elemental planes, so that he could slowly communicate with the elemental planes and open a larger elemental channel. This thing is like opening a floodgate. The larger the gate, the greater the flow. Even if the quality cannot be improved, the enemy can be drowned by quantity. Who knows? As expected, an accident happened. Downs stared at the physics formula, muttering like a ghost, QQQQ. His voice started out like chanting, then became rhythmic and a bit like singing. Every syllable seemed to contain some mysterious law or rhythm. When he kept using Q, it gave Ryan the illusion that his magic had no cooldown. Ryan opened his mouth wide and screamed in his heart, "No way. What does this mean?" But the faster Towns read, the more he felt stagnant, and his face became red, as if his face would turn into a burst balloon and explode in front of Ryan in the next second. Obviously, if this was a form of exercise, it would be a typical sign of impending insanity. Towns kept talking, but he kept blinking at Ryan, pleading with him, "Master, I'm crooked. Help me. Help me. I don't even know which wire you connected wrongly." Ryan quickly glanced at the system, and the system prompt gave him a string of question marks. Ryan was numb, thinking, could it be that the good boy I raised with great difficulty would explode? This is like the heart-wrenching feeling of playing a crappy online game in the old days and strengthening a weapon. And after it reached plus 14, you continued to be greedy and wanted to get a rare plus 15, but ended up blowing up the peerless weapon. Ryan is also feeling aggrieved. What is QQQ? It can't be WAQ. Towns, who was so excited that his eyes were about to explode, felt like he had found a treasure. That was the refreshing feeling of a river pouring out after being held back for a long time. That was the catharsis of the underground channel that had been blocked for many years suddenly opening. Tang's whole body shook violently. His head tilted, and suddenly a fierce electric light spurted out of his mouth. WAQ. Before Ryan could react, a bolt of lightning that shook the heavens and the earth pierced through his classroom and pierced diagonally into the sky. Congratulations, host. Your disciple Tang Si has mastered the mantra of the shaping system, Thunder Sound. I am so. Chapter 315, there will be no accidents this time. Really? Don't be fooled by the fact that Towns looks like a decent person recently. He is still the same crooked guy at heart. He easily cured Ryan's low blood pressure, which he never suffered from. The formula handed down by the great physics master has been turned into something you can't stop swearing at. Is that appropriate? This is not appropriate. You can just use the international standard mother language starting with the letter F. It's okay to shout this if you meet a female elf. But if you meet a hacking ogre, will you shout this too? What's more, other people's mantras are either holy and unparalleled, or extremely blasphemous. If our eldest disciple does this, it will bring shame to our entire school of physics. Ryan simply couldn't look directly at the 2 words Lain. The word embarrassment on his face had never been so big. Master, Towns turned around excitedly, as if to take credit, but when he saw Ryan's grinning face, he knew he was probably going to be in trouble. Did I screw up? The way Tang shrunk his neck. How could he have the bearing of a legendary strongman? Ryan held his forehead, speechless, and sighed after a while, theoretically. What you just realized is a good thing. It is a kind of true word. And strictly speaking it can be classified as thunder sound of the physics school. It's just that your trigger word is too bad. And it reminds me of some bad things. But once the trigger word is recognized by the world's will, it is difficult to change it. For the first time in such a long time, Ryan felt that the system of this free disciple was so speechless. The system clearly stated that if Ryan wanted to use thunder sound, he could only use the same trigger word as Downs. Not only that, when Ryan thought of a group of boys and girls from the physics school shouting this thing on the battlefield, he was drunk. Ah! Towns' silly and cute eyes were full of confusion. Ryan wanted to die. If he didn't explain, his stupid apprentice would have a mental disorder. This time, even Towns felt embarrassed. It turns out that after he was promoted to a legendary wizard, the first exclusive magic he comprehended was this thing. He touched the back of his head and said awkwardly, then, Master, I won't use this in the future? Ryan looked at the description of Lei-In in the system prompt. Lei-In can be used with wind magic to increase magic damage by 50%, spell penetration by 10%, Evil Slayer +3. And force the enemy to make a will test. Seeing this, as a staunch pragmatist, Ryan decisively ordered, use it. Why not? This thing will only have a bad reputation. But it won't shift the alignment. Anyway, if you don't tell me, I won't tell you. And the world will not tell you. Then no fourth being will know. His master said this. And Tangsi was also drunk? Then can I teach it to my apprentice? Cultural exports are killing people. If there is a disciple who has reached the master level, you can decide whether to teach him or not based on the situation. At this time, Harry and several other second-generation disciples, and even some third-generation disciples gathered around from afar. Harry nudged Matt with his elbow. So Matt simply yelled, Yo, big brother, are you still alive? The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Tangsi spat, Bah! Why don't you care about Master first? Master is very strong. He must be fine. Harry asked me to ask if the eldest brother has passed away. How can anything happen to me with Master watching over me? Tangsi loved and hated his outspoken fourth junior brother. He stood up and waved his hand. It's okay. I just had a little problem developing a new spell. At least it was a success. Towns turned to Sanders and said, Send someone to clean it up and fix the house. Yes. Sanders hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Do you want to reinforce it? Forget it. It was just a small mistake. Just do it the same as before. Sanders smiled. And everyone felt that even if Towns used all his strength, he would have no chance of winning the valley. Let alone Lion. It's a stereotype again. In any case, everyone finally understood why the Magic Academy had to be built far away from residential areas. Fortunately, the physics school is now wealthy and powerful. So blowing up 2 rooms is not a big deal at all. So the matter has been exposed. Then, the next day, Flower Q. Flower Q. Ryan saw Flora casting spells in a soft and cute voice at the shooting range. It's a bit funny. And a bit against the will of heaven. Ryan. Tangsi's face turned pale in an instant. Master. My fellow apprentices are all masters. Ryan said with a wry smile. Towns. It seems like you haven't copied books for a long time. Come on. Get some slates. And copy down the new advanced formula without using any elemental power. Master. Are you serious? The long-lost cloud of fear hung over the head of the new legendary wizard. Thus, a new college legend was born. Master is so scary. Ryan spent half a month going over the basic high school physics laws with Towns, and then shamelessly threw the recruitment task of the second batch of third-generation disciples to Towns. This time the enrollment situation is even more exaggerated than last time. In view of the fact that the School of Physics has 2 legendary subjects, and the extreme desire of various countries for mages, the enrollment scope is wider, covering almost all countries of humans, dwarves, and halflings. Apprentices are allowed to apply as long as there is a portal within a 300-kilometer radius. There are now 5 second-generation disciples who are qualified to teach apprentices, except for Tangs, who is a legendary wizard and is qualified to recruit 5 additional inner disciples. The rest will be recruited according to the ratio of each second-generation disciple to bring 10 outer disciples and 5 self-funded students. At the same time, Ryan also took on a large order for a crash course of 300 people from the Karak Empire. Yes, all the preliminary enrollment coordination work was thrown to Towns, who said that the eldest disciple is already a legendary wizard. Cry a little? No. It's normal to be a bitter disciple. Master, how could you do this? Tangsi said with a sad face. Didn't you say you would serve the School of Physics for the rest of your life? It's time to prove your loyalty. Ryan smiled cunningly. What Ryan was going to do was very honorable. He was really going to take over the legendary wizard tower. Don't worry, Downs. After the preliminary selection, I will personally examine this batch of freshmen. Ryan's calculations were very accurate. Since the second round of screening was postponed to November, there were still 3 months left. This was enough time for him to go back and forth. I'll be back soon. Ryan's calculations were very accurate. I'm a real legendary wizard with a Lega's keepsake. It's easy for me to take over an ownerless wizard tower. Right? There will definitely not be any accidents. Ryan believed it so firmly. What boomerang? This thing doesn't exist. Chapter 316, Stop Porn. As soon as the enrollment brochure was released, Ryan ran away. He didn't want to go to a small settlement near the city of Guria, let alone the palace of Grand Duke Marino. To this day, no matter what his magic school releases, it will not reduce the number of students admitted. There will only be increases, not decreases. Tesla's School of Magic is the only place in the world to train wizards. And dignitaries from all over the world are racking their brains to get a place as a self-funded student. In terms of talent, the great nobles are basically no match for them. It seems that Flora and Vondak are the outliers among the outliers. There are only 25 self-funded students. Not to mention an empire. Any kingdom would want to take up all the places. It just so happens that the students that Ren has significantly expanded are those who receive government funding, not those who receive their own funding. It doesn't mean that self-funded students cannot become successful. Didn't you see that after Fong Dak was quickly promoted to master? He basically secured the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Devil's Mouth Mage Tower? Haven't you seen that the mages from Barbarossa's crash course have already secured their positions in various camps in the province of Uria? These are all military merits, which will be directly converted into fiefdoms and other benefits after the war. This makes the powerful and wealthy feel itchy. In the past few days, the threshold to Sophia's Grand Duke's mansion and Tylene's family have been trampled. Sophia was experienced in dealing with the nobles. As a female archduchess, she could still stand her ground. But Margaret was in a miserable situation. She was just the third daughter of an earl. Her father had no confidence to stand up to the entanglement of the various families. He was just short of forcing his daughter to quickly get some great wizard to come and blow his pillow wind. The message Margaret sent was rejected by someone with a big reason. I need to deal with Iron Hand's legendary wizard tower first, she asked twice more helplessly. And Ryan got annoyed and threatened, if you ask me this kind of thing again, I will ignore you. Margaret cried for a long time that night. And then, for some reason, she slipped away to Grand Duke Marino's palace without even seeing her family. This is really exciting. The two backdoors became one backdoor again. Karak found that they were at a disadvantage. Because Sophia was strictly speaking also considered as Barbarossa's person, the Emperor thought more and more that something was wrong. So recently many female knights from Karak appeared in Marino City. What a pity. Ryan slipped away. In desperation, the noble lords had to settle for the next best thing and turn to Towns and Harry. Especially those girls who had had a brief romance with Towns Harry. Each one was sweeter than the other. What everyone didn't expect was that these two promising young mages were more resolute than each other and said in unison, "This is the rule set by the master. We must not go beyond it. Otherwise we will be betraying the physics school." They have both escalated the matter to this extent. How can you let the lobbyists continue? Outsiders don't know that these two guys met in private. Junior brother. I told you. Those damn women are only here to seduce us. See? Free things are the most expensive. Harry nodded heavily. Master brother is right. They give us some sweet treats first. And then, they immediately find ways to make us betray our master. It is right for us to regard them as female devils. The two shook hands tightly, their eyes becoming more determined. On the other side, Ryan was on an expedition. I received a message out of nowhere. Host, your eldest disciple Downs and second disciple Harry have formed a super small alliance. Quit porn. Joining the alliance will gain a special effect of +5 willpower check when facing all charm spells or spell-like skills. As a price, the chance of obtaining offspring is -10%. Ryan? Ryan was stunned for a moment, and angrily overturned the table in his heart. I dared to pick up Margaret to demonstrate to you. But it was all in vain. Ryan felt that despite his young age, he had completely stepped into the role of an old father. He was afraid that his son would fall in love too early before going to college. So he made a 180-degree turn and started forcing him to get married once he entered college. Before, Tangxi was too weak, and I was afraid that he would be distracted. So I tricked him into thinking women reduced the casting speed. Now, he has become a legendary wizard, and he can just find a way to quit masturbation. Before I traveled through time, the number of people who feared marriage increased dramatically. Is it still like this after I traveled through time? Can the Earth's boomerang cross space and hit the chaos world? Is this what they call the electric grid is vast and has no loopholes? Mosquitoes cannot escape the electric mosquito swatter after all? Ryan had just held his forehead when Sanders next to him asked, Mr. Tesla, what's wrong? This time when he went out to take over the Mage Tower, Ryan unceremoniously borrowed Town's followers. Alas, they are also miserable, being followers of other people's disciples, enjoying the treatment of disciple level, and actually working for other people's masters. It's just that considering that they are indeed not qualified, the benefits of the master are better. So they have no objection. No. There's something wrong at the academy, Ryan said strangely. Well, it's related to you. Downs wants to quit masturbation, and I'm worried about it. As his followers, you should persuade him more. Gonsha, Sanders, and the other 4 looked constipated after hearing this. There are 2 followers of this world. One is based on the reason. Everyone pursues the same ideal followers. Such as the Saint Samurai follows the same sacred ideas. The other is the follow-up of interest. Such as the adventurer of other occupations to follow the Fae. And the Fae will divide the unused physics equipment to the adventurer. They are clearly the second type. But the second type also includes hereditary followers, like nobles and knights, as well as those who are finished in one generation. If Towns is awesome enough and allows the Quixote family to play for generations, they certainly wouldn't mind having a long-term meal ticket for their descendants as well. What will they do if Towns is to die without any descendants? Sanders said bitterly, Your Excellency can't handle this. We are not in a position to persuade Master Quixote. Right. It's all Towns' fault. As a young talent and a recognized diamond man, why doesn't Towns do anything naughty? He is setting a bad example for all the young people in the world. Do they have to tremble at the mention of naughty things? No. Absolutely not. As a master, I, Ryan, must correct this mistake. But for now, Ryan could only hold his forehead and said, Forget it. At worst, he'll have a baby, and I'll teach him again. Tang Si said he wanted to quit. But he was not incompetent. There were many noble ladies who came to him these days. After Ryan said this, the tools immediately felt relieved. Alas, Mr. Tesla is still reliable. It's a pity that he looks down on small pawns like me. Here, Ryan was using a few tools as he pleased. To be honest, Lei has no experience of surviving in the wild in this world. The days when I first crossed over don't count. After all, there are no ferocious beasts in the valley. The mage tower of the legendary Archmage Cha Hawk is in a slightly awkward place. When the site was chosen, the Iron Hand clan wanted to use the tower as a bridgehead for counterattacking the fallen main city. As a result, the tower was located outside the borders of the Karak Empire. Chapter 317 Heavy Fog. This would be much easier if Ryan could ride a Pegasus. After all, that place is only about 300 kilometers away from the border, and it will take only half a day to get there at the speed of Pegasus. But those damn beasts refused to allow anyone other than the good camp to ride it. Rennie did not have to choose a strange way in the eyes of outsiders. In the past, he hung a basket under the magic, and a group of people took a few people. After all, everyone knows the dwarf's territory. He likes to dig a hole in the mountain belly to build an underground city in those treacherous ravines. If he really moves according to the terrain of the mountain, then Ryan is deliberately asking for trouble. Therefore, this seemingly evil way of traveling became the best solution for Ryan. It seems like it's time for me to get a mount. Lei touched his chin. Most of the legendary creatures cannot be ridden. For example, the lava demon has combat power, but no mount attributes. In theory, riding a dragon is the coolest and most exciting thing, because someone has killed too many people. The aura of Dragon Killer is not something he can give up just because he wants to. The dragons hated him to death. Apart from dragons, Ryan was in a dilemma about other things. Theoretically, there were phoenixes in this world. But unfortunately, phoenixes were rarer than dragons. Ryan didn't want to find a colossus or legendary golem as a mount, because those things looked unworthy. In addition, the outside world giant eagles, the elders of the tree people, and the like, also need special occupations, such as druid or shaman talent to communicate. There aren't many choices left. Maybe there's a chance to get a wind elemental elder? Just as Ryan was daydreaming, Ander Steel Cone, the guide sent to him by King Alega, pointed from a distance and said, Lord Tesla, we're here. Ryan and Gonsha felt something was wrong after just a glance from a distance. 12 out of 10 things are wrong. In the distance is a valley that is not exposed to sunlight. The uneven mountains in the valley form a cavity similar to an inverted bowl. If you don't have a guide, it would be easy to overlook this small depression when flying high in the sky from a distance. In fact, if you fly inward, passing a fork of nearly 90 degrees, there is another valley. The valley is about 2 square kilometers in area, which is neither big nor small. Looking down from the eye demon's hanging basket, the valley seemed small and quiet. As the eye demon descended rapidly, Ryan and his men could clearly see that the light around them was rapidly dimming, as if they had entered a thick layer of gray fog. At first, they could at least see things 100 meters away, but before they got to 50 meters, they could only see the outlines of things 20 to 30 meters away. Andre, Archmage Chahawk is a legendary Archmage of the Shaping School who specializes in fire. Isn't that right? Although Ryan had memorized the information by heart, he asked again for the sake of caution. That's right. The Iron Hand family all prefer fire. They are either fire mages or people who are good at using the power of fire. The scene before me has nothing to do with the shaping system. Ryan asked. Have you tried this before? The Iron Hand clan used to have people stationed outside the valley entrance. Over the past 50 years, as foreign tribes have gathered here, the stronghold has become unsafe. Your Majesty has changed it to sending people back every 5 years to check. I swear, it wasn't like this when I came here 5 years ago. Ryan was really drunk. Can't he just take over the Mage Tower and be done with it? The price of a wizard tower occupied by enemies is not the same. You have to pay extra. Go first. In fact, during the landing process, Ryan discovered something was wrong. The Eye Demon had descended at least 200 meters, but had not yet reached the bottom. So Ryan decisively chose to let the Eye Demon retreat. Miraculously, the thick fog actually let them out. At first glance, this place is only 50 meters from the ground. While feeling the sunshine outside, everyone looked doubtful about their lives and couldn't help but look at Ryan. Ander, the 4 of you can set up camp here and check the surrounding situation. I'll take Gonsha and Sanders in. Gargel frowned. Adult. This is. Looking at the system prompt, Ryan's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. A huge space passage. Everyone's face changed slightly. The guide Ander was extremely surprised. Sir, I didn't lie to you. The Mage Tower is indeed here. Yes. It's here. Even though it's far away, I can still sense the fire element it emits. However, it's in the opposite world. If my perception is correct, the straight line distance from here is 2 miles. It doesn't sound very far away, but the problem is that in such a weird place, perception can be the most unreliable thing. It is true that Rin can give up. Firstly, he didn't have the coordinates of other legendary wizard towers. Secondly, other wizard towers may not be easier to obtain than the Chahawk Wizard Tower. Even if something happens to this wizard tower, with the core and building plans in hand, it is much easier to obtain than other wizard towers. To be on the safe side, Ryan asked Gonsha to bring 7 days' worth of water and food for 3 people, and he and Sanders each brought 3 days' worth. When entering the mist, Ryan summoned 2 elemental belts. The seemingly ordinary translucent belts were actually safety ropes made of water elements. Under the control of the legendary Master Ryan, these 2 belts were stronger than steel cables. Ryan raised his voice unwillingly and shouted, I am here to take over the Zahak Mage Tower under the order of King Alega Iron Hand. Those who are willing to accept my principles, please respond to my call. After Ryan finished speaking, he raised the hammer-like token in his hand, which emitted a warm and soft light, which looked like the fire of a small fireplace. Ryan attempted to gain a response from the mage Tataring. He was disappointed. With such poor visibility, it is certainly impossible for Lei to rush in like a newbie. First, he used the dancing light technique to release 108 light balls as light sources. The strange thing was that the light ball that could illuminate an area of nearly 100 square meters became a candle in the wind when it was a little far away. And the light was extremely dim. Ryan could sense the position of each light ball, but he couldn't provide illumination. The dark vision he had gained from the blessing of his dwarven ancestors didn't work well either. This foggy world seemed to not only swallow up the light source, but also everyone, like a huge whirlpool, pulling them towards the center of the fog. If the system hadn't given Ryan clear guidance, in the increasingly thick fog, Ryan would have thought that it was meaningless to go in any direction. How do you feel? Ryan asked. This is terrible, Gonsha muttered. This is the barbarian's least favorite battle area. Instead, Sanders hesitated. It's strange. I have a strange familiar feeling. After another for a while, the 4 weeks were getting quieter, as if the sound of the air flowing was silent. As he walked, Ryan felt the water element belt suddenly become empty. And those 2 guys disappeared. Chapter 318. The Disappearance of Ryan. The famous legendary wizard Ryan Tesla is missing. He can tear the demon lord apart with his bare hands, step on the legendary dragon, and crushed the demon lord with ease. Although this news was very secretive, it was still known to senior officials of various countries in a very short time. There's no way. This can't be concealed. Just when Towns and Harry were fulfilling their duties, and throwing the blame on whether to increase the number of admissions to their master. The master originally said he would be back soon. But now it seems like he will never come back. A month has passed, and there is no news. In the first week, no one paid attention, including the physics school. No one could tell how complicated a legendary wizard tower was, or how high the reception intensity was. Out of blind trust in Ryan, everyone ignored the matter. 10 days later, the 4 people who stayed behind were a little anxious. Among them, the ranger Christine found that there was an obstruction in the physical network communication. So he ran back more than 100 kilometers before connecting to the physical network to report the news. Downs, who was very busy with the recruitment work, frowned. He still went to find a few of his junior classmates to explain the situation. It has been 10 days since our team entered the foggy area. They only prepared a week's worth of food and water. Several fellow students looked at each other, and no one could make up their mind. Harry said, "Master is so strong. He knows everything. It should be fine." After a discussion, no one came up with a constructive suggestion. Finally, Flora spoke up, "Big brother, you have to take charge of the overall situation in the physics school. We must have a legendary strongman in charge. So let me go to the border to meet Master." Okay. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. Anyway, Flora is very much liked by the Master. So even if she goes, the Master will just be happy and won't think too much about it, thinking that the disciples don't trust him. Among the 5 disciples, Towns cannot leave. Harry is strong in defense but weak in attack. Berend is just a girl who plays with machines. And Matt is a pure foodie. The ones with stronger comprehensive abilities are actually Towns and Flora. So Flora brought the guard knights she recruited from her family, formed a team of 10 people, and rushed to meet up with the 4 people. However, Flora waited for 20 days and called repeatedly in the physical network, but received no response. Finally, she became worried and asked John Shadow Dagger, who was also a master, to find a way in with a cable. However, less than 10 minutes after they entered, the cable was empty. It's like the whole person disappears in the slipknot, with only a loop being pulled back. This time, all the second-generation disciples of the physics school could not sit still. They knew that they had to make a decision. In a secret room in the academy, Downs spoke first. "We must make a decision as soon as possible. Whether to announce that Master is missing," Harry said bitterly. "Can't we just not announce it? Before the Dharma-ending age, those great wizards often conducted experiments and research, and they would stay buried for a year without coming out," Flora reminded. "But the Master is in charge of the recruitment and selection this time. We don't have the Master's discerning eye." Matt blinked and said simply, "Enrollment is delayed?" Baron shook his head. "Whether the Master comes out or not, once the 3 months are up, we must be prepared for any changes. Besides, many people come here to become inner disciples. We have no right to decide for the Master who will be our junior brothers and sisters." Tang Sila's teeth were clattering. "Let me know if anyone hurts Master. I will kill him." Or Flora is relatively calm. "Don't forget, the physics network is still working normally. The highest permissions are in Master's hands. The physics network has no changes. We can understand that Master is okay." At this time, Tang Si, as the eldest brother, held his head high and said proudly, "Announce it. If anyone wants to target our physics school, I will deal with it. This is the advantage of having 2 legends in one door. If something happens to one of them, there is always another one to take over." Flora said to Harry seriously, "Second brother, you are the one closest to being a legend among us. If there is a chance, you'd better." "I understand." Harry nodded seriously. Tang Si made the decision. "Then we will start collecting information about legendary monsters. And after announcing the news of Master's disappearance, we will start recruiting followers and convert some assistants into regular employees in advance." The 4 fellow apprentices nodded at the same time. As the saying goes, strong winds reveal strong grass, and time reveals a person's true character. When the physics school was in its heyday because of Ryan, no one dared to jump out and slap it in the face. Is Ryan, who is rumored to be the true god from the outer realm, not here? The physics school will put a big question mark on this. While everyone is skeptical, some people will definitely back down. In mid-September, When Downs officially announced the news of Ryan's disappearance, the Panhuman camp was in an uproar. Our physics school's legendary master, Mr. Ryan Tesla, disappeared during the process of taking over the Zahawk Mage Tower. We have not been able to contact him since then. Our school has temporarily stopped recruiting second-generation disciples, and the rest of the apprentice recruitment plan remains largely unchanged. Everyone knows it. But if your school of physics doesn't tell others, the various religious sects and leaders of various countries can still pretend not to know. Once you mention it, it becomes intriguing. Sure enough, under the temptation of certain forces, some assistants chose to wait and see and did not directly join the physics school. Downs simply cleared out all the assistants who were unwilling to join the sect immediately. Since Downs still has a very impressive record, at least his achievement of killing the multi-armed giant is real. Everyone has a high opinion of him, and it is generally believed that Downs' mage level is over level 25. The impact was still caused. The most direct manifestation was that the number of flies around Sophia and Margaret suddenly decreased by half. The nobles were all watching. We should not only look at Downs' strength, but also observe Downs' domestic and foreign policy capabilities. The rise of the physics school was due not only to Ryan's ability to fight, but also to his ability to use one faction to fight another, uniting the strongest and most extensive factions to form a de facto alliance, taking a path that would not interfere with the interests of existing sects, and then reaching cooperation with various factions dominated by the good camp. This is the way for Ryan to rise. But whether other sects will support Downs to take over Ryan's banner is another question. A month and a half passed, and just when everyone thought that the admissions work for the School of Physics would proceed as previously scheduled, the nitpicking guys still came. The two sects, Angry School and Heart of Eternal Silence, have sent invitations for a discussion. What are these two? Downs casually threw the things used to write invitations and Red War books on the desk. One is a rune priest who believes in the ancient god Angry, and the other is a psychic. The key is that both of these families have legendary strongmen in charge of their sections. Flora said coldly. Harry, should we take it? Downs looked around. Answer it. Answer it together. Chapter 319. The other party has a Gundam. It's hard to say it wasn't intentional, because the two companies' scheduled battle dates were on the same day, both at 12 noon, and one of them went to the door, while the other one set up preparations in the capital of Sweetland and invited the physics school to come. This is obviously going to make Downs too busy to handle everything. This is a test to see if we have anyone else who can step up. Barin said solemnly. The eldest brother stays in the school. I'll go to the other one. Harry stood up and said, gritting his teeth. Second brother, you are not fit for a one-on-one fight, Flora reminded Harry coldly. Harry was suddenly speechless. Being used to the old coin, Harry really didn't like the head side. Tangsi stared at Flora, fifth junior sister. Your suggestion is... Flora gnashed her teeth and said, Matt and I will go to Sweetland to deal with that psychic. Me? Matt pointed at his face with a bent index finger, looking confused. He looked so shabby, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Flora said bluntly, no matter what kind of legendary warlock he is, you won't have any dragon meat to eat if you lose. Without saying a word, Matt's eyes seemed to be able to spit out terrifying flames of 3,000 degrees Celsius. And he had the momentum to tear a demon bear apart with his bare hands and step on a dragon with his feet. Just fasting was enough to get this guy excited. Those two eyes, that were originally full of joy and dullness, now looked no different from those of the extremely ferocious ancient beasts. All right. Downs stood up, his voice more ruthless than ever before. A sparring match is a duel. In a duel, it's normal for a legend to die. Yes, the four junior brothers and sisters said in unison. Sometimes, competition among peers is so cruel. When one rooster dies, another one crows. The physics school rose like a meteor, occupying the main resources of major countries. They were full, so naturally some people had less to eat. The hundreds of sects that attacked at the time were, after all, just some small and insignificant sects. This time, the physics school faces a real challenge. The opponents have legendary strongmen in charge, which is not as good as those big sects that are fully supported by all countries. But they also have their own positions and gods they believe in. Even though they knew there was a good chance that Ryan was still alive, they still had to take a chance. This is fame. This is legend. Unless Ryan, who claims to be lawful and neutral, turns around and starts trouble, fights back, and kills their legendary strongman. Even if they defeat a second-generation disciple, That will be a topic of conversation and capital for them to recruit disciples and gather resources. There is room for bragging. The agreed time for the competition has arrived. Rows of warrior-like guys emerged from the portal of Merino City. They all wore dark green battle robes, held shields inlaid with shining runes, and the weapons on their waists also had strange runes on their hand guards. The rune warriors on both sides held halberds with long rune pennants hanging on the tips of their spears. One look at this situation reveals that the angry school has in-depth cooperation with certain knight orders. Speaking of which, this is also the fault of Li Zihui. The stuff with the reason mark is too powerful and directly threatens the survival of the angry school. Generally speaking, rune priests haunt temples or church libraries alone to explore the secrets of divine runes. Legend has it that the gods created a series of powerful glyphs, each containing a magic to help them create the world and give it order. In the long battle with the primordial spirit, most of the runes were lost. Even the gods can only vaguely recall the existence of divine runes. In some forgotten dangerous space or isolated corner of the universe, these ancient runes are waiting for people to discover. The Angry School is a school that has mastered several types of ancient runes. Unfortunately, with the end of the Dharma Age, the power of their runes has fallen into a state of periodic ineffectiveness. Well, on one side is the badge of reason that is in effect all the time, and on the other side is the ancient rune that fails from time to time. How to choose? Those in power may have many considerations, but the knights fighting on the front line will definitely vote with their feet. This time, 3 other knight orders sent people to watch the battle. They claim to be witnesses. These are 3 knightly orders with almost adjacent bases in the western part of the Barbarossa Empire. The family emblem of Mechlin is a bull. The family emblem of Makari is a black bear. And the family emblem of Sukkot is a full moon and a lance. So this is a battle that will determine the future of the entire school. Once the angry school is defeated, it is estimated that these 3 knightly orders will immediately switch to the school of physics and pin the word philosophy on the knights' chests. I thought Master's great achievements would scare them. Harry shook his head. Profits are what move people. Baron sighed. Fortunately, the physics school is no longer the small sect with only a few members. The other party came out of the portal, and when they had finished forming their array in the open space outside the city, they also saw the lineup of the physics school. First, on the left wing is the Merino family. Archduchess Sophia is heroic, riding a handsome Pegasus, and behind her are 1,000 knights in shining helmets and armor. Yes, you read that right. A full 1,000 knights. With the help of the physics school, the Principality of Merino became the richest principality in the entire continent. Its financial strength surpassed that of almost all kingdoms. Only a wealthy country like Sweetland could be said to have surpassed Merino in terms of money. The right wing of the physics school was followed by a large group of miscellaneous troops dressed in various but bright and beautiful clothes, with many banners. Then behind them followed a large number of followers, wearing different dragon skin armors and holding various weapons. This was the servant sect headed by the Ice Wolf School. Well, this is scary enough. The Rune Priest team can actually only outnumber the physical school team. There is no way. The physics school has less than 100 disciples at most, including former assistants. Who would have thought that the physics school would be so unethical and actually send out Gundam? How dare you challenge the school of physics? Are you ready to die? Masana's violent voice shocked the whole audience as soon as she opened her mouth. This is not only because of her huge body, but also because of the 2 ordinary dragon heads on her shoulders. Her voice already carries the power of a dragon. As soon as he shouted, there was an immediate commotion on the other side, and some weak-willed guys were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. Right. Physiologically frightened. A large number of people fell down in a rush. What Rune Priest? How many divisions are you? It's not that the disciple didn't work hard, but the opponent has Gundam. This is so unfair. Alas, if we want to blame someone, we should blame Ryan for being too secretive and not making public the whole process of killing the Color Prince. If we had known that the physics school had hidden such a powerful weapon as the Dwarf Gundam, how many people would dare to challenge it? The opponent's legendary Rune Priest Antragon regretted it so much that his intestines turned green, just based on the physics school's skill in creating the golem. Wouldn't other countries be scrambling to lick its laurels? Whether or not Ryan Tesla is there to keep things in order is not the point at all. We are here to spar, not to fight. As soon as this guy said this, for some reason, everyone felt that he had already lost 50%. Chapter 320, 1 sentence in seconds. The dwarf version of Gundam is 12 meters high and 12 meters wide. Although it is ugly, it is very intimidating. When a 4-story high dwarf Gundam with the might of a dragon roars at you with overwhelming momentum, only the angry school can enjoy this feeling. For a full 100 years, the Panhuman camp had not seen such a large golem or magical construct on its side. During this period, it was not that there were no mechanical wizards who made large-scale toys. However, these things required a lot of talent, and mechanical wizards were often poor in some aspects. Or they made some weird things like 6-legged mechas. Anyway, as soon as Masana appeared, the guys from the Karak Empire, who had secretly sent people to watch the battle, suddenly brightened up. This is a powerful weapon for killing demons. Of course, the challenge cannot stop, and Tarragon is not important. On the other hand, it can be won. Whenever the physics school is not so strong, the other forces of the other forces will jump out as a superficial peacemaker, and divide the resources of the physics school before, and divide them to other medium-sized martial arts. Your school of physics is the best in the world. So of course you get to eat meat, and others get to drink soup. If you are not invincible, you should give up some meat. That makes sense. Things have come to this point. It's not a question of whether Antragon wants to stop, but a bunch of forces behind him that won't let him stop. The legendary rune priest Antragon, want to challenge your legendary archmage Don Quixote. I wonder if Mr. Quixote would do me the honor of fighting. Since this rune priest stepped forward, Towns naturally had no intention of refusing. Since it's a competition, there will inevitably be some injuries. Sign the life and death agreement. You can fight me any way you want. Towns straightforwardly asked Sophia to be a witness, and sign the life and death agreement prepared in advance. The other party simply signed his name under the witness of the leader of the Mechalin Knights. We came here just to exchange ideas, and not to hurt feelings. The rune priest in his 40s wanted to take the matter back. Forget it. You are not qualified to weaken the reputation of our physics school. If you want to fight, just fight. And don't talk nonsense. Towns used to behave maturely in front of others. But now that Ryan is no longer suppressing him, his youthful and energetic side begins to show. There is nothing to say about the other party. Towns is really too young. As the saying goes, good words are useless if they don't meet your expectations. You send me hail in the snow, and I will tear down the corner of your wall in the rain. Since you're here to sabotage us, don't pretend to be so affectionate. Antragon gritted his teeth and started to attack. Although the rune priest has the title of priest, in fact, this profession is not magic at all. They exist as warriors of God. And the most important attributes are strength, constitution, and perception. Just before the referee gave the signal to start the game, this guy, who was originally wearing heavy black steel armor, directly used an iron barrier. I saw black light coming out from the void, like dancing stars, gathering on the shield. In less than a breath, the protective power of this iron-covered kite-shaped shield, which was supposed to be a light shield, reached an extremely exaggerated level. Perhaps, in terms of protection level, this thing is comparable to the city gates of ordinary big cities. With the addition of a guardian light rune, the power of the elements in the area in front of him was greatly weakened. His power control was very good, and he just came to the referee, so as not to invade the opponent's territory before the fight started. Judging from his level alone, his title of legendary strongman is no exaggeration. At this time, the two were 15 steps apart. In Antragon's idea, once the fight started, he would send down a storm scroll character. This strange runic attack contained the power of an astral hurricane. He directed this energy towards his enemy, letting the power of the runes tear at his opponent and break down his defenses. He has both defense and offense, and his combination of offense and defense is very stable. His only mistake was miscalculating Towns' explosiveness. It was clear that Towns didn't even move a finger the moment before the referee waved his hand. At the moment the referee waved his hand, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color, and dark clouds covered the entire sky. A streak of lightning, so thick that it could envelop even a dwarf Gundam, descended from the clouds, spanning the sky and earth. A huge lightning net had appeared on Towns' back without anyone noticing. As soon as the lightning fell, it was completely absorbed by the lightning net. In less than 1/100th of a second, it had already gathered on Towns' right thumb. Downs only had one word for this guy who dared to challenge him when his master disappeared. Flower Q. Amid the short, powerful, thunderous roars, Only a handful of people with the strongest dynamic vision could barely see what was happening. The violent lightning instantly crossed the short distance between the two people. Many people didn't even see clearly what happened. They just saw countless dirt and gravel being lifted up from the ground. As soon as the powerful electric light came into contact with the shield that was said to be indestructible, the light of all the runes on the shield quickly retreated. But the rune light could not fade away in time, and was easily caught up by the flash of lightning. Each rune seemed like a big steamed bun that expanded. And then the whole bunch exploded. The strange thing was that even before the lightning penetrated the shield, Antragon's entire body began to be covered in blood and flesh. And his back muscles, chest and abdominal muscles actually exploded piece by piece when the lightning penetrated the shield and pierced his left shoulder like a sharp lance. His entire left arm, and even his left lung disappeared on the spot. And even his throbbing heart membrane was exposed in broad daylight. If it weren't for the referee's horrified stop, if there hadn't been a timely divine spell from the Bishop of Light, Antragon will be killed instantly. Boom! People were so shocked by the hill that was blown away behind Antragon that they ignored the victim, who had lost half of his body, and was falling to the ground screaming, "Ah! Save me! Save me! I don't want to die." Such a powerful legendary man, at this moment, is no different from a dying old dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. The magical power to save people is thrown at him, as if it were free. What can be saved is human life. But what cannot be saved is this failed situation. The entire angry school was in deathly silence, in contrast to the thunderous cheers from the physics school. "Talons! Talons! Talons! Long live the physics school! Don't you dare to look down on us! Ha 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 ha!" There is no doubt that those forces that chose to follow the physics school made the right bet. Looking at the enemy who was either dead or disabled, Talons had no mercy at all. He even ignored the referee's decision and the people who came to congratulate him. Killing a legendary warrior seemed like no big deal in his eyes. He looked west, in the direction of the capital of Sweetland. He won, which means he was excellent. If we want to win the whole thing, it depends on how Matt and Flora fight. Chapter 321. Everyone kneeled. Just half an hour ago, in the capital of Sweetland, the headquarters of the Heart of Eternal Silence sect, the legendary psychic Lakexia Morinster was sitting in the magnificent lobby, and accompanying him was the envoy of the Kingdom of Sweetland. The messenger whispered, "According to intelligence, the second-generation disciple of the School of Physics, Don Quixote, who possesses legendary strength, has chosen to guard the school." "Oh," Luke Shaw responded lightly. What the messenger meant was, this is a sure thing. In the final analysis, Antragon, who came to fight head-on, was just a discarded pawn. As we all know, the physics school is good at head-on confrontations. No one will have a good ending if they fight the lunatics of this school on the frontal battlefield. The School of Psion is different. It tests will. Well, in every sense of the word. How strong can the willpower be of those fledgling master mages who have little practical experience? It can't be that all the second-generation disciples of the physics school are so amazing that they can kill enemies above their own level. Right? Snort. It's impossible. In addition, throughout history, Psions have rarely suffered losses when fighting against mages. It is obvious that the forces behind the scenes pushed forward the Heart of Eternal Silence after careful consideration. It's all about restraint. At this moment, there was a sudden shock from outside the door. Luke Shaw was unhappy. He looked through the magnificent lobby and saw that in the spacious front yard in front of the lobby, the statues of the sect's predecessors were shaking slightly, and the gravel on the ground was rising and falling as if sifting chaff. The street lights outside the school and the school flags on the school walls were creaking in the sudden strong wind. And then one flag after another was blown away. The flowers and plants in the front yard were blown away by the strong wind, and the leaves on the trees and flower paths were blown away in advance by the autumn wind. Luke Shaw slapped the armrest and said angrily, "What does the physics school mean by this?" At this moment, a disciple suddenly ran in a hurry. "Master, something bad has happened." Someone from the Barbarossa Royal Mage Corps said, "They are here to be a witness." The muscles on Lakexia's face froze for a moment. He could clearly sense that outside the wall, half of the standard mage group was watching the ceremony. But in fact, they were setting up the battle formation. He could ignore the low-level wind war spells cast by 150 formal mages plus 2 high-level mages. But he could not ignore the Barbarossa Empire they represented. Everyone knows how Barbarossa's magic group came about. On the surface, Ryan Tesla took money to do the work, trained the people, and handed them over to Barbarossa as thugs. And that was it. Is that really all? Is it so easy to break that relationship? Have they ever thought about going back to the physics school for further studies one day? This is like a knight from the Knights Templar. When he joins various knightly orders, does he really sever his ties with the original Knights Templar? Just when the legendary psychic wanted to show off his self-restraint, the gate of his yard suddenly flew away. Flower Q. With a slight shout, the entire gate of the courtyard, which was shining with gold and weighed at least half a ton and covered with brass, flew up. The door panel did not break through or shatter into pieces as others imagined, but the wooden door panel inside was carbonized instantly, and the outer brass melted easily like cooked butter. High-temperature brass droplets splashed everywhere, and many screams of fear rang out in the yard. Some people began to hide. Chaos inevitably occurred. A moment later, a pretty figure and a sturdy figure appeared at the empty courtyard gate, and a clear female voice with terrifying majesty descended over the heart of Eternal Silence Manor. When our master, Ryan Tesla, was slaying demons and dragons, killing orcs, and risking his life for the panhuman camp, you came to our physics school to cause trouble. Do you maggots feel so happy? You shouldn't exist in this world. Kneel down and repent. The barrage of accusations, coupled with a sharp, cold voice, seemed to indicate that its owner's anger had already reached its peak. What was even more terrifying was that along with the words, an incredible mysterious force radiated from the leading noble girl and covered the entire place. One by one, all the members of the Heart of Eternal Silence immediately felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon them. They couldn't help but see a lot of hallucinations. That was the demon lord who was killed by the reflection of the dissociation light. That was a colorful dragon that was cut into pieces and beaten up. That was the demon lord whose chest exploded after being frozen. That is, one by one, the extremely ferocious and arrogant enemies fell at the feet of the strong men of the physics school. For such great achievements, the only thing the members of the Eternal Heart, who have never proven themselves on the front lines of the battlefield, can do is to look up. The powerful pressure touched their inner humility, and members around the compound knelt down one after another and prostrated themselves on the ground. Whether voluntarily or by force, they showed their supreme respect to the physics school represented by the owner of the voice in this way. This scene almost pissed off Lucio to death. If those kneeling were just some outer disciples or guys with a figurehead status, that would be fine. He was shocked to find that among those kneeling was a senior disciple, whom he had originally planned to push forward to test the strength of the challenger from the physics school. His eldest disciple has already knelt. So what's the point of beating him? He slapped the armrest with all his strength and stood up suddenly. His voice was infused with psychic power, and it was directly a psychic surgery. It is a technique that uses psychic power to dismantle the opponent's mental attack. This method of transferring powerful spiritual energy to disciples can theoretically offset the opponent's enchantment command to the greatest extent. In a dimension invisible to others, two powerful spiritual forces engaged in an extremely fierce confrontation. Lucio could feel the strength of the girl opposite him. That magic power was indeed at the master level, or even at the peak of the master level, calculated solely by energy level. He had an absolute advantage. However, within the range of his telepathy, in the midst of countless swords, spears, and halberds, and the spiritual energy that mediated the attack, the opponent not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but instead formed a trend of almost 50-50. Impossible. This result made him, a legendary figure, feel a little embarrassed. Soon he discovered that it was not that the girl was so strong, but that she had obtained an additional off-field bonus. She borrowed the legendary degree of the physics school. Legend is a mysterious thing. On the surface, it is just a reputation, but in fact, it contains the recognition of a person or an organization by the whole world. The higher the recognition, the more it can play a similar role to the law. This girl easily bridged the gap between her and him, the legendary psychic. With her achievements in the physical school, this result made Lucio furious and secretly frightened. What annoyed him the most was that when he was trying to use his more extensive mental combat skills to find a way to take down the opponent, the girl smiled and gently knelt down to salute as a lady. Haha. Lord Morinster. Right. Your opponent today is my senior brother Matt Sunil. Chapter 322 Titan Illusion? That's it? No. Wait. We have been fighting in the spiritual world for a long time. And you are not the real one? He was a little horrified and subconsciously moved his gaze, finally staring at the guy next to the exquisite aristocratic girl who was as beautiful as a doll. Formally introduce myself. I am Flores Field, the youngest of the second generation of the School of Physics. And he is my fourth senior brother. Hearing this, Lukexiu almost vomited blood. It's not his fault. That kid has little presence and his temperament is like that of a servant. Especially when he saw Matt's dull eyes and his dumb face like a potato. It was hard to connect him with Flora, who seemed to be shining brightly beside him. Not to mention that Matt's magic fluctuations were not strong. And it felt like it was at a high level at most. Oh! Is the rotation system the way of your physics school? Luke Show insisted. Ha. Using two master disciples to use round robin against you. The leader of your sect, and a legendary powerhouse? As soon as Flora finished speaking, Lukexiu died socially on the spot. Because the evenly matched mental battle just now had consumed too much of his energy. He instinctively assumed that Flora was on the same level as him, which led to his slip of the tongue and was caught by Flora. Humph. It was just a slip of the tongue. Since you are masters, you should cherish the fact that you have achieved so much at such a young age. And you shouldn't come here to die. Lukexiu tried to take back the initiative in the conversation. Oh, your excellency is really generous. However, to deal with you, my senior brother Matt is enough. After saying this, she bowed deeply again, and then lightly lifted the corner of her skirt and stepped aside, as if she was attending a dance party. Flora slapped Luke in the face without any evidence, which made him so angry that he almost jumped up. However, the fact that he had not gained the upper hand in the mental battle just now had already made Lukexiu extremely alert. He did not care about his status as a legendary warlock and stared at Matt. Unexpectedly, Matt did not hide his ability at all. Right in front of him, a huge hand with arcane energy appeared out of thin air. The big hand deftly threw a life and death certificate made of dragon skin out of his pocket. Call out. The strong swirl came with a sharp sound of breaking wind, like a huge dart, hitting Lukexiu on the head. Humph. Luke Show snorted coldly, and with a thought, his spiritual energy instantly transformed into a momentum wave, easily knocking the life and death certificate away. The dragon skin paper, which had lost its impact force, fell lightly into his hands. He wrote his name in a flamboyant manner and threw it to the notary beside him. At this moment, the atmosphere of fierce fighting between the two sides has already arisen. Both sides took 3 steps forward at the same time. It's not a matter of life or death. It's only about who's better. Lukexiu said something that even he himself didn't believe. To be honest, he was also gambling this time. He was betting that Ryan Tesla would really fall. Ryan's rise was too dazzling, and it also made all his French counterparts breathless. At a time when the gods have not returned, each sect must also seek survival. The monopoly of the magic resources by the physical school is not a big deal for the muscular sects, but it is too fatal for the already weak magic sects. So Luke must win, and win beautifully. Only by suppressing the rest of the disciples of the School of Physics can the legendary masters of other sects find a reason to jump out and put pressure on the School of Physics, forcing towns to stop causing trouble for their heart of eternal silence. As the notary started to fight, he shouted slogans. Lukexiu launched his ultimate move Phantom World without hesitation. If Ryan was there, this move should be more appropriately translated as Phantom Universe. Luke Xiaojin uses complex and contradictory images and physiological commands to impact Matt's mind and 5 senses, replacing Matt's perception of real-world vision, hearing and smell with hallucinations. This superb skill is the proof of his status as a legendary psychic. There are definitely only a handful of psychics in the world who can reach this point. Perception is a very complex thing. Just simulating a perfect image consumes a lot of brain power, not to mention the sound, breath, and other senses. To complete such a complex mind invasion with a mere human brain, it can only be said that Lukexiu deserves the name of extraordinary. In Matt's vision, a huge black shadow was breaking through the ground and slowly standing up from underground. The exaggerated height of 25 meters and the exaggerated weight of over 100 tons make the identity of this bronze-skinned giant undoubtedly revealed. Titan, and he is the Titan Elder among the Titans. His strange white robe, as well as gold bracelets, belts, gold boots, and other accessories, highlighted his extraordinariness. The thunder lingering around him added an unparalleled ferocity to this huge being. Seeing it, Matt stayed, in the eyes of the outside world. The two who were at loggerheads just a moment ago were now in a strange confrontation. Only Luxio's roar, as unruly as the cry of a night owl, echoed in the yard. Ha ha ha. Are you scared, kid? I am a man who has truly seen the corpse of a titan. I am waiting here for your mind to be crushed by the titan illusion and turn you into a real idiot. Unexpectedly, when Flora heard this, she showed a sarcastic expression. Titan? That's it? As if echoing her words. Matt, with lifeless eyes, and obviously lost in the spiritual world, took action. Logically, all his senses should be isolated from reality. Suddenly, he raised his hand and used the Bigby diamond palm. As luck would have it, this huge energy palm also found Lukexia's body. Ah! In a panic, Lukexia used his psychic power to summon a mind hammer in an attempt to resist Matt's magical hand. As a result, his sledgehammer only lasted less than 1/10 of a second before a bright and dazzling light came out of the sledgehammer, and it exploded after a violent shaking. Obviously, in the battle between arcane energy and psychic energy, arcane energy won a great victory. The exaggerated explosion mixed with psychic energy, and some arcane energy produced an extremely dazzling flash. The scene was like lighting fireworks on someone's eyelids. The terrifying dazzling feeling made many viewers scream, cover their eyes, and turn their heads away. This is just the beginning. The Vajra palm showed no sign of stopping. This huge palm in midair slammed down hard on Lukexia. In fact, Lukexia made a final resistance just before he was hit. He summoned an emerald monster shining with emerald green light, trying to use this behemoth weighing at least 2 tons to resist Matt's attack. A ghostly scene happened. The huge monster was blown away like a piece of paper under the terrifying impact of the Vajra palm, then crashed through the west wall of the yard and landed heavily in the center of Sweetland. The huge inertia of the Vajra palm allowed it to continue swinging forward, like a pile driver, and it hit Lukexia violently. The poor legendary psychic was immediately in trouble. Originally, he had hundreds of mental attack methods that could be used against Matt, but they were obviously useless now, because Bigby's hand slapped him to the ground. And it wasn't just one slap, but one slap after another, continuously. 80! 80! 80! I'm going to tear the Titan apart with my bare hands today. Matt, who was in a state of mental confusion, had no idea that he had already beaten the culprit into a paste. In fact, the first strike is enough to finish the job, and the rest of the attacks are just to whip the corpse. Chapter 323. Lovely Luxio. Half an hour ago, the calculation results of this battle were still one-sided. That's right. The physics school is fierce, but Luxio is suppressed by his rank. It is true that Lukexia has never been on the frontal battlefield, but he once forced a legendary warrior into a state of confusion in a duel. He used countless horrific illusions to force his opponent into a pitiful creature who could not take care of himself and was incontinent at any time. This is also why Psions are so disgusting. No one likes to fight against Psions. Their attacks are invisible and traceless, especially when there are fewer enemies. They are better at concentrating, and at this time, Psions are almost unstoppable. But who would have thought that not only did the physical school fail to outnumber the enemy, but they also let a mere master beat Lukexia up. Stop! Stop! If you keep fighting, someone will die. The Sweetland man who was the referee was obviously a master-level warrior, but he only dared to get close to about 20 or 30 meters away and scream loudly, and did not dare to get close at all. Matt's offensive was outrageous. 2 huge arcane hands waved wildly, destroying everything around them. Under different circumstances, the referee might have scolded the opponent or even used underhanded tactics to declare Matt the loser. He couldn't do it. For one thing, everyone knew that Matt had fallen under the spell of a legendary psychic, and was in a state where his 5 senses were completely isolated from the outside world. Secondly, there were more witnesses, and their weight was heavy. Less than half a minute after the fight started, a group of people rushed over. They were from the Barbarossa Tailing family. Margaret Tailing not only invited the legendary knight in her family, but also tied her hair into a bun that symbolized a woman. Her intention to stand up for the physics school was clearly revealed. At the same time, there were 2 large knight families that were friendly with the Tailan family. Their families also managed an independent knight group. This means that some of the Barbarossa nobles have taken sides. At this time, no one was willing to take the risk to stop this obviously legendary showdown, which led to the tragedy. It's too awful. When the first slap landed, Lukexiu's body was already in a mess, with his arms and legs twisted into soft snakes. If an Archbishop of Light had come to the rescue immediately, there might have been a chance to save him. The second slap. You couldn't even hear the crackling sound of bones breaking, because the bones were all smashed into powder. That thing could no longer be called a human. It had already turned into a large piece of meat paste. The third slap. The flying flesh and blood had already splattered 5 meters away. This is not the end. Matt was obviously affected by the hallucination and became insane. He shouted loudly, "Titans are shit! I am dismantling Titans." For some unknown reason, after he had delivered more than a dozen big Beavidropalm strikes, his perception became fully open, and he suddenly turned around and chased after the disciples of Heart of Eternal Silence. "Ah! Help! I'm not the Grandmaster. Please spare my life." The second and third generation psychics, who had been so shocked by Flora that they had no desire to resist, completely forgot that they actually possessed extraordinary powers. They screamed in a very unbecoming manner and ran away everywhere without any resistance. No matter how fast they are, they can't be faster than Matt, who doesn't look like a mage at all. At this moment, Matt was like a god of war. He yelled wildly and chased those guys with the psychic energy fluctuations at a speed much faster than that of a warrior. He slapped one by one, just like some brave warriors who slapped cockroaches to death. Paw 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 paw. Not only shooting people, but also demolishing houses. Matt sent the psychics to meet their ancestor at the rate of killing one kid with one move, whether they were willing or not. Wherever the Beavidropalm passes, blood and flesh will fly and brick and stone fragments will scatter. This scene shocked not only the forces behind the Heart of Eternal Silence, but even the neutral people who came to watch the battle. A Duke of Sweetland screamed, "Stop! Make him stop now, or the city of Sweetland will be in trouble." The referee was so scared that he rushed to Flora, who was watching the show with her arms folded across her chest, and said, "Mrs. Field, please stop Mr. Schoner, or the situation will get out of control." Flora raised her pretty eyebrows and said, "Hey, it's not our physics school that casts the mind illusion. Didn't you see? My fourth brother is the victim. Go find the Heart of Eternal Silence." The referee was stunned when he heard this. There was no psychic master at the scene. Looking around, from legend to master level, and then to high level, all the guys with strong psychic fluctuations were beaten to death by Matt. This is embarrassing. The worst thing was that the referee met the extremely angry eyes of the Duke of Sweetland. He was so scared that his neck shrank on the spot. He no longer cared about anything and knelt down on the spot to kowtow to Flora. "Mistress Field, today is undoubtedly a victory for the physics school. Please be sympathetic to the difficulties we face as a neutral party. Please put an end to this riot as soon as possible, and our country will surely reward you handsomely." Hee hee. Now that you have said this. When Flora said this, he glanced back and looked at the witnesses, especially after seeing the old man of the Tan family nodded slightly. Flora laughed, and she decided to accept it. "I'm not good at cracking the spiritual illusion. I can only promise to do my best." I know. Please hurry up." The referee and other Sweetland people were really anxious, just as everyone was stunned. Flora took a hot air from the lady's bag hanging from her elbow. "The sandwiches?" and then shouted with her crisp voice, "Matt, stop fighting the Titans and let's eat. Let's eat." Matt suddenly stopped what he was doing, and his ears twitched very smartly. "Yes. Dinner is ready. We have your favorite colorful Prince meat sandwiches." That voice, that accent, was a bit like an old lady calling a wild boy to go home for dinner. Interestingly, Matt recognized this. The pupils that were originally out of focus suddenly became clear. Where are the extremely ferocious humanoid monsters at this moment? All he had was a hungry, silly boy. "I'm coming!" Without even looking around, Matt came over, took the dragon meat sandwich, and started devouring it. Everyone looked at this silly boy with not a drop of blood on his body and a naive face. Who would associate him with the invincible killer just now? This extreme gap in perception made everyone a little confused. Was this the guy who just destroyed the Heart of Eternal Silence sect? The referee's eyebrows twitched wildly. No matter how many complaints he had in his heart, he could only announce, "This competition is a victory for the physical school. We are deeply sorry for what happened in the Eternal Silence sect. Since both parties signed a life and death agreement in advance, all losses incurred here will be borne by the Eternal Silence sect. Whether it was the half of the Barbarossa Mage Corps or the several knight families, who came to maintain order. They all cheered. "Oh! The physics school is awesome. Long live the physics school." It is obvious that the physics school has stabilized this time. The warm congratulations from the representatives of many forces could not dispel the gloom between her brows. "Master, where have you been?" Chapter 324 Time and Space Trap. The physical school has once again become the darling of the panhuman camp. Congratulatory letters from various major forces, and application letters from great nobles for self-funded students flew like snowflakes to the Tesla School of Magic in Marino's territory. After this battle, everyone knew how capable the second-generation disciples of the physics school were. Needless to say, Tanks has already been promoted, and the remaining 4 second-generation disciples have basically proven their fighting capabilities. The third disciple, Berend, is sought after by all the major forces in the world just for his ability to create a giant golem. The fourth disciple, Matt, just killed a legendary psychic. The fifth disciple, Flora, also fought against Lukexiu without losing the upper hand. In fact, Harry also performed well. When Towns was fighting, he stayed in the academy and actually caught an intruder. It was a Shadowmaker, a neutral evil creature that looked very much like a devil, because he could easily change his form, such as becoming a human. Most of the time, he served as a spy for the warlord of Bator. However, this guy, whose challenge level reached 19, and whose stealth level was no different from that of a legend, fell directly into Harry's trap and reported to heaven all of a sudden. The physics school did not hide it. They sealed this thing in a glass lump made of light of heaven, and hung it at the gate of the manor, outside the city of Marino. Because of this record, the outside world has recognized that all second-generation disciples of the School of Physics have legendary combat power. This is too scary. One school with 5 legends. This kind of background is usually only possessed by old churches, like the Church of Light. Not everyone is qualified to commit fraud. It can be said that after this battle, the reputation of the physics school was preserved. On the other hand, people's doubts about the physics school have not yet disappeared. As we all know, legendary strongmen can guarantee the lower limit of a sect. But what about the upper limit? Before the second-generation disciples, like Towns, truly touched the edge of the realm called Divine Realm, Ryan Tesla was the upper limit of the physics school. The question comes back. Is Ryan dead? Like death. That would be strange. Time goes back to the moment when Gantia disappeared. The legendary barbarian was gone just like that. The whole process was silent. If even Ryan's exaggeratedly surging magic power disappeared in an instant, I'm afraid Ryan himself would be panicked. It is absolutely unlucky to buy a second-hand house and then receive an owner with a soul ring. It turns a drama into a thriller. Is this the Silent Hill reception? Suddenly, a brisk and melodious sound came from the mist. It was not a human instrument. Ryan was familiar with this brisk music mixed with trumpet-like wind instruments and percussion instruments. He had just heard it in Iron Hand City not long ago. However, this seemingly imperceptible music actually came from all directions. It felt like someone was playing a trumpet next to my ear one moment, and someone was beating a bass drum a kilometer away the next. System? Ryan called the system in his mind. On the retina, the data stream is still there. The strange thing is that Ryan didn't see any hints about mind erosion. This means that what is before our eyes is not an illusion at all, but real. To be on the safe side, Ryan tried to locate the spatial coordinates of this place, but the result disappointed him. Spatial coordinate positioning failed. I'm in trouble. Space teleportation cannot rely solely on the coordinates of a destination. It must have a starting point and an end point. If the starting point cannot be located, it is impossible to plan a cross-space route. The chaos world is sometimes like a thick stack of paper, and some parts of the world are stacked together like paper. The consequence of traveling through it at any time is that you may be teleported to a lava area at the bottom of the continent, where you will either be killed by a collision or burned to death. Ryan looked around, and the black fog was still too thick to dissolve. System, record my location and draw a map of the route I have taken. Yes. It's okay to take a few steps. As soon as you leave, something big will happen. Ryan was horrified to find that the path he had just walked was not continuous. Even if his stock price kept diving like A-shares, Ryan could barely accept it. The problem was that in the system's 3-dimensional map, after the first step, I appeared in the air about 30 meters to the upper left of my original position, 500 meters away. The second step? I appeared in a depression about 800 meters to the right and rear of my original position. Not only that, Ryan also noticed that the clock speed in the system prompt was wrong. Originally, 1 tick basically meant 1 second had passed. But this thing ticked for a long time before showing that 1 second had passed. Ryan thought it was an illusion for a moment. But when he tried to simply raise his arms without moving his feet, he felt a sharp pain. Perhaps realizing something, he stared at his raised finger. Even though he had deliberately slowed down his movements, he could still feel the pain and the tip of his nail gradually disappearing from his sight. Ryan's pupils contracted rapidly. Ryan didn't know that at the same time. A conversation was taking place far away in the airspace. A beautiful half-fairy dragon lowered its noble head towards a cloud that was constantly expanding and contracting. Great Shadow Walker. Was the operation successful? A black mirror image appeared out of thin air in front of the fairy dragon. And the projection inside was of Ryan standing still. The squirming shadow uttered a cold voice. Anadixia. If the dragon slayer you are talking about is this little human, then it is a success. The fairy dragon showed an extremely anthropomorphic expression of joy on her face. Yes. It's him. Ryan Tesla. Ha. The shadow group snorted disdainfully. I don't know why there is anything to be afraid of such an idiot who ran headfirst into a space-time trap. Please do not underestimate the enemy. Even if you can ignore his other achievements. He personally dragged the Color Prince to Chaos Continent. That's enough. Don't mention that stupid dragon's name in front of me. Be thankful, little dragoness. If that colorful bastard didn't have some strength left, I wouldn't even bother with you. Yes. The fairy dragon lowered her head again. Excuse me. Is your space-time trap safe? The shadow made a smile. I just took 100 years of understanding the principle of this time and space cracks. And then spent thousands of years before they figured out each gap in the space and space. Even if that human beings have the wisdom and judgment of me. How long can you survive with water and food? Is there 100 years of life? In that case, I'm relieved. I'll go back and wait for good news from you. Excellency. Chapter 325. Cube-shaped spacetime tunnel. Ryan knew the problem was serious. But he didn't know it would be so serious. Feeling depressed, he had to take a step back. First, he checked the speed of time flow. And luckily, he was surprised to find that he could still see the conditions of his disciples. Which meant that the tireless teaching system was still connected to the external physical network. Next he tried to make contact, but failed. Because the space and time are not synchronized with the outside world. The rushing access to the system will have the risk of collapse. Ryan was not discouraged. Finally, he decided to use a more conservative method to compare the outside world time with the time flow rate of this world to confirm the time flow rate here. After he basically confirmed that the time flow rate here was 1/10 of that of the outside world, he forced the system to set a movement speed and amplitude, allowing himself to step back step by step to the previous point in time and space. What happened to Ren was uneasy. He couldn't go back. Apparently, the space crack that had just teleported him here didn't have a two-way teleportation function. Damn! If I didn't have 23 points of legendary constitution, I would have been forced to move at the original speed when time was flowing slowly. If something went wrong, I would have been dead. Fortunately, I made it to the legendary level before coming here. After spitting in his heart, Ryan began to carefully calculate the current situation. Most likely, the space here is constantly changing, and the speed of time varies with the space. This makes it difficult to find a way out in such a chaotic environment. In order to reduce the burden on his body, Ryan took several steps forward before he found a small space where the flow of time was normal. Next, he started to explore the way. He released thin strands of wind element. On the surface, these are dozens of almost parallel filaments. However, with the feedback from the wind element and a system that performs physical analysis on the flow rate of a certain section of the wind element, what appears on Ryan's retina is a huge cluster of wind element filaments. The system also considerably helps Ryan mark the differences in the time flow rate between each section of the wind element. Combined with Ryan's original spatial coordinates, a huge spatial network appeared in Ryan's spiritual sea. As he explored more and more, Ryan began to uncover the mystery of this terrible fog. There is too little light and too many shadows. So according to the calculation, this is most likely a spacetime corridor connecting the main plane of Chaos Continent and the Shadow Plane. That's easy. System, help me classify the space according to the time flow rate. The flow rate within half of the normal time is marked in yellow, and the flow rate above half is marked in green. What's more, after Ryan classified them by flow rate, he really figured out a pattern. Even though his elemental threads would be cut off from time to time due to spatial changes, Ryan had legendary elemental control. Even if the broken elemental threads would not dissipate immediately, Ryan could still connect them as long as it did not exceed 10 minutes. This is just like a Rubik's Cube? Within an hour, after a 5-digit test, Ryan, who was immersed in the sea of spirituality, was surprised to find that this piece of space and time changed basically at a speed of once per second, and the space and time in it could be divided into 5 speeds. To put it generally, it is a 5th-order Rubik's Cube. Yes, it is a Rubik's Cube with 5 times 5 faces on one side, totaling 25 small faces, and a total of 6 large faces. For the layman, this thing is definitely a headache. People who understand the Rubik's Cube will use the reduction method that is most popular among beginners, which is to first put the 3 times 3 Rubik's Cubes in the middle of each large face into the same color, and then put all the large faces of the Rubik's Cube into one color. Ryan couldn't control the entire space at the moment, but that didn't mean he couldn't simulate a movement in the system. To be on the safe side, after he mastered the method, he did not experiment personally, but continued to release large amounts of elemental threads to spread his perception. Soon, he smiled. Bingo! In a dark space, Sanders' back was already soaked with cold sweat. Or to be more precise, it had been soaked several times. His clothes were wet, and then forced to dry by the cold air. Of course, he noticed the terrible situation in the fog. At this moment, all 10 of his fingers were dripping with blood and his cheeks were covered with scratches. No matter how careful he was, when his mind was functioning normally, time flowed at a different speed, and every movement he made could result in injury to himself. It's over. Unless Lord Tesla comes to save me, I will definitely die in this damn place, Sanders muttered. He didn't know what to do, so he just stood there motionless for more than an hour. This time was not accurate. It just felt like an hour to him. He had no idea how long it actually was, until a wisp of wind element filaments that surprised him infinitely penetrated into this space. That strand of purple-blue electric light the size of a hair could be said to be the symbol of the physics school. Sir! The moment he opened his mouth with joy, the violent friction caused his lips to be scratched and bleeding. The agile wind element twisted rapidly in front of his eyes, forming the word etc. in the common human language in a winding manner. Good! Sanders shouted ecstatically in his heart. Like a kite with a broken string, the wind element suddenly stopped moving again. It was an unknown amount of time before it started moving again. This time, there were a few more words. Wait for my instructions. After a while, the next sentence came out. When I say forward, take a step forward. Don't move until I tell you to. Sanders held his breath. He didn't dare to react, but he promised heavily in his heart. Okay. After waiting for who knows how long, he finally saw the word forward he had been waiting for. Without hesitation, he took a step forward despite the injury. Huh? This space didn't seem so uncomfortable, but it still felt wrong. What comforted Sanders was that the string of wind elemental threads seemed a little clearer. After waiting for a while, he heard the word forward again. He did this 7 times. When he plunged into the fog, he finally saw the familiar and reassuring figure. Sir Tesla. This is a space-time tunnel that connects to the shadow plane. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what the Chahawk Mage Tower has to do with it. But we are in big trouble anyway. It's okay. I'm relieved that I can find you. Take care of the wound first. Even with the dragon scale armor, Sanders still suffered considerable damage in the areas that the armor could not protect. He looked like a bloody man. There were countless subcutaneous hemorrhages all over his body. Fortunately, we had enough medicine and food before setting off. The supplies were as good as they could be. Chapter 326. Light in the Shadows. The process of retrieving Gandia is actually very similar to that of Sanders, except that he has a bit of an impact on the cityscape. He is indeed a barbarian with an extraordinary physique. For a shadow dancer like Sanders, it was a minor injury. And for this guy, it was at most a white mark. Well, if it weren't for the fact that a lot of the hair on his body had been worn off, it would be impossible to see him being injured and suffering. Ha ha. Thank you, sir. Without you, I would starve to death here. Gantia laughed. This style of painting is very barbaric. Ryan suddenly felt that this guy would get along well with Matt. After explaining the key points of this space and time, the two of them understood. Loneliness. The space theory, which is relatively easy to understand for Chinese university students, is like a mysterious book to them. After a long time, the only thing they understood was that Ryan's knowledge was extremely impressive. They had to follow his pace. If he said go, they went. If he said don't go, they couldn't move at all. Take a break. As long as you are within 5 yards of me, you are relatively safe. This is the safest space I have explored. Ryan gave them half an hour to rest, treat their wounds, drink some water, etc. After a while, Sanders was obviously in much better condition. Ryan said, "I think I found a way out of this area. This process is actually extremely complicated, involving the changes of the fifth-order Rubik's Cube." To the two followers, the movements are a bit nonsensical, sometimes taking one step forward, sometimes taking a few steps forward, and sometimes not moving at all for a long time. It took them about half a day to walk less than 30 steps. However, it was these 30 steps that caused Sanders' face to change slightly. "Sir, I feel the power of the shadow is even stronger." Ryan smiled bitterly. "Yes." At the same time, the other side gave me a bigger problem. Almost at the same time, the shadow in the deeper space felt a jolt in his heart. Impossible. That human actually broke through the first level. Sudet sneered again. "It doesn't matter if you break through the first level. The next level is more difficult than breaking through the 100-level bottomless abyss." It is correct. Such complicated and seemingly unnecessary spatial changes made Ryan numb. It took him a whole day to figure out that the space at this stage was roughly an 8th order Rubik's Cube. Even though the 8th order seemed to have only 3 more levels than the 5th order, the 8th order was actually a Rubik's Cube. Do you know how many more variable divisors there are? The 5th order is approximately 10 to the 74th power. The 8th order is 10 to the 217th power. It is difficult for the average human brain to comprehend this outrageous gap. Of course, in the World Rubik's Cube competition before Ryan crossed over, some people could still solve the 7th level speed cube in more than 2 minutes. However, there were no official competitions above the 8th level. And this wasn't just twisting a Rubik's Cube. This was about finding a passable passage in the 8th level magic space. He could only let the system help calculate a passable passage in a layman's way of guiding the experts. No matter what. This is a great test for his elemental control and mental strength. This time, it took Ryan 3 days to get them through this level. Past one level after another. But the scene before me finally changed. What I saw before my eyes was like a horrible, fragmented dream. Everything was either black or white. And the black is that kind of colorful black. Different shades of black form bizarre patterns. Sanders has the most say. This is already the shadow plane. At least part of the shadow plane. As a shadow dancer, I can use the safe passages found by my master and grandmaster to travel between the main continent and here to achieve the purpose of short-distance teleportation. But I have never been to this area. Gonsha frowned. The space here is still not continuous. Just look at it, and you'll find out. Each scene is more Picasso-like than Picasso's. It's as if a person's field of vision is split into hundreds of discontinuous small pieces. Ryan spent another half a day and finally confirmed that this was a 12-order Rubik's Cube space. He sighed deeply. "I sense the presence of living things. We are running low on water and food. Are there any edible creatures here?" "Oh, there really is one." As a half-landlord, Sanders listed out many things like treasures. So, Ryan caught a shadow catfish without much trouble and let Sanders deal with it. As for water, that's simple. Most of the water sources in the shadow plane are unclean. Fortunately, Ryan has the spell Light of Heaven, which can most likely purify the shadow water here by more than 90%. All that's left is to rely on your physical strength. Even so, Sanders, the so-called native, had to pull for a long time after a day and almost died. He stared at Ryan with his big panda eyes. "Sir, are you really a wizard? Shouldn't the first person to be killed be a weakling like the mage?" Ryan rolled his eyes at Sanders and said, "To you, my body is at least a legendary physique. Gonsha, are you a barbarian? Am I a barbarian? No matter what." Since there was no way back, the three of them had no choice but to stay here. During this period, an extremely annoying thing happened. The elemental threads that Ryan threw out from time to time detected that John's shadow dagger had sneaked in. He had to waste a day's progress and go back to retrieve this guy. But he went back. But not completely. Even though Ryan returned to the first area, he still couldn't find the way back. The group of 4 could only continue moving deeper into the space, where the shadows were becoming increasingly thicker. It took them 2 full months to pass the 3rd zone. Finally it came out. Faced with that discontinuous space, the 4 people felt that their senses had already been shattered. Even though the shadows that came into their eyes were so horrifying, they actually thought the painting style was pretty. The scenery in front of me was a bit sparse. In front of me was a large open space with a lot of man-made buildings standing on it. They looked like sheds for workers to live in on a large construction site. However, these sheds were surrounded by a circle of wooden fences as the walls of the camp. There was a light in the distance, like a huge torch. This is... Sanders was stunned. Ryan gave the answer with a little excitement. Shahawk Legendary Mage Tower. The top of the tower was emitting a blazing flame, like an active volcano. However, in the shadow plane, the light of such a wizard tower was actually white. Whenever the fire flickered, a white expanse would appear on the ground. However, as the light moved, the entire outer camp seemed to be alive, and the shadows changed accordingly. Ryan's face darkened. Come out! You're a sinister thing. I've killed many dragons, but this is the first time I've encountered a shadow dragon. Chapter 327 Eat your flesh and drink your blood. If the previous space-time trap was aimed at sawing people, then the current shadow dragon was aimed at the giant. Right. Ryan is the giant who slays the dragon. In ancient times, the beings that killed the most dragons were giants. This included giants in a broad sense, those over 3 meters tall, as well as giants in a narrow sense, namely titans. When the dragons saw Titan, they reacted in the same way as they do now when they see Lay. Don't be fooled by the fact that this giant Ryan is only 1.8 meters tall. The key is that he kills a lot of people. As soon as the shadow dragon saw his figure, the reverse impulse mixed with fear, and the desire to kill in his heart could hardly be suppressed. Thanks to this, Ryan was able to easily discover the other party's existence through system scanning. After being confronted by Ryan, the huge, wriggling shadow couldn't help but say, "What do you think of the great shadow dragon? A loach in the gutter? Oh, you could be." Ryan shot back sarcastically. "Ha ha. Your arrogance ends here. This is the shadow plane. My world." As the voice was spoken, the cold air around gushed out, and the temperature dropped to at least minus 50 degrees in an instant. Not only that, with the change of the surrounding light, the entire space seemed to be changing rapidly. Something close to the law was expanding crazily, eroding the place where Ryan and others were standing. In a sense, the sinister dragon was right. This was the world of shadows. Its home turf. Non-shadow creatures are at a great disadvantage fighting in such an environment. Feeling the surging shadow power coming from all directions, Gonsha and the other 2 couldn't help but shrink back towards Ryan. Shadow energy is a typical negative energy, which is very similar to what the undead play. For most living people, this thing is poison and is highly corrosive. Even Sanders, who was also a shadow dancer, was not feeling well because this power had a strong dragon mark. And before the shadow power that penetrated into his body was transformed, this power was also harmful to Sanders. Seeing the humans cowering and gathering together, the shadow dragon seemed very happy. "I'll give you one last chance. Surrender? Serve me as your master. Otherwise I will peel off your skin to decorate my claws, and use your heads as trinkets to circulate among the dragon clan. Let all dragon clans see that the so-called dragon nemesis is nothing more than this." Such a cold and defiant declaration would have frightened another opponent to the point of trembling with fear. However, this is the physics school of thought that would draw us from the Dragon Burger set. Even without Ryan's prompting, Gonsha was the first to stand up. "Damn dragon. Is this your last words? Your evil deeds have spread all over chaos. Your meanness makes even the devils ashamed. Bah! And you asked me to surrender? I wish I could eat your flesh and drink your blood." The legendary barbarian slapped his chest hard, making loud bangs. What a strong momentum. Not only him, Sanders and John also stood out side by side and responded in unison. "Eat your flesh. Drink your blood." Ryan. Shadow dragon. If the bottles of various sizes on the barbarian's belt were not filled with oil, salt, ginger, onion, sauce and vinegar, or if this guy would wipe away the tears from the corners of his mouth, no one would believe it. Ryan had never understood why Gantia, a tough guy who looked reckless but was actually quite intelligent, was willing to work in the physics school. Recently, he realized that this foodie came here just for the dragon meat. If you want to enjoy a free dragon meat dinner, what could be simpler and more direct than working directly for the physics school? What Ryan wanted to complain about more was the two guys behind him. Hey, I saw you two dividing the shadow reeds. By the way, at a time when toilet paper is in short supply, shadow plane reeds, which are more flexible and less prone to being torn, are the best substitute. If Gantia is a pure foodie, then for those two thieves, shadow dragon meat is definitely a great tonic. There is no need to mention Shadow Dancer Sanders. John, who recently wanted to change his job to Shadow Dancer, has probably been planning for a long time. The three guys turned their heads in unison. Master Tesla, please lead us to victory. Ryan was completely speechless. I have seen people drawing cakes, but I have never seen the people being drawn cakes. They even asked the people drawing cakes to change to drawing the restaurant. It's just outrageous. On the opposite side, the shadow dragon who had lived for so long was certainly not a fool. He was furious, and his angry dragon roar echoed throughout the entire airspace. You want to eat me? You lowly ant. I'll eat you first. No one could see anything clearly, only a large shadow approaching. Without any hesitation, Gancha's extremely primitive power exploded, and he shouted and launched the victory roar. He took the lead and rushed forward with an axe in hand. This is what the barbarian does as a striker. The violent power from the barbaric ancestor was poured into the axe, which in turn activated the emblem of reason on it. And a dazzling lightning suddenly rose from the axe blade. The momentum of this violent strike was actually no less powerful than the dive attack of the opposing shadow dragon. However, the two sides only made their first contact. Something's wrong, Sanders cried out. The space on Gantia's left was inexplicably distorted, like a ball of stirred ink, revealing a translucent light black claw. Gancha's reaction was extremely fast, even though he swung his battle axe horizontally in front of the claw tip at the last moment. When the body and the claw passed each other, everyone clearly saw that the claw tip drew a bright arc, which sent the huge barbarian flying like a doll, bringing out a string of dirty blood beads. Fortunately, he was wearing a set of dragon skin armor. It can only be said that the strength of the colorful prince's dragon skin and scales is absolutely online. Even though everyone has caught a glimpse of a deep claw mark on his chest and abdomen, the defense has not been broken. He managed to avoid the fate of being ripped open, but he could not avoid the head-on impact. The legendary barbarian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What's even more outrageous is that Shadow Dragon seems to have the special skill of multiple attacks at the same time. For people were attacked at the same time. Sanders dodged with a shadow jump, but John was not so lucky. He was a step too slow to dodge, and before he could even react, he was hit by the opponent's powerful and almost unstoppable force. He was swept away like a cannonball. What really shocked Long was Ryan. Ryan didn't dodge or evade, and slapped himself on the back with a Bigby protective palm. Boom! Even if the barbarian, who was known for his strength, could withstand the blow from the dragon, he would at least feel dizzy for a while under the heavy blow of the Shadow Dragon's exaggerated 29 points of raw power. But it didn't. Chapter 328. I'm not pretending anymore. The arcane energy that exploded in the opposite direction on the spot obviously relieved most of the impact. Even so, Gancha confirmed again that Ryan had at least legendary power. Otherwise, even if Ryan had an arcane energy shield, the shock of the reverse wind alone would be enough to make Ryan suffer. Gantia was not surprised by this result. He spat in his heart. It turns out that guys with divine bodies can do whatever they want. What frightened everyone even more was the way Shadow Dragon attacked. No one saw how Shadow Dragon attacked, and it hit 4 people at different angles at the same time. John got up immediately, and then fled from the second attack of Ing Long. It was not easy for the 4 of them to get together again. Sanders' forehead was covered with cold sweat. Lord Tesla, be careful. I suspect that the Shadow Dragon can teleport its limbs or launch attacks through any shadow, just like the Shadow Dancer Shadow Leap. Oh! Ryan responded and immediately activated the light dance. Before the hundreds of light balls around him flew away, the entire airspace suddenly seemed to be splashed with ink by an ink barrel as big as a skyscraper. The black in the field of vision became even darker, so thick that it seemed impossible to dissolve. Ryan glanced at the system prompt. Shadow Dragon, Shadow Walker, has activated. Create shadow. All normal and magical light sources within a 200-meter radius centered on it are negated. All characters and creatures in the shadow gain a +4 bonus on their hide checks, and can hide even when being directly observed. coupled with its supernatural talent skill blend into the shadow, in any lighting conditions except full sunlight. A shadow dragon above the young dragon can disappear into the shadow, which gives it complete concealment. Ryan discovered that Shadow Dragon was just being a rogue. And he couldn't help but spit in his heart. Old bastard. Sanders' voice was trembling slightly. My lord. This is the shadow plane. It will instinctively reject all elements and powers other than shadow energy. What this means is, if you have any special tricks, don't hide them and show them out now. Otherwise, retreat. It would be absolutely disadvantageous to fight a shadow dragon that was hiding and constantly attacking in a place like this. TSK, Ryan smacked his lips slightly. He knew that today he had to teach this shadow dragon, who thought he could do whatever he wanted just by hiding in a safe place. A lesson. Well, colors in every sense of the word. In the name of Faraday. Cage. Ryan first expanded his power, and used wind elements to form a cage. This was certainly not a classic cage that used metal to enclose the space and play with static shielding. This was just a way to use a large amount of wind elements to resist the approach of shadow energy. At this moment, in this shadowy space, Ryan's use of his own magic power to stir up the wind element was no different from lighting a torch in the dark. Not only could the shadow dragon see it, even the shadow creatures farther away were in a commotion. It was only because of the two extremely powerful auras that frightened them and made them dare not approach. If other weaklings did such a provocative behavior to the shadow creatures, they would definitely be surrounded and devoured by the endless shadow creatures. The shadow dragon didn't make a sound. He just stepped back a little silently. In a world full of negative energy, any use of other energy would undoubtedly burn oneself. It might gain a short-term advantage, but it would consume the mana reserves. Let me see how much magic power you have to waste. Shadow Dragon cursed viciously. Ryan spread the wind element to an area with a radius of about 10 meters around himself as a cover for his next move. In fact, for him, it only takes a thought to activate that thing in the system. What a lovely person. Sometimes you just need a sense of ritual. As a lay asterisk. I feel uncomfortable if I don't pretend to be cool. Driver asterisk. Well, it's better to pretend to be cool with some things. As the wind element surged, a divine light flashed in Ryan's deep eyes. He raised his hands with his palms facing up, and a clear mysterious power was activated in his deep voice. I am a preacher of physics. Everything in this body complies with the laws of physics. Science is my life. Exploring the laws of physics is my life. Studying hard for hundreds of years, he has mastered more than 1,000 laws. Traveled through all realms without being defeated. No fear of life or death. Never give up once. Only by standing on the shoulders of giants can we look up to higher knowledge and truth. Everything is false. Everything is permitted. Therefore, I pray here that the land I stand on is a land of legendary physics. With his magnetic voice and the ups and downs of his spell, all the onlookers knew that Ryan was going to do something big. But no one expected that Ryan's surgery would not only be big, but also so drastic. When the shadows that shrouded the land of bizarre light and shadow before their eyes disappeared in an instant like haze driven away by the rising sun, Elon and the other two men all had their brains shut down. At this moment, they were all standing in a valley, with stars dotting their heads. The woods beside them were full of dead trees, and the moonlight reflected the gurgling water. Was this any different from an autumn night that could be seen everywhere on the continent of chaos? No difference. But, yes, here comes the important but. This is the shadow plane. Without waiting for Shadow Dragon to respond, Ren's simple zero-level drama dance light has taken out its true body. Judging from its appearance, there is no physiological difference between the Shadow Dragon and the common colored dragons on the mainland. A Shadow Dragon has translucent scales and a black body, which gives it a shadowy appearance most of the time. If no one drives away the shadows, from a distance, it appears to be just an ominous shadow. However, when the light of dancing light illuminated the Shadow Dragon's face, it was like a lowly trapped in an alley by gangsters. After it came to its senses, it let out a sharp scream that sounded a little difficult to hold back. Ouch! After a brief moment of shock, the Shadow Dragon, after a brainstorm, screamed and turned around and ran away, trying to leave this strange land where he had nowhere to hide. Not only that, he also activated his innate skills while running, creating large shadows around him. However, if it wants to run away now, can it still run away? Hundreds of light balls flew past, front and back, left and right, up and down, illuminating it from all directions, like the largest surgical lamp. Some of the light balls even flew towards the shadows, like moths to a flame. The shadow that was originally impossible to dispel was actually dispelled by a small light source of a level 0 trick. Ah! No! Impossible. Shadow dragons are cunning and sinister creatures. But what happens when such an assassin-like dragon is forced to go head-to-head with a dragon nemesis? He. The barbarian raised his sharp battle axe and pounced forward with a grim smile. Inglong wants to run. So he is so dead. At this time, a piggy-eyed salted pig holds his tail. Chapter 329. Am I the kind of person who wanders around? If we ignore the shadow dragon's hiding ability, and the shadow traveling ability of the ancient shadow dragon, and only consider its physical fitness, it is probably on the same level as the black dragon among the colored dragons. Right. The challenge rating of an adult shadow dragon is only level 13. Even the ancient shadow dragon in front of him only has a challenge level of 22. As an assassin-type dragon, without those special means, its highest attribute is strength, which is around 30 points. Normally, this level of exaggerated power should definitely crush humans. Unfortunately, in the rules of the Chaos world, strength is indeed the core that determines the wrestling between the two sides. Before the strength test that constitutes the final judgment, the strength adjustment value needs to be added, which is often determined by the user's weapon. The problem is that the algorithm of the Bigby's Hand series is different from that of ordinary physical duels. The arcane energy condensed into Bigby's Hand, when calculating the damage according to the world law, takes into account the caster's own level, plus the intelligence bonus, and a bunch of additional values. Then, whether it can push or pull the enemy depends on the strength check. In simple terms, this move requires a combination of magic level and absolute strength. It just so happened that Lay got Matt's legendary power for free and Talons gained legendary intelligence after his promotion. In addition, Ryan mastered a bunch of laws such as Newtonian mechanics. As a result, the world gave an extremely outrageous high value to Ryan's move. The scene that appeared in the eyes of Gontia, and the other two, was that Ryan used his magic hand to pull the shadow dragon weighing dozens of tons. And its 4 claws dug sparks on the ground. And its wings flapped like fans. But it couldn't run half a meter away. Even the legendary barbarian was shocked, and his face changed drastically. What a terrifying power this is. There was one more sentence that Gantia didn't dare to say. Damn. Is this the kind of power that humans can have? In front of everyone, an 18-meter-long translucent black lizard was pulled back alive. Ah! No! Amid the shadow dragon's terrified screams, its huge body was swung into a circle by Ryan's Bigby Hand and smashed to the ground with great ferocity. Boom! The shadow dragon stopped its dancing. And first its back slammed heavily on this piece of legendary physical land, enduring the reaction force that someone had specially increased for it. Then, its long snake neck was unable to resist the kinetic energy generated by the rapid swing, and it slammed deeply into the ground. The legendary barbarian Gonsha was a little confused. He had fought in no less than 1,000 battles since he was a child. But he had never seen a teammate serve him so considerately and be able to put the enemy's neck into his hands. Without hesitation, he swung the large battle axe carved from the colorful prince's huge dragon tooth and chopped it down. The first axe strike was not fatal, and an extremely dark shadow burst out from the dragon's neck. The shadow dragon wanted to struggle at first, and its dragon head was raised up at one point. But as soon as the dragon head rose above the horizon, a huge slap of arcane energy came down. Snap! A big guy who was more powerful than the legendary barbarian slapped the shadow dragon back at once. Shadow dragon, I want to run. Ryan, no! You don't want to. At this time, the two thieves finally helped. They used the dragon tooth dagger to help Gantia enlarge the wound on the shadow dragon's neck. It's too awful. The poor shadow dragon was knocked down by Lay's Bigby shoulder throw. And then it was slapped 5 times in the face. Its neck was hit by 11 axes, 39 knives, and 72 daggers before its head was chopped off and it died completely. Looking at the dragon corpse that had stopped twitching and had the last drop of life sucked out of its body, the three of them calmed down and bowed to Ryan together. Thank you, Mr. Tesla. They knew very well that Ryan gave the head to them on purpose. For Ryan, this was just an insignificant page in his dragon-slaying record. For the three of them, this is invaluable experience, legendary status, and an opportunity for promotion. Especially for 2 master-level warriors, who are determined to reach the legendary realm through the shadow dancer profession. A shadow dragon is worth half a lifetime of practice for them. Ryan waved his hand casually. Deal with it. The big head still needs to be taken back to the academy. Yes, the three said in unison. At this time, Ryan stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Less than 2 kilometers away, a wizard tower with a bright fire on the top came into view. The three guys who were helping cut the shadow dragon into pieces while discussing in whispers. Gantia, how did you drive away the shadow just now? This is the shadow plane, Sanders asked with lingering fear. Gantia paused and looked at Ryan, who was standing 50 meters away. He knew that no matter how quietly he spoke, he would not be able to hide it from a god from the outer realm with full perception. So he simply stated his inference generously. That might be Field. Field? John was surprised. Legend has it that it was the prototype of the divine realm, using its own laws to drive out other elements or laws. So your excellency is really, even though everyone had guessed it, Sanders still found it a little hard to believe. I don't know, and I don't understand. The barbarian spread his hands and showed that innocent expression of I don't know again. It would be difficult for a barbarian to be tested on the level of knowledge. According to rumors, the biggest difference between a demigod and a legendary powerhouse is whether or not he possesses a domain. Having a domain means that he has mastered a certain law that is recognized by the world. When a demigod condenses a fragment of his own godhood with that law, he can become a god. Since the gods left Chaos Continent 100 years ago, a large number of books have been lost. In addition, the church where the gods belong always intentionally or unintentionally erases the news about how mortals are deified. The above rumors are unconfirmed, and no one will confirm them. The three of them looked at each other. It was Gantia who spoke again. That inference is probably correct. Oh, of course. It is better for everyone to assume that Ryan is the true god of the Outland. Isn't that so? No one has ever been able to detect how strong he is. Every time a strong enemy appears, it always seems that the enemy is defeated before he can even warm up. This kind of battle can't even be called a battle. It's just a pure crushing. But what everyone doesn't know is that someone really became rich by getting disciples for free. Over there, Ryan seemed to be strolling leisurely in the shadow plane when he broke a space-time trap and killed a shadow dragon by opening the domain. Only he himself knew how thrilling it was just now. If he had not come here after being promoted to legend, or if the system had not given him the skill to transform the land around him into a legendary physical land when he was promoted, he would have been finished. He made a decision for himself that after getting the legendary mage tower, he would at least stay alive until he became a demigod before leaving. Humph! Am I the kind of person who likes to wander around all day? I'm the biggest homebody. Chapter 330, Tower of Iron Hands. At the same time when Ryan declared himself otaku in his heart, about 2 kilometers away from him, a pair of dragon eyes stared at his tall figure that seemed small, but had actually been infinitely taller. Although she did not see the death of the colored prince with her own eyes, she witnessed how the shadow walker's neck was slowly chopped off with a knife, like sawing a tree. The fairy dragon Anastasia felt cold all over and trembled all over, and even her scales made crackling sounds due to the slight shaking. Too scary. Is this the might of the ancient god from the outer realm? If he doesn't take action, it's fine. But once he does, he will definitely slay the dragon. Is the dragon clan going to meet its end at his hands? Those idiots in the good camp are actually unwilling to take action at this time. This is the confinement of the camp. Or perhaps its charm. So far, all the dragons Ryan had killed in chaos were from the evil camp, which made him the dragon killer. Not very well known among the dragons from the good camp. After all, good dragons are the mortal enemies of evil dragons. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Ryan saved himself a lot of trouble. The fairy dragon stared at Ryan for a while, imprinting this terrifying figure in her mind. And then she left quietly. In fact, Ryan sensed her gaze. This is the shadow plane. Except for shadow creatures and undead creatures. Basically all creatures on the Chaos Continent are classified as positive energy life forms by the indigenous people here, who just don't like them. There were beings that disliked Ryan in all the planes. He couldn't just chase them down if he could sense their hostile sight from a distance of several kilometers. Right? Ryan didn't have to do anything. He had to kill all the shadow planes. He's just so neutral. Since the other party didn't provoke him, he focused on his original mission of taking over the mage tower. Thanks to the physical field expanding around him, The shadows of the shadow plane no longer blocked his sight. At the end of his sight, a majestic wizard tower stood there quietly. From the appearance, this wizard tower has a dwarven style. The 12-story wizard tower with a square cross-section is stacked in the middle of a huge circular pool. The structure of each floor is like a bamboo joint, stacked up layer by layer, making the overall appearance look very much like the traditional Chinese weapon mace. If one must distinguish this wizard's tower from the mace, it is the boiling lava that is almost overflowing in the circular pool and the extremely bright flame on the top of the tower. That's weird. In a plane where there should be no fire, and it's full of negative energy, a wizard's tower stands here like a beacon. It's full of disharmony. Unfortunately, it is useless to think too much, and there will be no answer no matter how hard you look outside. With 3 tools, Ryan walked slowly to the front of the mage tower. The mage tower looked only about 30 meters wide. Not very big. Huh? Miraculously, Ryan actually sensed that there was a very powerful fire element barrier around the mage tower, which prevented any external entities from approaching. After being mentally prepared for a lot of unexpected events in the mage tower, Ryan took out the token given by Alega and a small piece of dragon tooth, and shouted out a passage in the dwarven language that he had memorized for a long time. My name is Ryan Tesla. I am the eternal ally of Alega Iron Hand, the patron of the dwarf ancestors, the undertaker of the dragon-colored prince, the legitimate heir of the Zahak Mage Tower, Tower's spirit Iron Hand. If you are still a defender of order and a defender of the dwarven principles, please respond to my call. After a very mysterious prayer, the mage tower responded almost immediately. A beam of ochre-colored light descended from the top of the tower, scanning the 2 relics in Ryan's hands. At the same time, it seemed as if a pair of eyes were examining his soul. A second later, the rolling flame barrier opened a large hole that was big enough for 2 carriages to pass through side by side. On the huge stone wall at the end of the stone bridge leading to the mage tower, a dwarf's face that looked like it had been chiseled with a knife or an axe appeared. Its mouth opened and closed, but it responded in the common language of humans. The tower's spirit Iron Hand recognizes your token. He is willing to serve you, the supreme legendary Archmage Ryan Tesla, as the new master? Very good. Please open the door. Until this moment, Ryan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, was finally put at ease. It would be best if Ta Ling admitted his mistake. I will follow your will. My master? The wall that originally had a huge relief face on it melted. The seemingly incomparably hard stone wall was like a candle being melted by flames, melting slowly, and then falling down in large chunks. Ryan could feel the obvious fluctuations of the earth element. After glancing at the system prompt, Ryan confidently took his little brother and strode into the mage tower. After entering, I found that this wizard tower was ridiculously large. The building area of a single floor was more than 50,000 square meters, and the floor height was nearly 20 meters, which was completely inconsistent with the size it looked from the outside. It should be that extremely powerful space compression technology was used, or this wizard tower itself is located in a stable space crack. Regardless of this, the style of this wizard tower is very dwarven, full of rough and hard pragmatic aesthetics. In addition to the flame and earth magic runes covering almost all the walls, there are only a few right-angled edges as decorative patterns. On the first floor of the mage tower, Ryan saw many war machines, such as the magic version of the dragon-slaying lance powered by magic power. Then, there were some magical constructs built based on the dwarves, lying all over the ground, mixed with the corpses of dwarf craftsmen or dwarf magic apprentices. Due to the long time, only bones have been left of the bodies, and their identities can only be roughly determined from their remaining clothing. When he arrived at the middle of the first floor of the mage tower, Ryan saw the protruding face of the tower spirit again. Master Tesla, please get on the teleportation array. Ryan and the others followed instructions and stood in a square area in the middle. After a moment of distraction, they found that they had reached the top floor of the mage tower. From the outside, this should be a closed area. Some special projection setting inside allowed them to ignore the solid outer wall that was at least 2 meters thick and see the outside scenery directly in a perspective way. Apart from the gloomy scenery that can be seen in the legendary physical land, there is nothing but incoherent and blurred shadows in the distance. There is really nothing to see. Ryan turned his head and saw the main control throne in the middle of the floor, which only the owner of the mage tower could sit on. On the square throne carved from bluestone, there are 2 brazier-like structures on top of the backrest. One brazier has an eternal flame on top, while the other has a small black hole-like, constantly changing ball of light on top. Looking at the corpse of the dwarf lying on the throne in luxurious robes, Ryan realized that Charhawk Iron Hand was not an ordinary fire wizard. He was a legendary wizard who practiced both evocation and space magic. Chapter 331, The Legendary Master's Gift. Based on this skill alone, Charhawk's challenge level during his lifetime would not be lower than level 25. And even level 30 would not be impossible. Ordinary wizards cannot master space magic. As a child of destiny, he was afraid to take revenge because of the Color Prince's characteristic that he would not die unless he was killed in Botwar Hell. It was a pity that such a strong man was dragged down by the fall of the goddess of the magic net and lost his life 100 years ago. Walking up to the corpse, Ryan placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. The tower spirit Iron Hand transformed into a stone man with the appearance of a dwarf and spoke, "Master." The greatest wish of the former master of Charhawk was to drink the blood of his enemy-colored prince. That makes sense. Ryan took out a dragon skin water bag, opened it, and immediately smelly dragon blood emitting colorful light flowed out. Ryan poured the dragon's blood on Charhawk's dry bones in an extremely direct manner. What he didn't expect was that normally, when the magic network collapsed, the backlash of magic should have completely destroyed the souls of all the wizards. Who knew that the dwarf skeleton's tightly clenched teeth suddenly opened, and it looked like a somewhat terrifying smile. It seemed as if Charhawk was speaking his last words to his successor in this silent gesture. "Thanks. Tearing won't cry. Iron Hand, the spirit of the earth, does not know what crying is." This did not prevent it from imitating the magic apprentice from 100 years ago and kowtowing to its former master for the final time. This is the final goodbye. The ceremony is over. The tower spirit incarnation stood up, bowed and said, "Master, please follow me." "Oh!" According to the agreement with His Majesty Aleha Iron Hand, when Lord Charhawk Iron Hand dies, the person who holds the token will inherit this mage tower. I have no objection to this. But according to Lord Charhawk Iron Hand's last words, whoever kills the Color Prince will receive another gift from him. Ryan turned to the three of them and said, "Wait for me here for a moment." Okay. Following the Stone Man incarnation of the tower spirit, Ryan came to a secret room. On the surface, this was just an ordinary turn in the corridor. But with the guidance of the tower spirit, a portal appeared out of nowhere at the turn. After Ryan entered, the door of the secret room closed automatically. An illusion of a dwarf with a white beard was projected. "Hello, friend." Even though Ryan knew it was an illusion left by Charhawk, he still nodded. "If Iron Hand brings you here, it means my revenge plan has failed. But I don't feel sorry at all, because this just proves that the revenge of the Iron Hand clan has succeeded." The dwarf phantom grinned and showed a sincere smile. "My eldest brother and the tribesmen have used all their strength to build the wizard tower for me, but it is probably useless. I feel very sorry. But what can I do? Maybe this is the guidance of fate." Charhawk changed the subject. "Since you have been able to kill the Color Prince, it is enough to prove that you look down on ordinary things." Ryan's facial expression was a little tense. "No. Actually, I want the normal legendary equipment too." Woohoo! Ryan really wanted to cry. There was no other way. His usual high-class image had let him down badly. As a result, he could only give away the legendary equipment or lower equipment to his disciples first. 5 disciples, 5 mouths, and 10 hands. How much legendary equipment is needed? But none of the Griffiths and the Color Princes he killed were humanoid, and the equipment they collected was not much for human use. As a result, Lei, a legendary wizard, was wearing a decorative robe, and was no different from Gweben in terms of combat. Alas! Only the legendary wizard knows the pain he has gone through. Over there, the Phantom of Charhawk continued. "I'm sorry. I'm just a mage who changed his job midway. I don't have a rich foundation and collection like those big sections. So this is the only thing I can show you. Friends of the Iron Hand clan, I hope you like it." After that, a hole opened in the ground, and a stone platform slowly rose up. When Ryan picked up the ordinary-looking white-handled carved staff, he found it difficult to focus his eyes on the head of the staff. A ball of light and shadow condensed on the top of the staff. It seemed to be always in a hazy state, changing all the time, making it impossible to see it clearly. When the system prompt came, Ryan's heart was beating wildly with excitement. Rune Staff of Time, Transmutation. Required caster level 21. The following spells can be used twice a day. Foot grease. Speed up. Time stasis. Time slowed down. Every player knows that the three powers of time, space, and fate are the most buggy. Maybe some people wonder why fate can be listed together. Ryan just wants to say that when you go back in time and lose 100 times, I ask you whether you will collapse or not. By the way, if the time stagnation in this staff is replaced with eternal stasis, and the time slowdown is replaced with time stop, then wouldn't Ryan be able to play a trained version of the time stop game? Cough cough. It tells a story about using time magic to kill people on the train. Please don't misunderstand. Not to mention that far. Just like now. This staff is very powerful. A legendary staff means that as long as the opponent's challenge level does not exceed level 30, there is a high probability that he will be hit by these moves. Lei expressed great satisfaction with Chahawk's gift. It is very likely that Chahawk developed a series of space magic through this staff. Ryan is very confident that he can do it, and he also asked his apprentice to research it. No matter what. After receiving the staff, Ryan finally had his first presentable equipment. The corpse on the main control throne has been taken away and buried by the tool man on the first floor. When Ryan sat on the throne, the long-awaited system prompt came. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chahawk Mage Tower and officially renaming it the Rain Tower. Seeing this, Lei couldn't help but complain. Why don't you change the word kindness to peak? Host, do you want to rename it Leifeng Pagoda? Are you sure? No. Ryan remembered the shape of the tower. Just call it Mace. The name is purely for cultural output. You know, the weapon used by the famous Qin Qiong was also a mace. Ryan quickly checked the data of the Mage Tower. The first is the expansion of the element pool. After the Ren Tower is incorporated into the Academy, the fire and earth elements within a radius of 100 kilometers centered on the Mage Tower will be automatically absorbed into the tower, greatly expanding the source of magic power. Secondly, the space teleportation ability is enhanced. This time, as long as the opponent does not use domain-level power to resist, Ryan can open the portal to any place that his space ability can sense. This teleportation is two-way and only requires Ryan to preside over it. Chapter 332, he will return like lightning. Next is the defense. It was not until then that Ryan knew why this wizard tower had become like this. 20 years ago, the Shadow Dragon Shadow Walker attempted to attack the Mage Tower and take it for himself. This triggered the Mage Tower's ultimate defense system, time and space maze lock. This three-dimensional space-time trap that looks like a Rubik's Cube not only traps the Shadow Walker here, but also isolates the Mage Tower from the continent in disguise, resulting in the current bizarre situation where part of the foundation falls on the Shadow Plane. Let me ask you, how many people in the world have the brainpower to solve this terrifying space-time maze that is equivalent to an 8th-level Rubik's Cube? Fortunately, when Shadow Dragon died, Ryan had the choice to shut down the maze system and teleport him back to Fulong Valley. However, to teleport back to such a large legendary wizard tower, a huge amount of magic power is required. Ryan was in a dilemma. There was not much magic power left in this wizard tower, and it was difficult to replenish it. Don't forget that this is the Shadow Plane. Apart from the magic power that can be drawn from the earth element in the diffused space, when Ryan unfolds the legendary physical land, there is almost no other means of replenishing magic power. By the way, in the Shadow Plane, Ryan was disconnected from the Magic Academy's magic pool, so he couldn't replenish his magic from his hometown. For a moment, Ryan almost wanted to give up this wizard tower. But he also saw an ultimate function of this legendary wizard tower, space erosion. According to the system's instructions, this wizard tower can erode the space of any place in any plane of this world, and use the attributes of the owner of the wizard tower to forcibly change the spatial attributes of that area, turning other people's territory into its own home, and then teleport the wizard tower over. This is really domineering. The only regret is that this function is currently grayed out and cannot be activated. System prompt. Host wants to activate the space erosion ability of this magic tower. The host space magic level needs to reach LV8. This made Ryan unable to give up. Ryan didn't know how many legendary wizards died 100 years ago. He could only confirm from various classics that legendary wizards with space magic abilities were extremely rare. Not to mention that there were also space attribute wizard towers of their own on this basis. Typical of missed opportunity. Ryan had no temper and could only stay here and watch the Mage Tower slowly charge. The three tools had no objection to this decision. As long as you eat and drink. I have no opinion. Every time Garga said 2 words, he sneaked at the shadow dragon and threw it in the pile of dragon meat in the stagnant trap. Ryan. The other 2 blended dancers' roots cannot live on the shadow plane. Chi-Chi showed a flattering smile. Adult. We are not in a hurry. So, Ryan waited helplessly for the Mage Tower to recharge and inspected the Mage Tower. Well, the 12-story Mage Tower has a large enough space. Even the smallest 12th floor has 10,000 square meters. By the way, this is all the living area of this guy Chahawk. In addition to 300 square meters. This guy is a volcanic theme park for the rest of the living room. Of course, you can say that this is Chahawk increasing his affinity with the fire element. But you can't rule out the possibility that he is simply trying to find some fun in his boring, isolated life. It can only be said that it can be very wayward. Unfortunately, there are no craftsmen around Ryan. So this park cannot be renovated for the time being. The largest volcano here. Its core is a purifying deeping heart. And basically squeezed it. And there are too many flame elements from there. And so the days passed. On the other side of the Tesla School of Magic, the second and 3 generations of disciples are generally in a state of tension and suffering. After Tang Si and other second-generation disciples proved that they had the strength to become legends, or would definitely become legendary strongmen, it can be said that the lower limit of the entire academy was guaranteed. Everyone knows that as long as Ryan doesn't come back, the strong wait-and-see atmosphere among the major forces will not change. The major forces at best are now regarding the physics school without Ren as a relatively large denomination, not a real top-flow sect. Even in this situation, many forces still made their choices. The first is that the Taizo clan issued a public statement. If Ren did not return within a year, they will set physics as a state religion in 1 year. It is no exaggeration to say that this was a very bold decision made by King Alga. As the so-called ancestral law cannot be changed, it is still very difficult to put a dwarf clan not prefer to believe in their own dwarf gods, and even put the physics school to a more preferred position. It is obvious that Alaga is supporting the physicists. Then is the Karak Empire. The emperor changed the list. It turned out that only 300 formal mage was changed, and now it is changed to 600. In addition to expressing optimism about the physics school, there are more practical needs. According to the reaction of Marshal Karl, the chief commander of the Devil's Mouth, Renan just disappeared, and the tentative attacks of the demon lords for the Devil's Mouth fortress increased by 5 times. Fortunately, after Feng Dak was promoted to master level FA level, he began to sit on the mage tower of the demon mouth. In addition, the first line of defense was completed, which greatly reduced the pressure of the defense show defending. Compared to Barbarossa, Devil's Mouth is still seriously lacking in mages. Today, it is purely relied on Mainzo to help stand. But the gap of Fey is here. The last one is the most surprising thing about Downs. Someone persuaded Jiying Dai, please consider our suggestions again. Since the divorce is not there, you should be the title of the acting bishop as the actual status of your bishop. And then you should be in line with your actual status. Roll. Downs' calm eyes seemed to have an angry lava flowing. Ah! What? Rolling with Downs angered. It was the wind and magic that he broke out from all corners of his body. The high concentration wind blows the whole marquee from the Southern Federation, bombarded from the glass windows on the first floor, and fell to the ground fiercely. Ah! You? You actually shot a real big nobleman. The marquis fell to death, and was tied up by a dozen blood caves by the glass. Tangsi did not hide his inner anger, and stood in front of the windowsill with lightning all over his body. Just because you dare to alienate the master-disciple relationship between me and my master, it is not too much for me to kill you here. No, I'm not. I just want you to take on more Confederate apprentices. Flora came and said, put away your dirty face. Get out of here right now. It's not your turn to worry about our master's safety. He will return like lightning. Chapter 333 Return. The sound of Fulara's words suddenly a thunder that shocked the entire valley over the college. Boom. Flora. No. This girl is playing a lot of laws. So I won't have the ability to go now. Fulara. Of course. Let master come back. Ah! I don't know which apprentice cried out in surprise, then trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and pointed his index finger not far away. Downs and Follett followed the direction he had pointed, and also ate a pound. No one knows how the huge 12-level tower flew. Everyone knew that there was only one person in Tesla's School of Magic who could do this. Master Ancestor. There were similar surprises in all corners of the entire college. At the moment, when the 3 generations of disciples can only use 2 legs, there are second-generation disciples into thunder light. Some control the wind, some are racing the horse with the flesh, and some of them are carried by large mechs, so they can rush to the mountains. When the 5 major disciples gathered in front of this mysterious mage tower, the mage tower opened a large hole. A young man with a fluttering, pretend, ran, forced, Rua, to, Cien, extremely, brought 3 tool-type macho, and walked through the moat in front of the mage tower. Isn't this man a master who thought about it every day? Master Towns was the most excited one. He completely forgot that he had the flash, could control the wind, and could perform the acceleration spell. He rushed forward almost crawling and rolling like a baby learning to walk, and knelt down in front of Ryan, following him. 4 disciples followed. Everyone is tears and tears. Her mouth is trembling, and they have thousands of words in their hearts. In the end, they can't say anything except the master. Behind them, there were 3 generations of disciples who worshipped. Even though they are not Ren's pro-pass, their sense of belonging for physics is no less than that of second-generation disciples. As a public student, most of them came from poor, and the physics school saved their lives. Although their master can guarantee the lower limit of the entire school, the broader upper limit can only be brought to them by their Grandmaster Ryan. In particular, the method of promoting the promotion of feeding type. No matter how the second family played, there was no second one except the physics school. 3 generations of disciples, who have already combined fate and future with the school's future, are also excited about Ren's return. Ha ha. What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss? Ryan's eyes swept across the entire place, a smile on his face. Is it possible that I've been gone for 3 months? You guys thought I was hanging in a mere legendary wizard tower? In a word, Downs and other disciples scared the goosebumps. Cough cough. It was said that they didn't think it was false. 3 months. Master, do you know how we spent these 3 months? Our hearts were torn between heaven and hell every day. We thought you were fine, but we were also afraid that something might happen to you. Who says that the profession of a mage combines strength and fragility? Downs said in a moment, and he could not help but kick Harry, and motioned to let Harry say something. That Harry Brain, who was a bit afraid of, was dating, and he kicked Belindy subconsciously. Belit also stunned. He wanted to kick. Forget it. Matt's guy was not afraid, but in this guy's mind, he was fighting. Drinking, 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 drinking. Just as Berinda secretly raised his short legs and wanted to signal the 5 sisters, Flora couldn't see his eyes and took the initiative to straighten his body. Master, of course, we will not think that you are trapped by a legendary mage tower. But the physics school cannot be separated from Master. Many things should be decided by Master. The longer we leave Master, the more we feel that Master is far-sighted. We follow Master's plan. At the beginning, even if the cute little girl grew into a big girl, the level of coaxing small mouth was increasingly old. Hee hee. Cultivate you for the teacher. I hope you can one day alone. Every day. You can go and do everything as a teacher. Even if you cultivate to the legendary master, you still can't talk about the word independence. You still have to exercise. At this time, the 5 people said uniformly, please continue to spur us. Master is back. The disciples and grandson have the backbone again. Ren nodded with satisfaction. But at this time, he looked around and unexpectedly found a guy who was incompatible with the surrounding people. The goods were gorgeous, but they were full of scars, with glass fragments, and were also supported by a follower. Who is he? Gilspan, a marquis in the Southern Federation. He just hopes that our college will open more ones of self-funded students. Downs stopped for a second, emphasizing, I want a disciple to increase the place as an agent. Ryan's pupils shrank suddenly. Alas, this is the eye medicine. The physics school is so hot, and the power of all countries seeks to be added. This is normal. But persuasion can't tolerate this. The color on the face of Ren's face is even thicker. First of all, this enrollment cancels the qualifications of all the students of his territory. Then, Flora, exist. Use the charm to interrogate him. And I want to know who encouraged him to leave our teacher-apprentice's relationship. Yes. Ren's order made Marquis Gill's pan immediately fall into fear. I am the Marquis of the Tang dynasty. You can declare war on the entire Southern Federal Federation. Fart. You are also accompanied by the entire Southern Federation. Believe it or not, let the Esfield family declare war on your family tonight. Floraham rare females. It wasn't until this moment that the Marquis suddenly realized that the Tesla's 5 disciples also had another layer of identity. Even if there is no need to send to physics, those families who dislike him obstructing will swallow his family, even the bones. No. Shut your mouth. When the 2 words were spit out from the gorgeous red lips, Flora had used the power of the law. Today, she will clean up this attempt to provoke the bastard. At this time, the atmosphere was harmonious. Downs suddenly found that the waistline of his own followers seemed to be a lap. Chapter 334. No one believes the truth these days. Seeing that Sanders and John were wearing translucent and half-black dragon leather armor, how could Towns not know that another dragon had fallen into the hands of the enemy? The Pace said that Renan was a dragon killer. Wherever he went, there was no dragon and a life to survive. Gargo was so long in him. What does Downs like? This time, Downs was busy outside, and people lost a few pounds. This product fell well. Others are really delicious. And this stuff is really good with rice. Downs's little eyes were grieving. I found that the Lord in the nominal stared at himself. Rao was a little careless. At this time, it was a bit embarrassed. This product is decisive. And what is the acting skills? I am not. In the final analysis, Downs is still thin-skinned. And Genty is not a follower, he personally served him. Not to mention that Ryan was overwhelmed by a desperate mountain of documents as soon as he returned. A large number of matters and proposals for the development of the Academy required his approval and seal. The fact of his return alone was an 8-magnitude earthquake for the entire Panhuman Alliance. When Barbarossa 13 heard the news, he chuckled, very rarely, on his usually calm face. There was a kind of devilish charm I saw through this guy a long time ago. Oh, those who dared to test it are still too young. The palace phase next to him nodded. And he took it seriously. Look at the practice of that one. Which time is not to show the enemy's weakness. When the enemy jumps out, it will be killed directly. The Emperor touched the pot of his favorite tulip on the terrace. He felt something, fortunately. When his enemy is dangerous, it is safe to be his friends. The old palace also laughed. This is the luck of the Empire. Not just them. Many big gangsters have similar views. There is no way. Starting from the Renfu killing the dragon, the Devil Lord, to the Devil Leader Griffiths, to the colorful prince. From the perspective of outsiders, this is a strong fishing encyclopedia that can be written into the textbook. It is true that Ryan is neutral, but that doesn't mean he can't conduct a sting operation and exercise the right to unlimited defensive counterattacks. This is the typical wolf. Since Ryan has long been labeled a habitual fisher by the world. Even if he himself came out and swore that I was really almost killed by the time and space maze lock, not many people would believe him. So that after Ren returned, the first sentence was released to cancel Swickland's enrollment quota this year. And everyone had no response. Interestingly, Swickland was pretended to be dead. Neither admitted nor denying. And not even arguing. Soon, as the news of the Marquis of a Southern Federation was beaten, and a certain unknown Esfield family's close friends released the wind, everyone easily reconstructed the incident through the Swaitland people who wanted to get more on their own. So they dared not go out. Essence. In the case of Ren's disappearance, this persuasion cannot be said to be very excessive. After all, everyone's opinion this time Lay acts as an apprentice. Badness is bad. For an old fox named Lay. This is just a face. Now that Ryan has stopped pretending and has jumped out again, he naturally has to deal with this blind guy. However, this matter was barely speaking in the roots. So Ren just punished the Swaitland quota and put them in small shoes instead of killing the kingdom of Switland in person reason. This is the face to Ren. Alas, there is no face in the world. There are more people who give face. And there are face fruit. Soon after Ren announced his return, Elizaba came to Marino with a mixed ambassador mixed with the messenger of the Karak Empire. First visited the female father-in-law, and then visited Ren. The Guangming Church and the Karak Empire were learned. They knew that Ren wanted to be a hand shopkeeper and finished the formal worship ceremony, and ran to find Follett to grind his mouth. When he turned his head, He secretly stuffed the best relationship with Rin. In the study, Rin, he did not understand why a virgin, who was walking in the dignitaries, could walk out of the sneaky feeling of a cat. Just like a cat. It missed you and didn't want to put down the shelf too much. Rin glanced at her and continued to bury his head in the signs of force. Elizabeth was turbulent. Rin, I'm here. I know. No welcome? I welcomed it when the envoy arrived. Rin answered silently. And silently took a copy and covered his magic seal. It's rare. I will give you a gift. Oh, I am very happy. So, Rin's reading seemed to have no passion. It makes sense that there are not many things that can be better than the time he got. You are perfunctory me. Ah. Yes. Yes. They said. This is the magic weapon for me to catch up with Margaret's murder. I didn't know what he said. And I saw that Rin was lost and covered the magic seal on his left hand's back. Ryan. Fortunately, this stuff only condenses the element in a certain proportion. Supplemented by a Chinese word that everyone can't understand except Rin qualified. But who would think of Rin would cover his own? Isn't this just like a sculpture on the face and losing a card to the face? Rin browed up, controlled his skills with his superb element, and turned off the magic brand on his hand. As soon as he looked up, he saw that this small girl, who was not very smart, started to perform. Looking at her grinning from her tightening belt, Rin always felt that she was trying to try a magical move, like how to take socks in the crotch. Don't ask why there is such a description. Asking the sage's brain hole is too clear. And Rin can't think of anything to hide there. After fiddling with it for 3 full minutes, the silly girl finally took the thing out. Looking at the slap is similar to the appearance of the silk-shaped cloth. Rin almost thought it was the fragments after the torn clothes of the Virgin. Fortunately, the system reminded him, detecting the fragments of the magic net. This silly girl was extremely excited, looking at him with a bright look, and asked, Do you like this gift? There is a capital of Rin's face. If he can, he would rather put on a painful mask at this moment. Sure enough, the gritting of the teeth will not disappear, and it will only move from one person's face to another person's face. Rin's face muscles are trembling, happy. Like. Chapter 335 People who are nice to me are doing well. Do you really like it? Didn't lie to me? I always feel that your smile is barely. Is it possible that the way you store gifts is too awkward, causing others to easily misunderstand you? The way this girl hides things is just like stealing a baked sweet potato from the cafeteria and taking it home to her parents or siblings. It is so pure. It is just with her gorgeous white silk golden trim skirt. It looks very nominated. If you didn't know that she would be this brain circuit, he would not spray her if she was shifted. Ryan suppressed his inner embarrassment and answered dryly, I really like this thing. I accept it. Ryan digested it without hesitation. And the system prompt came immediately. Congratulations to the host for integrating the magic web fragments into the physical web again. What do you say about this piece? Above the standard. It allows Ryan to accommodate up to 7 inner disciples, personal disciples, to access the physical network, as well as 120 outer disciples with level 2 authority and 500 followers, as well as 10,000 additional quotas for the lead badge. The only thing that makes Ron is a pity. This magic net fragment is still not the core fragments. And there is no thing involving laws or god-level magic. In any case, since this thing was sent by the Virgin and the representatives of Carrick, it means that their debt owed by Lay was paid off. It is interesting to be interesting. And Ellie Silly White even invited. If you really like this gift, why thank me? It's not you who gave gifts. Ren looked at her. But it was so hard to hide it. I checked it 3 times a day, afraid it would be lost. Or if it wasn't hidden well enough, it would be stolen by a thief. Elisabeth put her hands on her hips angrily. Ren's 2 eyebrows are jumping. Is it possible? If you really lose this stuff, your paladin guards must first go to the tree to hang up and lengthen your neck? Ren found that she couldn't think about the problem along the idea of this product. Otherwise she would defeat him with her rich single experience. Well, I let the Ties Ho clan accelerate their lighting plan. Really? Elizabeth frowned. And she really forgot other things. Ryan coaxed her away like a child. But as soon as she went out, she met Margaret. Ah! So coincident. Master of the Virgin. Ah! It's Margaret. Just right. Do you also come tonight at the dinner in Marino? The maiden rushed to hold Margaret's hands in the past. The female knight's face was a little embarrassed. It should be here. Okay. It's okay. I don't see it tonight. The good mood of the mood. The whole person was floating. Seeing that there was no attendant church nearby, she actually took the 6 relatives, who did not recognize the pace like elementary school students, humming the song, and jumped away. Both Ren and Margaret at the door were stupid, watching the saint's figure disappear around the corner of the gate. Ryan deliberately asked, "Did you just get here?" "Well, yes." Margaret's guilty conscience didn't hinder you. Ryan glanced at the female knight with an unnatural expression and easily found that the hairpins on the side of her head had not been taken off completely, so that the bun she wanted to let down was only half put down. And Ryan could smell a faint smell of blood on her. Obviously, she rushed back from the battlefield as soon as she received the news. She had just arrived outside the study, and she probably sensed the action of the funny saint taking out her belt. Ren laughed hard and worked hard, and he took no one beside him. Margaret's body froze, hesitated, and was reassured. "Margaret, tell you that a little funny thing. The silly virgin sent to the magic nets that the Karak Empire and the Guangming Church found together, because they were afraid of being lost. They actually accepted the inside of their belt, and could not take it out for a long time. After a short time." Margaret showed no two reactions with Ren at the time. First, he was stunned, and he couldn't think about it. Then Margaret reacted further. Ren told her what it meant, and immediately blushed to ears. "It just so happens that I just built a new mage tower, and I'll show it to you." Actually, that. Ren couldn't help saying that the female knight, who was a bit sensitive, and recognized to death directly to the 12th layer of mace. "Ah!" Margaret was a little stunned when she saw the scene that looked like transparent glass. "How magical." "Yes. We can see the outside scene from the inside. But we can't see the inside." As a punishment that you just want to crooked, I punished you to hold your hands with your hands and do not move." Soon, the female knight understood what this was punished. "Woo-woo." "For a long time," Ren said, "I want to tell the world that it is better for me and physics. I want them to mix it at least better than before." After a while, Ren did 2 things. The first was the station of the Thai Cavaliers near the city of Guria. The Cavaliers ended the patrol for a day. As soon as they returned to the camp, they stunned and found that there was an additional building that was not particularly majestic, but unusually conspicuous. That was the Madeira Mage Tower, the main building of the former Tesla Space Magic Academy. After having a more powerful Master Cha-Hawk, this is just a high-end mage tower, completely a chicken rib for Run. This is a great supplement for the Talon Knights, who still repeatedly play against the orcs. The news spread throughout the major knights in the north within a day. Countless knightheads said, "Sure enough, a good girl is to do whatever they want." Damn. Even the city of Guria, guarded by Grand Marshal Varus, doesn't have its own mage tower. So a camp with wooden walls actually has its own mage tower? Most orcs are stupid. But the orc shaman is not stupid or blind. Without a last resort, which clan will be so hard to rush a camp with a mage tower association? This time, the pressure is all in the surrounding knights. It's outrageous. The second thing was that Ren announced that he accepted Fong Dak * Tai Shifang as a disciple of Inner Door. The eyes of the eyes knew at a glance that this was Ren's return to the Tai's Ho clan. After all, the Iron Hand clan expressed its complete support for the physics school when the Ren disappeared, although it was not made in the end. That statement was more valuable. The status of an inner disciple. To be honest, this title made King Alega feel that Ryan was a bit stingy. He had forced all the elders in the tribe to pass this statement. "No, father. The identity of an inner disciple is not that simple." Fong Dak was a little dazed. And then a huge fireball suddenly rose in his hand. The fireball was so big that it couldn't even fit into the palace gate. "I have obtained high-level access to the physical network." Chapter 336, The Importance of Order. Physics network? High-level authority. As saying this, Fong Dak immediately knew that his dad was definitely thinking too much. No wonder. Once he was bitten by a snake. He was afraid of grass ropes for a century. Cha-Hawk is gone just like that. It would be strange if Alega didn't feel upset. Fong Dak immediately explained, "Father, that's not true. The biggest difference between the physical network and the magic network is that the physical school of mages can cast spells without the magic network. But the magic network can only rely on the magic network to cast spells." The king of Aleka was knowledgeable, and he understood the explanation a few times. The physics network is the kind of thing that is good, and it does not hurt the fundamental thing. It is purely icing on the cake. He also told his son to say that cannot rely on foreign objects. This was not over yet. Fong Dak suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! What's wrong?" Master opened up the memories of the advanced courses to me? Well, I don't know how to put it. Master recorded those courses that were only taught to master-level inner disciples, and made them available for me to check at any time. King Aleha blinked. He didn't understand. Fong Dak took a deep breath. Father King, you understand so well. Master forgive me to keep the mouth of the devil and can't get away, leaving a lot of curriculum information for me. As long as I put enough time. Master is equal to the legend of promoting me. This time, King Alga was really shocked. If someone else did this, he would think that the other person was a liar. That is Ren * Tesla. He created countless miracles in the world's first teacher. There is even a saying, although this statement is quite exaggerated, but this statement can spread. It is not to reflect the side reaction to Ren with baby. Ah! How much the ability to bring the apprentice. If it is said that a passerby spent 100 million in 200 million, this is to insult the wisdom of the people. Ken has cultivated 20 million Miyazi into a 200 million bulls. This ability to excavate and cultivate talents is the most amazing. Many outsiders are the so-called teaching methods of brushes. Who dares to say that this is not the result of his throughout the law of promotion in the world? Can I brush the level of people in other sects? Still, thousands of miles are often available and bowl is not often available. Anyway, before the Iron Hand clan supported the School of Physics, this was a standard transaction. Regardless of whether the master of Fong Dak was created by brushing, you can tell whether he is a master or not. Now that the Iron Hand clan is chosen aside, Ryan immediately and publicly offered a return gift that far exceeded the transaction. This is the reward. This is to declare to the world that following my School of Physics is the most promising path. What's interesting is that when the news about the Knights of Thailand and the Iron Hand clan reached each other's ears, they suddenly realized it, and silently regarded each other as potential allies. The Knights of Thailand silently threw a large order of military equipment to the Iron Hand clan. The Iron Hand clan had a team of idle stonemasons who were teleported to the Northern Frontier Territories headquarters of the Thailand Knights, for free, to help the Thailand people build stone walls, before all the other knights. Whether the world recognizes it or not, a large cross-racial and cross-national interest group is taking shape around the physics school. That's for the future. Back to the night when Ryan announced that he would officially accept Vondak as his apprentice. Marino held a medium-sized celebration event, under the pretext of celebrating Ryan's acquisition of a legendary wizard tower with space attributes. It must be admitted that a giant wizard tower that can teleport back and forth is really intimidating. When the 12-story wizard tower appeared on the outskirts of Marino, the people of Marino were excited again. So amazing. The School of Physics deserves to be the state religion. I heard that Lord Tesla slew another legendary shadow dragon. What's a shadow dragon? This wizard tower is more impressive. The small wizard tower in the past was really good, but it's hard to compare it with other products. Can a wizard tower that is almost as high as a city wall be compared with a wizard tower that is so high that you can overlook the entire city from outside the city? With the top of the tower like an erupting volcano, spewing flames all the time? Why did wizards like to build their own wizard towers before the Dharma ending age? This is the symbol of hard power. To be honest, if Ryan changed the sign of the mage tower, even if he pretended that this was the Hokage village in this world, people would probably believe it. Archduchess Sophia had a stroke of genius when she thoughtfully held a celebratory ball in the garden of the Grand Ducal Palace, giving people the wonderful feeling of having a bonfire party around a bonfire. When the dance began, she received unanimous praise from all the guests. With a smile as beautiful as a flower, she returned the gifts to the guests one by one. This is all thanks to Master Torin Tesla, isn't it? When the visiting ladies from various countries saw Sophia being the first to enter the dance floor holding Ryan's hand, everyone had complicated looks. The order of the dance floor is very particular, with the custom of Barbarossa. Generally speaking, the actor of the dance and the hostess of the dance party will be invited to enter the dance floor. When the hostess and a female guest who attended the ball are too different, the female guest will appear first. For example, in the case of the Iron Hand clan, it was the princess who gave the first place to Elizabeth. Ren is the protagonist. This is no doubt in the unspoken rules of the nobility. Ryan deliberately highlighted Sophia's status and placed Sophia above the Saint of Light. What's even more amazing is that the other high-ranking members of the Church of Light who attended the ball had no reaction to this. and some even smiled approvingly. Many expensive women's mouths are sour, sure enough. Luck is more important than choices. Sophia used to be a daughter of the principality. Feeling the envious gazes of the noble ladies around her, Sophia's bones softened. As soon as Ryan's hand came up, she leaned in and said, "I'll do whatever you want tonight." Ryan? Ren picked her first, purely because Elizabeth's dance skills were too disastrous last time, and the goods rushed to the street as soon as they came on. After the dance, Sophia left the stage very satisfied. According to the rules, it will definitely be Yelishabay's turn to play second. This dance is a duet similar to the waltz. To be honest, Ryan really doubts Ellie's dancing skills. Sure enough, he looked quite capable at the beginning. However, when the first rotation that required cooperation between two people came, Ellie, who was in the state of trying hard to tame her disobedient limbs, raised her fair and beautiful leg, which was actually quite pretty, and as if deliberately aimed at the white upper of Ryan's supporting foot, she stepped on him viciously. Chapter 337 fainted with joy. At this moment, Ryan couldn't hold it in. At this moment, the legendary Pacific Knights and Kramon couldn't help but put on a painful mask. Of course they knew that Ryan had 100 ways to dodge or evade, or even use magic to stop Elizabeth. But doing so would ruin the ball. A dance party is not an arena, and the rules say that you cannot use extraordinary skills while dancing. Ryan stared at her in amazement. "Wait, you're not really stepping on it, are you? No way. No way. No, you're really stepping on it." When a triangular footprint was printed on the white upper of Lei's shoe, the people of the Church of Light collapsed. "Do you think this is the end?" Eli was silly with a face that was about to cry, maintaining a stiff expression on her face, and her upper body was still elegant. The lower body was like launching a serial leg, and it was a Geo who came to Ren's new support. At the same time, all people with super strong eyes were grinning at the same time. Renine changed her supportive legs quickly, and she fought her calf in disguise. While kicking the goods, she caught her waist and let her fly. It can only be said that the musicians of the Grand Mansion have been taken in advance. Seeing their own Grand Duke's gestures, the band commanded the momentum, and immediately pulled the music speed quickly. A large number of fast and short 6-point notes in the instrument meant that the dancers needed a faster rotation to catch up with the dance music. Variations were not a problem for Ryan. He just held Ellie in his arms and spun her around quickly like he was on a merry-go-round. Well, the Saint's feet were spun off the ground. Without skills, it is pure power and agile. "Ah!" Silly Bye cried out softly, like the poor husky who had fallen into a washing machine and was tumbling around. So, amidst the passionate and cheerful music, Ryan successfully used a set of 233 consecutive hell windmill loops that made others dazzled. He made Ellie dizzy. A dance, "I Was Stupid," who was paralyzed almost in his arms, and Ren gave her to the maid to welcome, facing the legendary possession next to him, Peter, who was very nonsense. It seems that His Highness of the Grandma should be happy. Well, physical sense. One dare to be nonsense. One dare to connect hard. Peter also took over the conversation with a cheerful face. "It seems that Her Highness the Saint is having a great time tonight. Excuse me. We will send Her Highness back first. Please. It's just outrageous." Sure enough, the strength is enough. Just do whatever you want. Even though things got like this, both sides still maintained a happy atmosphere. The second dance was so outrageous that the third dance Margaret danced with Ryan seemed so mediocre. Just in the envy of the noble daughter, Margaret snuggled Ren and danced slowly with a slow jumping. "Sorry. My legs are a little sore, so I can't dance fast with you." "What? Do I care about this?" The culprit that caused the sour legs of his family secretly smiled. Ren danced slowly and watched Downs and Harry interpret what Zombie Dance King was in his strength. It wasn't Rabin. In the future, if Matt is willing to marry his wife, it must be a kitchen mother who marry him. People who want to eat the stomach of this food still want him. Young and beautiful Flora was annoyed to death, as there were the most flies on her side. She just sat there and told anyone who came close to her to get lost. "You are not allowed to use magic when dancing. But that doesn't mean you are not allowed to chase away flies." Her words are different. However, after Ryan finished the third dance, the girl came over and asked him to dance. Ryan had no choice but to dance with his disciple. Instead, Sophia and Margaret were free. The two were sitting on a double sofa, holding hands, and whispering. Ren wasn't like to dance. Under Flora's slightly resentful gaze, Ryan danced the fourth dance very perfunctorily and left with Margaret, leaving only Sophia, the hostess, to keep the place in order. Even if he just sits here, his disciples will become extremely restrained and unable to relax at all. As soon as he left, some identity was not the top noble girl, and began to invest in 3 generations of disciples of the physics school. The gap between self-funded students and government-funded students has widened. Self-funded students are kicked out as soon as they pass the exam, while more than half of the government-funded students who entered the school at the beginning have become noble high-level mages. High-level magician. This is a very delicate class. In the past, based on this strength, it was enough to go to the head of the small mage group equivalent to the general, such as the master group in charge of Barbarossa. Put in physics school, this is just the cornerstone talent at the bottom, as the junior high school physics curriculum is basically over. Their theory has learned a bottleneck, and the rest is to go out to take risks when the enrollment is completed. In a sense, winning over these third-generation disciples is the theme of tonight's dance party. Not to mention sending a noble lady. Even Marshal Carl, who was guarding the devil's mouth, sent representatives to fool them. No, he warmly invited them to go to the devil's mouth for an inspection. And it would be best if they could conduct actual combat exercises. The major forces can be regarded as seeing through. The FAE produced in physics can only be regarded as business. The ability to cultivate magic apprentices with physics school is that Rao is stuffed into a pig, and it can give you a magical flying pig. The only problem is, there's a ceiling. These third-generation disciples, who were taught by the second-generation disciples, are the treasures that have a chance to be won over. Today's high-level Mingxin. The future guarantee is a master-level FA. With the end of the last dance before enrollment, the autumn enrollment of the School of Physics finally officially kicked off. Young people from the Panhuman camp flocked to the registration points in various places, and their enthusiasm exceeded the budgets of the nobles and civil officials in various places, so that they had to send a large number of troops to help maintain order. Those young talents, who had previously signed a secret admission agreement with the physics school, had reported to the enrollment sites that ran to various places for the first time, and under the guidance of Sanders and others, they enrolled in advance. When they saw the majestic 12-story wizard tower, their hearts were finally at ease. By the way, this group of students is not included in the number of students enrolled this time. Chapter 338 DKB, Dragon Slaying Points. Do you say that the Emperor of the Karak Empire does not know that Ren engaged in a small move to secretly enroll students? Hey! That's a little awkward. The little grievances are eaten, and the big pattern is spit out. Only Ryan can raise these civilian children. If they are sent to small sects, 99% of them will fail. Karak is a bulk empire. When necessary, it can also be a daughter country. Anyway, they are giving a baby for men. Wouldn't it be great if there were more powerful mages to help fill the battle line? Moreover, Barbarossa's northern expedition in the past few months has been relatively smooth. When Barbarossa and his men complete the collection of autumn grain, and the spring comes next year, they will officially launch the northern expedition, and will most likely capture the 5 northern provinces. This also made the Karak people excited. When the unit grain output is fixed, the population that a piece of land can support is limited. Strictly speaking, the Karak Empire is not short of people. What it lacks is people with high combat power. And what it lacks is the backbone of combat power, who can fight against demons above and beat orcs below. As a huge empire, there are many land that can be conquered. But the mouth of the devil squeezed out Karak's national strength, so that it had no time to expand. Now that the devil's mouth fortress is stable, will those border earls have any other ideas? No matter what era, people who can make the cake bigger are always popular. In this world, when someone wins, someone loses. Oh, the losers are the orcs. That's fine. After the dance, the messenger of various countries almost stepped on the threshold of Marino's grand mansion. Before long, Ryan, feeling sorry for Sophia who was too busy, the key was that she had no time to accompany him, and also feeling annoyed, changed the enrollment plan, announced that it was the final plan, and then drove away all the lobbyists. It was decided to recruit 50 students at public expense and 50 students at self-financed expense this time. The conditions for public expense students were the same as before, but the fee for self-financed students was slightly changed to 10,000 gold coins. Once enrolled, they were guaranteed to be at a high level, and then they would be kicked out when their strength reached. Previous self-funded students can pay the remaining tuition fees and rejoin this training. And it will not take up the self-funded student quota this time. Those who had taken the previous crash course would have to undergo another review by Ryan. And only those who were judged to have qualified talents would have to pay the extra money to enter this advanced self-funded class. In addition to these standard apprentices, they will also accept large orders for crash courses from the Karak Empire, training 400 apprentices to become formal mages at a time, and ensuring that there are no less than 5 high-level mages among them. At the same time, Ryan also took over an order for a new 100-man regiment from the Barbarossa Empire and a 50-man regiment from the Cervantes Kingdom. If all of the above are limited to the field of mages, then the follower recruitment plan announced by the physical school is the one with a wider and more exaggerated impact. The physics school is recruiting 300 followers, regardless of occupation, but they must be at least high level. After joining the school, you can enjoy the full power bonus of the physics badge. Exchange your military merits for magic weapons, statutory holidays, and other benefits. All countries know that Ren must expand the school. After saying early, we all know that your elderly people are unmanned. But you have to consider our difficulties, and don't make up the employment prices of the extraordinary market. Now, Ryan's offer is apparently consistent with the levels of other countries, probably slightly lower than the 2 empires, and higher than most kingdoms. What kind of high-level professional gets 1 gold coin for each mission? The trick is all behind this. Whatever other countries can give, he will give. Whatever other countries cannot give, he can also give. As a time traveler, Ryan's fact that he only had 1 day off a week, but actually had 2 days off a week made countless job applicants shed tears of gratitude. Followers of Chaos Continent have no private time. Their lives belong to their masters. As long as the master gives the order, working non-stop for 48 hours without sleep is the norm. There are a bunch of dazzling benefits such as compensatory leave, adjusted leave, triple pay on holidays, which make high-level professionals drool. The key to every level is magic equipment, unless it is a group of strangers going on an adventure, or a long-term cooperative team. As long as there is a master, all the spoils should theoretically belong to the master, and the adventurer can only get the right of priority at most. Ren swapped up and copied the set of DKP, Dragon Sweeping Points, directly. If the follower team members have any objections, they can go to the next level to appeal to the second-generation disciples. As soon as this method came out, the world was uproar. Without it, just 2 words fair. If other companies were to try this, most people would probably be skeptical. The physics school. When they talk about the dragon slaying point, they really slay the dragon for you to see. Have you seen the legendary dragon head at the entrance of the School of Physics? And there's more than one. As a result, the heads of ordinary dragons cannot even get a number, and are not qualified to be hung at the door. So they can only be hung at the doors of the buildings of the transformation department. People simply use dragon skin paper to list a thick stack of equipment. And master-level experts can even personally enter the warehouse of the physical school to inspect a specific piece of equipment. Just ask if you are moved. Strong and powerful. Slay many dragons. Loot many dragon treasures. So much so that it is generally recognized that the richest religious sect is the physics school. It sounds extremely ironic that the wealth church of the goddess of wealth is not the richest. If you think about it carefully, it's true. It is true that the church of wealth is money. But if money cannot buy things, then the money is just waste paper like the Zimbabwean dollar. You can buy a huge amount of magic equipment from the physics school by paying money from the wealth church. Can you buy dragon skin equipment? Especially after Lei killed a shadow dragon. It happened very quickly. 3 shadow dancer masters and 80 high-level wanderers appeared, crying and shouting to swear allegiance to Lei In. It made Ryan recruit followers, like choosing a concubine, before the number of magic apprentices overwhelmed all the registration points. The issue of followers almost overwhelmed the Principality of Marino. This scene made the kings of various countries very jealous. They are almost the same, Ryan shouted. And a large number of masters appeared from nowhere and asked for shelter. Ryan also knew that these were just some untreatable workers. It would be fine if the gods did not return. But once the legendary gods returned, everyone would go their separate ways. He is not particularly picky. As long as they are not from the evil camp, he will pick some from each profession and select the best ones. Today, he hardly has to worry about the primary election. After a whirlwind tour of all the preliminary screening examination centers, The system locked on 90% of the targets. Something happened that made Ryan feel bad. He couldn't find any guy who was qualified to become an inner disciple. Ryan was a little overwhelmed. Chapter 339, A Hunting Trip. This is unscientific, Ryan complained. What is science to eat? Perhaps it was because things were going so smoothly before that Ryan had the illusion that the guys with legendary wizard qualifications in various countries would be like leeks. One crop after another. What happened to the promise that legends are as numerous as dogs and demigods are everywhere? What about my disciples? Where are my upgrades? Could it be that if I draw SSR Tangska at the beginning, I must rely on this card to reach the god level? Ryan was unhappy and fell into a limited depression for the day. Coincidentally, Downs hit the muzzle. Downs, who had just finished the lecture, met Ren, who had just inspected 23 large-scale first screening rooms, and opened his mouth. Master, who is this time? He didn't say that this was okay. When he said, Ren immediately became unknown and was ready to open the plan of suffering from bitter Downs. At this moment, Ryan really didn't expect that it was not just one person who ran into the gun muzzle, but a pair of people. Harry also came over. Master, I just bet with my brother. Can you receive it? It would have been fine if this guy didn't say anything. As soon as he spoke, I immediately sensed a terrible murderous aura rising into the sky. Legend is something that cannot be seen or touched. When the owner of the legend is one of your own, you don't feel that way. But when the legendary one glares at you, his reputation immediately travels through time and the memories of different people, piecing together countless amazing achievements to put pressure on you. Very scary. For the first time, Harry felt that if he was really the enemy of Master, or a monster, facing Master's only end is screaming and turning into a pool of blood. Even the bones come left. The so-called beating children. Idleness is also idle. Ren's current situation is boring trainee. Idle and idle. He strode forward, and his smiling meat hooked the 5 fingers of Harry to hold Harry's shoulder. Is so idle? There is a gambling free time. It is better to learn your brother. How about the legendary realm? Harry instantly counseled. Teacher. Master. Legend is difficult. How can it be difficult? Legend has always been that difficult for so many years. Don't just say that legend is difficult. Have you leveled up in such a long time? Have you studied the laws of physics seriously? Renan was a little bit inexplicably soaring. Scared Downs and Harry. And even scared Farah, who had just come. Harry is stunned. Go! Taking advantage of being free for the teacher now. Give you a little strength. Sanders. People? Ren drank on the physics network. Scaring Sanders, who was scared to receive a film dancer at 500 meters away. Almost urinated. And a few shadows jumped in a row. And the cross space rushed over as soon as possible. Renan, is there any determined legend? I don't need to know who those things are. I just need to know where they are. In a domineering words. Sanders almost shocked internal injuries. And he nodded quickly. Yes. Masters of the Tang Dynasty. Like a frank prisoner. Took out the information out of the beans. Go. Give you a legend? Ring grabbed the thin Harry like a chicken. Harry cried and lost his face. Master. This is too sudden. Fart. Although I teach you. The mage must do a good job of responding, and find a way to overcome the enemy to death. I haven't said that you can only fight with a confidence. Tell you that you will never know that accidental and death first visit. The purple-blue transmission flashed, and the 2 masters disappeared into the sight of everyone. A few seconds later, the 2 Bigby suddenly appeared in the dining room, caught the 2 dried rice people in Matt and Genty, and dragged directly into the portal. Ah! Master! Wait until I finish eating first. Shut up. Ren was so fierce that Downs and Ferora's sides left at the scene looked at each other aggressively. Downs turned his neck stiffly. What does Master do? He didn't seem to be the case before. Flora's little head has turned a few times quickly, as if a light cannon lit up in her mind. I understand. Do you understand? Downs widened his eyes. He thought that this sentence should be his mantra. Yes. I understand. Master, he has seen everything. Ferora clenched his 2 pink fists excitedly. Tell me more. What is the biggest difference between you and brother? What is your biggest difference? Specialization? It's personality. Flora revealed the answer directly. Senior brother. You were born as a knight's apprentice. And you have an indomitable and heroic character. Master has never worried about you when it comes to breakthroughs. He only worries that you don't use your brain. The previous demonstrations were all about teaching you how to kill powerful enemies with low-level strength. Senior brother Harry has a soft personality and always likes to defend. His lack of aggressiveness has become a fatal weakness in the eyes of Master. Oh, it is reasonable for this apprentice who has an excellent talent but passive personality. How do you think Master should you deal with him? Downs laughed badly. If I am Master, I will kick his butt hard and spur him. Right. Fulla's pink punch was also excited. At this time, I didn't know when I walked over to hear these words. And Baron suddenly intervened. Is there any possibility? Is that Master is in a bad mood and finds Hallis? Downs and Fulla said in unison. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Baron's neck shrinks. Yes. It was a barren land located on the northeast border of Karak. There were volcanic eruptions here all year round. 1 year. Large and small eruptions can have 3 digits. So that it becomes a terrible uninhabited area here. The strange mountain-ean area makes the mountains on the west side extremely weird. Perhaps there is a gap in shadow plane here, so that the light is difficult to follow in. Dance lights the light up light balls flying along the direction of Ryan's will, allowing the light to spread forward along the mountain. At the end of the light, a strange obsidian sculpture that seemed to be lived by the lava. The heart of the chestnut. Ren grinned and turned to look at the 2 aggressive disciples. Do you see this? Expand your perception. Think carefully. And then answer me. What is lurking here? Harry rushed the duck to put on the shells. Touched the ground. Thought about it. And smiled bitterly. Negative energy and fire. Shouldn't it be a legendary fire? Since you understand. Aren't you ready? Ren turned his eyes. The Master just opens his mouth, and the disciples run their legs off. The hard Harry immediately started preparing. Chapter 340 Digging internally? Ren flashed. And the person was already 100 meters away. After a few flashing, he went to a nearby hill. Here, watching the busy and living, writing and painting on the ground, burning magic traps, making various preparation Harry. The 3 guys who came with him were a little bit embarrassed. Who knows? While eating a hamburger and drinking a drink in the cafeteria, I was suddenly called by my boss to work for me. Matt and Genty looked at each other, silently pulled out his pockets, and took out the half of the dragon meat burger inside. You can do it. You must not finish eating. This is a dragon meat. As for Sanders, he was supposed to be fulfilling his duties as a scout. Seeing these 2 foodies, he couldn't help but ask, do you think that Lord Tesla seems a little anxious recently? As if something big is about to happen? The 2 food movements shake their heads neatly. I didn't ask. One is a real funny guy. The other is a wise but foolish barbarian. Their personalities are like this. And you can't force him. Sanders sighed. And he went to work obediently. In fact, not only did he have such a question. In the college, the Downs who had not dispersed had similar questions. Flora, do you think Master recently eagerly cultivated us as a legend? Tangsi blinked. Well, I'm the eldest brother. The pressure is always on me. I don't think the Master is too anxious. Baron said in a stun. I feel this way. Flora seemed to be awakened. And I remembered what, remember Master said that sentence Anthan show Sifu? The 2 brothers nodded in unison. Can we assume that one thing will suffer a terrible calamity shortly after? When the gods have not returned. Only the legendary strong will have the power of the battle. In the face of this great disaster, how can Master be alone? We must help the Master to guard the side? Downs and Baron were shocked. They made it like that. When countries approach the physical school, they certainly offer sufficient price in exchange. On the other hand, isn't what the Master does enhancing the strength of the entire panhuman camp? There are too many things causing trouble on the Chaos continent, and everything is in tatters. But there are always people willing to patch up this broken world. Master, he is too great. For a while, the eyes of the 3 were a little moist. Baron was silent for a while. I have a relatively thorough understanding of various physical theories and formulas. I will go out with Masana in a few days when we find a suitable target. 2 simple words reveal the determination of dwarves. To be honest, Baron is still young from the perspective of a dwarf. But he is still a man who has lived for more than 80 years. Although he is grateful to Ryan for rescuing his girlfriend from a banshee and turning her into a heroic spirit, and then becoming a dwarf version of Gundam. On another level, he is still somewhat out of tune with his human brothers and sisters. Since entering the teacher's door, he has respected this Master, and he has not been selling his life. Don't blame him. This is the case in the world, even in the Karak Empire, which is most particular about the harmony of the race. There are still various injustices. It wasn't until Ren killed the Color Prince and asked the whole Iron Hand to elude the shame that he really felt the determination to help protect the world. I have seen a lot of people who have talked about it. He is the first time he has seen the hard-working family like Ren. For the first time, he was so eager to improve his strength for others. Because he felt that Master would use the new power he won one day to use more meaningful places. Bernard's current statement made Downs and Ferrora feel deeply shocked. They both said in unison, "Do you want my help?" Baron first looked at Downs. "Master estimates that it will be very busy next. It is better to keep the college." Dao is stunned. "Then I will borrow your followers? I plan to ask for the sixth brother." Balin turned to Ferrora. "If you are free, you can come and go to the handle." "Good." To this day, the key to several brothers and siblings faintly feel that the legend is promoting the legendary allies. When the legendary allies do not directly intervene, they will kill the legendary monster as much as possible at the level of the Master's realm. Even if Downs was promoted, even if there was a legendary Gangtia for help, there were more than one legendary enemy who participated in the killing for so long. This is probably a problem that the world recognition brought by the cross-level challenge is enough. Without this method, the legend is promoted step by step. It is likely to spend half of their lives slowly trying to figure out the laws of the world, as well as constantly enriching their own combat experience. And so on. If you kill the enemy more than 3 times, you will be promoted without more than 3 times. This is a shortcut where risks and opportunities coexist. On the other side, Harry is ready. He is the kind of person with a lot of thoughts. At the beginning, he wanted to imitate the gameplay of the Mara Tunnel and give the possible legendary monsters a dinner. He lived in a small not enough magic. In the state of China Unicom physical network, he has almost infinite magic to splurge him. The full type of element channel is more than unobstructed. It is simply the scale of rivers enter the sea. Ren intercepted his connection with the physics network this time, and it was clear that he wanted him to fight with his magic. Harry was in a dilemma. His magic limit is half lower than the elder brother. He knows this matter. He can only use such a little magic to create an environment for killing the legendary monsters, which means that every point in his body cannot be wasted. This is what Master said good steel is used on the blade? Looking at Master on the distant mountain post, Harry nodded the focus. Master's meaning. Understand? In the distance, Ren did not spread his perception. He was just muttering, "Stupid apprentice. Failure. So that Master can exit and scold you for a meal. Master is so comfortable. You have a good life." Ren made a real asterisk eyes throne for himself. There was no way. In this hot and steaming place, without this stuff, even if there is a 23-point legendary constitution, it is really uncomfortable. He scanned his own damn system. To this day, this broken system had no prompts, except for daily scans, and anything related to upgrades was just playing dead. Ren estimates that either quality or quantity. Since he can't receive the expansion of the good seedlings quantity, he can only put some pressure on the apprentice and mention quality. Just as Ryan was waiting, a evil figure with a strong element fluctuations entered his perception.